Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I love the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock because it says we are 4 days, 9 hours, 24 minutes, actually 23 minutes now, 59, 58, 56, 55, 54, 50 seconds away from the kickoff of Sunday's big game between the Chiefs and the Niners.
What are you doing? It's Super Bowl. Hit me with a real oh, baby.
I got to save it. I got to save it. I got to double header.
Oh, dang it. I already know.
It's terrible. Get the listeners in here to do that. I'm trying to save my voice. I'm trying to it feels like my voice is going to go out at any given moment. I've been hanging out by a thread over these last 3 weeks. But good morning to everybody out there. Big shout out to Pete's Coffee and Vanessa. What's happening? Thank you for sending us to the big game to Vegas. Thanks to Pete's Coffee. They were really cool yesterday. They sent us all the gear and all the mugs.
I got my coffee this morning
the
from
original
Pete's.
cup. The original cup.
With my real cup. You like that?
1966 original from Berkeley, the city of Berkeley, of course, where the first Pete's was built, the first coffee shop. But anyway, good morning to everybody out there. Get off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Super Bowl Sunday can't come soon enough. And we're going to do a lot of fun things. We got Anthony Slater coming up at the 9 o'clock hour. We won't get into the Golden State Warriors as they're in Philadelphia. They can clinch a winning road trip. What they win today against the Sixers. So we'll talk to Slater ahead of the trade deadline tomorrow. Conflicting reports whether or not the Warriors are going to move somebody. Is Wiggins going to get moved? Are they going to stand pat? We'll talk to Slater about that. But Super Bowl Sunday is coming. And I don't know about you, Shasky, but I'm a little annoyed with all of them. Mahomes is great. I'm sick of time talking about how great he is. I want to talk about our team and what the Niners need to do and all that good stuff, but fun exercise for everybody out there. If we took away all the eligibles, right, for the 49ers, you took away Purdy, you took away McCaffrey, Debo, take away Trent, take away the obvious guys who need to have a big game.
Yeah, the premier fantasy football players that you would be selecting.
Absolutely. But Baldy said yesterday, Jair Brown, he's a guy that's flying under the radar this week. It was very interesting to hear that from him. He had 10 tackles in the NFC title game. He was laid out a couple passes, but there's no doubt he's a vital part of what's going to happen on Sunday against Mahomes as a rookie safety. But who's the guy who's just got to have a big game that nobody's talking about? Who's that guy? And everybody can chime in on it. 888-957-9570. Who's that guy, if you took away the premium players, that's got to have a monster day on Sunday?
Is this guy too high profile? And you tell me. Dre Greenlaw.
Nah, he's right there. He's on the cusp.
To me, when this team is humming, Dre Greenlaw is playing at his best. He's an enforcer. He's going sideline to sideline. He's wrapping up. He's in coverage. Maybe he's randomly blitzing. He's a force in the run game. To me, Dre Greenlaw, this team goes when he goes. When he's off the field, we're a totally different team. Totally different team. When he is laying the wood, you're talking about one of the best defenses in the last decade.
Right.
And that's how different he is. Now, you can say, Joe, defensive line, pass rush. Believe me, I understand how important all that is. I don't think Kelce can be guarded by one individual.
Yep.
And I'm looking at someone like Dre Greenlaw as a guy who can at least strike some fear into someone. And when he whaps somebody near the sideline and suplexes them, we know that the intensity level of the 49ers on offense and defense goes through the roof.
Yep.
I'm taking Dre Greenlaw.
I like that pick. I like that pick a lot.
One of my favorite Niners.
Yeah, no, I like that pick a lot. I mean, I like that a lot.
There's so many of them. I just don't know.
There's so many favorite Niners. There's a lot of good names coming up on YouTube.
Yeah, I want to hear them.
Chase Young from Ian. Or Ian. Conrad Arenas with our O-line not named Williams. Not mad at that.
With the whole Chris Jones situation being what it is and Baldy calling him a closer.
Yeah.
I'm very worried about him identifying the matchup, and then Baldy says he'll find the pigeon.
Yep, he'll find the pigeon.
I love some of these.
I couldn't believe he said the pigeon. Dublin Marge. Ambry Thomas needs to have a good game. Now, Ambry Thomas apparently got the cast off his head. He did bang up his ankle a little bit in the NFC title game. He blamed some of the slippage of the cast on that play where Jameson Williams took the ball from him in the fourth quarter. Remember that? Before Detroit failed on the fourth down. Ambry Thomas, very interesting. You don't want him getting cooked, that's for sure.
Well, I look at the secondary as a whole, and I just think this is a more favorable matchup than in the last few weeks. I think Green Bay's wide receiver core, we're going to look back at and go, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Green Bay's got some receivers. I think it might take a year for everyone to kind of come to that realization.
Right.
And then I look at what Detroit has. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown had a historic year.
Yep.
I mean, when you are up there next to Calvin Johnson in team franchise records, whether it be touchdowns, yards, catches, targets, you're an elite player. So I think that this matchup, I like Rice. Rice is an excellent player. But Valdez-Scantling, we've seen him.
Right.
I mean, that was who Aaron Rodgers was throwing to with the game on the line in Lambeau.
Yep.
And I think he matches up well with Charvarius Ward. That's a great matchup for him.
Yep.
Charvarius Ward, I've been watching all of his interviews. You want to talk about a guy who is just, I didn't realize his backstory as much. Like, he's been now talking about his family and how his daughter is so important to him.
Down syndrome, man.
It's just incredible. Incredible. And talk about how he went from undrafted free agent to a guy who's now started multiple Super Bowls for 2 different teams.
He got plucked off the practice squad with the Dallas Cowboys.
Bro, his story is something everyone can relate to.
Yep.
And I look at Charvarius Ward, and I think that we've kind of undersold how good he's been for this team as a high-priced free agent.
Wow, SF Flood, 25-42 with a sleeper.
Give it to me.
Charlie Warner blocking with juice. I like that.
Then that's a sleeper.
That's a sleeper.
That's going deep.
We got somebody here, Rude Boy. Whoever's blocking Chris Jones is going to have a big game. Well, it's going to be a group effort, no doubt about that. I like the Javon Hargrave stuff going around here. Let's go to the lines.
Yeah.
Indo at San Jose.
God, this game
Indo at
can't
San
come quick
Jose.
enough.
I take away the premier players in this football game. Who needs to have a big game on Sunday?
What's up, bro?
I just want to say Javon Hargrave in the last 7 games has 1 sack. We gave him the big money. He needs to show up. They're all pro guard. Joe Thuney's out this game. He needs to stop the run, and he needs to get pressure up the middle.
Yeah. I mean, with Eric Armstead battling the injury that he's battling right now, I'm not mad at that Hargrave suggestion. He does need to step up. You know, when you pay somebody big money in free agency, the regular season is important. But a team like the Niners, can you make plays when it really matters in the playoffs? That's how it goes from being a good signing to a great signing.
And you came over from Philadelphia, and we all expected you to bring over whatever you brought from Philadelphia last year to the 49ers. And he got off to a great start this season. Javon Hargrave, the first half of the season, was like, wow, this guy's worth every single dollar, every single penny that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spent on him. Then he just went MIA. And I don't know if it had to do with the new rotations. I don't know if it had to do with Armstead being hurt. But, geez, Javon Hargrave has just not shown up here. And it's a guy who we interviewed in the offseason when he did sign the big money contract, got his $40 million guaranteed. I do think that he needs to have an impact on the game because Mahomes does like to step up in that pocket, whether it's the A or B gaps. That's right there. The interior of that offensive line, you have to dominate. Without Thuney, as Indo San Jose said, there's no excuse.
No.
There's really no excuse.
No, there isn't. And, I mean, look, Ragnow was banged up heading into that game last week, and I barely saw our defensive line in the middle make any impact.
I mean, David Montgomery had how many runs up the middle, A-gap, getting to the second and third level?
It was bad.
Not 5, not 6.
It was really bad. It was really bad. Before we continue to ask the audience, and I want to hear their thoughts on.
By the way, real quick, not to cut you off, I'm just looking at sacks from last postseason. Javon Hargrave, 1 sack last postseason, 9 tackles in 3 games.
Interesting
stuff.
Interesting.
It's unacceptable.
If I said to you, Jake Moody has to have a big game, and it's not necessarily about field goals and things like that. One thing that bugs me is you have a monster foot. You should be kicking it into the back of the end zone every single time. And maybe I'm just a whack job and I obsess over these things. Some of his kickoffs have been almost unacceptable.
His kickoffs almost go out of bounds. I don't know what's going on with Jake Moody. I really don't. That's a good call. No, I watch the kickoffs.
Forget the field goals.
I watch. You know what I do is I watch him warm up.
Yeah.
And then even at halftime, he was warming up. My boy Zuri next to me. Look at this guy. He's missing from 40 yards out at halftime in the Detroit game. Now, he did make a big kick.
He did.
A couple big kicks, Green Bay and Detroit. But his kickoffs, man, just, they're always bouncing into the end zone. Thought you had a powerful leg.
Near the sidelines, too. And
it.
Here's the thing. I couple that with knowing our kick return unit is not the greatest. They always seem to give up a big
Well,
run in a game.
Kadarius Toney on special teams had one of the biggest plays in the Super Bowl last year on the punt return.
It's a great call. It's a great call.
So your return game, think about the Green Bay game. You get some points and then boom, they flip the field by getting a big kickoff return. Unacceptable. Special teams has got to be buttoned up this week.
I mean, and one of the Super Bowl losses that the Niners endured, special teams was a big part of it.
Kickoff return at the beginning of the second half.
I mean, like,
Kobe Jones.
That's one of those devastating type of plays.
Yeah, you can't have that.
No, you can't give Mahomes any extra anything.
Seeing a lot of Hargraves. Zucci Man. What up, Zucci Man? 408. 510. Greenlaw, Jawan Jennings. I'm seeing that. Jawan Jennings. Quiet sleeper.
Good call.
I like that.
Jawan Jennings has been an absolute monster for them in terms of like the physicality and all that. He does come through with big time catches.
He does. Let's go to Paul in Houston.
That's a good call. I like the Jawan Jennings.
I do too. Paul in Houston. Who's that one player who's flying under the radar? If we took all the premium players off the board, who's that one player who's got to step up?
Yeah, I'm going to go way deep down the roster and go with Oren Burks.
Wow.
You look at the Johnny Dale, look at the All-22 from last week, all those big runs on the edge. Burks was in the wrong gap. I'm going deep, going to Oren Burks to stop Pacheco.
I think that's a really smart. You have a high football IQ because I agree with you. B, what did I say about, like last week I was very frustrated seeing like we miss Al Shire. Now I understand you can't afford everyone. I get that. Shire was really good as a third linebacker. He was really good.
He was solid. I didn't like him when he started.
Agreed.
As a third in the base defense, because Kansas City will try to get you in the base defense, and that's what Detroit did. They were able to get Oren Burks off and get the Niners out of their nickel defense. They ran right at Oren Burks at times. He just does not hold up well in the run game. And you got Isaiah Pacheco running the way he's running, and the Chiefs getting to the second level. Oren Burks, that's a good call.
It really
especially
is.
in the base defense.
Well, and I think the one thing, if you look at the two playoff games, what worries me is these tosses to the edges for Pacheco.
Quick pitches.
Yeah, that they've got to shore up their gap assignment, and they got to get off blocks. Like I know. Oh my gosh, what is this? What is the scheme Wilks is running? Guys got to get off of blocks.
Right, no doubt.
We can call it what it is. It's both things.
Getting off of blocks and not allowing Pacheco to get to the second level or third level, and making sure in a game like this, when you have a week off and you don't practice as much or you don't practice as hard, I do worry about the tackling in the Super Bowl. How can you shore up and wrap up these guys? You don't want to make 6-yard pass plays and turn them into 10-yard pass plays. When you tackle right before, there was a couple times Detroit, they catch the ball 2 yards in front of the first down marker, they break a tackle, get the first down. You have to collision wrap, drive the legs in this game. So tackling to me, that goes with Oren Burks, that goes with Ambry Thomas on the edge. You have to be able to tackle these guys and make sure they don't get no explosives. Keep this offense in check. It's a very simple offense right now Kansas City's running.
No doubt, and you can't give him free yardage. The guy's going to make free plays on his own. You referenced Tig Brown. I think that's a really good call. I would combine the two safeties. I don't think Deshaun Gibson's played his best ball the last few weeks. He's referenced how he was in retirement in 2022 and got a phone call from John Lynch. He was going to coach Little League Baseball. I mean, I couldn't believe the things he was admitting.
That was wild.
And when I watched effort level, we made a lot about Chase Young. I didn't think Gibson gave the greatest effort last week.
No, he didn't.
And that was really disappointing because he's been a good Niner. Much better than I anticipated when they started him last year at the beginning of the year.
No, that was awful. That was awful. I want to play this for Peter King. He was asked who had the most to gain by winning the Super Bowl. Very interesting answer for Peter King on Willard and Dibs yesterday.
Brock Purdy. Imagine you're in your second year in the NFL. You're the 262nd pick in the draft, and you come in and you have a head-to-head matchup with far and away, easily, no doubt, the best quarterback in the game, with a brilliant tactician in Andy Reid, and you do enough against a brilliant defensive tactician and a really good defense run by Steve Spagnuolo, and you win that game. I mean, Brock Purdy is never buying a meal again for the rest of his life in any community in the northern coast of California.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. He stole your line.
Yeah, he did steal my line. Maybe he was listening.
Brock Purdy eats for free.
Maybe he was listening. But that was interesting. But if you took the premium players off the board, we know Purdy. It's a given. You got to play well.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey got a ball out. Kittle got a ball out. Debo, you would think Debo needs to have an impact. What about Brandon Ayuk?
He does seem to be flying under the radar a little.
Because
That's a
he
good
may
question.
have the toughest challenge going up against L'Jarius Sneed.
Yeah, but they're going to have to use him because they need to have a balanced attack. Like, we all agree. Like, they can't just run the ball down Kansas City's throat and
No.
expect to win. They're going to have to throw the ball.
Brandon Ayuk against L'Jarius Sneed or McDuffie in this football game. The physicality that those quarters play with and the physicality that Brandon Ayuk plays with. That is a big-time X factor for me. And Brandon Ayuk had his postseason moment finally with the Ladybug catch. But 3 catches in that football game. Felt like he had more.
You were at the Green Bay game. Maybe you have better perspective. Jair Brown versus Ayuk. How often was that a matchup, and how did Ayuk?
Oh, Jair Alexander.
Excuse me, Jair Alexander.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
They moved him around. Ayuk and Jair Alexander didn't follow him.
He didn't follow him.
He didn't follow him, but they had a lot of guys helping out on Brandon Ayuk. It was tough for him to get loose.
Okay.
Now, Purdy did miss him. I think Purdy was a little off.
Yes.
He wasn't seeing the field as well because there was a couple times Brandon Ayuk in the first half, wide open on the drag route. Purdy didn't pull the trigger.
Gotcha.
There was a couple times where Ayuk was frustrated, and you saw Shanahan high-fiving Ayuk on the sideline saying, I know, man, I know. You're open. We just got to get it to you. So Purdy really wasn't seeing it well in that Green Bay game.
Okay,
for the
so
most
it was
part.
not an indictment on Ayuk or anything.
I thought he was running the wide open a couple times, but I was surprised that Joe Barry and the Green Bay Packers did just say Jair Alexander, especially when Debo got hurt, go shadow number 11, Brandon Ayuk. They didn't do that.
This does feel like one of the better tests that they've gone up against since the Baltimore game in terms
there's
of
no doubt.
secondary play.
Yeah, this is probably the best secondary outside of the Baltimore game. Well, even Cleveland, too.
Cleveland, yeah.
Cleveland
I was
secondary
going to say
really
Cleveland.
good.
I mean,
that secondary was real.
that number
legit.
21 Ward is a baller.
Yeah, Denzel Ward. They
He's
got
a baller.
Newsome the
but,
third.
But the commonality in the Green Bay game and the Cleveland game was that Deebo Samuel exited the game early.
Yep.
And I do think that changes things on the back end of a defense because you can key on Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, you can. You can. And look, Darnell Savage, that pick six. And the thing is, too, the middle of the field. Kansas City knows the Niners want to attack between the numbers. How do they take that away? Do they take away Purdy's first read? Do they jump his first read? Do they make him go through his progressions? Do they make him hold on to the ball long? That's why I think that NFC title game for Purdy was good for him. He didn't panic when the play got to 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. How many times did we see Jimmy, 1, 2, 3, all right, let me just throw it away and throw it in the dirt, and the play's dead. It's like, dude, you're not going to improv? Purdy scrambling could be the difference on Sunday. Him scrambling and putting that on tape gives Kansas City something else to think about.
I love that. I'm so ready for this matchup. And I think that, if the Niners can execute, it's going to be very difficult to put up 30 on this team. It's going to be very difficult. But they're capable. Like, this is an offense, of all the offenses I've seen in my adult life with the 49ers, they can explode in a quarter like a Golden State Warrior explosion during the middle of their dynasty. That's how proficient they are and how excellent they can be.
Right.
So, I mean, this defense is excellent. I have tremendous respect for them, but I think the Niners can do things against them.
I think they can run on them. I think they can move the ball on them. I think they'll be able to get yards. Buffalo was able to get yards. They didn't get any explosives, but they missed some explosives. Think about Stephon Diggs dropping passes. Think about Trent Sherfield dropping passes. There's opportunities to make plays. Will you make them? I do believe our offense will make them. They're going to have to score 30, Shasky. The hell with it. I think they have to score 30 minimum to be in this football game.
I've got 5 plays that I want to see run in the first half. Can we do that on the other side?
Sure, why not?
I'm telling you, 5 plays I have to see from Kyle Shanahan, and I'll explain each one of them and in
Jet
the
sweep.
order of importance for me.
Jet sweep. Screen pass.
I'm not giving anything away.
Halfback screen. Tight end screen. Deep shot. Wide receiver pass. You want some trickery? I want some trickery. You want to get cute?
I love Kyle Shanahan's playbook, but there are times my brother was sitting next to me where I called every single play for like a 6 drive in a row.
We've watched him for 7 years.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, how much evolution?
No, he's excellent, but
he is.
you could see it coming.
No doubt. All right, it is the Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman Supply. They trust the name since 1922. Visit freemansupplies.com today. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Flag and Anthem. 5 plays Shasky must see on Sunday.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. The biggest day in football is right around the corner, and we've got the ultimate game plan. Head to flagandanthem.com and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, to score 25% off game-winning looks from Christian McCaffrey's go-to clothing brand, Flag and Anthem.
was worried.
The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right. SF Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. 4 days, 8 hours, 57 minutes, 43 seconds, 42 seconds. And we're not in Vegas right now. We'll get out there on Saturday. It's starting to hit me like Ed will say, man, you got to pack soon. And once you start packing, you're like, oh, man, this is real. But it won't be real for me until the Warriors and Suns are over on Saturday. Because I'll be in Warriors mode. You guys will be flying out before me. And then after the Warriors game, I'm getting on that last flight out of SFO. It's Saturday night, about 10:30. And then that's when it's going to hit. We're like, oh, boy, we got a Super Bowl. We're going to Super Bowl.
I can't wait.
We're covering the Super Bowl, man.
You know, I was Lucas Alexander was like, hey, can you send me some photos of you and Bonte in some Niner gear? And I was like, you know, I've got plenty of them. And I was going through my Google Photos, and they like file it. There's like an algorithm on Google Photos now, which I'm new to, where it like files pictures by face and what you're wearing and this and that. And I got real nostalgic last night because I sent one picture from September of 2018. Now, we had done preseason shows, but it was us doing a
Periscope Live
in the old studio, and we're draped in Niner gear. And I was thinking, like, damn, dude, I was like a part-time night weekend guy employee. You were working on another show. You had not hit television yet. And we were just two dudes who loved the Niners when they were coming off basically a 6-10 season with
they
Jimmy
were terrible.
Garoppolo.
They were terrible.
I mean, no one was in the Niner mode at that point. They were the clear-cut number 3 team in the market. The Warriors and the Giants were at the top of the market, and the Niners were at the bottom of the barrel. And now, 6 years later, look where we are, look where the team is, and I owe it to the Niners.
Ernie Chavez, I still remember that. I remember the one episode of Shasky's Basement when I had the Daisy Dukes on.
That's right.
And Michelle, your wife, was like, what are you guys doing? And that was the first time Michelle didn't realize what was going on. And then she started looking at like the Facebook comments and Instagram. She goes, oh, wow, this is a pretty big deal.
I don't know, Joe.
And she tried to act like, oh, yeah, I don't really care about what he does. He just yells. And I'm like, oh, Michelle, you need to check this out. And she was hooked. So it's like, oh.
Joe's had a really good couple years.
Yeah, that's when it started. The Periscope Lives, doing the Periscope when Adam Schefter broke the news that Jimmy Garoppolo teared his ACL.
Oh,
and Shasky's looking at me.
In the middle of a live Periscope.
Eyes are watering, knowing our season's over. We haven't even got to October.
That's where the whole I want to go back to the playoffs thing came from.
I want to go back to the playoffs. That Periscope?
It was from that Periscope.
Wow, I don't remember that. Wow, that's crazy.
Isn't that?
That is crazy. And
it was me having a meltdown.
Ironically, that was the game in which the Niners got blown out by the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead. They were up 35-7, blowing us out. I mean, it was nasty work.
I'm so excited for this game.
So now we're going to Vegas.
I'm so excited.
And I don't even think, like, I was talking to Vanessa from Pete's Coffee, and I ran into her in the parking lot after the show yesterday, and she's been to a couple Super Bowls. She goes, "You've never been?" She goes, "Oh, the lights are just different. There's always something flashing. You get the Usher halftime show, the paparazzi, the celebrities. Like, we've been to bowl games. You just went to the Pac-12 championship, been to Rose Bowls, Fiesta Bowls, finals, multiple finals, World Series. Yeah, Super Bowl. Didn't think that was going to happen.
This is the big one. This is the big one. And unlike a lot of our counterparts who are showing up just for the week, you know, from around the country or whatever, like, we're actually going to be able to go to the game. And it's not lost on me. Like, dude, we're just two dudes who literally grew up in this city loving the 49ers. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that we would be going to cover this team on behalf of you guys, the audience and the fans. It's we're really lucky. So now, are you ready to pivot?
Yeah, let's pivot.
Are you ready?
I want to hear the 5 plays.
Shanahan, I'm a Niner. I know I'm going to be wearing media gear just to get into that stadium, but I'm a Niner fan. And these are the 5 plays I have to see in the first half from Kyle Shanahan. All right? 5 plays I have to see in the first half to know whether Shanahan is in his bag or not.
All right.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Number 5. Shotgun formation. First play of the game. Kittle's on the left side. We're in shotgun. Debo comes sweeping across in motion. We
left
see him,
to right or right to left?
He's going right to left. Kittle's on the left-hand side.
Okay.
He's in the tight end formation. Debo goes in motion. It's a fake handoff to CMC, faking also to Debo. You're slipping with the play action, misdirection as Kittle comes sweeping across the formation. And it's a little dump off to calm the nerves of Brock Purdy on the first play of the game.
So is Kittle lined up on the line of scrimmage?
Yes.
And where's Ayuk at?
Ayuk is on that left-hand side, too. We're going to
so
bunch
he's
it
off the
over to that
screen.
side.
Okay, so I got
and we're
Purdy
going to
shotgun.
sweep everybody to the left. And Kittle comes flying to
There's
the
one more
right.
player. Is there another tight end on the field, or is it another wide receiver?
Juice is out there as well.
So he's in the backfield.
Yes.
He's in the backfield to
We're
the left-hand
faking
side.
the handoff to CMC.
Okay.
We're faking the Debo jet sweep, which they know we want to get to. And we're sweeping Kittle across, play action. Purdy turns his back to the defense. He rolls out. It's a little flip. It's a little flip pass to George Kittle. As George Kittle runs through a linebacker to set the tone and to get the ball to not hit the ground and get my quarterback feeling comfortable because it's the goddamn Super Bowl.
All right, so that's the first play. Kittle, you want shotgun formation, double fake handoffs,
Yes.
fake handoff to McCaffrey, fake jet sweep to Debo, little dump off to George Kittle, over the middle of the field, you said?
No, to the side, to the side.
right
Because I
left
want him
side?
going head first into a linebacker or a safety, setting the tone. And then you already know it. You can see Kittle going, as he flips the ball forward and starts to nod his head. And you know why? Because I watched Greg Roman try to do a 7-step drop and throw the ball 20 yards down the field at the beginning of the game against the Ravens years ago. Let your quarterback feel good about himself, complete a couple passes, and let's get this thing going.
right.
That's play one.
Play one. All right, play number two.
All right, fourth.
Number 4.
This is the top 5 plays I have to see from Shanahan in the first half to know whether he's in his bag or not. What worked in that Kansas City Super Bowl last time? The Debo jet sweeps. Whether they're the little toss pop passes, the ones that you love, the Debo jet sweep is undefeated, never lost. And it's because he sets tones. He's going to be going after Snead, McDuffie, all of these corners. Oh, you think you can tackle? Have you tackled Debo in space? Debo jet sweeps are mandatory.
All right, that's play number 4. Play number 3.
Number 3.
Sorry, I got to get through these.
Jet sweep for Debo.
All right.
Play number 2. Play number 3 here.
All right, we get to like the third or fourth drive. Chris Jones is going to start moving around. Chris Jones is going to be trying to find that pigeon. And that's where we set him up. Everybody on the left trips. We're in shotgun.
Trips left. Shotgun, trips left.
Kittle is standing upright. He's not in his normal down in the crotch
2-point
on the
stance,
line.
not a 3-point stance.
He's going to chip Chris Jones like he's helping one of the weaker right tackles, as in our guy, Colton McKivitz, and not Colton McKivitz, whatever the right tackle's name is. The name is evading me right now for the Niners.
Oh, Colton McKivitz.
Yes. He's going to chip Chris Jones, and then he's going to slip out for that screen. You guys have seen this play. They did it against Green Bay. They've done it over and over and over again. I love this play. It's another simple, easy way to get George Kittle the ball in space.
Is it like the screen passes Seattle on Thursday Night Football last year?
Look at you. Look at you.
I like it.
That's number 3.
So that's number 3. So
Number 2.
So we got 2 plays left, and no Ayuk and no McCaffrey.
You just wait. Number 2. You were there. I was there. And it was open. Philadelphia, NFC Championship game. The Brandon Ayuk double move. You are going to have to throw the ball beyond the numbers, and you're going to have to stretch the field. And Brandon Ayuk is going to run the double move, except this time you're not blocking with Tyler Kraft. You are going to be able to get this play off. It's going to be open. The double move to Brandon Ayuk over the top, past the numbers, beyond the numbers. You have to do it early in this game. You have to make Kansas City back off.
Third or fourth drive, you want that play.
The double move to Brandon Ayuk.
Close corner.
Monte, the play that Purdy got hurt, Ayuk was open.
It was wide open. It may have been a touchdown.
You have to run that play again.
All right. May have been a touchdown.
The number 1 play that I have to see. The number 1 play. And you guys all know it. I think it's the greatest formation in sports right now. Shotgun formation. On my left, I've got CMC.
Okay.
On my right, I've got Debo.
Okay.
Double option routes. I am trying to get matched up against the weakest pigeon linebacker or safety on the planet.
So
whether it's the wheel route for CMC, whether it's the Texas route, whatever it is. I think the greatest formation that the Niners have is CMC on the left, Debo Samuel on the right, and I'm creating space. And Juwan Jennings and Ayuk and Kittle are going to go flush downfield, and we're going to open up all the underneath stuff. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They ran it to perfection over and over and over again against Philadelphia. Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Golden State Lakota. Candlestick Shasky, baby. Let's go. Also, Chris M., I was thinking victory formation for play number 5.
This is first half.
First half. Just first half.
If he runs any of these 5 plays in the first half, I'll know he's in his bag.
We'll recap these 5 plays on the other side. It's a Warriors game day. Brought to you by Xfinity Tingy Network, made for streaming live sports. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Any of these plays intrigue you? What play do you want to see run in the first half? What is the play you got to see? That's all coming up here on the Morning Roast.
The week that we've been waiting for is...
Then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
Got that right, Draymond. Got that right. By the way, he may not play today.
Why?
He's got an injury he's dealing with. It's questionable.
What is the injury? How did I miss that?
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull it up here. It swept through the timeline yesterday, but Draymond is questionable. We'll have Anthony Slater on at the 9 o'clock hour discussing Golden State Warriors, what they may do ahead of the trade deadline, what they may not do. He's questionable due to right knee soreness, right knee contusion, so a right knee bruise.
Yeah.
Contusion is just a fancier way of saying bruise. He's been dealing with during this trip. Andrew Wiggins is probable to return, so he may play.
And it's a foot, not an ankle.
It's a foot, not an ankle.
Well, I know the ankle is, I guess, technically a part of the
sprained
foot.
foot.
Yeah, sprained foot.
Sprained foot. And Draymond questionable, but no Embiid. No Embiid.
Gotta win this one. Well, Maxi's back now because I guess he
back.
did. It was the other way around, right?
Right.
Maxi didn't play and Embiid did, but he got hurt.
Maxi had a 50-point game last week against Utah. They've lost a couple, though. They've been blown out without Embiid.
This is a weird NBA season. Like,
Very
I didn't think the Mavs would be this good, but now I'm looking at them and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm kind of a believer. Kinda.
We'll see what they do at the deadline.
No, I know, but like
scheduling wise,
can you
just everything's
trust
been weird.
Kyrie?
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, Kyrie was in Brooklyn, and obviously they blew out the Nets last night. And there was a Courtside fan. How come you couldn't play like this with us? And Kyrie looked at him and said, "Blame your mayor." Kyrie's just unbelievable. He's just it's just a matter of time with him, man. Kyrie's he's something else, man. He's a baller, though. He is balling. Pardon me as I try to save my voice here. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serve in the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Get your 95-70 game gear right now. 95-70 game gear at BreakingT.com/957. We got all sorts of cool 49ers apparel for you to wear this Sunday, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95-70 Game. Go to BreakingT.com/957 for your gear. So you had the 5 plays that you must see in the first half. First play, you had to double fake handoff to McCaffrey and Debo,
which they've
then leak out to George Kittle.
They've run that play at the goal line, and they get a lot of yards on that play.
Yep.
But I think the setup is, hey, they've seen this formation. They see Debo coming across. You see the fake CMC handoff, and then you got Kittle flying. I call it going through the soup from Baldy, and he's coming through the formation, and it's just a little flip pass. Because when I watch quarterbacks, I always think to myself, like, if I'm the offensive coordinator, don't I want my quarterback feeling good early in a game? The jitters are through the roof. You're amped up.
You want to get a quick, safe throw in?
Just a little flip pass to not see the ball hit the ground. I'm a big believer in that.
I love just to get the run game going, ease it in. But those first few throws, I am thinking about it. When Purdy hits that field and all those cameras are out there, he does get a little amped up.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to slant on his first pass.
And throw it in hot and high.
Right?
And you get picked off, and it's like, oh, boy.
Because here we go. Whenever you were amped up in the regular and the playoffs, like, crank it up times 50, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, Tom Brady said it was like a prize fight where the first round, the first quarter, I would always feel out the opponent because I was so amped. And this is Brady.
This is Brady.
I mean, his season starts in the Super Bowl.
So your number 2 play was a jet sweep to Deebo Samuel.
Which to me,
I subscribe to that.
Was the most unstoppable play the last time they played Kansas City. I know not a lot is transferable from that former matchup, but that's a play that has set the tone for the Niners throughout the totality of Deebo's career.
Third play is you want to see a tight end screen to George Kittle. Trips left, tight end screen to George Kittle. The little play that we saw in Seattle 2 seasons ago, the fake screen to the left, and then boom, you screen right over to the middle.
Where he's chipping Chris Jones, and they think that he's double teaming on the block, but then he leaks back out.
Yep. So then you got that. You got the Brandon Ayuk double move. In any formation, hell, it could be 21 personnel, 11 personnel, whatever you want. Go to Brandon Ayuk with the double move. And then the final play that you want to see in the first half is the option routes with Debo and Christian McCaffrey in the backfield together.
I think,
one on the left, one on the right.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest formations in sports.
Yep. So we'll see. We'll see what Shanahan does here. Will we see some trick plays? Will we see some trickery? We know Andy Reid will pull some out of his hat.
Oh, there'll be something. Will they do like the ring around the rosy and the
they're going to do something very creative.
In the huddle, or
they will do something very creative. I was actually just reading a good story. Get the SFA drummer in just a second. Connor Letourneau of the San Francisco Chronicle wrote a story about Andy Reid's days as head coach at SF State.
Oh, the
where he
game.
went 6-22-1. But Andy Reid talked about that conference being so fun. He was running 5 wide, and the quarterback that he had at the time, he was like the leading passer.
Oh.
And they had the leading offense in that conference. They would score like 45 a game. Problem was, they gave up 50 a game. So it was a cool story if you want to read it about
That's
Andy
really
Reid in his
cool.
days at San Francisco State. Dirk Cutter was his offensive coordinator.
What?
Yeah. Dirk Cutter.
Wow.
Really fascinating
Remember
story.
when people wanted Dirk Cutter as a head coach for the Niners?
Oh, my God.
Yeah?
Oh, my God.
Certain people who think they know in and out wanted Dirk
That's
Cutter.
a name
Yeah.
I've not heard in a long time.
Former Arizona State coach, Jacksonville, offensive coordinator.
Can't
Did he
even
coach
say with a straight
Atlanta?
face, it's so
Dirk Cutter.
ridiculous.
Tampa head coach.
Tampa head
Yes.
coach. Did he coach Atlanta? Who did he coached
He
two
was
teams,
a
right?
coordinator at minimum with
Did
Atlanta.
he coach 2 teams? That joker got a job somewhere else. Let's just
Yeah, he was the OC for Atlanta.
Yeah.
OC for Atlanta.
Yeah.
There you go. OC for Atlanta.
Twice, actually.
Twice. Who else did he coach? Tampa and who else?
In Jacksonville, you said.
In
that was the
Jacksonville,
offensive
yeah.
coordinator.
Wow, so he was down in Florida. He had something on the South. He had blackmail. He had something on somebody. Dirk Cutter. Oh, boy.
Former SF State offensive coordinator in
Yeah.
1985.
That's what I just mentioned, Spinoni, if you're listening to the show.
I'm not.
Was the OC for Andy Reid. Find that story right now in the Chronicle.
Stoney, everyone's got a little butcher in them.
Except,
At least I'm back here. I'm not talking to him.
I
yeah, I
know.
know.
Well, I like
OC
how you
got-
just owned it too. You should listen to the show. I'm not. Like, we're just lean into it. You know, most people
Yeah.
make an excuse. Oh, I missed that or something like that. No, I'm not listening.
Full disclosure, if I'm not listening, I was like, yeah, you know, and I just changed the subject very subtly.
Or go to a call.
Or go to a call. Like SFA Trevor in Houston.
There was a former host at 95.7 The Game. You could give a great soliloquy and be like, what do you think? 888-957-9570. We're going to go out to the calls here. John in Oakland.
No, it wouldn't even go like that. It'd be 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570.
Same guy
This show
hates
is brought to you
Kaminga.
by. This show is brought to you by such and such. Like, damn, I'm trying to engage in the conversation. Anyway, SFA Drummer in Houston. He's trying to engage with us here on the roast. What else says? What up, baby?
What plays you need to see?
What's up, Vontae? What's up, Shasky? Man, you know, I got offense and defense. I'm not going to be super technical, but I just want to see 3 of these things. I don't know how you left this out, Butcher Boy, but I dare Chris Jones to line up on the outside because you know what I want to see? I want to see Trent Williams go in that motion and destroy him. And then I also want to see Dre Greenlaw lay out Kelsey like he did Laporta. And then I need to see Fred Warner shooting the gap and knocking out Pacheco like he did Najee Harris in the first Pittsburgh game. Let's go. We winning this game 35-33. I'm calling it. Lock it in.
I like that. Because I do believe we're going to need 30 to win this game. I do think 30 is the magic number.
We haven't seen that Trent Williams coming across the formation as an eligible all year.
No. I'm not mad at that.
Well, I would hold off on showing that.
It's a dead giveaway, too. If he goes in motion, you know what's coming.
Yeah, but it was a kill shot play a couple years ago.
His highlight tape.
Oh, my
The
God.
Trent Williams highlight tape.
Incredible.
Just mauling dudes down the field.
That song, too, I'm from Texas.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
is a sick
I do
song.
love that song. That's what
I added it to my...
Big Boy, right?
Yes.
Errol Spitz came out to that song. I'm from Texas.
It's a sick song.
It is a sick song.
And I don't love Texas at all.
No.
But it's
Errol
a sick
Spitz
song.
came out to that, and I went to go Google. It was like, what is that song? It's a Big Boy.
Yes.
And the video,
Yes.
yeah. I'm from. Can you
I'm
play
gonna
that?
find it right now. I'm
Yeah,
gonna give Spinoni what
I'm
it
from
is.
Texas. Forget Texas.
Big X the plug. Texas.
Yeah, Big X the plug. Oscar and EP. I'm not going to read that text, but that is a pretty funny deal. We're talking about like when guys are not listening.
Happens all the time.
Even like Chico. Hey, Chico, what's going on, man? Somebody feels a great rant. You leave something on the table for him. He just be like, 650 says.
Steiny special?
See, why you got to do that? How you got to do that?
I'm so fired up for the Super Bowl.
Oscar and EPA just kind of said that.
It's starting to feel real.
I like
Super
Steiny.
Bowl?
I just met him out there.
He's so much nicer in person, isn't he?
Yeah. He's like such a dad. Like
He did not like that.
My God.
He did not like that. I mentioned it. I go, Steiny, she thinks you're such a good dad. He goes, what does that mean?
Steiny is younger than he looks.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's
like
not.
he acts younger than he looks.
No,
yeah.
He acts younger.
When I'm his age, I hope I look as good as Steiny. And act the way Steiny does. I'm serious.
Oh, boy.
I'm dead serious
you need
on
to set
that.
the bar higher for yourself. Nobody in the history of civilization has ever said that.
The guy's got a nice head of hair. He's walking around. He's golfing. He carries his clubs. Like when I'm that age, yeah, I want to have, I want to be able to
do some of the things he does.
That's what I'm saying. Like
other older guys does.
Like I respect it, and I'm not trying to make it out like he's ancient.
You don't want to be Steiny though.
No, I don't want to be that bitter.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I'll have a little more vigor.
You want to be Steiny.
I am the system of this show.
Oh, that's
man. Who I want.
You want to talk about being young forever young? That is the man right there, guru.
All right, let's read the legal and pivot here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 4 days, 8 hours, 29 minutes, 43, 42, 41, 40 seconds away from kickoff. And a big shout out to Pete's Coffee. Vanessa and everybody over there at Pete's Coffee. We're going to Vegas for the game thanks to Pete's Coffee. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cannot wait to get out there Saturday. And it does feel real. But we asked this question in the first segment. And we'll get back to Shasky's playbook. Because there's now some plays that I want to see.
Let's go.
There's some plays I want to see. And I think we'll see them. But if we took away the premium players being Brock Purdy, McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, we'll put Ayuk on a Fitz, even though I think he's a premium player. Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. Who's the players? Who's the player that has to step up and have a big-time game? Now, a lot of people said Javon Hargrave. You said Dre Greenlaw. Jair Brown, to me, has to be solid in the back end. Deommodore Lenoir. It's got to be big, right?
I think he's been a great player for this team this year.
Can we even count on Chase Young? It feels like anything you get from Chase Young is a bonus.
I kind of in that mode. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Is it Kyle Juszczyk?
Can I trust him? No. Chase Young's body of work hasn't been great the last month.
Ooh.
We're referencing the majority of them are defensive players. And I think when we think about a game like this where it going in, maybe it'll be a defensive struggle, but it sure feels like you're going to have to make a play or two here and there on defense. Right. That's why I think we're hyper-focused on these defensive guys stepping up and making a play. Part of why they lost the last one, Quan Alexander didn't make a play. Ball hit him right between the numbers. Richard Sherman couldn't make a play on Sammy Watkins.
Emmanuel Mosley.
3rd
and 15.
Nick Bosa was getting held, but reality is they didn't get a sack on Mahomes in that game.
Mikey Dubs, I love Brandon Ayuk. Come on, man. Don't do me like that, Mikey Dubs. No, that game, that's Super Bowl 54. Sherman, they just went at Sherman's side the rest of the way.
He was
gassed.
Sammy Watkins, so close.
It wasn't even close. Then they ran the ball his way. Remember that? I mean, he was just cooked in that fourth quarter. Last 7 minutes was absolute disaster.
I know.
Ben Garland not being able to block.
Well, the one thing we had in that game, which we don't have in this game, just that D Ford speed popped on the screen. And he wasn't even 100% correct physically in that game. But they don't have anything like that. And if I was looking for one thing, I know it's off season. That's the one element this team defensively extremely has to add is defensive speed on the edge.
You know what else we forgot about that Super Bowl? 3rd and 10, Kansas City. Tarvarius Moore with the pass interference on Travis Kelce to give him first a goal.
It's horrible.
It was a horrible call. Remember that? Mm-hmm. That's such a big call that nobody talks about.
And why is he out there?
Why is he out there?
He had been hurt that whole year, and then they put him on the field. It didn't make a lot of sense.
Ooh, I like this. 650. Ray with a big special teams play. Ray McLeod.
He has been close to breaking one.
He has.
He's been very close to breaking one. In all the Super Bowls, I can't remember a Niner having a big return. Off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't think of one either. Special teams is kind of...
You got to Google it.
Yeah, you got to Google it. I don't think we had a... I don't Remember 81 or 82?
I remember.
Early 80. I've watched it back to Pontiac Silverdome,
Yeah.
the first Super Bowl,
It was
but I
more
don't
about the
remember.
Dan Bunn stop.
Yeah, the goal line stopped there, and the big lead the Niners jumped
Ronnie
out
Lott
to.
jumping up in the
Right.
air.
But that's about it.
I
Oh.
mean, I remember Deion Sanders returning punts because they were blowing out the Chargers, and he was dancing and doing this to the "We Will Rock You."
SFA drummer Tyler Miller. Last guys to have a big return is Ted Ginn. It's been a while. Been a while. Let's go to Sammy in Philly. Sammy, what's happening?
How you guys doing today?
Good, Sammy.
I can't believe you guys are going to the game. That's so cool. What day do you guys leave?
Saturday.
It's a business
night
trip for us.
It's a business trip. We're not there to party. We're there to. We're there for business. Basically, we're bringing our eye black.
No, listen, I get it. 30 years is a long time. I actually changed my tune. I'm rooting for you guys. Before I was like, because I'm an Eagles fan. But you know what? I don't want to see Mahomes win again. I want to see the Niners get it done. And then maybe you'll get it out of your system and you can let us win next year. You know what I mean?
Sammy, I appreciate that. I appreciate you rooting for us. There's a lot of people. I was talking to Big Dog City last night. He goes, "Oh, you guys lose. Oh, I got jabs for days." Raider fans, Eagle fans, Cowboy fans, Seahawk fans, they are waiting in the cut. They are waiting. Them tweets are in the drafts right now. Let's hope we get to keep them in the drafts.
If the Raiders were playing the Rams, Niner fans would be rooting for the Raiders. If the Raiders were playing the Seahawks, I think Niner fans would be rooting for the Raiders. I do. I actually think we would. If it was the Cowboys, we would absolutely be rooting for the Raiders.
I don't know. I don't think we'd be rooting for anybody.
You might be right.
It would just be, hey, we're just watching. And we'll hate on the team that lose.
So you were talking about, our boss likes to give us ideas, and he has his own playbook. He has his own script of plays that he likes to run. And he was suggesting that we slurp off Mahomes and talk about how great he is.
He talked to you about that too?
No, I just know him.
No,
I know it's in his playbook.
He texted me out of nowhere. Look. I think tomorrow, we really hammer it home. What do you think about this? Focusing on Mahomes and just talk about how good he is. And I said, if I'm a Niner fan, I'm not sure I want to hear about Mahomes and how great he is for 4 hours.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
We know how good Mahomes is. How many different ways can we say Mahomes is great? We know what we're dealing with. We've seen him 3 times as Niner fans.
Mm-hmm.
2018, where he lit us up.
Mm-hmm.
We saw him in 2019 in the Super Bowl, where he lit us up in the fourth quarter. And we saw him last season at Levi Stadium, where, in my opinion, he had one of the five greatest regular season performances I've ever seen in my life. And he threw for 423 and 5 touchdowns. We know who Mahomes is, but the way I operate, Shasky, the way I think, thought like this with the Warriors, and I thought like this with the Niners. It's about what we do.
Okay.
It's about us.
So I'm glad you're bringing
We're
this
setting the
up.
tone. It's not about Kansas City. We know what they have. We know what they offer. It's about what we do and how we play.
If I asked you to close your eyes and think about the greatest season for Jerry Rice, what's the one that comes to mind for you?
Well, obviously 87, but to me, 89 was great. 94 was great.
Mm-hmm.
92 was great.
So you bring up 89 and 94 right after the 87. 87 was the 23 touchdowns.
Yep.
There was a strike that year. They only played 12 games. It was a great year. Like, no one denies it. Christian McCaffrey had one of the greatest seasons in 49er history this year. And I feel like the only way we'll be able to truly, remember it and savor it and go back to the well on how great this year was and be able to kind of contextualize it is for them to win this big Super Bowl. Because I really do feel like we have really slept on how great he was. I think about that unanimous season for Steph Curry all the time.
Right.
And part of what takes, and not for me, but for a lot of people, part of what takes away the greatness of that season, they were 73 wins. He had put together basketball I'd never seen played.
Right.
The team played a brand of basketball I'd never seen played. And it almost feels like I can't talk about that season because they lost to LeBron.
Yep. We don't bring it up.
It hurts me.
Even last week, we brought up McCaffrey and what he's done and the difference he made in the NFC title game. And it's still all about Purdy and Shanahan. He is so overshadowed, I feel like, in his football game. And he's been very outspoken during the Super Bowl. I think Christian McCaffrey's media game is really well. The way he articulates,
he's
the way
awesome.
he breaks down. But it was funny you bring up McCaffrey because I was thinking about his Stanford days. And I was like, this guy was such a stud at Stanford. And he got holes for the Heisman Trophy. And I just don't think people realize how special this young man is.
His regular season, he had 339 touches. Okay? The year you referenced with Jerry Rice, he touched the ball like 65 times. He had so many catches he had. 339 touches, 2,000 yards.
It's kind of insane.
I mean,
and people are going to forget about it if they don't win.
I know. And then in the playoffs, you referenced the game 2 weeks ago. The Purdy scrambles were amazing. The final run by CMC set the whole thing up.
To me, that was the CMC drive.
He was amazing.
CMC set the tone on the drive with his catching, with his running, and I think at all levels, in all facets of this football game, whether it's the pass game or the run game, Christian McCaffrey's got to see the ball 25 to 30 times. Straight up.
I mean, we're talking about Mahomes being one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen in real time. I personally believe I'm watching one of the most complete running backs of all time in Christian McCaffrey and a guy at the height of his powers, and it feels like it's getting no run this week.
Well, he did win Offensive Player of the Year, right?
I feel
he won Offensive Player of the Year. Nobody cares.
That's crazy to me.
Like, you could say he's the MVP of the league.
I think he's the MVP of the team. As great as Purdy's been.
By the way, you brought up that Raiders stuff, like it feels the Raiders, the Cowboys.
Yeah, what are people saying? Maybe I'm wrong.
So, my homegirl, Biko. What up, Biko?
Yeah.
I need you to know I'm rooting for the Niners because they're the solo Bay team in Bay Heart forever. I'm listening. Go Niners. That's a diehard Raider fan.
See, there you go.
Her mom was a Raiderette, if I'm not mistaken.
I think if there was the Cowboys in the Super Bowl against the Raiders, I'd be rooting for the Raiders.
I got love for the Raiders.
I would.
I got love
I'd want to see my friends be happy.
You know I got love for the Raiders. You know I got love for you guys. I was at Raiders Jets this year at Allegiant. I was happy for you guys. Raiders.
See, when people say that, I'm happy for you guys. It makes it sound like you're part of like the poor sisters of the, like
good for you.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're
Raiders. All right, Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman Supplies, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansupplies.com today. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. Your phone calls, Fernando, will get you on the other side. They're back. Legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at Tides Wharf Restaurant, just $99 per person. February 2nd and 23rd and March 8th and 15th. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed. Special room rate. Info at inattethetides.com. Spinoni's miserable.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold Hotline is...
Download the free Odyssey app because the Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip this week. Philadelphia and Indiana. But it's Super Bowl week. So Willard and Dibs won't be taking 80 days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio, 95.7 FM, while Willard and Dibs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's today and tomorrow this week right here on 95.7 The Game. Randy Cross, Super Bowl chat with the 49ers. He's going to join us.
Can you feel me?
At 8:30.
Sorry, I just got to do it every time.
Anthony Slater, 9:20. You don't have to. You just choose to do it. But you don't have to.
I said I'm doing what I got to do, staying true to the crew. Come on, man.
Shout out YouTube. Shout out Twitch.
Shout out Drew Town.
Shout out Comcast Business Text Line.
Like a mashed potatoes guy.
415. Ain't nobody rooting for the Cowboys. Oh, man. 415. If I want to hear about Mahomes, I could just turn on ESPN.
Feel me?
Yeah. Forget Mahomes.
You know, B, I was
He's just another guy.
I was thinking about this, right?
Forget Mahomes.
The Deion Sanders single.
I'm sick of him.
I am too. The Deion Sanders single season. If you say Deion Sanders to 49er fans,
yeah,
most of them immediately go like, one of the greatest individual seasons ever. Thank God we got him and we won a championship.
DPOY.
Right? That one season lives forever because they won it all.
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
He was the difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
CMC pulls this off, and the team pulls this off. Obviously, the team. And they win this. I think a lot of people are going to say CMC is one of the greatest running backs in 49er history. I think we're a little reluctant because Frank Gore was amazing and spent a big chunk of his career.
No, I don't think we're reluctant. I don't think it's fair. Pound for pound, talent for talent, he's up there.
Do you think Hunter Pence would be beloved with Giants fans if they didn't win the World Series?
No.
Not the way he is.
Not, yeah. Because
he would be beloved.
No, when you say Hunter Pence, people say the speech in Cincinnati. They say the speech. And he gets credited for helping spark, whatever they had him. To come back from an 0-2 deficit against Cincinnati in the divisional round series. So, no, McCaffrey's an all-time great.
And the reason why I bring up Pence is because, he started his career somewhere else and then came to the Giants and became a Giant. You know what I mean? And really embraced by the community. And most Giants fans like, he is a Giant. And I look at Christian McCaffrey. This guy was born to be a 49er. Born to be a 49er. He's got obviously the ties with his father with the 49ers. He was born to play in Kyle Shanahan's system.
Yep.
Born to play in it. And he put together one of the most prolific seasons any of us has ever seen. Since joining the Niners, all he does is score a touchdown in every game.
No, he's been a difference maker. And, it gets lost because Purdy is the last pick of the draft.
Of course.
It's such an unbelievable story.
Of course.
And that's what it dawned on me, too. The Niners are going against Patrick Mahomes. We're countering. And it's never going to go away. We're countering with Mr. Irrelevant.
It's crazy.
Shanahan has helped coach his team. And we have Mr. Irrelevant starting at quarterback. The last pick of the freaking NFL draft just 2 seasons ago, going mano a mano. And I'm asking for 30 in the Super Bowl.
Absolutely incredible.
I'm out here asking for 30, and we got the last pick of the draft playing quarterback. And I'm out here begging for 30 points. It's kind of insane when you think about it.
But it's not, because I look at the team that they've built and the roster that they've put together, and I look at this quarterback and what the body of work that he's done. He's not your normal 7th-round pick. He's not your normal guy that...
According to Shanahan, they had a 4th-round grade on him.
Well, I mean, once you're taken, and that's who you are. Was Mike Piazza a 35th-round pick?
No, what is he drafted? 62nd round?
Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, some crazy number. Was Dwight Clark a 10th-round pick?
He was.
At the time? Yeah, but, did he play like it?
Well, just Sapolo on yesterday. He was picked in the 10th round, I believe.
Rod Smith, who played wide receiver with Ed McCaffrey, was an undrafted free agent. Now, a lot of the great players are usually, 1st or 2nd round picks. I mean, that just tells you if you look in the Hall of Fame. But how you play is how you play. And once you get into the league, it doesn't matter where you're taken. I look at T.O. T.O., 3rd round pick. Played like a top 3 player.
No doubt.
His entire career.
No doubt. But just think about it. No quarterback picked last in the NFL draft had ever thrown a regular season pass.
That is crazy.
And then I think something we haven't touched on, if I'm not mistaken, let's think about this last night with Kyle Shanahan, because he's been making around and, everybody's saying this is a Super Bowl for Shanahan, but I can hear it all. I can hear that about Purdy, Shanahan. They all have great things to gain from this. if I'm not mistaken, Mike and Kyle, would they be the first father-son duo to win a Super Bowl? Has there been another father-son duo to win a Super Bowl? If I'm not mistaken, they'd be the first.
Well, Monty and Lane Kiffin were both coordinators.
They were both coordinators.
Lane was a head coach. I'm trying to think, like, you got Belichick's
to win a Super Bowl.
I know,
Lane Kiffin's never won a Super Bowl.
No, but it is crazy because Harbaugh's son just got hired by college, if I'm not mistaken.
Or Belichick's son got hired by Washington.
By Washington,
coordinator.
yes.
And then Harbaugh's son.
Where'd he go?
Jay.
It just happened yesterday.
Is he going to the Chargers or the Ravens? He's bouncing around for both.
One of the Harbaughs, I believe, is going to Seattle. I forget where they're going, but I'm just trying to think of like father-son duos. Well, McVay won as a GM.
Right.
His father won, obviously, championships, or his grandfather did. And McVay won the championship. I
think they're the first father-son duo to be head coaches in the NFL with the chance. Like, if Kyle wins it,
Don
the Niners win.
Shula?
Don never won the Super Bowl as head coach.
No, Don Shula did. Mike did.
I mean, Mike did.
Yeah.
Mike Shula did.
He was a coordinator.
Yeah, Mike, but he coached the Bengals for a little bit.
Yeah.
He wasn't very good.
No.
I think he coached Alabama for a little bit. Wasn't very good.
No.
I think Shanahan and Kyle and Mike, if Kyle wins the Super Bowl on Sunday, this will be the first ever father-son duo to win Super Bowls as head coaches. I don't think that's crazy.
There is something cool about following in your father's footsteps in the profession. I didn't do it. My brother ended up doing it. And, that's what the whole family did, was being plumbers. And there is something very cool about that. And there's also, everyone's like, nepotism. They always say that. Now, my pushback is always like, no, actually, you are learned at the feet of your father, because I worked with my dad's side jobs from the time you're 5 years old on. And every job site you go on, people assume that you only got the job because of your father. And I feel like you have to outwork people.
Wow.
That doesn't mean in every case.
Wow. Our boy E. Woods. They're the first father-son duo to coach Super Bowls.
No.
That's pretty wild.
It is
absolutely incredible.
That is pretty wild. Let's go to the lines here. 888-957-9570. We took the premium players off the board. Who do you want to see ball out? Who has to ball out in the Super Bowl for the Niners to get a W? Let's go to Fernando in Concord. Fernando, what's happening?
What's up, Vontae? What's up, Chesky? How you guys doing?
What's going on?
Great. How you doing?
Oh, man, I'm so excited, brothers. I haven't been able to sleep for the past 3 days, man. I can't believe Super Bowl is right around the corner. And, man, this time feels different. I don't know about you guys, but it feels different this time, man. Last Super Bowl, I was a little bit nervous, but this one is, I don't know, man. My gut's telling me there's something different about this one. I really want to see Trent Williams going down the line, man.
Uh-oh, you're breaking up, buddy. You're breaking up. Give us a call back, Fernando. Let's go to Talk Big T in Fairfield. Talk Big T. Long time no talk. What up, Talk Big T?
Talk to me. Top of it, fellas. Top of it. Happy Super Bowl week.
Happy Super Bowl week.
So to answer your question, I think it's kind of it's a split answer. I'm gonna go with Ambry Thomas / Logan Ryan. I think we got something with the Logan Ryan going to nickel, especially if Ambry struggles a little bit. I liked it, and I think that's something that Wilks. I think that's something that Wilks might be looking at if Ambry struggles early. Now, if you guys may, just let me cook for a second. I watched. I got all the games recorded from the season. I took a look at the Jacksonville game because, honestly, I think that was our best defensive effort. Now, people might frown on Jacksonville, but at that time, they was rolling, right?
They were.
We came out in a 5-man front on D-line.
Right.
We had, I'm telling you, I think that now, why we haven't seen that since, maybe Wilks was like, hey, let me put that up, and then I'll bring that now. So let's look at that. Hopefully do that, and we balled out that game, defense. Now, with Vontae, you right, bro. It's a lot of plays in that Super Bowl that ain't being talked about. Everybody talk about the obvious stuff, but that pass interference on that 3rd and 10 before they scored that touchdown to go down 3 was huge. And then I'm gonna add to it. The Damian Williams little swing pass, that wasn't a touchdown. He was out at the half-yard line. So make them earn it on 4th and goal, but they didn't make them earn it. They gave them the touchdown. So, and then of course, Jimmy missed a lot of first downs, to Kittle and yada yada yada, a lot of PIs.
Well,
now
the OPI to me, the OPI was one of the worst calls I've ever seen. I went on Kittle before halftime, but keep going, keep cooking.
Absolutely. So now, with that being said, as far as the CMC,
I like that 5-man front, though.
Listen, man. CMC, you right. He the offensive player of the year. They don't talk about it. I done tuned in and out of these little shows. You wouldn't even think we're in the Super Bowl, bro. Like, I don't understand. Like I said, I called y'all early in the year. We're a blue blood franchise. Yep. I don't get it, but I think a lot of these cats grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and we was dominating, and they just been hating us. Yep. So we're not gonna get no credit. Now, I'm gonna say this, and I said it early in the year. This year feels different. Fellas, we're on a mission. I'm telling you, we got this. We on a mission, and I don't think it's going to be close like everybody think. I'm going to leave y'all with this, and this not hyperbole. I mean this. 38-17. I'll see y'all Monday.
Wow, baby. Woo. What was his name? Keep that, bookmark that.
Talk Big T.
Talk
Big T. He talks that talk. I do like that 5-man front. I forgot about that against Jacksonville.
Why do you like that?
Because it's good against the pass and the run, right? You can do various things. Like, I don't like Chase Young or Nick Bosa dropping back into coverage, right? But you can do a lot of zone blitzes with it. But it also tells the Kansas City Chiefs, all right, try to run the ball. It's going to be very difficult for you. We can still rush 5. We'll drop 7.
The thing that Jacksonville doesn't really have that Kansas City has, great tight end.
No, Jacksonville, Evan Ingram had over 100 catches this year.
I know, but he's not on Kelsey's level, B.
Evan Ingram was the top 5 tight end this year. He's a good player. I know he's not Kelsey.
Him to have Mark Andrews, George Kittle, Laporta, all those guys.
Go look at his year. Go look at Evan Ingram.
I look at Kelsey up here.
Evan Ingram is a baller.
Like down here.
Evan Ingram is a baller.
He had a good year.
A
lot of
year.
good tight ends. Njoku had a great year. I don't put him anywhere near.
They still had Calvin Ridley. They still had who's my guy in the slot? Who's my guy in the slot that got hurt? Christian Kirk. Jacksonville's loaded offensively.
Okay. All right, I'll back down. I think Kelsey's one of the greatest players to ever play the position.
Zay Jones.
Agnew.
Evan Ingram this year, 114 receptions.
Okay.
963 yards.
I mean, at one time, Eric Johnson had 85 catches.
Yeah, but no, Evan Ingram's been doing this. That's disrespectful to Evan Ingram. That's a good player.
He's solid, but he's not Kelsey, B.
Evan Ingram, look at what he's done. All right, so he played with the Giants, 64 catches, 722 yards as a rookie. He's got to Jacksonville, 73 catches, 766, 114, 963. Of course he's not Kelsey. Nobody's Kelsey. We're talking about the best tight end possibly in pro football history. So Kittle's not Kelsey, for crying out loud.
Well, they're very different. They're the two tight ends.
But Evan Ingram ain't no bum, though. He ain't no bum.
I'm not saying he's a bum, but
they had the tight end with Evan Ingram, so you get the 5-man front. You worry about the 5-man front?
Well, because of Kelsey. I think Kelsey commands so much respect and coverage, and I think that he dictates things. I'm not worried about him blocking. I'm worried about him running routes. He doesn't block.
With the 5-man front, you can have one of those guys chip Kelsey coming off the line. Whether it's Chase Young or Nick Bosa.
I don't love Chase Young dropping or one of those guys
dropping. Not even dropping. All I'm saying is as soon as the ball is snapped, you get Chase Young in there. Chase Young gets some hands on him. Yeah. Baldy, what do you say about Kelsey? Here's what Baldy said.
I'm open to whatever creates pressure.
Here's what where's Baldy's cuts at. How to defend Kelsey. Here's Brian Baldinger.
I believe that you got to get hands on Kelsey.
Yeah.
You just can't let him get started. You can't let him get into your routes. And Baltimore really didn't do that. It's not really how they play. They can. If they had to do it all over again, they probably would change it. I think you got to get your hands on him, and it's worth it to do it. And make Mahomes wait on him, and if it's not there, make him go someplace else.
So with the 5-man front, you could do that. You get Chase Young or whoever it is, whether it's Reddy Gregory, just get your hands on Travis Kelce, disrupt the timing. However, how do you defend him? Because it feels like he's always open. Here's Baldy on what makes Kelsey so hard to defend.
Well, I mean, first of all, you got to understand just how big Travis is. Like, he's got he's every bit of 6'5". He's got great length, and he's so smooth as a runner. And then he's got his hands are as fast as his feet. So, like, he can just be running in full. He never looks like he's running full speed because he glides. And that's when you watch him warm up. That's what he does. He just glides. So he covers a lot of ground very easily. And so when you get a player that has that sort of length, and then he can just glide, you almost can't be wrong sometimes if you're just throwing it to a spot. He's easy to locate when you're running a scramble drill, or it's the play after the X's and O's, is over and Mahomes now in scramble mode. Like, all those things make him an easy target.
So there's no doubt he's a problem, no matter what formation you run on defense, whether you're in the 3-4, 4-3, 5-2, you could be in 3-5-3. Well, no, 2-6, the 2-6-3, 2 down linemen. You got 6 guys in the middle there, and 3 deep. No matter what formation you're running, Kelsey's going to be tough to stop.
Well, and he just lines up essentially upright like a wide receiver, and he's very difficult, man. And they use him in motion, and they try to bunch him at times next to some of these other receivers to get a free release. He's a monster. I fear him even more than Pacheco, and I really fear Pacheco. But in terms of like the weapons, I feel like if you slow him down, keep him under 8 catches, under 80 yards, I think you can win this game.
Here's Peter King on how Pacheco could be the key to the game.
You want to give Patrick Mahomes the fewest number of possessions that you can. And in order to do that, thing they're going to have to do, the thing that I believe is really important in this game, is limiting Isaiah Pacheco. He has been an absolute piece of gold in these playoffs. And in my opinion, Mahomes is going to do his thing. He's going to make some plays. Kelsey and they're going to get good things done. But the problem is, as I see, if they have a diverse offense that day, I think that it's going to be hard for San Francisco to win unless they limit the number of possessions that they allow Mahomes.
Limit possessions, but also just limit Pacheco. I don't care about the possessions. You got to take something away. Are you going to make it one-dimensional? No. You put the ball in Mahomes' head and pass it around, could be trouble. But Pacheco is a problem.
I don't know if I agree with the limit possession. Like, it sounds great to say, limit the amount of possessions. How about get stops?
Well, that's how you limit possessions.
No, but like in terms of like, he's going to get the ball a lot of times no matter what. Like, put up points, get a couple stops. Like, that's the way I'm viewing this thing. I don't love, because like I'm viewing it through his perspective, like, slam the ball down their throat. I think you have to be more diverse on offense. I think you're going to have to throw the ball a little and be a little more aggressive than you would, in weeks past.
Yeah, you can't play scared offensively.
That's kind of what I'm going at. Like, it can't be a 40-run game.
But I hear
for
what
the
he
Niners.
said. But I hear what he said. You want to shorten the game up to limit the opportunities with Patrick Mahomes. And look, the type of possession went Philadelphia's way last year in the Super Bowl didn't matter because you get the fumble return by Nick Bolton.
Yeah.
You get the big punt return by Kadarius Toney, sets him up for first and goal. So that's something that I hear what Peter King is saying about limiting possessions. It's just forcing punts. How can you limit them and keep them out of the end zone to force them to kick field goal instead of score touchdowns?
You were extremely frustrated with the clock, not just this year in the playoffs. I believe it was the Green Bay game where I don't know what they were doing with the clock before halftime.
Clock management.
But they did the same thing, basically, against Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
54.
And my thought was like Peter's, limit the possessions. Don't give it back to Mahomes. And looking back on it, I think I've amended my opinions. I think you have to be a little more aggressive. You get no biscuit if you don't risk it.
Yeah, you can't play scared. You got to score. You got to score. Who cares you know who's on the other side. You got to score. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. So clock management, Kyle, and what's funny is Kyle Shanahan's clock management issues used to be a big, big problem for Andy Reid. Andy Reid was known for having terrible clock management with his teams with Philadelphia. Hell, with his teams early on in Kansas City. Seems like he's rectified that with Patrick Mahomes. And now Kyle's trying to rectify that himself. Remember how Sean McVay had all the clock management coaches?
Yeah.
We need one of those. Help out Kyle with the clock management. Let's go.
Well, I think he's been really good at times this year, and then other times it's been a little baffling. I think it's a lot. Look, in real time, there's been issues that I've had with it.
Right.
But the data tells you they did do a pretty good job this year, doubling up, scoring before halftime, getting the ball back, and
no
scoring
doubt.
again.
They were surprisingly good with Jimmy doing that.
I know.
Remember those numbers with Jimmy?
I know. So, I know you want to be perfect, and I know you want to nail everyone. To me, it's the timeout allocation. That's the more important thing, more than even the clock. Like, how are you utilizing your timeouts? Because I've seen them multiple times now. When I've been frustrated, it's because they didn't burn a timeout and then went into halftime scoring a field goal with an extra timeout in their back pocket that they didn't utilize, that they could have used to be more aggressive to throw downfield.
Yep. Yeah, don't want to repeat a Super Bowl 54. John Lynch
calling for timeout from the booth.
I went crazy.
You did?
I lost.
And
I lost it.
You and I
lost
argued about it.
No, I lost it. I just couldn't believe he did that. Larry in San Francisco. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Here we go.
Here we go, Larry. Let's go, Larry.
Hey, you know what I was thinking, guys? Dude, this 49er team reminds me so much of the 2018 Chiefs team, dude. I mean, everybody kept saying about how Andy Reid can't win the big one, how, Patrick Mahomes was a phenom. I just see so many similarities. Even in the playoffs, the Chiefs didn't look that good in the playoffs, other than containing Baltimore's team. Dude, they scored 17 points, and the game would have been tied if it wasn't for the fumble in the end zone. So I'm saying like this. Kansas City's got to look out because I think the Niners are coming, man. And I'm so tired of the 49er fans.
Hey, Larry.
We have the weakest. Yeah.
Are you into Uber right now?
Yeah.
Are you driving a taxi?
Yes. Yes.
You got a customer in there?
Just dropping her off.
Oh, nice. Tell her we said hello.
Okay. Hold on.
Anyway,
Hey, he said hello. What's that?
All right, Larry, get him. Keep him
Okay.
Larry.
Okay.
What was he about to say about 49er fans? I shouldn't have cut him off. That was on me. My bad. Flag on me.
Niner fans are awesome?
I don't know what he was going to say. He was like, he told the customer to, hold on, wait, here we go. I can imagine. He said, Larry in the cab? He's got somebody in the back.
You get 5 stars or 4 stars, whatever it is for that, if your guy's doing sports talk radio. Are you, as a rider, are you happy with that?
I have a 4.8 rating as a rider. What does anyone because people get mad because I can get hail Ubers quicker than others.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
See what my rate. What is my rating?
budget doesn't allow me to use the ride sharing.
Oh, my rating is 4.81.
Ooh.
Wow, surprise.
Ooh. I love how he had to uptick me.
No, I just looked at it. My rating was bad for a while because
Really?
I used to always be late and everything.
You got to be nice.
Yeah. What about as a driver?
I like peace and quiet.
I used to drive for Uber.
In my Uber, personally, peace and quiet.
Yeah, I walk in with the headphones on. And even if I don't have any music playing, it just signifies, hey, I'm listening to something. Or I fake a conversation.
Do you acknowledge their existence, though?
No, I say hello.
Yeah,
How you
okay.
doing?
Yeah.
And
I always say thank you.
And then sometimes they start talking to me. Hold on, I got to take this call because they don't know because I got the headphones in. And so I just have a fake conversation. Yeah, what's up? What's going on?
So you big time your Uber driver.
Sometimes I want to talk to them.
You got to go. I got to join this meeting. Sorry. And then that way you don't have to say anything. You're just listening the whole time.
Cash cab.
Hey, Larry in San
Always
Francisco,
wanted
call
to
us
catch
back.
up.
I'm sorry, Larry. Fernando Cocker, what's happening?
Oh, man. Sorry about that, guys. I lost the call, man. I had no signal. But, yeah, like I was saying, man, I think McCaffrey's going to set the tone with a little screen to the left. And then maybe give another screen to Devo, man. You know that man is unstoppable once you get blockers in front of him. Defense-wise, I think that Fred and Greenlaw, they're going to have one hell of a game. I know I said Pacheco is one hell of a player, but I don't think he faced we got some dogs as the linebackers, and I know they're going to hit him in the mouth and put him back in the line, man. One last thing, Chase Young, man. I hope Chase Young can step it up because, man, I don't want to say he's been a disappointment, but he's man, I don't know. There's something going on in there. And, I mean, his name is Chase Young for a reason, you know? He should be chasing people, not jogging to them. But, yeah, man, I think we got it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
I'm
Bang,
not
bang,
mad at you.
baby.
I'm not mad at you for that, though. I get why his name is Chase, because he should be chasing people. Well, the way he was chasing Jahmyr Gibbs in the NFC title game, I'm scarred from that play. And Chase Young talked about it. You see, they asked a question, goes, I got to be better. And trust me, you won't see that. So, okay. We better not see no lackadaisical effort in the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes.
That's unacceptable. He can't have that.
I mean, this guy, this fan base is ready to this fan base is ready to pay him after the Jacksonville game. I couldn't believe it. I was like, well, let's hold our horses. This guy, Chase Young, what is his market? What is his market? Who cares?
I don't care what his market is.
Like, just play well on Sunday.
You know, I don't really care. But we'll get to the offseason when we get to the offseason. One play made in this game will be huge, right?
No doubt.
If he can just make one play in this game, it would be huge for the team. They need that jolt. I mean, they're going to need Nick Bosa to have an all-time game. You know, he played like a man possessed in that second half against Detroit, and he's going to have to bottle up 4 quarters of relentless energy.
Yep.
And he's going to have to get to Mahomes. They have to sack Mahomes.
Yep. They got to get to Mahomes, no doubt about it. No doubt. I'm just looking at the turf, more turf issues here. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Have you seen the 2 practice fields? Jason Dumas posted a picture.
Yeah, it's a joke.
I mean, it looks like the Niners are playing out at one of the bummy fields at Crocker Park. Meanwhile, the Chiefs are playing at the highest, most beautiful infrastructure indoor stadium I've ever seen in my life.
So you know what's funny? Benjamin Albright. Was it Benjamin Albright? No, it was Albert Breer, I think, posted a tweet. And it said they had the Chiefs practice field and the Niners practice field. It goes, here's where the Chiefs are practicing. It was like at this 5-star resort, swimming pool, great hotel, palm trees. And the Niners, it was a Motel 6 with a deserted parking lot. Could have been the Motel 6 in Salinas.
Hey, they'll leave the light on for you.
That was good.
That was good.
That was good.
It's a 4. That was a 4. Let's go to Dave in Frisno. Dave, what's happening?
Hey, my guys. Good morning, man.
Good morning, Dave.
Good morning. Hey, you know what? I just want to bring some objectivity on my guy, Brock Purdy. People, is he elite? You got to be the best player on the team, yada, yada, yada. That's cool, but people forget. Man, Tom Brady wasn't the best player on his team when he first won the Super Bowl. And the past are looking very similar. The Patriots had Seymour, Ty Law. They had a lot of good players since like the 49ers. So, it's his second year in the league. Is he elite? No, he's not elite. But hopefully he has a long career ahead of him. I think he's handled himself very well this week with all the questions and all the media. I'm rooting for him. I'm a Niner fan. I just think people lose sight of that. Like, he's not Mahomes, and that's fine. But let's see in a few years what he can come and grow into, what he can develop into, before we have to declare what he is, what he's not. All I know, he's doing what he's been asked to do this year, and he's executing at a pretty elite level. So he has time to make his case, but let's just enjoy him now. But just remember, people, Tom Brady was not the best player on his team when they won that first Super Bowl or the second Super Bowl.
I feel like the rhetoric around Brock Purdy has just gotten absurd. It's just gotten absurd. Even the biggest Niner fan, right? No one has said that he's Mahomes.
No.
He's good for this team, great for this team. He's been amazing. He had one of the great seasons of all time in a Niner uniform, and he's been a really, really, really good player, and it came out of nowhere, and it's been awesome. And not one Niner fan's like, he's better than Mahomes. No one says that, right? In my lifetime, you know what I saw in my lifetime? I saw Barry Zito beat Justin Verlander at the height of his powers. I saw that. No one thought Barry Zito was better than Justin Verlander. Not one person. But you know what? The San Francisco Giants beat Justin Verlander. Okay? Brock is not guarding Patrick Mahomes one-on-one. Mahomes is awesome. He's an all-time legend. We all fear him. He's great. He's amazing. It's the San Francisco 49ers going up against Patrick Mahomes. Right. We've got defensive players too. We've got other players around him. Now, 2 years from now, when we have the conversation about how much you pay Brock Purdy, then we could start having these philosophical conversations on his value and where he stacks up. And this, but that's 2 years down the road. Right now, all I care about is, can he execute the game plan so we can win on Sunday?
Look, it's okay to say that Brock Purdy had a better season than Patrick Mahomes because he did. Patrick Mahomes is a better player. I don't think I've ever said that. Never said Brock Purdy's better than Patrick Mahomes. But this season, Purdy was better at the quarterback position than Patrick Mahomes.
Who's had a better postseason?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I'd say Mahomes. But Brock has shown pretty unbelievable nerves in multiple fourth quarters
to come back.
Yes, third quarter, however you want to put it.
Came back in 3 games.
Yeah.
Dallas, Green Bay, Detroit. All right? Now, is Brock Purdy better than Josh Allen? I don't believe so. And Purdy had a better year than Josh Allen. Pound for pound, I would take Josh Allen over Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy had the better season as a quarterback. So it's okay to say that. It's okay. Now, if you want to call him the next Tom Brady, the next Joe Montana, I'm not going to fight you anymore. Do what you do. That's what we do in sports. It's fine. We're comparing Caleb Williams and Mahomes last year. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do in sports. I get it. I understand it. That's what we do in the barbershop. That's what we do as fans. But Brock Purdy's been good for this football team. Really good. And when it mattered, down 17, the dude balled out. Now, there's a couple plays where you're running around, you throw the Juwan Jennings back over the middle of the field. You're like, oh, my God. Oh, what are you doing? But Purdy made plays. But this season, on the football field, in the regular season, Purdy was better than Mahomes. Doesn't mean he's a better quarterback, but he was better than Mahomes this year. And I'll stand on that. But I never said Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Mahomes. He's had a better year, better regular season. But nobody's taking Purdy over Mahomes.
No one. And that's where I think the rhetoric is just out of control.
His father wouldn't take his son over Mahomes at quarterback. And that's okay.
Well, look, I think there were a lot of basketball fans who they're taking LeBron over Steph. Yet you look at the head-to-heads, and again, because it's 2 teams, that team versus that team. It's not just individual one-on-one matchups. So, look, man, I just think everybody's lost their minds when it comes to the Purdy thing, and we've gone flying off the rails. And the reality is this. He's a great quarterback for this team right now, and we just need him to play a good game so that we can win. And even if he plays a good game, there'll be people triggered saying what he is and what he isn't and this, and it won't matter because we'll be hoisting the Lombardi.
Yeah, that's all I care about.
Exactly.
Winning the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Joe Namath guaranteed to win in Super Bowl III. Go look at his numbers from Super Bowl III. Was it good? Probably should have won MVP.
Was it the fullback or the running back?
Max Snell.
Thank you. I was trying to think, yes.
Max Snell had a ball. He balled out.
Fullback or was he the running back?
He was a running back.
Okay.
They're kind of interchangeable.
Yeah, keep going.
But he was cooking. They won 16-7. You think Joe Namath is apologizing? He's still milking that one Super Bowl win and that guarantee.
And that horrific interception to touchdown ratio he has as a career.
Awful. So it doesn't matter. If he wins, the Niners can win 16-13. Guess what? Purdy will be eating free in this market for a long, long time. Think about how the narrative changed for Jimmy. He wins Super Bowl 54. There's no Trey Lance in San Francisco.
No.
There's no Brady talk.
At least for a year.
A year. And then 2020 happens and, we're psychos. By the way, Eshawn Williams spent $5. Thank you for the donation. I know Chase made some bad hustle plays in the first half, which I agree is non-negotiable. But in the second half, he was balling against the run. He played a little better in the second half. I need 4 quarters this Sunday.
You cannot allow the Chiefs to get out in front by multiple scores in this one. It will be really difficult to put together multiple stops. Like the Niners against Detroit had a 8-minute stretch where they got multiple stops and just went nuclear, right? And then the coach did some, questionable things regarding aggression and going for it in certain spots. I feel like Andy Reid and Mahomes will be more buttoned up. You're not going to get the leeway that you got from a Detroit team, and it was their first time. This is Kansas City's multiple times.
4th time in 5 years in the Super Bowl.
And even though they have a very young team around Mahomes, they were all there last year.
They've played in all big games.
Exactly.
Since Mahomes became quarterback, they've been in an NFC championship game. 6 straight NFC championship games. Okay?
His
6 straight.
His ability to not have turnover-worthy plays makes it absolutely imperative that if he does throw one up, you have to make a play.
You have to capitalize.
You have to make a play.
Capitalize.
Because he's not going to do a second one.
No doubt about it. No doubt.
He's got like a 6% turnover-worthy play mark in the playoffs. It's incredible.
Yeah, I know one thing. You can't go into halftime with 7 points on the scoreboard. Game may be over.
So you think it's going to be a high-scoring game?
I don't know how. I do think there's going to be some points.
Okay.
What's the over-under? 51? Is it 47?
Well, while he checks that, you do the injury report.
$47.5, the streets are saying. 47.5 is your over-under. Joe Thuney, left guard for the Kansas City Chiefs, an all-pro. He's considered a long shot to play on Sunday due to a pectoral strain he sustained against the Buffalo Bills in the second round of the playoffs. The injury already caused him to miss the AFC title game against the Ravens, and his absence was noticeable. They're not taking any sacks against the Dolphins and Bills. Mahomes was sacked twice against Baltimore and pressured on many more pass attempts. I like it. Javon Hargrave, it's your time, buddy. It's your time. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Guernsey, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Able to get workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. If I took away the premium players, who's the one guy who's got a ball out? Is it Javon Hargrave? Is it Jair Brown? Who is it? Is it Kyle Juszczyk? Kirk Cousins? Who's got a ball out for the Niners to win? If I took away the premium players, 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast.
The countdown to kickoff of the
baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Can it get to Sunday, please? I'm starting to get a little anxious about the Super Bowl. I am. I just want to get out there. I'm seeing all the photos in Vegas, and the Warriors got a couple games, so I got to know where my bread is buttered. We got Warriors and Sixers tonight, and then Pacers tomorrow, and I got Warriors and Suns, which is a good distraction for me. But my mind, half of my brain is in Vegas right now, Shasky. As I look at the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock, we are 4 days, 7 hours, 26 minutes, 46, 45, 44, 43 seconds away from kickoff.
When you get to season 6, Tony Soprano is chasing it. He keeps losing, and he's chasing it.
Yep.
And he's talking about the itch.
Yep.
I got the itch right now.
Yeah.
And in the words of Mr. Fab, as I go 5 different analogies here, the game keeps calling me. It's calling me. I am dying to get to Vegas.
It's getting there. It's getting me there. Big shout out to Pete's Coffee for getting us to Vegas.
I got my Pete's right here.
Shout out to Pete's. We're going to Vegas for the game thanks to Pete's Coffee. And Vanessa told me, who joined us yesterday, she told me after the show, she goes, oh, you never been to a Super Bowl? It just hits different. So as we say, good morning to everybody out there. Get off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? The overnight dancers in the Bay. Hopefully you migrated to Vegas because that's where the money is. Good morning to all the beauty drivers, carpenters, union workers, lawyers. We found out some lawyers, some sheriffs, some cops.
Well, we knew a lawyer wasn't George Borges a lawyer?
Oh, yeah, Izzy wasn't happy with me yesterday. She heard about some of the things I said. She goes, that's a close friend's picture that you talked about. Close friends, not the regular Instagram. But the Borgeses will be out there in Vegas. Lawyers, cops, judges, techies, mailmen. Good morning to all you. Twitch and YouTube. Of course, Twitch and YouTube. Got to shout them out. Twitch and YouTube brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. What? Why are you looking at me?
No, I'm just so fired up for this game. I can't wait to get to Vegas, and I'm super excited just to see like the Niner fans and how many Niner fans are going to be out there and the whole aura of everything that's going down. It sounds to me from the people that have been around this team a lot and have been to multiple big events, the Niners feel very much like this is a business trip, which is a good thing.
It's a very good thing.
Obviously, things can change. I don't want anyone to do anything stupid, but you could tell already the Chiefs are taking this like it's going to be a road game, and they're taking it personal.
Oh, they like it. They like it. Kelsey said it. Come on, keep bringing the booze. Keep bringing the booze. Mahomes, keep bringing the booze. He loves it. They all love it. But you know what? It won't matter on Sunday. Won't matter on Sunday. That noise is going to be pumped in. It's going to be deafening inside that stadium. Now, a lot of people are asking, hey, man, how come you guys aren't at Radio Row? Well, for us, look, it is how I think it. I'll speak for myself here, Shasky. But us being in Vegas during the week, knowing that everything happens after 9 o'clock, what sense does that make for us? We do a morning show. It's hard to go to bed before 9 o'clock in Las Vegas. It really is.
I've been listening to radio my whole life.
Right.
Okay. You know what Radio Row is? Oh, look, here comes Anthony Munoz. He's selling you jock itch. Here comes, oh my God, is that Joe Thomas? Look how much weight you've lost. What are you selling us? Oh, Dr. Scholl's insoles. Let's talk about that. Oh, look, it's Boomer Esiason. What's he selling? Chia Pets. That's Radio Row. I want to talk about the game.
Right. With the fans here. I want to talk about the game with the fans here in the Bay Area. And when we get down there, we know it's game time. And it will react in Vegas Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, we'll be there.
We'll watch the Warriors game Monday when they play Utah in the casino. We'll watch that. Maybe we'll bet on it. Maybe I'll have some fun with that. No, I can't bet on NBA.
I will.
I'm kidding.
On your behalf.
I'm kidding. I can't bet on NBA games. That would be awful. That'd be very bad for my career and everything. But listen, who cares? Like, we will get to Vegas. Now, Guru and Steiny will be in Vegas Thursday and Friday. There's a lot of people that'll be out there. Media Row, I guess. I mean, it's, whatever. We'll get there to Vegas.
Steiny going to go to the Thomas and Mack Center, scout things out.
Did you hear Ed McCaffrey yesterday?
No.
So I guess Ed McCaffrey grew up in PA.
Oh.
And played in the same league that Steiny did. So they brought up basketball to start the interview.
Wow.
Ed brought it up. Oh, yeah, I won some games. And then later in the interview, Steiny said something. And Ed goes, boy, you really want to talk basketball.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Is that the truest sentence that's ever been written?
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
You know, that's a tough week for Steiny.
Well,
the trade deadline is tomorrow. Warriors are scuffling. Oh, it is eating him up. He can't wait to get through the Super Bowl.
I listened to the Vernon Davis interview yesterday, and I couldn't believe Steiny. God, I love you, Steiny. He's like, Vernon, you played on 3 different teams, and who do you consider yourself a player? I was like, dog, he played like 9 years with the Niners. Like, I view myself as a Bronco. Yes, those 4 games I played with them and winning the Super Bowl for 4 games, I consider myself. That's like asking Mitch Richmond, do you consider yourself a Laker? That's the equivalent of what you asked.
Hey, Patrick Ewing, do you consider yourself a member of the Seattle Sonics?
Orlando Magic.
Hakeem.
Come on.
Are you a member of the Toronto Raptors?
What kind of question was that?
Do you remember your times north of the border?
I love you, Steiny, but come on, dude.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Jesus.
Hey, Jordan, boy, let me tell you, those Wizards years, they were so awesome.
When I close my eyes, Mike, I think of you and Quan Brown.
Hey, Shaquille O'Neal, when I think of the entirety of your career,
Big Shaq,
I just think of you in that Celtic green. I think of you and how great you were for the Celtics or the Cleveland Cavaliers. We love Stein.
Phoenix Suns.
Whose profile not named Brock Purdy? Whose profile not named Brock Purdy for the 49ers could go through the roof?
Ooh.
With a monster game.
Brandon Ayuk.
Really?
Brandon Ayuk.
You think he's got the personality to pop like that too?
He's got a sneaky personality, but I'm just thinking in terms of money.
Okay. Oh, you mean money. I meant more like media profile.
Oh, well, even nationally, I think Brandon Ayuk would get a lot of love in terms of the hierarchy of wide receiver play. Think about how they talk about CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
How they talk about Mike Evans. The top receivers in the game, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. Ayuk balls out, and quietly, they'll talk about Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and Tyreek Hill. That second tier, they're going to start talking about Ayuk. And they're going to talk about that draft class like, boy, Justin Jefferson cleared away, best receiver in that draft class. Oh, look at CeeDee Lamb. Oh, my gosh. Then you got to talk about Brandon Ayuk. You're not going to talk about Michael Pittman Jr., not going to talk about Henry Ruggs or Jerry Jeudy or Jalen Reagor or Chase Claypool. Brandon Ayuk will be brought up. I think Brandon Ayuk could gain a lot from having a monster game. Now, I could be wrong, and, I just believe Ayuk could. I don't know if he's on that profile yet. I don't know if he's on that platform nationally in terms of being a big-time player. Now, the catch last week was unbelievable.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, the Ladybug catch. But, boy, Brandon Ayuk could be a household name, I believe, with a monster game.
See, I was thinking about Whitworth for the Rams, and this is going a little like under the radar.
Just media stuff?
Yeah, like Whitworth's profile after winning that Super Bowl kind of went through the roof, and everybody was pulling for him. I felt like last year, because of the Kelsey connection,
Right.
Jason Kelsey's profile went through the roof, right? And obviously, like having the podcast with his brother, the Taylor Swift thing, like it's gone to a whole nother level. But like Jason Kelsey was not someone that I thought of regularly 5 years ago, and now I think of him a lot. Now,
what about Fred Warner?
Well, that's why I was going Trent Williams. That's where I was going. I was going offensive lineman, guy who's been in the game for a long, long time. He's got kind of a sneaky personality to begin with. I think he's very funny. He's gregarious. Like I was thinking more Fred Warner, not Kittle. Not Fred Warner. I was thinking more Trent Williams than Fred Warner.
Right.
Not Kittle, because I think Kittle's already kind of known. And I don't know. Like, is there room for another quirky, wacky tight end? We've already got Gronk. We've already got Kelsey.
Yeah, Kittle's there already. Kittle's there. Trent Williams would be interesting. Trent Williams, Fred Warner, it'd be interesting. It's a good question. Who could gain the most media-wise? I didn't think about it like that, but, I don't see Brandon Ayuk being a media member once his career is over. I'm just talking about just within the game and within football fans.
I think
because even like when we had the discussion about Brandon Ayuk being a number one receiver, and that he could be 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, whatever it is. But just the fact that we were having that dialogue about Brandon Ayuk, we really didn't know, is he this special? Is he this good? Okay, he had 1,000 yards, but you played 17 games. But he backed it up. And when you think about the offense baked into it, everybody thinks of Brock Purdy, McCaffrey, get the ball around to the weapons. But nobody really talks about Brandon Ayuk.
That's a good point.
Nobody talks about him, man. And his target rate compared to other top wide receivers, you look at the target share. He's at the bottom of the list.
I know.
He doesn't get a lot of targets, but he maximizes them.
Yeah, he does.
So I think if he has a big game against L'Jarius Sneed, McDuffie, and this Kansas City secondary, everybody's going to be like, boy, you have to pay Brandon Ayuk. I think there's still some Niner fans, I think, still question whether or not you need to pay Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I think Debo bakes into that equation where a lot of people see Debo, and I think his impact feels, I don't know, you could see it more just because it's such a physical way of playing, and you know, he's somebody you have to watch on the screen at all times, Debo Samuel. Where's he at? Where's he moving? Where's he lined up in this position? Are they going to hand it to him? Are they going to flip it to him? Are they going to throw it to him? And then once he gets the ball, then the action starts.
Yep.
And he's going to run through somebody. I do feel like Ayuk gets lost in that shuffle.
Now, commercial-wise, I mean, Brock Purdy's going to get a lot of commercials. I think Christian McCaffrey will get commercials. George Kittle will get commercials. Debo will probably get commercials.
Well, this is where I think
Bosa,
not having Talanoa Hufanga out there, I think he was a guy that I think could be very big in terms of profile. You know, the flowing hair, the Polynesian background. I think all of that is very, and he's just a very charismatic guy. When you see him take his helmet off and he's talking, I don't know, I really like the person.
Yeah. No, I like Hufanga a lot. We miss him. We miss him tremendously.
Oh, we miss him big time.
Tremendously. About Nick Bosa, though, because he's got the skims with Kim Kardashian. Bosa has a 3-sack game, multiple hurries, multiple pressures.
Think about a few years ago, Aaron Donald was in a lot of commercials. Remember those invisible commercials where he was invisible? He was in a lot of them. And I don't know. He didn't strike me as a big personality. He's just a monster and a great player. So I don't think Bosa has to have a huge personality to get over on an audience that way. But he's got a name that's very recognizable.
Yeah, and he's got the skims.
The Bosa name is recognizable.
He takes that picture with Kim Kardashian after the game.
That skims.
Skims, baby.
Bonte and I talked to him about it when you were out that one day.
Oh, what did he say?
He's all in. Hey, he said he was doing contract negotiations. He's like, hey, might as well make some extra money in New York while I'm here. Do a photo shoot.
I mean,
smart.
Not mad at him.
That's why he was in New York, not to talk to Robert Saleh and the Jets. Remember that? He's in New York. He's trying to orchestrate a trade with the Jets.
Was that
no? Actually, he was taking photos for Skibbs.
People were tracking his flight. Remember that?
Oh my!
Same guy was tracking his flight to Vegas. No one cares.
Taylor Swift just had to do a cease and desist. Their lawyers to whoever was There was a social media person tracking celebrity flights, and they were tracking Taylor Swift all around the world. They're like, leave me the hell alone.
That is a little weird. David Lombardi was doing that with the tracking flights.
Everyone's got to take a deep breath.
Come on, we're out
Can
here.
we take a deep breath?
Oh, my God.
Well, he was tracking his own flight. That's a little different than trying to follow someone else's flight.
It was a little strange.
And I was
if you ask
worried.
me.
I was trying to track the logic on some of his his reaches.
I'm on standby now. I'm on
Armstrong.
standby now. Hey, folks, let us know I'm on the flight now.
Stretch Armstrong over there. This reminds me of the 1971 San Francisco Giants. What the hell are you talking about, dog? It's 2024. This is football.
Andy Reid says Eric Bieniemy came in to talk to the offensive players ahead of the AFC Championship game. Eric Bieniemy now without a job as an OC. You talk about making lateral moves. Poor guy. Poor guy goes to Washington. Even the Raiders passed him up. They say, well, now we'd rather have Luke Getsy. Let's go to Miguel in San Antonio.
Hey, Miguel.
Miguel, what's happening?
Yo, Bonte, Chasky, what's up, guys?
What's up, baby?
Man, it's a big, big game. My feelings are have been all over the place. Just wanted to give you guys a call and just, voice my opinion on who needs to have a big game. On the offensive side, it's definitely got to be our O-line. They need to do what they're good at, which is the run blocking. Feliciano is one of the highest rated run blockers out there. They need to get that run established. They're going to go to the left. We got Banks. We got obviously Trent out there, but when Brendel can get off his block, run up field, crack a linebacker, get McCaffrey just sprinting down there, that's going to set a lot of big opportunities up for us. They got to be good at something that they've struggled a little bit with, which is, the pass protection. Brock makes them look a little bit better than they are because he can get out of that pocket and make something happen. But, that's bitten us in the past where, he can try to do a little bit too much and get into a little bit of trouble. They need to just hold up the line. They need to not let them get that little bit of penetration where they can throw, where the D-line can throw their hands up and block Purdy's, view lanes, tip the ball. Even if it's not picked off, it puts us behind the sticks. And then we end up, just having, getting behind the sticks is just bad, which also leads to that O-line needs to be careful with those penalties. Don't rely on those, the holds and the false starts and all of that. We need them to step up and just be good at what they do, be a little bit better at what they struggle with. If we give Brock time, even if this Kansas secondary is going to be on top of their game, I think Brock can beat them with those pinpoint passes to Ayuk. When we get our run right, we can start having Devo in motion. We can do those handoffs to him, get him down, get him going. And then that opens up Kittle too. Kittle can have a big game if we get that going. On the defense, man, everybody's just gotta. The defense has to step up and win this one. We're not going to have Reed biting his own kneecaps like Campbell was. We're not going to have Jordan Love in the last drive throwing across his body.
Miguel, you're on fire. You got the whole game plan set up, man. You're ready to roll. We got to pace yourself, Miguel. We got 4 days. Miguel's ready to roll. By the way, the subtle move. We always talk about Deommodore Lenoir sliding into the nickel spot and Charvarius Ward outside, Ambry Thomas, and of course Steve Wilkes coming down from the booth to the sideline. But Feliciano replacing Spencer Burford. We were high on Spencer Burford. He was a little inconsistent last year, late in the year, got banged up in the NFC title game, a little inconsistent this season. Feliciano is taking that right guard spot. They haven't looked back.
No, they look a lot better. The offensive line is it's going to be big in this one. I think part of why they lost the last Super Bowl was the offensive line got caved in. Ben Garland got caved in.
Yep.
Mike McGlinchey got caved in. Let me ask you this then.
Mike McGlinchey.
I know. David, you want to talk about $50 million that I told? You and I were in unison here.
Right.
Thank the heavens the Niners didn't drop $50 million on Mike McGlinchey.
I remember Chicago. I did his hit in Chicago because the Bears were in on McGlinchey. So they called me, asked me about. I said, I want to be a Debbie Downer here, but, Mike McGlinchey did give up that sack it was the only sack the rookie had with the Chicago Bears. Whoever his name was is evading me. They were like, I go, well, he gave up that sack in the Chicago game. You guys remember Trey Lance got sacked after the interception by Hufanga. And they go, that was that guy, I think Dominic Rogers was his name. That was his only sack of the season. Well, there you go.
The image of him getting thrown by Micah Parsons lives in my head forever.
Oh, him just spurting off the field, not helping Trey Lance up off the turf.
McGlinchey. But the offensive line is a big question mark. You just never know how a team's going to play week to week, right?
They were better against Detroit, though. I thought they were a lot better.
No, I
thought they've held up well.
But would you also agree that, you just don't know about matchups sometimes?
Yeah, you don't.
Right? I didn't know Baltimore's defensive front was going to just suffocate our offensive line the way they did.
Yep.
Right? What's the unit with the biggest question mark for you heading into this matchup?
Oh, no. What is it for you?
I think for me, it's not offensive line at all. No. It's the Niners defensive line. I have no idea who's going to show up.
Well, I
have no idea.
I've kind of backed up off of that because each playoff game, it's all about the front four. It's all about the front four. Then I feel like a dumbass saying the front four ain't even showing up, man. We got to win in spite of the freaking front four.
Yeah, but I saw a tale of two halves last week where
they got better.
It was a total different half. And started by Nick Bosa. But, I think that's the biggest question mark on this team. Because when they play great, we're really, really good defensively.
It goes
when they
hand.
play horrible, we're a bottom-tier defense.
The trickle-down effect of them not getting pressure and the secondary having to cover for 5 seconds or more, it's a problem. So, yeah, the D-line, I think that's baked in. They have to show up. I feel like I've been screaming at, pardon me, for three straight weeks now. Detroit, you got to show up. First half, they were MIA. Green Bay, show up. Jordan Love had all day to throw. Then Nick Bosa got going in the second half. You got to keep going right away.
The other question mark that I have going into this game for Kansas City, are their receivers going to do what they did throughout the majority of the year and drop balls and miss plays, Or are they going to do what they've done over the 3 playoff
Right.
games where they're actually making contested catches and making big plays? Part of why they lost a lot of close games, we can go to all these different games, whether it's the Detroit
Right.
game, the game against, what was the game they lost where Valdez-Scantling just dropped the ball?
Oh,
over the
yeah,
top?
they lost to Philadelphia.
Off the shoulder pads. Their playmakers did not step up outside of Kelsey.
But they have in the playoffs.
I know.
In VS.
Can you trust them in this game?
I think you can now. Valdez-Scantling.
I still think it's a question mark.
It is a question, but Valdez-Scantling made huge catches against Buffalo. Huge down the field catches.
did.
And of course, 3rd and 9 to seal the game. They go to the Super Bowl. Mahomes off the back foot,
that ball
3rd and
caught
9.
him.
Yeah, but hey, it's
No,
a catch.
he made a play. Backpedaling, too.
Rashee Rice is nice.
He's very nice.
As a rookie, he's starting to come along here.
He absolutely
kind of
is.
reminds me of Debo in terms of the way Debo's rookie year went, where he got better and better as the season went along. He's starting to get it. And wide receivers, it takes a while. The great ones sometimes just come here right away and blow the top off the defense, like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. He's like, wow, Puka Nacua. You're like, whoa, what's going on here? But he's been there. Rashee Rice is getting better and better by the game.
You brought up Puka. The amount of people that did stills of Puka Nacua next to Guy Santos was an uncanny
It was pretty cool.
resemblance.
It was pretty cool. Also saw this from Biddy on YouTube.
I think it was also the way they wore their hair.
Yeah, the ponytail.
Yeah.
Biddy on YouTube. Bonte, can I book you for my boy's show on Radio Row? He'll pay you and your agent $500 for a 20-minute interview. Well, Biddy, I don't have an agent, so that $500 can go in my pockets. Just pay me $1,000. I'll do 30 minutes with you for $1,000.
I love how he
You
doubled
kidding me?
the price. B, I can't argue with you.
Hey, you want to do an hour for $1,000? I'll do an hour for $1,000.
Benny, I'll do it for $100.
Chase and San Bruno. Chase, what's happening?
I'm
You're
like
on the roast.
Draymond. I don't even get out of bed in the month of February.
Sassy.
I'm teasing.
What's going on, boys?
What up,
First-time
dog?
Caller, big fan. So I was listening to you guys earlier. You guys were talking about what kind of non-star has to have a big game. I'm looking at Hargrave, man. I think that's the number one. I mean, I don't know if you guys heard, but it's looking like Tooney's out. So that's an advantage for him. The key is going to be stopping Pacheco. If you allow them to get second and short, Mahomes is going to dice you up, find Kelsey for first downs, move the chains. I think that Hargrave's just got to stuff the run, and he's going to be a big guy. Also, really quickly, want to throw in, been on my mind all week, just scared as hell, Jake Moody. Jake Moody, if you got a 45-yarder, tie ball game, fourth quarter, got to make the kick, dude. Just, you were a stud at Michigan. Maybe you're in your head a little bit, but make the kick, win the Niners Super Bowl, head into Vegas tomorrow, boys.
Let's go.
Can't wait. Let's go Niners.
Let's go, Chase. I love that. Safe
sounds
travels
like a
in Las
man on a
Vegas.
mission.
Streets of sources are saying Alice Styles is taking pictures with Cam Newton. He's getting Cam Newton on the show.
Alan, I've told you, bud.
Less is more.
The square button is jammed on your social media controller. Eric Paschal, it's okay to pass the rock a little. You don't have to shoot on everything.
Damn. Drive-bys.
I love
Drive-bys.
Alan. But if I see another TikTok video that he's retweeted 8 times on my screen, my head will explode. I don't even know who he roots for anymore. You're a Raider, like giant, was a Warrior fan. I can't even keep up with it. I have no idea.
He is a longtime diehard Kings fan, Shasky.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
I love the man, too.
Oh, man, he did take a nice little photo. Wow, look at that. Randy Cross coming up on our show. He does have a picture with Cam Newton. Good. Shout out to Alice Styles for that. Cam Newton podcast and Alice Styles. It's going to be a lot of fun. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman Supplies, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansupplies.com today. We'll talk to Anthony Slater at 9:20 about the Dubs as they're in Philadelphia. They can clinch a road trip, a winning road trip with the win tonight. They could be 3-1 on this road
I'm
trip.
optimistic
With what to
about
play.
that.
I'm very optimistic, BPA. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Randy Cross, former Super Bowl champ with the 49ers, on the roast.
The road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Big game coverage on 95.7 The Game.
live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? We'll see you in the 215, Philadelphia. What the Warriors are taking on the Fighting Kate Scotts. Warriors could improve to 3-1 on this road trip. That'd be a winning road trip, folks. What? a day before the deadline. We'll talk to Slater about the Warriors at 9:20. He's in Philly.
What would the logo of the Fighting Kate Scotts look like?
Oh, have glasses on, have a microphone in her head. She'd be scowling.
So the pen would be mightier than the sword?
It would be.
I don't know, Joe.
The microphone would be the most powerful weapon?
It was good to see Kay Scott last week in town. It was really good. She came on the set. She was really good.
I know. I watched the clip, and my name didn't get referenced once.
I know.
You know, I'm always looking for myself.
I know. He was hanging on to every word. Every word.
Well, we are the 11th best show in the country. Thank you, Jason Barrett.
Are we?
Well, yeah, a bunch of old white guys who wear suits, who are from all over the country, vote based on chemistry and, content and ratings, and they rank them. Sean and RJ beat us in this particular ranking. I was like, of course they did. Them white suits that are voting love vanilla.
Well, our rating's been in the shoes for so many years. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the Super Bowl. And I want to talk about the Super Bowl with a guy who won 3 of them. It was vital to the Niners' success on that offensive line. Bob McKittrick, of course, the longtime offensive line coach. Bill Walsh, the coach. And he knows a little something about playing in big games. He's a college football Hall of Famer, former 49ers offensive lineman, and 3-time Super Bowl champ. Randy Cross joins the Morning Roast here on the Boxer and Guernsey guest line. Randy, good morning, man. Thanks so much for spending some time with Joe Shasky and Bonte Hill.
It's my pleasure, guys, and I'm happy for the Bay Area. I think all Niner fans are they've got this coming.
No, yeah, we feel like it, man. This is a big game. We can't wait to get down to Vegas for this big game between the Niners and the Kansas City Chiefs and the rematch of Super Bowl 54. And you know about rematches. Obviously, you guys played the Bengals in 81 and then later on in 88. What was that like playing a team the second time around in the Super Bowl? Although there was a different cast of characters, maybe even different coaches, but same team, same organizations.
Yeah, when it's 7 years separated, especially in the NFL, it's the same 2 organizations, but as far as the teams, the teams were pretty different, and there were I would say less than 15 guys, I think, from that first Super Bowl that were still there for the next one, if it was that high. But the motivation, I know, for Bill was still there because it was a place that he had worked, and he always enjoyed beating the Bengals. But, especially the way that game went, you look back at that Super Bowl, the last one here against Kansas City, it was right there. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're hey, we shoulda, coulda, woulda, you could have a field day watching that tape.
If you had an opportunity to address Kyle Shanahan, knowing what we know about Shanahan, I know you've watched it with a fine-tooth comb in Atlanta and then now with the 49ers when he lost the Super Bowl, what would your suggestion be to him? I mean, I'm not saying that, he doesn't know football. I'm just saying, like, your suggestion to him to do different in this Super Bowl that he didn't do in the last 2.
Hey, it's always incumbent upon a coach, especially a coach who calls plays. You've got to constantly be evolving. You've got to constantly be changing. You've got to be a moving target for your opponents. But you know what? Sometimes it's okay to run the ball. Sometimes it's okay to run the same play twice if it works. The loss against the Patriots for the Falcons when he was OC is something that I'm sure stung severely, being in that situation and losing the way they did, and being in a position to win it in New Orleans, where you could have run the ball, you could have done different things. He gets another shot. And I'm sure he'll insist, and hey, all that doesn't matter. But he'll be amazed by how much better being 1-3 in Super Bowls or 1-2 in Super Bowls is going to feel compared to not having a win.
Yeah, that would be tough for everybody here in San Francisco. Think about the fact that they've got 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years. 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. We're talking to Randy Cross here on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. 3-time Super Bowl champ with the 49ers, former offensive lineman, center guard, you name it. He did it all on the offensive line, Randy. Obviously, part of that catch game. We all remember that. Joe and I were not even born yet when that play happened. We were born later that year, but we've watched the game over and over. The call by Vin Scully. And Montana, a lot of people forget he had 3 interceptions, threw 3 picks in that game, but was able to come back and make that dramatic play, that dramatic throw to Dwight Clark there in the back of the end zone. Watching Brock Purdy come back twice, and it's been a little erratic in both playoff games this year. What have you seen from him? Has he conjured up memories from those days with Montana in the early years with the 49ers in the early 80s?
The way he's finished the last 2 games, absolutely. I mean, there's no possible way. And despite having that ability to close, and despite answering the bell when you really, really needed to, you're still going to have a good number of haters out there for whatever reason that are going to criticize and take pot shots at a guy, especially a young guy like this, that, you know, they just don't believe. I don't know if – I can't think of anybody in that offense you'd want in that offense that would be better at it, that has a record now of a guy that can answer the call in the big moments. And it really makes you think how much different that Philly game would have been last year. At least that's what I was thinking of after the championship game this year. It's like, man, if he doesn't hurt his elbow, you know, there isn't a safe lead against this guy. And he could do that he could have done that against Philly. They could have been in another Super Bowl. But, you know, that's woulda, coulda, shoulda territory. But, yeah, I mean, his ability to come back and answer the bell, that's the thing. What's your biggest criticism of a guy that may indeed be the MVP, Lamar Jackson? It's how does he answer late in big games? How is he in the most intense pressure moments? He had a chance a week and a half ago. And again, it slipped away from him. Those are the kind of games and those are the kind of moments you build your legacy and your reputation on. And that is why I think a lot of people that know what they're talking about in the game think so highly of Purdy, because he's answered the bell and he's made the other guy pay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We were talking about how prolific McCaffrey's season has been. Just in terms of Niner excellence, you know, I mean, Jerry Rice's 87 season, even though there was a strike and guys crossing the picket line and what, I mean, he scored 22 touchdowns in one year in like 12 games. You played with Roger Craig. What's that?
Yeah. I said 12 games, too. That was crazy.
I know, insane. You know, it was an incredible year. He caught 65 balls that year, right? McCaffrey's had like 340 touches this year, 23 touchdowns, 2,000 yards, and that's just the regular season. You played with a guy, Roger Craig, who my partner here thinks is one of the most underrated players in the history of the game.
I can't believe he's not in the Hall of Fame, Randy. I really can't. He was a decade in the 80s, running back in the 80s with Walter Payton. It's incredible. Anyway, go ahead.
Join the club.
Yeah. I think we all agree. But, like, I'm looking at CMC, and no one's talking about him heading into this game. And to me, I think he's the best player on the team. And I think he's one of the best players on the planet. He's got no holes in his game. Like, when you have a player of that magnitude, what does that do for a team? What does that do for an offensive line?
It's a huge confidence builder. They've got a really talented offensive line led by one of the greatest tackles that's ever played the game. So they've got the ability to run. But it's the running game's lowbrow, guys. I mean, what kind of a genius needs to design a running game? People discount the running game. It's like, well. And I tell you what, the Niner defense better get their stuff together, because Andy Reid's got a little something for you if you're going to defend the run like they did the last couple of games. And specifically, those defensive ends need to anchor those ends. They got blocked on numerous occasions by wide receivers and backup tight ends, one-on-one. So, yeah, it's the running game and what it does is something that, and as this week goes on, you watch. We get into Friday or so and Saturday, there'll be more of an emphasis on that because of how important it's going to be in this game. And that's what makes, you know, CMC so valuable to the Niners, is that exact same look he can give you in an inside or an outside zone run. They can give you the exact same look, and he's a receiver. And it's nasty.
Yep. Randy Cross here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson Guest Line. You're so spot on. And last year, the Chiefs Super Bowl win over the Eagles, Isaiah Pacheco was a difference maker, I believe. They stuck to the running game, and he had 75 hard-earned yards there. He averaged over 5 yards a carry. How do the Niners fix this run defense in such a short period of time against Andy Reid, who's a genius and then you give him an extra week to prepare for you, and he's going to cook up all these things here. Is it scheme? Do they need to go to maybe a 5-man front like they did against Jacksonville? What do they need to fix on this defensive line and his defense to stop the run this Sunday?
Part of it's the scheme, and a good bit of it is discipline and determination. You know, the discipline of playing your role in an individual defense that the coach calls, and that discipline is really important. But the determination of not staying blocked, not being beat, just outplaying the guy in front of you. That's up to you. That's not a variable that is out of your control. And I think as that defense plays, and you'll get spread out, you're going to have to defend a good bit of the field because Andy Reid's not going to get in 3 tight ends and run the veer. He's going to be coming at you from all kinds of different goofy angles. But it's that first tackler, first guy that gets an opportunity to make a tackle is the most important tackler at any time on defense. He's got to at least get a piece and wait for everybody else to rally to him.
Randy, you were a part of the rise of the dynasty of this team. You know, when they came from nothing. I mean, just perpetual losers, you know, and what the city was going through in the 70s to the great dynasty and one of the top franchises in sports. And they've returned, even though they haven't won the Super Bowl, they've returned to that excellence. And the fan base, it's blowing me away. I watched the game with my little guy the other day of you guys in the great comeback against the Saints. There's like 7 people in the stands. This is when my dad was a season ticket holder. He goes, you could basically sit anywhere you want. Now Niner fans are taking over on the road and going all over the place. I mean, are you blown away as someone who was there from the beginning when there was no one at the games? Are you blown away by just the fandom of the 49ers?
I enjoy the hell out of watching games when they're on the road and half to 3/4 of the stadium's wearing red. And that's pretty consistent. And that fan base has grown leaps and bounds. I always referred to, you talk about that game against the Saints.
Yeah.
And that same year in 80, our last game of the year, it was raining, and there were about, 20,000 people in Candlestick. I always refer to them as the faithful. I say, the faithful, it's easy to be faithful when you're winning,
right?
When you're getting rings and all that. But when you're there day in, day out, bad teams, in the rain, and you count those heads, that's how many people that were really true, just hardcore Niner fans.
Mm-hmm.
And now that number has grown exponentially by the thousands as far as multiples. It's nationally, they may have one of the bigger brands in all of sports, the hell of the NFL.
Yeah, no, you're right, Randy. I mean, you're spot on. Shaska and I have started to travel over the last few years, and it's spectacular to go down to L.A. and take over the Rams Stadium, SoFi, go into Jerry's World and take it over that stadium here. But I do want to ask you about getting ready for the Super Bowl, because this week is mayhem. Obviously, all the media obligations, media opening night. I know it was a little different in the 80s, but what was it like that week of prepare for the Super Bowl? You land, you get your practice work done, and you fly out, whether it's Detroit, whether it's Miami, where you play, whether it's New Orleans. What is this week like for the players?
It can be something that you really got to have an opportunity to enjoy something of it. At least a night or two during the week, go out and have dinner, maybe go to a club or something and relax and blow off a little steam. But you've really got to, reel it in as the week gets longer. You've done a lot of the hardcore work, physical work last week. This week, it's much more the mental side of the fine-tuning the game plan and fine-tuning your game. And, maybe for the 8th, 9th, 10th time watching that game that you think is important of your opponent and trying to get that one little key, that one little read, that knee is cocked a little bit differently when they do this, that type of thing. And that's what you're looking for. And I think that's what you have to kind of retreat into as this game gets closer, is just looking for that one little edge. And you can always find it.
Kyle looked a little loose on Monday at the media night. He just seemed very comfortable and calm, and I feel like the players felt very loose because they've been here before. Can you just retell us the story about Bill Walsh dressing up as a bellhop,
cool.
before the first one, keeping you guys loose? Because I think his comedy is underrated in retrospect. We think of him as like so serious and so cerebral, yet he really understood how to like get people to laugh in the moment.
Yeah, he really did. And there's a lot of examples as far as jokes and stuff he'd say in team meetings and whatnot. But I just remember, and I was one of the first, 5 or 6 guys off the bus. As I got off the bus, I was worried about busting my butt, on the ice or something. So I'm looking down at the ground as to what I'm stepping on. And all of a sudden, this arm with this jacket of like a bellhop reaches out and grabs my bag. And I've got my hand on it, and I yank it back, and he yanks it back the other way. And I look up and go to yank it really hard, and it was Bill, and he's smiling. And I go, oh, okay. I keep walking, and he's doing that, messing with guys as they come out. And that's just one of the ways he did it. I mean, he just, for instance, we both, a lot of stuff about practice venues this week, right?
Yeah.
With UNLV and the soft field and whatnot. We had to use the same field. We had to use actually the Silverdome.
Wow.
And we lost the toss, so we had to practice early. So we're practicing early. Cincinnati's in the tunnel at the end of our practice. They can't wait to get out there. Their chin straps are buckled. They're ready to go. They're just going crazy. We're out there. Bill's blasting music, all sorts of different music. We're playing air guitar in the background, just kind of having fun, goofing off as the defense runs their drills. And you look down to the other end, and the Cincinnati players are just shaking their heads. And they're thinking, these goofballs, they have no shot. We're going to drill them. And it had a completely opposite effect on us, because at no time in that game and in the whole process were we really uptight.
What was more, jarring in keeping the crew loose? Bill dressing up as a bellhop or Hacksaw urinating right on the field?
Oh, gosh. We got kids in the car.
That's a famous story.
I know it is.
I was more amazed than anything else.
He was a character, huh?
Me personally, I was on the field when that happened. So you come out to the sideline and you just feel somebody getting a drink, and you're sitting there, and one of the backup guys goes, "Man, you wouldn't believe what just happened here." Say, what? Hacksaw was peeing on the sideline. They hold up towels, and he's over there. And I'm going, oh, my God.
I got to ask you, Randy, going to the first Super Bowl, that's a lot of fun. But what was it like going into that Bengals Super Bowl in Miami? Ooh. And I don't know if you guys had any inkling that it would be Bill Walsh's final game as head coach of the 49ers. Did you have any clue that it would be his last game? And if you did, what was that week like, knowing that, damn, Bill might be stepping away?
Yeah. I had announced my retirement that Wednesday at the media day.
Uh-huh.
And on the plane going to Miami, I went up to first class, and I sat down next to Bill, and I told him what I was going to do. And he's sitting there, and he's drinking a nice little glass of white wine, and he sips at it, and he looks at me and goes, you know what? I think that's great timing. And if we win this game, there's no telling how much longer I'm going to be coaching. And he goes back to sipping his wine. I get up and I leave. And being the astronaut-level genius that I am, I didn't take that hit, So when he retired, the Monday or Tuesday in Monterey after that and left the game, I was totally shocked until he actually announced it. Then I sat there and I went, you idiot, he told you that on the plane.
Damn, I forgot you retired after that game, Randy. No, that's right. That's right. You did retire after that game. What a game to retire from, man. Super Bowl. That Super Bowl was special, man. Montana to Taylor. And of course, you guys win that one 20-16. You win 3 championships, beating the Dolphins and the Bengals twice, Randy. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. We're a little nervous about Mahomes. I'm not going to lie to you. Mahomes scares us a little bit, but feels like, man, this is the time. It's been a special season for this group. They've got high-level, high IQ guys, good character on this team. It feels like it's time to break this drought, Randy.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Niners take this, and I think you're going to see a lot of things in this game. It's going to be crazy. I mean, Kansas City loves to play a lot of man, and Spagnuolo likes to blitz. He likes to do it because he's got a really good defensive line. So that the line of scrimmage is always important in these games, but I think it'll be even more important whether it's the Niner D-line performing against the run or the Niner O-line being able to protect Brock Purdy for that extra half a second before he drills the ball down the field.
Who's your X factor?
I think CMC.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be the Swiss Army knife, the multi tool. And the guy that never gets talked about, or not talked about enough to me because there are so many stars, is Ayuk, and what a huge presence he is. But maybe my favorite guy on that skill position, that team full of skill guys, might be Jennings.
Ooh,
anybody that can block somebody's ass all the way into the bench is my kind of guy.
Yep.
I love that.
Jawad Jennings is a tough guy. Let's go. You got the Niners winning, huh, Randy?
Yes, I do. I think they come back. It's going to be a late fourth quarter. Either way, O or D score, but it's going to be Niners late.
So we'll be stressing.
I got goosebumps.
We'll be stressing. Can't wait, Randy. Hey, Randy, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. We admire you, man. I had a poster of you holding up Bill Walsh at Stafford Stadium after you guys blew out the Dolphins back in the Super Bowl 84-85 season. So, Randy, we'll talk to you whenever you can, man. We love to talk to you, man.
Absolutely.
It's always good catching up with you.
You got it. Anytime you need me.
Randy Cross here in the morning. We're also on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line, 3-time Super Bowl champ. That's crazy, man. On the flight, Phil Watts is telling him, he's like, yeah, I don't even, okay, whatever.
I know there's a time and a place for all these things, but like the memories of this franchise to my family, and I know to you personally, it means a lot. My early memories of sports were going to Candlestick to Giants day games and going to Niner games on Sunday with my grandfather and my dad. And we were very blessed because both my grandfather and my dad had individual season tickets. That was part of their family ritual. That was our family ritual. When me and my brother, got to about 18, we started buying the season tickets. And this team has always been there every Sunday. Win, lose, yes, they were winners. They were amazing. They were a great dynasty, some great memories, all those things. But the familial bond that we have over heartbreak, over happiness, over everything, this team means a lot to this region. And they're the only team, the Warriors moved west. Giants moved west. And those are great teams, and I love those teams. This is the first born and raised Bay Area team on the West Coast in 1946.
Yeah.
And what it represented for the city at a time of turmoil coming out of the dying out of the hippies and everything like that, and some
Harvey
of the assassination attempts and Harvey Milk and Moscone and et cetera. Coming out of that bad era of the 70s, for that team to represent that community at that time in the way that they did, the lovable losers finally beating America's team. This team means a lot to a lot of people up and down the coast of California, and it means a lot to me. And I'm kind of pinching myself that we're here again on the brink of trying to get back to where we were 40-something years ago.
Well, it's funny. Greg Wog, who does play-by-play at UC Davis, he worked here for a little bit. Good kid. Freelancing with the Examiner, called me yesterday to do a story. And he asked me a bunch of great questions. Mm-hmm. But he said, what would this championship mean to the city? And I said, damn. He goes, all right, well, how do you phrase it? He goes, would this be the biggest championship in Bay Area sports history or most impactful? Something like that.
Okay.
And I was thinking about it. I said, 2010 was special because we hadn't seen the Giants win in San Francisco.
54
although they came from New York City.
Yes.
They weren't our original team. They came from New York, moved to San Francisco. They're ours now, no doubt about it. But 2010, I was like, wow, the Giants actually won a World Series.
I know, it was incredible.
After coming close and close and close. Then 2015 happened with the Warriors, and I thought, wow, the Warriors are NBA champs? I was just praying for them to get past the first round of the playoffs.
I know.
I was just hoping for playoffs. But the Niners, to your point about being born here in 1946 and playing at Kezar in the drought, they haven't won a Super Bowl in the internet era, right?
I know.
The internet era, the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl. And Miles in San Francisco had a tweet the other day that really touched me. He goes, boy, this Super Bowl between the Niners and the Chargers, that video gets grainier and grainier by the year.
He's so right.
HD can't save it. So I'm thinking if the Niners do pull this off on Sunday, there's generations, the John Curleys, the Sam Lubmans, all the youngsters who haven't seen the Niners win yet. It's different for us because when the Niners last won it, I was 12 years old. So I kind of understood football.
Yeah.
We were around for that dynasty,
yeah.
For especially the Broncos won the Bengals. I remember the Bengals game like it happened last week. Mm-hmm. I do. So I've been a part, viewed 3 Super Bowls. But this one in our adult life, to really understand football and to be in this position, and if they win it, that parade could be an all-timer. Could be the best parade ever had, a championship parade in Bay Area sports history.
Well, and to get over the hump, I think, is the big thing. Because, when I think about the Giants, 02's a heartbreak.
02, 03.
Okay.
93,
89.
93, 89.
Bonte, this team has been in 4 of the last 5 NFC
Well,
championship
I'm just
games.
going back to the Harbaugh years.
Jesus.
Well, I'm just going back to Harbaugh. 4 of the last 5. And then with Harbaugh, you had 3 straight.
I know.
That's 7 NFC title game appearances since 2011.
That's what I'm saying.
That's 7 title game appearances in the last 13 years. You guys do the math. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I mean, it's room service because you've been knocking on the door forever.
So this team and this fan base that's started to travel now, you know, Baldy said earlier this season, it's like 49er fans want to be known as a team that travels. They want to be known as a fan base that will take over your stadium and take pride in doing it.
Absolutely.
And they've done that over and over the last 5. Heck, when it started with Harbaugh, and then Shanahan has taken it to another level. And think about Shanahan and Lynch building this thing brick by brick. When they came aboard, they said brick by brick, we're going to build this team into a bully. Brick by brick. And think about all the bricks they've assembled. All right? The George Kittle brick, the Fred Warner brick. Guys, it's like, okay, yeah, George Kittle, whatever. You know, Fred Warner, whatever. And they've become all-pro players. I mean, brick by brick, they built this team into a juggernaut. And it's the one thing that's missing.
Well, but
one thing missing.
Let's go back for just a second because I want to get a little nostalgic here. When we were growing up and the Niners played on Sunday, you could hear a pin drop in the city. The whole city shut down. Would you agree?
The whole city shut down. And as I told Greg Walk, up until I was 18 years old, all I knew was winning. They missed the playoffs once.
I'm saying.
And they were 10-6 that season when they missed the playoffs. They lost the play. They didn't make the playoffs because of a tie-break situation with the Saints and the Falcons. They were 10-6 and missed the playoffs.
When I was growing up, when we were kids, Friday during January, you were wearing red and gold to school on Friday. Remember Niner Day?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I'm seeing all my buddies with their children and stuff and all the kids that I coach. They get to now share that with their children, right? I get to share that with my son. You've shared it with your daughter. You know, you've made Anna a Niner fan. You know what I mean? Like, being able to share these experiences and go through them, it is really special. And, like, I think about how many freaking heartbreaks we've all had hanging around that television as a family, watching this team and get kicked in the nuts right at the end.
Or walking out of a stadium.
Or walking out of a stadium.
The walk out of SoFi Stadium.
When my dad packed the bag before Jimmy Garoppolo could even hike it on 1st and 10.
Walking out of that stadium and seeing Charles Haley hanging his head. It is this little Filipino guy. He was like 5'3", and he was just barking. He goes, I hope somebody does talk some trash to me. I'm knocking somebody out. And he had his Niner gear on. I was like, yo, you don't need to do that. But he was dead serious. And I felt the heartbreak on him, though. He was saying, anybody talks to me, I'm going to knock him out because of the pain of watching your team fail again on that big stage at SoFi Stadium when we've decked half the stadium out.
I contend, and I will fight to the death on this. I would rather my team go, like, there are times I would rather go 4-12 than lose in the NFC Championship. It is so heartbreaking when you lose in the NFC Championship game to emotionally pick yourself up. Now, I love the highs of all the wins to get there. I'm not saying I wouldn't trade those things in for any, but like it's a much harder to overcome those devastating losses. I will never get over some of these losses.
Yeah, Philadelphia, the game was over basically as soon as Brock Purdy got hurt. It was inevitable. Felt like it. To hear Randy Cross say, you know, I believe if Purdy plays that game, the outcome would have been different. I felt like that. Remember leading up to that game, Shasky, I was like, you know what? We'll beat Philadelphia. Purdy's got it. We're going to beat this team. Shanahan's going to scheme some things up. Philly are frauds. They're fraudulent. Now, they had a high-powered offense, and they were really good, and who knows? Maybe they still win that game. I don't know.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
Well, we found that out this year. They were soft. But the heartbreaks, the 2011, the Harbaugh years, and again, Greg was asking me, I said, you know, I just really want a ring for Fred Warner because the difference in having that Super Bowl ring may be the difference in you making the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I saw Bryant Young and I saw Frank Gore pulling the foghorn against the Detroit Lions at halftime. One guy got a ring his rookie year.
Yep.
And I believe if he doesn't get that ring, I don't think he's in the Hall of Fame.
I don't think he's in the Hall of Fame at all.
I don't think at all. And I see Frank Gore, who should be in the Hall of Fame, he doesn't have that ring. And it's like the one thing missing from his entire career.
Patrick Willis, still not in the Hall of Fame.
It's absurd.
No ring, right? Justice Smith may not make the Hall of Fame because he doesn't have that ring.
Joe Staley
may not make the Hall of Fame because he doesn't have that ring. He may have to wait a very long time.
NFL honors tomorrow, by the way. We'll find out Patrick Willis will be a Hall of Famer.
Wow, that's tomorrow, huh?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Wow, big day. Big day tomorrow night.
When I think of like just the greatest players of all time, if I was fielding a team in our lifetime, Patrick Willis is absolutely on that team. It's like it's anyone that watched him play knows like he's on that team. He is a battle-tested gladiator, and if you were going to war in a game, you want the best of the best of the best. Patrick Willis is on that short list.
No, he is. He is. And so the difference in not winning this game could be the difference in George Kittle one day being in Canton, Ohio. Could be the difference in maybe Deebo Samuel being in Canton, Ohio. And here's what Jed York, he was on with Kay Adams earlier today at Super Bowl Media Road.
How does he get all these people?
Yeah, Jed York is making rounds. What was this?
It was this morning. Yeah. Kay Adams.
Up and Adams.
Up and Adams.
She's very good at her job.
Jed York about how Deebo at halftime. Think about this story. They're down 17. I watched Deebo at the end of the half. He was standing off to the side by himself. He was disheveled. Couldn't believe what was happening. Well, Jed York tells a story about walking down to the locker room at halftime with the Niners down 24-7 against the Lions.
I love Deebo. He's awesome. He's very raw. He is very, very to the point. I mean, I don't know if you know, but Lynch went down to the locker room at halftime, and tense halftime. Right, you're down by 17 points, and he said Deebo was just sitting there, just shaking. He's like, just tell Kyle to give me the damn ball. And I mean, that's who Deebo is. Like he's just ready to take over a game at any point. And I'm very, very glad that he is on our football club.
Wow. And after the game, you could see there was this like uncorking of emotion out of him that I've really never seen.
Yeah.
And there's a lot pent up from Miami.
Yes.
At Super Bowl 54. And you've been.
So that's Jed York on Deebo Samuel, the type of guy Deebo is. Hey, get over the Jed York stuff. I know he bugs you when he talks.
No, I would just say like these are the kinds of stories that I would hold off until after you win it all. That's all. Like I think.
Well, if they asked a question,
the legacy building. Yeah, but the locker rooms. I'm telling me, not him.
Yeah.
Like he can say whatever he wants. He owns the team. Me, I keep that stuff close to the vest till we're writing the memoirs on the season.
Yeah. Well, at least we got it now. At least we know Deebo wanted a damn ball at the NFC Championship game. And you know what? Kyle fed his ass immediately. And that's where Deebo Samuel, he gets a ring, and he's an all-time Niner. Oh. He's like, think about this duo. We discussed this back in training camp. I'll never forget the conversation we were having. And I remember Tyler Miller. I'll never forget the message. He goes, oh, these boys are getting deep in the weeds on the wide receivers. And we were in our bag talking about the duos and how the Niners have failed over and over at drafting the right wide receiver. When they drafted Deebo Samuel and they drafted Brandon Ayuk, and these guys complement each other so damn well, and Deebo, right in front of our eyes, think about where he was in Super Bowl 54. He was a raw rookie. We didn't know if he was a great route runner. We knew he was tough as nails. And now you look at him, he's a captain of this football team who will run through a freaking wall to win a football game. The guy is about that business.
And he elevates his game in the biggest moments.
In the biggest moments, he plays big. Get this ring for Deebo. Because all of a sudden, when I say, well, he's not a great wide receiver, he should go to the Hall of Fame. You know what he is? He's a playmaker.
He's a football player.
He's a great playmaker, and playmakers have a place in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's why winning this ring on Sunday, what it could do for the rest of their careers, what it could do for next season. This is big, man. This is big. I could sense the city is so hungry.
I know.
The appetite for the Niners winning. Because Greg was like, the Bay Area has been so great, right? 7 championships in the last 10 years. Think about that. The Giants with 3, Warriors with 4. The Sharks were great. Football is king. Sharks are great, but the Niners have been knocking on that door.
I know.
They've been knocking on that door.
And football is king. And this city, this is a Niner town. Like, as much as it is, we love our Warriors, we love our Giants when they're winning. This is a Niner town. It's always been a Niner town.
See, I love these stories.
It's always been a Niner town.
I love these stories, though. I love these stories that Jed York is spitting. That in the locker room at halftime, John Lynch rushing.
I know, but just for me, I wait till we accomplish the mission.
We need all the stories. There's sports radio. Come on now. Let's go to Adrian in Porterville. Adrian, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, I love that jacket you got on, though.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, man, we got to win this game. Like, I am so tired of the heartbreak. But I have a good feeling we're going to get this on Sunday. Something just tells me that we're going to get this. And, it's not just San Francisco's a Niners town. It's the whole state of California. You should see my town. When the Niners are good, you see red flags everywhere. Mm-hmm. Everybody wearing their Niner gear. I mean, I'm ready for that ring.
Adrian, Porterville, you guys are right by Fresno, right?
We're about an hour south of Fresno.
Yep. Yep, Porterville. Yeah, Porterville Community College had a good basketball team for a couple seasons.
I mean, this is the one team that is actually named after everyone coming to this particular part of the country to try to find gold. Like, everything about this team is local. You know what I mean? When they first started building this team out, they picked players from colleges that were local. Bill Walsh was a local guy. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan got brought back here. Part of why I love Shanahan, his dad coached here. They lived here for a little while. Yep. He had a little taste of what it was like to be a 49er. And they have all the legends, Steve Young, Jerry Rice, on the sidelines. Like, this team is as local as it comes, right? Yep. But it's also a national brand. That's why I love this team, and they got to win one.
Yep, they got to
finish the job and just win one.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 4 days, 6 hours, 20 minutes, 29, 28, 27, 26 seconds away from the big game on Sunday. Kickoff Sunday. I cannot wait. Big shout out to Pete's Coffee. We are going to Vegas for the game. Thanks to my folks at Pete's Coffee. Cannot believe you guys are sending this down there to Las Vegas for the big game. I'm starting to cry inside thinking about how we're going to be present at this Super Bowl, watching the freaking 49ers break this 30-year drought. Break this freaking drought. There's going to be tears of joy on Sunday, man. I feel good about this game. I'm starting to feel really good about this game. To hell with Patrick Mahomes. I don't care how great he is. I don't care about Kelsey. I don't care about Andy Reid. Niner fans just know this. We stand on business, and it's about what we do. It's been like that all season long. It's about what the Niners are doing. Are we turning the ball over or not? We own this. We run this league. The hell with the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm sick of them. I can't wait till Sunday, man. I'm now fired up after hearing Randy Cross, hearing about the Bill Walsh stories, hearing about the nostalgic and all these guys getting Super Bowl rings. Let's get this call real quick before Slater. Who is this? Let's get him on. Get him on, Lubman. Screen the call. Let's go. I'm watching right there from Allegiant Stadium.
We got to go to break. Right back.
Break. All right. My bad. I lost track of time. Did the legal late. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by the Farmer's Dog, Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game insider. He'll break down the Golden State Warriors in his trade deadline, but we'll get to Lyle and Maryland before we get to Slates on the other side here on the Morning Roast.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices.
A lot of people coming at us. The YouTube break music. Now, I don't listen to it. I don't have access to listening to it. When I'm at home, Lord knows I'm not watching y'all on YouTube.
See, I'm a company man. I watch.
No, I listen. I like to listen. Close my eyes and listen. I don't watch.
The Odyssey suits are listening. I listen.
No, I listen. I don't watch. I listen. So I don't know what the break music.
You don't look.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to look. Because I don't want to see the numbers and they laugh at them like, they need me.
With the break music, it's chosen by someone who ranks above all of us here at the station. We have no say in it.
Okay, we need to change it.
Yeah,
we'll figure out how to change it. Who do we talk to change the music?
I think that's a Lucas Alexander conversation.
Well, you know what? Lucas Alexander, you're listening right now, Lucas, driving in. Hey, Luke. We got to do something for our people.
The reason we choose the music is the music has to be loud enough that it like triggers the meter on YouTube. So it's strategically chosen because it satisfies that meter grabbing thing that we need to get.
Hip hop doesn't trigger.
I know what we can play instead, and Lucas knows as well.
Nah, I'm not feeling this one.
I gotta say, I'm not a big USC guy, but this does hit.
It does hit.
Hits.
Oh, I love it. It hits hard. But does it hit harder than this?
Dog, this is the whitest thing you've ever done.
Whitest thing? Not the coat all white uniforms?
That too.
You suck.
Dude, you have fully transformed into Mike Francesa.
I like Francesa. By the way, the 30 for 30. The 30 for 30. Francesa, that could totally be me too. I'm not going to lie. When Francesca, if you guys haven't watched the 30 for 30 on ESPN about Francesca and Mad Dog Russo, they are pioneers in this business.
No, they're the best.
But they were fighting over. Russo thought he was getting the A chair. Francesa was just sitting there. He goes, I didn't know. I just sat down. No, he knew exactly where he was sitting down. That would be me. Just walking in, see the control. Okay, I know that's the top chair right there. I'm going to go sit right there. Just act like nothing's going on.
Hey, so this is the difference. So, like, I don't know if you'll see later on in Sopranos, Sil talks about it. Sometimes it's easier to be a number two than to be the main guy.
It is.
Johnny Sack asked to be the main guy, and you saw what happened to his health and to what ended up happening.
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
It's stressful.
And look, I'm Tony in my own mind, in my own eyes, but trust me, it's a lot easier to be Sil.
Oh, I'm Tony all the way through. I'm actually acting like Tony at home.
No, Sil gets popped.
Yes, don't give it up. Don't give it up. But no, I do. I do believe I'm Tony now. Some of Tony's mannerisms, I'm starting to see it in myself.
You don't eat gabagool, so you cannot be Tony. You don't even know what a charcuterie plate is.
No, I do know what a charcuterie plate is. I just said we don't bring charcuterie plates to Christmas.
You don't do hors d'oeuvres?
No, I do. Of course I do.
Bring the daisy dips. That's all you need.
That's all you need is daisy dips, dude. That's all you need. And all I need is Lyle and Maryland in my life. Lyle and Maryland, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Great. Hey, been a long time Niner fan since 1981. I just think the game plan just needs to be where we started off on game one. Pound the ball, run McCaffrey. We have 4 stud running backs. We got McCaffrey, we have Jordan Mason, we have Debo, and we have Elijah Mitchell. And I think if we could just work on that defense and pound that rock, and then when they try to stop them, bringing more guys up to the line, that's when you unleash Purdy on them.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt. Baltimore, really, you watch that AFC Championship game, I have no idea what they were doing offensively. No idea. No clue. Todd Monken, oh my gosh. Lamar Jackson died on his sword. Oh, boy. Anyway, let's get to the Warriors. Anthony Slater, R95.7 The Game Insider.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
He is a mashed potatoes guy. Do they have? Oh, he's in Philadelphia. He could go to Reading Terminal.
Reading Terminal is off the hook.
He go get some gumbo. Yeah. Dude, he got everything.
Kabibbles.
It's Kabibbles, a nice little cheesesteak. Anthony Slater, courtesy of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line.
What was the lobster place we went to?
Oh, that was in the cut.
That was
in the cut.
That was a good spot.
That was a little spot. Yeah, that was a little
good spot.
off to the side on Broad Street.
That was a good spot.
Anthony Slater, what are you doing in Philadelphia right now, my man? Did you stay in New York an extra day? Give us some travel itineraries, since that seems to be a popular thing on the internet.
Number one, I had to come down to Philly yesterday afternoon on train because they practice in Philadelphia at the Palestra on Penn's campus. So I had to go to that, number one. Number two, I'm a Todd Monken guy. I'm not just a mashed potatoes guy. I covered Todd Monken at Oklahoma State. So,
Look at you.
Don't go too hard at Todd. I like Todd.
I do like Todd, too.
Speaking of going hard.
So, hold on.
I was going to transition.
No, not yet. The food. What are you doing in Philadelphia? Where do you eat in Philly? You've been there over and over.
So, I mean, I always try to do like a cheesesteak here. I got this spot in downtown I went to yesterday, Cleaver's, but I'm also going to be honest with y'all. It's been about a week on the road. I might go get a salad after this.
Smart. It's good for the bowel system.
Wait, Brooklyn, Atlanta, Memphis. Oh, yeah, those are some good.
You can get some food in Memphis, but it's not healthy. Let me tell you. That was a rough start.
And you get the lemon pepper Lou's in Atlanta.
All right, let's get into the hard-hitting stuff, okay?
Sorry, Anthony.
You are in the locker room. Klay Thompson doesn't finish the game. You're in the locker room. Now, I've got multiple questions baked into this one question, okay, which I don't like to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. Draymond is talking off to the side. We have the audio that we'll play it, but it doesn't sound great. It's tough to tell. Draymond says something like, I didn't close in Boston before you can even ask the question to Klay Thompson. How did you interpret, before we get to Klay and Klay's feelings, how did you interpret Draymond Green jumping over the top and kind of insinuating that closing isn't that big of a deal? Was that a dig at Klay, at you, at the question?
No, it was at me, number one. Okay, like, they know that's a story, right, when we walk in the room? Like, that's Guy Santos closed over Klay Thompson. Everybody knows. Us wolves in the media are very interested in that. Draymond Green isn't around at this point. He's clearly, we find out later, I guess, in the shower, because the shower is maybe like 2 lockers over. It's kind of like the shower area. I asked Klay, hey, can I get you for a couple minutes? And, the other reporters kind of fall over because, again, it's a big story. And he's like, yeah, sure, I'm an open book, is what he said. And then we start talking, and Draymond comes out of the shower and sees, because Draymond's locker's 2 down from Klay. He sees we have crowded Klay Thompson. He is the leader in the locker room, remains the vocal leader in the locker room, as you guys can imagine. And I think he's trying to ease the tension that he believes is kind of surrounding Klay Thompson at the time, and also make a point, like, it's not that big a deal that Klay Thompson didn't close tonight, even though we obviously think it is. So he says what he says to me, by the way, and you can hear in the audio, maybe you can. I mean, like you said, it's not the greatest, but, that we're must be asking about that. He closed and gave 5, whatever. And you can hear me say, well, I haven't asked about it yet, but I'm about to. So I then asked about it, but it was in no way a dig at Klay Thompson. It was trying to downplay that as a storyline and basically try to lower the temperature of the situation, which, in some ways it probably upped it.
Interesting there. So Klay, obviously visibly frustrated. He's shooting 35% over his last 8 games. The 3-point percentage is a lot worse. He's a streaky player, a very streaky player. But to see him visibly, like a lot of fans, they feel for him. Or some fans just say, yo, bitch this guy, trade this guy. What happens going down? Like, does this have any long-term ramifications in terms of re-signing with the Golden State Warriors this offseason?
No, not really. I mean, this is like the 4th time it's happened this year. He actually did one of these interviews in Phoenix because he got benched the night in Phoenix that Draymond committed the flagrant foul.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Nobody really seemed to want to talk about it the next day because there was other things to talk about with the Warriors because another of their franchise legends was in some hot water. But, this is like the 4th time. He's coming to grips with it. He's trying to figure out what type of player he is. I have no indication he won't be here past Thursday. The negotiations are going to be tricky this summer. They were tricky last summer, right? I mean, they didn't come to grips on what could have been an extension, before the season. But how does this impact that? I mean, honestly, like, depending on how the last couple months goes, like, he's probably lowered his value. Like, he has career low in field goal percentage, career low in 3-point percentage. He's still a valuable player that teams will be interested in. But I don't think it's the price tag that maybe he expected or wanted or even would have got last summer.
What do you think that price tag is?
Oh, the price tags in the NBA now are just going crazy because the numbers are going crazy. But, I still think it's probably in the 20s range, and that might sound like a ton to people. But it's, first of all, it would be lowered from 43, which is the big thing. But also like 20 is almost like a little bit above the mid-level at this point in the NBA,
Interesting. Go ahead, Saskia, get in here.
No, it's just you're I guess insinuating about the trade deadline. Are they going to make a move here? Because here's where I'm at right now. Before you answer the question, I swear to God, if CP3 comes back and GP2 comes back and Kuminga's minutes get lowered as a byproduct of that, my head will explode. This team is not a championship team. I get it. It's a Steph Curry year in the prime. You don't want to waste it. Kuminga's development is one of the big revelations of this year. And so if anyone returns, dips into that playing time, to me, it's like, what are we doing here?
Well, look, 39 minutes might become 32, but Jonathan Kuminga, at least in my opinion, and being around the team, I don't think will ever be an 18-minute, 15-minute per game player for them anymore. And that's kind of more what you're talking about, right? He slides down into like 8th in the pecking order. At this point, I think he's kind of like 3rd in the pecking order. And beyond that, minute-wise, and I've talked to, some of the people around the team, they're loving the ability to play him, 12 straight minutes and 30, like high 30s if they need to. Like, they love the youth. And I agree with you. And honestly, I think they're to the point that the coaching staff agrees with you. And I know, the decision makers up top agree that, like, Jonathan Kuminga is now high on the pecking order and nobody returning will impact that much. That's not to say there might not be a night or two where I come on the radio with you guys a month from now and like Chris Paul closed over him on one particular game and you're upset about it. But I would say bigger scope, like Kuminga is a massive part of the future, and that's been decided.
Yeah, no doubt. What about Moody? As we're talking to Anthony Slater here at the Boxer Girls and Guest Line on the Morning Roast, he's live in Philadelphia. As the Warriors can clinch a road winning streak or a road stand. I guess you could call it a road stand here. The winning road trip here. If they win tonight, it could be improved to 3-1. Moody, where's he at? Because it feels like he's lost in the sauce.
Well, I mean, he was injured. He screwed his calf up. I talked to him the other night, like that. It happened in game. He kind of knew it that night. He ended up missing 3 weeks or so. He just came back, and honestly, like if he was in a groove, it probably would have been him instead of Guy Santos to close. But it was just his first game back from a calf injury. I know that there's a desire from Warriors people to see him more over the last couple months to up his minutes, and now that Steve Kerr is very much more comfortable, clearly like lowering Klay Thompson's minutes on given nights, I do think you'll see a little bit of more Moody, but probably still not enough to appease a lot of people.
Is there a trade going to happen?
Well, I mean, like any trade at all?
Any trade.
Anything. Yeah,
There's rumors with Wiggins. How valid are those rumors?
Let me start here. I think there's a chance like a Corey Joseph gets traded into space, like that saves money. I think Kevon Looney's contract is, vulnerable just considering what it is, and we're probably talking more tax savings or minor deals here. Wiggins is the bigger name that I think is at least in discussion. But and Brian Windhorst said it yesterday, and everything I've heard kind of backs this up. But it's just like the deals on the table potentially for Wiggins just are not that appealing. I'm not sure they help this Warriors team now or in the future more than just leaving Andrew Wiggins in the closing lineup, which he currently is, and on the books until the summer where you can maybe re-explore it. Maybe he rehabs some of his value.
So where's this team going? This team got to run it up because it feels like they need to go on over a 17-game stretch, 13-4 or 12-5. Does this team, healthy, have that type of run in them to get back into the play-in phase of the Western Conference or maybe even the top 6?
Yeah, and play-in, I think, is where they are probably going. Look, Houston is hit a real slide. The Warriors are actually ahead of Houston now. I think Utah, and you might even see. You might, yeah. Well, we're just trying to climb a ladder here. Like,
it's an inside joke on the show. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't a dig at you.
No. But Utah, I think, is going to slide past them. The Lakers, Mavericks, I think are vulnerable. But to be honest, like I don't think they can get up to 6. So then you're talking about trying to play your way in through the play-in and maybe get like a Minnesota in the first round and like try to cause some trouble. But to your grander question, like where are they going? Not to the championship. But I don't think there's something that can happen in the next 24 hours that would make you go, here they come. So,
all right. Who's winning Sunday? Chiefs Niners.
Is football still going on? There's a game this weekend?
Well, your Dolphins got eliminated 3 weeks ago.
Well, I get it. Well, no, I thought, Anthony, you're going to fly from Chase Center Saturday to Las Vegas for Sunday's game and then fly to Utah Monday morning.
Oh, somebody did say something about a Super Bowl party. I forgot. Yeah, I'll be doing that Sunday. Who's going to win? You don't want me to answer that. You're listening.
All right. Yeah, we're going to hang up.
Well, it's certainly not going to be Tua.
well, I guess the better question is, the better question is, will Bonte and Shasky be sat when they're talking to you next Wednesday before the Clippers game?
Will they be sober by halftime?
I don't drink.
We'll be in the. We'll get. We got Shasky go to the press box later. Can you give him
First
real
time
quick
ever.
before we let you go?
First
Give
time
us some
ever.
press box etiquette.
I'm a little.
Give us some press box etiquette, Anthony, because he doesn't listen to me.
First of all, I don't want to give him any press box etiquette. I want to see you get your phone out and videotape because I'm more interested in him in the press box Sunday than the actual game. So
with the jersey on.
The etiquette. Again, I'm not going to give him any suggestions.
Anthony. As a big J journalist myself, let me tell you, I do what I want, like Cartman.
One thing I will say, I've never covered the Super Bowl, so maybe I'm speaking a little out of turn, but that does seem like the type of event in press box that is a little different than your normal,
It's like an NBA.
That big J journalist.
It's like an NBA All-Star game. You covered All-Star games where you get the big you get people from China. They're wearing Lakers beanies, Bulls jerseys. I mean, it's a who's who. I'm telling you, Shasky.
Well, I said to the boss, when I now backed off, I'm like, Barstool wears whatever they want, and he's like, well, we're not Barstool, and I'm like, you're right, I get it, but I'm me, I'm a unicorn.
Have a good salad, Anthony. Have a good salad today.
I need to. I'll see y'all.
Yep. Say hi to Kate
light
for
on
us.
the dressing.
Yeah, light on the dressing. And say
dressing.
hi to Kate Scott for us. Make sure you say hi to Kate Scott. Anthony Slater,
He's
our
gone.
95.7 Game Insider. Courtesy
Her cousin
of the Boxer Girls and Guest Line.
All right. So Sam Lubman and Bonte Hill. I'll be sitting. It's not even the press box. We're sitting in the press area, correct?
It's the auxiliary press box. So
we're up in a box.
Well, I don't know if we're in the box. I don't know where it's at. But so the auxiliary press box for the national championship game at Levi Stadium when Clemson played Alabama. You had the regular press box.
Mm-hmm.
Then the auxiliary press box was outdoors in the 200 section, right there on the edge. And I love that.
Oh, I bet you
I
did.
loved it. The snack, the concession stand was right behind us.
Uh-huh.
They had hand warmers for us. But football's made to be, you got to watch it outdoors.
I agree with
You got to
that.
hear the contact.
So I can't fist pump?
You can fist pump. Do it quietly.
Sam, can I fist pump around esteemed members of the media?
I would do it discreetly. Make it so no one else can see it. That's what I do at Giants games when something good happens. I'll look to my left, look to my right. Okay, no one's looking. I do all right, we did it.
Well,
We did
it's
something
funny.
good.
Like the dirty little secret is so many of these people covering these teams and across sports. This is not sports specific. Are dying for the teams to love them and write nothing but unbelievable, homerific viewpoints of these teams, but they're wearing a suit. And so they're, objective. And I was like, wait a minute. The dirty little secret in the media is when the teams do well, we all do well.
Yeah, you can't tell me that David Lombardi's not a 49er fan.
Oh, the guy's
you
already...
could be a fan. It's just you can't outwardly show it in a working area
but it's
that is
like
the press box.
But you can't come down on
That's
people
what
for
I'm-
being a fan.
That's what I'm
And you're a
saying.
fan on the inside. You got to be objective as a journalist, even with your tweets. And there's some media members I see all across this country that are not. They show their biases off top, like the guy Elliot Shore Parks, right? Elliot Shore Parks, right, from Philadelphia, 94 WIP. Supposed to be objective, supposed to be a writer for Philadelphia. That guy was dying on every sword. Oh, Philadelphia's become underrated now. Oh, Philadelphia does this and Philadelphia does this.
Has become underrated.
It's like, dude, dog, take a playoff. I'm pulling the Shasky. Doggy, take a playoff.
Feel me?
That guy pivoted so quickly to Sixers basketball. He didn't wait 24 hours. All of a sudden, he went from the Eagles are underrated to Joe Embiid's having the greatest season ever in the regular season.
Now it's pivoting to Bryce Harper.
What's crazy to me is that in this market, he's pivoting to Bryce Harper, Chuck and PA. In this market, I'm considered the fanboy. We went to Boston. And they were all fanning it up, but they all had suits on, so it was different. And they were like, we're going to blow you out by 35. I'm like, we? What? It was like the NBC affiliate. Remember I did that couple of hits for the NBC affiliate? It was incredible. I couldn't believe how homerific Boston was.
Yeah, they're all homers. They all are homers.
Well, you could be a homer. You just can't, scream and yell in the press box like you're in the stands.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that.
All things in moderation. You want to be a homer, that's fine. You just got to be chill about it.
Skip Bayless, he's a loud Dallas Cowboys fan.
But I don't consider Skip.
Right. He's not going to press boxes.
Yeah, But I'm going to have fun. I'm excited. I'm not going to complain about it at all. I'm going to love it. I'm going to fist pump.
See, the reason I will say
people,
this,
boom, boom, boom.
for me, I could get a little out there at a football game, But I don't mind just having earbuds in.
But you have credibility.
But
you're Bonte Hill.
No, I don't have
Pre
any
and post
credibility.
Warriors.
Salbo doesn't
hosted
think
the
so.
11th best morning show in America.
No, Salbo on YouTube just thinks I'm a fan host. No, you're just a fan host. You don't have any insight. So that's who I am.
But here's the thing: we're all fans at some level. Like everyone's a fan. Like great example, Mike Florio, who we've had on the show many times,
Right.
and I like Mike. I do. I actually like Mike. Mike's like, I'm a journalist. Mike, you play favorites all the time. All the time. You hate Jimmy G. You hate Kyle Shanahan.
Why? Because they duped him in the Mac Jones situation.
Yes. But
Dude,
that's the funny thing is
you know what's funny? And I'm not going to name names.
I'm more journalistic than you. I'm wearing a suit.
This is hilarious. This is funny. Antonio Pierce. They just beat the Denver Broncos. Last game of the season. And Antonio Pierce goes to the media, talks to the media, whatnot. Then he goes, all right, who's with me in here? I need y'all to scream Raiders with me. All 3 scream Raiders. And there's a couple media members that shall remain nameless that yelled, Raiders! And the real Big J journalist was like, this is unethical. Their credentials should be rethought. But that's wild to me. You can't do stuff like that.
Why?
I'm not going in there yelling. Shanahan goes, all right, Bonte, on 3 yell Niner Empire. 1, 2, 3, Niner Empire. I'm not doing that. I'm not sorry, Shanny.
When these coaches tell horrible jokes and everyone's like, like they're doing the exact same thing. They might as well yell, Niners! Come on, dude. I mean, seriously.
I mean, the yelling.
Picturing Vic Tafur now doing it. He wouldn't, but I'm just picturing
Vic Tafur wouldn't do it, but Vic Tafur was like, whoa, okay. But somebody in there, I know who it was. And I saw that person on the sideline in the NFC title game. They forgot my name. They got some big title. They just walk right by. Hey, how you doing? Oh, okay, cool.
Well, that guy's trying to be an employee of the Niners. I don't even know what the hell that guy's doing.
Let me tell you. It wasn't a guy that walked by. It was a girl who yelled Raiders.
Oh.
Got caught up.
You tell her, I'm at 9 or 5 7 in the game.
No, that's Will Kiss. We'll see Will Kiss on Sunday. He'll be working.
Oh, yeah?
Shout out Will Kiss. Oh, what's going on at 9 or 5 7 a game? I'll never forget that.
Well, you tell him that, Darth Vader, we're invading your Death Star.
Oh,
tell them we're invading the Death Star.
Well,
both Luke and Han Solo over here are going in.
Man, sports media. There's no ethics in sports media.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me tell you. But you can't go in there.
We're covering like world politics.
You can't go in there
we're covering a football game.
You can't go in there decked out Niners gear and all.
No, but I just won't write one negative article about anything ever over my entirety of my time covering the team.
By the way, Seth Wickersham, so we could get into today, actually tomorrow, because we only have about 13 minutes left, but I've been skimming through the story. I could multitask. I could talk to you. Yeah. I could tweet at Salvo on YouTube and make a bet with him. And then Seth Wickersham on ESPN, Kyle Shanahan is ready to meet the moment.
Oh.
He's ready to meet the moment. And the first couple graphs discusses the first time Shanahan ran into McVay after McVay and the Rams beat the Niners in the 2021 NFC title game. And the Shanahan, listen to this. He walks to him. He walks up and he goes, sure enough, Shanahan was still raw. At first he said he didn't watch the Super Bowl, that he couldn't watch it. Then he fessed up and said that he watched the half. And the Shanahan goes, that was effing hard to watch you guys win. And the two chatted up, and it was awkward. They said Shanahan has a very tough time.
Yeah.
Very tough time, too.
He's got a little butcher in him.
Yeah.
He likes to tell a tall tale.
Well, no, he just can't wear. He wears his emotions on the sleeve like me.
Yeah, I don't blame him. All right, you ready to have a little fun here? Let's have a little fun. All right, I love the commercials. I admit it. Super Bowl commercials. All right? We're all going to be sitting around the couches, and a lot of people in the room go, shh, the commercials, right? You guys, all of you guys could chime in on this, okay? Here's a quiz. Okay? The 3 talking frogs advertised which brand of beer in
Budweiser.
a Super Bowl.
Budweiser.
You got that correct,
That's
Bonte.
like legit my favorite ever Super Bowl
Yeah,
commercial.
that's probably the only commercial I ever remember.
I watched that as like an 8-year-old. I'm like, wow, I kind of want to have Budweiser now.
I have zero recollection.
What?
Of that. No.
They're on the lily pad?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, this may be the only commercial I get because
Here we
I don't
go.
watch commercials.
Which supermodel, and I'll give you the four answers, which supermodel starred in the 1992 Pepsi ad titled Two Kids? Naomi Campbell, Claudia Schiffer, Kate Moss, or Cindy Crawford?
Cindy Crawford.
Final answer?
Cindy Crawford.
I'm going to go Crawford, too.
Okay.
She was hot.
You
back
got
in
it
those days.
correct, Bonte.
Yeah, Cindy Crawford was the best thing smoking.
All right.
I don't watch commercials.
That's tough.
2010.
He said the names. I just knew,
David Letterman and Jay Leno starred alongside who in a 2010 ad? Was it Conan O'Brien, Barbara Walters, Jimmy Fallon, or Oprah Winfrey?
I'm going Conan because I think that's when he took over, right? Yeah.
No idea.
Final answer?
Yeah.
No idea.
We're going to go Conan? Wrong.
No idea.
Oprah Winfrey.
You talk about a lady who's loaded. What's her
little bit of
her husband, Stedman?
Yes.
They say he's the luckiest guy in America.
The Chappelle Show skit on that was all time.
I told my wife all the
good.
time, hun, I would love for us to be so wealthy where I could be a stay-at-home dad. You know what I would? I mean, I'd wear sweats all the time.
I would play
I don't know, Joe.
Which Golden
Smoking
Girl?
Big Dro.
Which Golden Girl? This is a one you're never going to get. I'm just saying you're never going to get.
No. Go ahead. Go.
Which Golden Girl appeared in a Snickers ad?
Oh, it was
Betty White.
Yeah.
Betty White, yeah.
I didn't do guys
Golden
would
Girl
go
and people
Golden.
Oh, I used to watch the Golden Girls with my grandma.
All right.
Golden Girls had
This
swag.
is for Guru.
Thank you for being a friend.
Yeah,
Guru and
thank you
Steiny.
for being a friend. Yeah, that's good
Travel
stuff.
down the road and back again.
This is a little older for the older crowd. Gene, maybe you know this one. Farrah Fawcett applied shaving cream to which quarterback in the 1973 ad that was very famous? Johnny Unitas, Bart Starr, Fran Tarkenton, or Joe Namath?
It's got to be Joe Namath.
Final answer?
Got to be Joe.
Joe Namath.
Yeah, he's the only one who's going to. Bart Starr wasn't good in commercials. He was playing in Green Bay.
Ice
Johnny
Bowl, baby.
Unitas is a little older. And who's the other quarterback you said?
Fran
Bob
Tarkenton.
Fran
Tarkenton.
Tarkenton.
Yeah.
He's out there.
Yeah. What drink mix aired a commercial during the first Super Bowl in 1967?
Gatorade.
Ovaltine.
Tang, Gatorade, Crystal Light, or Mio?
Oh, Mio's like recent. So
I got to go Gatorade.
Oh, I see
Gatorade?
Crystal Light.
Was it Tag?
Well, I'm going to go Gatorade for you, but I don't think that's
don't
right.
sleep on Tang.
Tag is OG.
It's Tang.
It's Tag. Well, remember the first Gatorade commercial, the Florida Gators? And we called it Gatorade.
Naturally,
I
we
love
called
that
it
commercial.
Gatorade.
I do like
missed
that
the glass
commercial.
bottle. You guys don't even know about the glass bottle. Huh?
No, the commercials, I remember it. I remember it in a juice box. They had them in juice box forms.
Wow.
Yeah.
You ever had it in a can? Gatorade in a can?
Yeah, I have actually.
That's very
The
weird.
green can.
Yeah, I don't like the
It's
cans.
very weird. I
The
did it just
cans
because
are
I
weird.
had to, but
All
it
right,
was weird.
couple more. Which company's Super Bowl ads featured a talking baby? Jeep, Burger King, NBA, or E-Trade?
E-Trade.
Yes.
Very
I
odd.
don't know that one.
That's
Baby Boss, remember?
Was it? Yeah,
It was a big deal.
I don't remember.
All right,
Kind
19.
of creepy, the talking
You know,
babies.
the
They
great
have,
thing about going to the Super Bowl, sorry to cut you off, Lovin. I don't have to watch commercials. And then when I go back to watch the game, I can skip through all the commercials.
See, I'm kind of like bummed that I've been missing the commercials.
I
of the game. I'm happy to be at the game.
so-
I'm not trading places or anything like that, but I'm going to have to go back and rewatch all
No,
the
I'm
commercials.
not rewatching any damn commercial. I'm rewatching the game.
All right. In
the heavens.
1993, the Big Mac. Which NBA legends competed to win a Big Mac in the Super Bowl ad in 1993? Jordan and Bird, Magic and Ewing, Barkley and Malone, Pippen and Drexler.
It was Jordan and Bird.
Had to have been Jordan.
Yep.
But I was going to say
Remember
Chris
off
Mullin-
the backboard,
Yeah.
off to this.
Remember they
nothing
had
but
the Mitch and Tim burger
Yes.
at McDonald's.
All
It
right.
was at Burger
If they
King.
recreate that commercial today, what two NBA stars are doing it?
Steph and LeBron.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, that's
100%.
probably it.
Which NFL player appeared in the 1980 Super Bowl ad? Hey, kid, catch. Franco Harris?
Oh, Mean Joe Green.
Look at you. Look at you. All right, couple more here. Couple more.
This is my Jock Brady moment I never got.
No, I love this. You're kicking Bonte's butt.
But no, you're not. By the way, I was just looking at something from
It is
Philadelphia
Jock
today.
Brady.
Tobias Harris may be the only Sixer starter available for tonight's game.
They better win.
Tyrese Maxey, questionable due to being sick. Joel Embiid out. DeAnthony Melton, back out. Nicholas Batum, out. Warriors about to have a
So
winning
Sixers by
record on
10?
his road trip. Warriors about to be 3-1 on
Yeah,
his road
let's
trip.
not forget the Memphis Grizzlies, who also had nobody a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The Memphis Hustle is what we
All
called
right,
them.
we got about four more. Ridley Scott
League team.
directed a dystopian Super Bowl ad in 1984 featuring which company? Coca-Cola, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft.
Apple.
Apple.
It was required watching at SF State for someone.
Really?
Yeah. it
Wow,
was.
Spinoni, you're on fire right now.
I was going to say Apple. I just let him get
no,
in.
you
Yeah, that was
didn't
another one
say
that's like in our-
anything.
No, I said
was
Apple.
gonna
Pick a
say-
program. We had to watch that stuff.
No, I had to watch it too.
You're
Yeah,
going out
everyone
like
in
Guru,
media
dog.
training has to watch for some reason.
Take that for data.
What? I got like the first five right.
You did do really well.
Yeah,
All
what are you
right.
talking about?
A child dressed as A child dressed as Darth Vader appeared in 2011 ad for what car brand?
Volkswagen.
Dude.
You guys watch too many commercials.
Wow.
I don't watch commercials.
Wow.
Sam, you guys watch
No,
way
I
too
love
many
that commercial. He's going around like
Monty,
doing like
you're
a
getting
forced choke on everything until he does it to the self-starting car. It was so adorable.
All right.
Wait.
Three more. Four more.
I thought that was this is a competition. I thought we were just naming them.
No. We're having everything's a competition.
I told you guys, I don't watch commercials.
It kind of became
I don't
halfway through.
Dog, if we play catch in the parking lot, it turns into a one-on-one game.
I don't watch commercials. Commercials are for losers.
Okay. Tough Under Fire was the annual Super Bowl campaign for what company? Goodyear, ADT, Masterlock,
Goodyear,
or Capital?
Goodyear.
Bonte, you are wrong.
I'm just guessing.
Anyone else?
Sorry,
repeat the question.
I didn't hear the question.
Masterlock is the answer. We're moving on. When did the cost of airing a 30-second Super Bowl ad pass the $1 million threshold? Was it 75, 85, 1995, or 2005?
2005.
I'm clicking on it. You are wrong. Spadoni?
The one prior to it.
1995?
1995. You are correct.
Damn.
All right, two more. FedEx used real footage from what classic movie in a 2000 commercial? Was it Casablanca? Was it The Godfather? Was it Wizard of Oz? Or The Sound of Music?
I have no idea.
Sound of Music.
No, Casablanca.
I think it's Casablanca, but it's not.
What is it?
Wizard of Oz.
Oh, there you go.
Last one for all the marbles. All right. Terry Tate
Somebody says showgirls.
was an advertising character with what unusual profession? Terry Tate. Was he the composite quarterback? The office linebacker? Food court kicker? Or the car wash coach?
I think the question within the question is, who's Terry Tate?
I don't know, Joe.
Terry Tate, I know the answer to this one.
Who's Terry Tate?
It was a guy who played a commercial that was very popular.
You got to Google it.
He was the office linebacker who would run up to people and crush them. You guys don't remember that?
Oh, I do remember that vaguely. He would just walk up. He would just run and sprint and lay people out.
Yes.
Yeah, black guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and he had like a tie on,
Yes.
short sleeve button up.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that commercial.
So who won? I think Spadoni might have won.
No, I won.
We're all winners in the end.
I won.
All right,
the fact that I named one.
Favorite Super Bowl commercial of all time?
I don't have a favorite.
What's that?
Oh, no. I tell you which one it is. It's the one with all the football players fighting for the trophy.
Ooh, that's
for the 100th year
yeah,
anniversary.
that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm going with that one.
That's like a 2-minute like
Marshawn Lynch.
really
Yeah.
That's
I'm going
really
with
good.
that one.
I mean, that's
Budweiser frogs are
such
good.
a homer pick
Because
for
we
you,
should
Mr.
get
Sports Guy.
No. We should do the Budweiser thing. We'd be at a house and drinking Budweiser.
Yeah, it was so
and we do the voice like was
Yeah, it was so good. Spadoni, yours?
What was that weird one with Mountain Dew? Was it the puppy monkey baby? You remember that weird? No. Sam knows what I'm talking about. There's this like
puppy monkey.
Yeah,
the
look
knowledge
it up.
that you
Very
guys
odd.
have of commercials is, I don't know, it's kind of
That's all Raider fans have to do is watch the. Unfortunately,
Sam, what's yours?
Well, I mean, there's that Budweiser commercial with the frogs. I always like that one. One that I really liked that was always under the radar. It's a Bud Light commercial where these two guys go up to the can. There's one Bud Light left. And so it's like, hey, rock, paper, scissors for the last one. Okay. So one guy goes rock, paper, he throws scissors, and the other guy just throws a straight up rock at the guy's head, takes the last Bud Light, walks away. The guy's like, I threw scissors. And the guy's like, yeah, I threw a rock. And that's it. It was like the first commercial of the game, too. It was just so random. I loved it.
So my, honest to God, one of my favorite commercials of my entire life was the Jordan and Bird one, because they were throwing it like it was a horse game where you had to like match the other guy's shot off the backboard, off the grass, nothing but net, back and forth. That was one of my favorite ones of all time.
That's a good one. Fast
five.
I know. I got my final thought already.
That's a fun way to end it, right?
That last little 10 minutes made me so happy. Because my final thought is, I don't have to watch the commercials this year. I'm going to be at the game, and when I watch the game back, I skip right through the commercials. God is good. Oh, my gosh. This has turned out to be a great Super Bowl.
you guys are gonna be watching Usher at halftime.
Exactly.
And Luda,
I
Lil
don't
Jon.
have to watch the freaking commercials this year. Yes, because it's the fakest thing. And it's what bothers me about watch parties. Oh, the commercial. Well, what? So-and-so's going to say this commercial going to happen. So-and-so's going to appear in this commercial. And everybody's playing these little stupid Super Bowl commercial games. I don't have to partake in it. And every lazy-ass radio host in America is going to be like, oh, well, what was your favorite commercial? Well, guess what? I don't have to play that game this year. Joke's on you.
What I need to have happen in the Super Bowl is Bonte gets a text first quarter from E40. Hey, I'm up in the suite. We're having a watch party. It's Jay-Z, Beyonce. It's anyone who Bonte would ever want to see and meet ever. And he is forced to go up into that suite.
Yeah, just go at halftime.
And watch the Super Bowl
That's
at a
what
watch party.
That's what Rocco and I did with D. Wright. It was Dwayne Wade, Gabrielle Union, Kerry Champion. It was a who's who.
E40, Matt Barnes. He gets up there without Shasky and I following him.
Well,
I would not show those.
Us so quick.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I would not even.
If you leave us for any point, we're like, hold on a second.
There's no chance I'm allowing you guys to follow me into a room with Jay-Z, Beyonce, 80-40. There's no chance of that happening.
All you hear is this. He's dusting his shoulders off as he's flying up to the press.
You guys would have no idea. I'll just tell you guys, hey, I'll be right back, man. I'm going to go be there with a friend.
You wouldn't even say that. You do the Irish goodbye, you'd be gone.
No, I don't do Irish goodbyes. I'd be like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. Just watch my stuff. That's what I would do. There's no chance Loveman's following me in that room. Oh, you got that right.
My final thought is Bonte, I love you, but you're so horrible at pop culture. Go.
Well, that's okay. That doesn't bother me.
My final thought, you guys, Jay-Z and E40 are tight. Remember last NBA Finals at Chase Center, Jay-Z brought their daughter, Blue Ivy. And they were chopping up with E40.
Yep,
I don't remember that.
I do remember that.
I don't remember that.
I do remember
pop culture.
Hey, Shasky rips me for pop culture. The only way you can hurt my feelings is if you say, Bonte, you don't know sports. Then I'm throwing things.
Do you know about the floppy set?
Oh, yes, I do.
Do you know about the A-gap?
UCLA, 4 corners. Split action. There's a split action.
So my final thought is...
Tornado!
The internet's such a great invention, but every now and then you just realize why some people shouldn't have access to it. The latest comparison on Brock Purdy, saying he looks like Lee Harvey Oswald. Like, what are we doing, people? Come on. Then asking him about it. Internet's going too far.
Oh, the internet's going too far. Said someone 15 years ago.
You say it every day.
The Twitter thing that I saw was that neither man acts alone. Brock nor Lee Harvey Oswald.
I did see that.
That was funny. It's funny. Like, if we laugh a little, it is funny.
But nobody laughs. Everybody takes it personal.
I know.
Don't you talk about Brock. That's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, Next Generation TG Network. Seriously, the internet scarred us from even saying anything remotely close about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy can throw 5 0 throws. The internet has scarred us so much that we won't even bring him up on this show.
But if you compare Bonte to Fred VanVleet, that's funny.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, Ollie's from Xfinity. Future starts out with Steady Guru.
The countdown to kickoff of the big game lives on 95.7 The Game, even when the Warriors play.
It's a 3 from the...
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Style, the Guru Johnson.
Yes, it's the Vegas edition. You know what's going on.
See?
Yeah.
Here I go again. You're calling it the Vegas edition.
Yeah.
Technically, doesn't that start till tomorrow?
But the excitement's already started.
But see, I try not to get too high or too low. Right. Let me tell you something about Vegas. When you go in with those high expectations, nothing ever happens.
Look at you.
Nothing ever happens.
And I figure driving in, I'm Leon from Curb Your Enthusiasm, and you're Larry David. That's how we'll roll. And we got Evan with us.
I'd rather be somebody like DiCaprio or...
But you got a nice. Spadoni complimented you on your haircut.
Yeah, I got a haircut. Yeah. And Evan got a haircut. Dude, you've got a haircut pretty recently.
Evan asked me, you
did something to it.
But I lightweight farted too. So that's what you got. Dude, I apologize, Evan. He really was saying who pooed it.
That's not good.
But I'm being honest. My bad. But I'm excited. Come on, Steiny.
I'm looking forward to
Marky D gave me a little lineup. That's all. You look good.
What do you mean?
He just, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Marky D?
Yeah, Marky D.
Gotcha.
DNR Barbershop.
Yeah, I
What
went
up,
to,
D?
I went to the wonderful Lucia at Jackson Place
You look
Salon.
good.
Yeah, she's great.
What about C-Note run you? 100?
70.
No, yeah.
But here's the thing.
Evan got one, too.
But hold on a second. Hold on a sec. The boss goes, hey, how much do you pay for a haircut? I'm like, 70. He goes, geez. I'm like, well, how many times a year do you get your haircut, Nahegian? He goes, once every 2 or 3 weeks. Well, I'm like, I get my haircut every 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
So I'm actually paying less per year.
Don't let it get to you. Last thing about the boss, I'm mad. We got a little thing going when we go on these trips. He'll zell me about, something.
Wait,
and he says,
what?
yeah, he'll zell me for him. He says, when you get to the
to make a
casino,
bet.
just go put it on black. Last couple of times they've been red. So I say, hey, you want to do our ritual? He goes, you know what? I might have Evan go put it on black as if I'm bad luck. Ain't my fault. Anyway, I'm ready, Steiny. What we got?
We got action. In case you're just joining us, Lorenzo Neal's going to join us today because we're going to be doing shows with Lorenzo Neal tomorrow and Friday from Vegas. It's going to be a 3-person show, me, Guru, and Lorenzo Neal. And can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Lowe's the best. We're going to have Ross Tucker today at 11 o'clock. Ross Tucker at 11 o'clock.
Is he in Vegas?
It's a good question.
I don't know.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no.
He gambles a lot. His podcast.
By the way, Guru, you need to. I was listening to Baldy yesterday with the morning show.
I text Baldy. He didn't text back.
Well, of course, because he's Brian Baldy.
It's about Micah Parsons.
Guru, I need to clue you in on something. Nobody stays for the game. Nobody
if you're a real one, you do.
No, actually, if you're a real one, you don't.
I'm not trying to come home till Sunday. That's the goal.
So after the game or before the game?
Well, we got to work Monday, so after the game. I'm trying to get active.
I know, and that's where
you scared, right? I'm ready.
No, I never get too high or too low. I got you. I'm not going in there setting the table for something that we'll see may not happen.
We are going to be within reach of Rihanna, Beyonce, Taylor, Halle. We could see Goodell. It's in your hair. The hair looks great. The show hair looks great.
I'm worried about the logistics a little bit.
Right. We got Uber and Lyft.
So we can talk about it.
Don't tell them.
Don't tell who?
The people where we're staying, because you like to do that stuff.
We're going to have to tell them where we're going to be.
Well, the party's at Circa.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 to 9.
When?
Tomorrow.
Are you going to go?
It's a mandate.
It's funny.
Dude,
I'm sorry, are we doing a show tomorrow, 5 to 9?
No, we're doing a meet and greet.
See, this is going to be an issue.
Lo will be there.
Exactly.
Some heavy hitters.
Well, see, this is what I'm starting to realize, and it's going to be hard for me to. People might take this the wrong way. You're going to. Some things are falling into place for me in Vegas.
Okay, you can shake.
Listen. I don't want to be this guy. But I don't want to be this guy. But and listen, Lorenzo Neal,
a Hall of Famer.
No, he's not. A great player in his own right.
Yeah.
He's not a Hall of Famer, but a great player.
Oh boy,
a great player, and I'm sure he can get us into a certain level.
Oh my god,
a certain level.
Shots fired
of party. But I'm going to
Loa get us there, baby.
I'm going to see. I got some. My guy Joe's going to be there, right?
Yeah.
Joe Thomas is going to be there, so. He's fast.
It's been a little while since he played.
Fast track to the Hall of Fame. So I'll be hanging out with Joe Thomas and some guy named.
Who you got?
The heck was this guy I'm supposed to be hanging out with? He played for the Broncos. I guess he was the heck was his name? All these guys I'm hanging out with.
Stevie?
Yeah, Stevie Atwater. Some guy, Stevie Atwater.
He was good. Was
he any good?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Was Steve Atwater any good? Probably him.
All right.
A little bit.
You bragging already?
Well,
So you're going to shake Evan and I is what you're setting up. That's all good stuff. We don't need you.
We're waiting to hear on Barry Sanders.
Yeah. I'm talking about Halle and Beyonce. You talking about guys.
Talking about practice.
Yeah,
hey, no, here's what we're talking about if you're going to be down in Vegas. Circa will be throwing a party that we will be at. starting at 5 o'clock tomorrow night. Guru will be there about 4:40. If you're going to be in Vegas tomorrow night, we want to see you. For free entry and a free drink, show up in some red and gold. RSVP now at circa.com and go to the Stadium Swim tab and click on Huddle Up at Stadium Swim. It's got the largest sports book with a pool.
What's the strangest?
Dude, I'm not. Here's the.
I'm trying to talk sports now.
I'm not ready.
Okay, I got you.
I'm not. I got no plans.
That's the beauty of it.
No, I mean,
we're gonna go enjoy ourselves.
Can I ask you one favor?
Yeah.
Can you be respectful of my hip?
There's no
of my hip.
Yeah.
If
I got you.
If I start to break down physically,
yeah, I got you.
I'll do the best I can.
Yeah.
I'm not going out. I'm not the kind of guy that goes to Vegas. I don't want to go to Vegas.
No, I got you,
suck. I don't want to do it. No.
Well, I'll tell you this.
You better be
before
careful.
we get to it, respect my gambling. Because in August, I was watching the games in my money, and here comes little Johnny tapping on me, all rosy cheeks, and it was you. I'm like, let me watch my bread, and you wanted to play. So if I'm in that, that I'm doing that work, leave me alone, Stoney.
All right. Here's one thing I was going to throw out. I don't know if I said this to Goo before, but I'm not going to do it unless 49er fans agree to have a little fun with me today. Just to have a little fun.
I love it.
I don't need any hater this, hater that. But it is true. I was listening to Baldy with the morning show, and he's talking about, it's Tuesday of Super Bowl week, so things change. And on the one hand, I was thinking, what changes? Nothing changes. They're just practicing, and then they'll play. But things do change in terms of what you think. Some you might think something today you didn't think yesterday, or something may come up that gets in your head, and you're like, well, something's come up.
I love it.
To me.
Okay.
But again, and I'm not kidding, I'm not doing this negative crap today. We're going to Vegas. The 49ers are in the Super Bowl. They're playing the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, you got to bear with me, though. You got to let me walk you through.
Take your time.
Okay. So at the beginning of the year, 49ers, Super Bowl. Can they win the Super Bowl? Can they get to the Super Bowl? My feeling was, well, I'll tell you what. I mean, Brock Purdy will have to be their quarterback and lead them to the Super Bowl. Can he? Sure he can. Would I bet on it? Probably not.
Okay.
Why not, Steiny? Well, he only quarterbacked 8-9 games last year. And, for that kind of quarterback to have a, 13-4 year, run the table and get to the Super Bowl, no, I think it's more likely the Eagles get back there. Okay, fine. The season rolls along, and Brock Purdy does great, and now he's in the Super Bowl. Can he win the Super Bowl? Of course he can win the Super Bowl. Of course the Niners can win the Super Bowl. But here's what I was thinking. I always look at the big, zoom out.
Yeah, that's who you are.
I'm zooming out.
Macro.
All right. Here's what the 49ers need. We're asking the Niners to do here. All right. I was thinking about it. It was important. Who's big players in this game? Big players. I get it. It's football. There's 22. All right. To me, here's three big positions to me. Quarterback.
Bang.
Coach. And kicker. So let's go to the Chiefs. And any way you cut it, you got Patrick Mahomes. Okay, Patrick Mahomes is one of the best quarterbacks in the history of football.
All agree.
If the Niners are to win this game, they're going to have to beat a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer right now. Patrick Mahomes. Boom. He is the man. Andy Reid. Well, Andy Reid's kind of like Belichick now. He's considered the best coach in football. One of the best, certainly. He's got the monkey off his back. He's got 2 Super Bowls. He's considered a genius. Great play caller. Boom, Andy Reid. Another Hall of Famer. Then I'm thinking about kicker. Okay. Butker. Harrison Butker. He's pretty good. He's really good. He's already played in the 6th most amount of playoff games for a kicker.
Gotcha.
And he's really good, and he's experienced. Okay. So now I'm thinking, boy, you got Mahomes, you got Reid, and you got Butker. All right, now what do the Niners need? Who do they need to what do they got to do to win this game? Well, they got Brock Purdy. Okay, this is
a great story.
Level. Yep. I'm just talking experience. Second year in the NFL. So you're asking a second-year quarterback to go out there and help the 49ers win a game against Mahomes. Then you got a rookie kicker who's had a little shaky, You may need a rookie kicker to come through for you to win a Super Bowl. Then you got Shanahan. All right, if I'll give you a lot of your argument from the past few days and weeks. Yeah, still hasn't won the big one. A lot of pressure on Shanahan. Hasn't been at the top of his game in Super Bowls and deep into playoffs, decision-making apparently. So that's when I started to think, well, tell me why the Niners are going to win this game. Because they're going to need their second-year quarterback to be good, their rookie kicker to be to probably be good. They can win without him, obviously, if they win for. But that's what I started to think about, Yeah, you got Purdy, you got Moody, and you got Shanahan, and they're going up against Mahomes and Butker and Andy Reid. Like, how do you account for Purdy hasn't played in a Super Bowl? Mahomes has. Can you account for that? Maybe Purdy will rise to the occasion. Maybe Mahomes, because it's his fourth Super Bowl, will almost treat it like a regular game and make a casual mistake or two. Like, I don't know. When I look at it that way, the task becomes more daunting for the 49ers. When I look at it that way, they need Purdy. They need Purdy to come through, and he's pretty young against Mahomes. They got a kickers, they might have to make some big kicks. Shanahan's got to get over the hump. And then if I really wanted to take it to an extreme, keep in mind, Guru, I'm using this as a jumping off point. Mm-hmm. And I'm rambling here. And then how about this one? Your big boy, maybe your most important player on offense, he never played in a Super Bowl. McCaffrey. McCaffrey's never played in a Super Bowl. How do you account for that first Super Bowl? Like, we don't know. Could it be good? So I'll phrase it positively. Why doesn't that worry if you're a Niner fan?
It's not about...
If you're looking at it objectively, okay. Talk to me, 49er fans.
And I'm going to go first.
888-957-9570.
I appreciate everything you just stated, but Steiny, it's bigger. It's 10 other guys. It's 9 other guys on the field. And this is why we love sports, and the NFL is the best reality TV in the world. There's no script. Brock Purdy could literally go out here and throw 3 interceptions, and the Niner defense be just exceptional, and they win the game. So nothing will supersede the activities on the field, on the gridiron. There could be fumbles. And the 3, it's not like Mahomes and Purdy are going to throw the football through a tire. So it's bigger than them. They got to throw passes. Receivers got to catch it. And the coaches, they got to call the right play, Steiny, at the right time. So everything you said to me is resume, but to Brock Purdy, and we'll get into Lee Harvey Oswald, which was just the weirdest thing I ever heard. What are you doing? Anyway, Steiny, he may look at this as another football game.
Who?
Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And he may come in here and have his best game. That's on the table. Also, the flip side, he could have his worst. So as far as experience, I give you the Andy Reid and Mahomes and the rest of the gang in regard to winning this game, but I'm not mad at what you said, but I feel like what you said is controlled by the team and not just 1 or 2 players. Because again,
okay, so who's got?
I would say at the quarterback position, I would bet on Patrick Mahomes because he's won this game. He's been there 3 times. But that doesn't mean anything when it's 3rd and 8 and Wilkes dials up a blitz or Warner's coming from your blind side.
Okay, fine. Yeah. And then if and when Mahomes is great and Purdy's good but not good enough, then let's talk about the greatness of Mahomes.
But we can also, I hear you, but we can also do that and say,
what about the happy to be? Haven't you ever heard of that one before? The happy to be here.
Well, I think that's
finally broken through. And I get it. Kittle's been in the Super Bowl. A lot of 49ers.
So is Kyle.
Right, but the most important player hasn't.
Well, And
I'm just wondering,
again,
like,
that's a big component
and I like how all these
of this game, this
Okay,
matchup.
exactly.
And
So-
their favorite. Well, we won't even get into that because I think that's a trap. I don't. I get the roster thing, but I guess Vegas is not afraid that Kyle will have his young Jedi quarterback ready for this game. But you are right. Like Snyder, he could go out there and it could be the movie Carrie. It could just be a nightmare. And he could fall on his face and enable his team to win, or he could ball out. What if he balls out and they lose 37-34 and the defense couldn't stop Mahomes? We'll come in here and know how to decipher and say, you know what? Brock's first Super Bowl, Stoney, he was stellar. He wasn't the reason they lost. And I know that's not going to have him sleep any better, but it's a Rubik's Cube in regard to what's going to happen in this game.
Right. But the 49ers don't have the experience at quarterback. They don't. And they're going up against one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
And their job is to hope he's ready, right?
Can somebody tell me how you account for a player's first Super Bowl appearance? And the answer is you can't. You can't. And so, Brock Purdy may ball out, and the 49ers may win the Super Bowl. But Patrick Mahomes has a track record. Yeah. And chances are he's going to play like he's played in the playoffs, in the Super Bowl over the last 3 or 4 years. So all I'm saying is the 49ers have some guys. They have a player at the most important position it's a wild card.
No doubt.
It's a wild card.
It's a big one.
So,
but you do know it's not just him, Stoney. It's the coaching staff. It's the game plan. It's his receivers catching the balls. It's McCaffrey if he gets loose, Kittle. So I'm saying he's got people that will have his back that'll allow him if he's a little shaky.
Well, McCaffrey's never played in a Super Bowl either.
No doubt. But it's still taking the snaps, Donnie. It's still football at the end of the day.
Right.
I don't want to discredit what you're saying as far as experience. You are correct. But Tom Brady won his first Super Bowl. It's going to happen.
But I heard today that Tom Brady wasn't the best team on that
best
first
player.
Patriots. Yeah, wasn't the best player.
And they probably weren't asking him
to. First Patriots team.
Yeah, but they got it done.
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning.
What's up, baby?
Hey, listen, enjoyed that last conversation. I think both things can be true. First, I want to say, Steiny, glad to have you back. It's good to hear your voice. I'm glad everything went well, and I hope the recovery goes smoothly. That's the first thing I want to say.
Thank you.
Second thing I want to say, and give me a chance on this, because it ties in with what you were just saying. And but Goo's right, because it's decided on the field. But I've been wanting to say this for a while. I think that the description of what happened in the Super Bowl the last time we met, and I'm wanting the 49ers to win. I'm a 49er fan, but this narrative that we were ahead and we blew it, there's a hole in that, and here it is. If you guys watched that season, Mahomes was balling out, and the offense was dynamic. Andy Reid had not won a Super Bowl. We got in the Super Bowl, and they played conservative. They did not play like the Kansas City Chiefs played during the regular season for the first 3 quarters. They did not. And if you watch that season, you know what I'm saying is true. They're down. It's the 4th quarter, and somebody decided, I don't know, it was Reid or Mahomes or who, hey, look, we got to air it out like we do during the regular season. And what you saw in the 4th quarter from Kansas City is what you saw from them all year, this dynamic offense. So it wasn't totally that we blew it, that Shanahan blew it and we blew it and we couldn't hold them and all that kind of stuff. They played Kansas City Chiefs football in the 4th quarter of that Super Bowl, and that's why they won. And I firmly believe that. I believed it since watching that game, because I watched Kansas City all season. Mm-hmm. And so it ties in with what you're saying, Steiny. And I think that we're going to win, because I think our team, down the line is better. And I think Brock is going to be cool and calm and collected like he's been all season. But it's a game. Give me your thoughts, guys.
Hey, before you go, I just want to tell you I disagree with you about that Super Bowl. The Niners let that one get away. Mosley got lost in the fourth quarter, and it gave them life. But not only that, the Niners had the ball at the 49-yard line you score, you win the game, and they ran the ball. They were gashing the Chiefs. And for whatever reason, Kyle went away from the run when they got to the 49-yard line of the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm just saying, it looked like you didn't even have to throw the ball again, and he went away from the run. And the Chief players even said that. So to me, I hear you say, it was more about Kansas City, but that's why I felt like Kyle got caught up in just being a genius and didn't stay with what was working. And a 3rd and 15, Mosley gets lost, you're up 10. I thought the Niners outplayed the Chiefs, but I know we can agree to disagree.
I hear you. And like I said, two things can be true.
Yes, sir.
You saw what Kansas City did in that fourth quarter. They were a different team than they were in the first 3 quarters. Andy Reid was playing conservative, hoping he's going to win his first Super Bowl, okay? And then he said, we got to just air it out. So what you're saying, I hear you, and I do not disagree with you. But I think what you saw from Kansas City in the fourth quarter of that game was a dynamic team, which you did not see in the first 3 quarters.
Appreciate the call, Doug. 888-957-9570. Also, it's funny how people take things. So I can make a case. I wrote it down. What's Mahomes' record in the playoffs? It's like 9-3. Something crazy.
14-3.
14-3.
Damn.
He's played a whole regular season of playoff games. You know what I actually think is very possible? Just as possible as, I'll tell you what's just as possible as Brock Purdy coming out and struggling on Sunday. I'll tell you what's just as possible, but nobody would ever think this way. I'll tell you that on the other side. The Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip. It continues tonight in Philadelphia. It's also Super Bowl week, so Willard and Dibbs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio, 95.7 The Game, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's today and tomorrow, this week, right here on 95.7 The Game. Also, that segment was brought to you by Flag and Anthem. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The biggest day in football is right around the corner, and we've got the ultimate game plan. Head to flagandanthem.com and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, to score 25% off game-winning looks from Christian McCaffrey's go-to clothing brand, Flag and Anthem. Flag and Anthem, the best clothes in the game.
DraftKings, the leader in fantasy sports, just dropped a brand new fantasy app, Pick 6.
That's me. It was
You
that
did something
cologne,
to it.
but I lightweight farted.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
My bad, Evan.
What about me?
You didn't smell anything.
I'm in the same studio with you, which Evan is not.
Yeah, but you didn't, you know what I mean?
I mean, we've known each other long enough. I don't like that kind of humor at all. And that doesn't mean
humor.
Doesn't mean you can't do it.
I'm honest.
Obviously, if you want to do it, you can do it. If that's your cup of tea, if that's your cup of tea, that's your cup of tea.
Please.
And all I can do is say, yeah,
I am the silent but deadly guy, but I would never do that. I would leave the studio.
That's a sophomore.
About 3 career farts in my 12 years on air. As you put on your glasses.
Oh, boy. Some 49er fans just don't get it.
No, you said it. I get
Here's
it.
the thing. I'll tell you what, 49 small percentage of 49er fans. I'll tell you what. I'll do your part. In other words, I'll present the devil's advocate, and then because apparently all you can respond to is, well, that's dumb. I'll respond the way you should have responded.
You ain't getting that, are you?
These people.
And would you were highlighting experience.
Here's the bottom line. Patrick Mahomes. How about this idea? See, this is the way I think. Patrick Mahomes is 14-3 in the postseason. All right? God. Brock Purdy is 5-2 or whatever. But Brock Purdy's playing in his first Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes is 14-3 in the postseason, playing in another Super Bowl. I think I actually think there's a chance that because it's Purdy's first Super Bowl.
Oh my gosh.
He's going to be so locked in that he will be just dialed into everything. He'll be dialed into what he needs to keep an eye out for, and he'll be in tune with it. And the ball will be coming out perfect, and he'll be putting it on the numbers and everything. And you know what? I think there's Patrick Mahomes. You think he's going to play in more playoff games? When you're 14-3 in the playoffs, it's the closest thing to a regular season game. Like Patrick Mahomes is playing the closest thing to a regular season game that a Super Bowl quarterback can play. He's been there all the time. He's been to 6 straight AFC championship games. He's been to 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls. What about the idea that, you know what? Patrick Mahomes maybe he comes out a little too casual because he's played in 1 million playoff games, and he'll probably play in 1 million more playoff games. So maybe Patrick Mahomes treats this more like a regular season game. And you know what? Maybe it's just not quite good enough because he needed to raise his level of play. But he's played so many playoff games that it's less of a monster big game for him.
I don't know who's arguing that because it just sounds like
I am.
You're
I think it's very possible. I think when you look at a guy like Shasky was telling me, how many playoff games Derek Jeter played? Like over a whole season. Like 100, 200 playoff games. Scotty, like the more playoff games you play,
but
doesn't necessarily mean you raise your level.
I'm agreeing with that. Who's arguing that? Like Mahomes, you're right, and that it sounds like he might RELAX. Like maybe he ain't phased, and that's what scares me. I'm asking.
Maybe Patrick Mahomes in the 2 games that the Chiefs just won.
Yeah,
he was okay. Was he great? Was Patrick Mahomes great?
No, he was good enough.
Good enough.
Or you can make a case against that Baltimore in the first half. He made some.
And then maybe he comes out against the Niners and he's good enough.
No doubt.
But it's not good enough because he didn't raise his level of play. He played quarterback the same way he kind of did against the Ravens and kind of the way he did against the Bills. And you got to play better than that against the 49ers.
Yeah. But, Stotty, all I'm saying to that is there's more than just – this game is going to be decided by more than just Mahomes.
He's the most important player, though, right?
Yeah, so is Purdy to his team.
I think Mahomes is more important to the Chiefs than Purdy is to the Niners.
That's interesting.
I think Purdy can be solid, and the 49ers can win the game. I think Mahomes has to be better than solid for the Chiefs to win the game. 49ers they're a better team. I thought we've all agreed on that.
Yeah, they got a better offense, but again,
then Purdy doesn't have to do it as much. He doesn't have to do as much.
We're talking about Jordan, Steiny. We're talking Mahomes. We're talking about he can make regulars into something. And he did that in Baltimore with an offense that looked like they weren't going anywhere, and all of a sudden the receivers are catching the ball. He's been here before. Brock Purdy hasn't. So I would give – it sounds like to me what you came out with to start the show. I agree. The experience advantage at the quarterback position it's like not even close. Yeah. And that's what makes this like – but it's more than
– My point is, though, that going into the game, I can come up with a reason to say I think Brock Purdy's going to be locked in.
Well, he's been locked in 14 of the 17 playoff games that you said he won. He's 14-3. And 2 of those are Super Bowl.
Purdy. Like I can actually see Purdy locked in.
Well, the Niners, I believe they can't win if he's not locked in.
Let's go to Mark in Idaho. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Hey.
Hey,
doing well.
I feel just good. Glad to hear it, guys. So you're in Las Vegas right now, huh? How's the weather?
We're leaving after the show today, Mark, actually.
Even after the show. Well, have a good time.
Thank you.
Good luck to you guys. You're welcome. My thought on the game, and I think the key to the game, as a lot of people have said, is that they get off to a good start and get ahead and not have to play from behind. And also the defense, I think this is what they've brought all these guys in for, and I'm really confident that Wilkes has got something up his sleeve and going to bring a little extra pressure and some stuff that they haven't seen before, and all those Hargrave and Chase Young and all those guys are going to come up big on Sunday. So those are my thoughts on the game. Love to hear your opinions on those. You guys have fun, and go Niners.
Appreciate the call, Mark. Appreciate the call.
It's imperative that they get off to a good start, Stoney, because they had 7 points in the 2 last home playoff games against, I want to say lesser teams, against Detroit and Green Bay. That formula, I don't believe you will survive against this version of the Kansas City Chiefs at this stage, which is win or go home. So obviously they're not going to quit if they don't get off to a good start. But, Steiner, you don't want to be down 10 and then, Kansas City knowing that you got to be more aggressive or whatnot. But this is why you play the games, because we could talk for 8 hours about woulda, coulda, shoulda, but there's so many things that are going to go into, the winning team getting it done.
If the 49ers would have lost to the Lions, I would have blamed their defense.
Oh, nobody else. I think you were correct.
Okay. So the other thing with Brock Purdy is if the 49ers get down 21-6 and Brock Purdy's forced to play like he played last week, 2 weeks ago, and the week before, if the game dictates that Purdy's forced to play like he had to play in the second half of the first 2 games, then I think there's a chance he's probably going to throw an interception and make a mistake, and you're going to lose that game. But if that's the way you lose the game, that will, to me, have nothing to do with Brock Purdy. Because you can't ask – you can barely ask Brady, Mahomes, or Joe Montana to come back from a deficit in a Super Bowl. You can't ask a second-year quarterback to do it 3 games in a row. I mean, that's the thing. I'm envisioning the 49ers losing either the first 2 playoff games, and Brock Purdy would have been like 6th on my list of problems. Because once you get down 2 scores against a good team, then you're asking for trouble. Then you better factor in a couple mistakes.
He would have been higher than 6 on that Green Bay game because that wasn't his best game. He drove them down, Stoney, but he would have been higher than 6 on my list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carrie in Arizona. What's up, Carrie? How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Just a couple points why I believe the Niners are going to win. And it's not about the ifs of what's going to happen. I mean, of course, you guys have airtime to film that. You got to put the conjecture in, but it's what's been. The Niners are a better team than Kansas City. They've shown it all year, and they had the point differential. Brock Purdy has had a better year than Mahomes, and Brock Purdy in the playoffs, he did better than Mahomes coming back from down 17. So I just think the Niners have had a better year. They're a better team. But more important than anything are the intangibles. And the intangibles are motivation. I think the 49ers are going to be more motivated than Kansas City. Kansas City won it last year. Kansas City beat the Niners 4 years ago. I don't think those 10 players who were on that team 4 years ago are going to let this happen. They want to win it for Shanahan. The motivation is going to get them over the hump.
Okay,
that's the big thing.
Kerry, it's a little different spin on when I look at Patrick Mahomes. I see a guy who's won Super Bowls, won 14 out of 17 playoff games. And you're saying, you know what? When you win that much, you might not be as motivated as Brock Purdy and the Niners who haven't won it before.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Exactly. And I think,
that's why
I think Purdy will I think Purdy will outperform Mahomes in this game.
Okay. Appreciate the call.
Well, I'm not buying that.
Michael
what? Jordan has. So you're sitting here saying because a guy has won championships, he's going to be lazy on another championship appearance?
Nobody said lazy.
Well, what are you saying? You're saying kind of lackluster. Come on. Michael Jordan, 6-0. He was a killer. Tom Brady's done it. You mentioned Derek Jeter. Who is going to be lazy? That's what I'm hearing. What you're saying.
I'm not doing this. I never said lazy.
But what you're saying? He's won. He's going to be a fat cat.
The caller just said maybe because Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have been to 4 Super Bowls in the last 5 years and have won 2. The 49ers may be more motivated because they haven't won a Super Bowl yet.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, what?
That makes no sense at all.
That makes no sense?
Trying to say,
I would never say it doesn't make any sense.
20 minutes to start the show.
You're trying to pick a fight with me, and it's not about me.
I would never. I don't have to pick a fight. You say some stuff that I'm like, have you ever played athletics? That's what I don't like.
Right.
How are you going to sit here into the mic and say, because a guy's got to the mountaintop, he might be lazy come Sunday.
Okay,
and this could be his third championship.
Please don't say lazy.
I can't compute
Please don't
that.
say lazy.
Well, what? You're trying to run from it. That's what my ears heard.
Guru, you don't think it's possible that somebody who hasn't won a title is more motivated than someone who has won a title? Okay. I don't think that's far-fetched.
Okay. I'm not talking about the person that hasn't won. I'm talking about the person that won. And your point was that Patrick Mahomes might basically be a fat cat because he's won 2.
Well,
so he'll come in Sunday just eating outlaters before the game and might just, you know what, I got 2. They might want it more.
How many Super Bowls?
I don't get that. That's all. I'm not mad. I'm not picking a fight.
Yeah, you are.
That's ridiculous.
How many Super Bowls has Nick Bosa gone to? 2?
You tell me, Steiny. This will be a second.
Okay. Do you think it's possible Bosa's more motivated to win a Super Bowl than Mahomes? Because he's never won it?
I think it's equal.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But don't make a jerk out of somebody who thinks it's possible that Bosa may be more motivated because he's come up short.
Is that what someone
I'm doing? Yes,
making a jerk out of you? No.
That's exactly what
you spend 20
not
minutes.
Not me, the guy on the line.
I'm not picking a fight.
Yes, you are. Like it's almost like convention.
Athletes, man.
Right, and so then let's never talk about motivation. I mean, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is, okay, so then the 49ers, fine. You believe the 49ers have no, and I'm not saying you're wrong. Right. I'm saying don't say the other side's wrong if you don't know. You're saying the 49ers have no motivational, they have no possible motivational advantage against the Chiefs.
I truly believe that.
Because they've never won it and the Chiefs won it last year.
This is the Super Bowl. Okay. I truly believe that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
Somebody
fine.
on here said, "Good, you're twisting words."
That's lazy.
Yeah, all right.
Pete in South San Francisco. What's up, Pete? How you doing?
How you doing, Steiny Guru?
Hey,
guys. Much props to you guys. Love your show, man.
Thanks.
You guys are the best. Hey, look, a lot of talk about the Niners and the Chiefs. I was there for all of them, all the Super Bowls. You know, I'm 59 years old, saw them all. The great Bill Walsh, John Ayers, Freddie Solomon, the ghost of the 49ers, please be with us in this Super Bowl. Okay, all about that. But let me tell you something. The Niners offense, they have Pro Bowlers. That offense has all Pro Bowlers. They got to put it together. They're not going to stop that offensive team. And with Purdy, if everything goes right in this game, if the Niners play the game the way they play it, they're going to win this game. If the defense shows up, they're going to win this game. I'm not worried about the offense because they're going to score. You got too many Pro Bowlers, too many weapons. You got Debo. I'm looking for Debo to have a big game. You got Kittle. You got Ayuk. And you got McCaffrey. There's no way they're going to stop this offense. And one thing is I hope that the coach, Shanahan, calls a good game, because we know his history. When he was with Atlanta and he was the offensive coordinator, and we've seen him a couple of times, we don't want this guy to be the God bless and props to Bud Grant, the great Bud Grant, and Marv Levy, but they never won that Super Bowl. And hopefully Shanahan will get it done.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, joining us at 11 o'clock. That's in 10 minutes. Ross Tucker. Let's go to Money Mo in Oakland. What's up, Money Mo? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
Hey, so, you know what? Steiny's right, man. Mahomes is the dog. If you can't beat Mahomes, you can't beat the Chiefs. I don't care about the defense, none of that. Mahomes will prevail. So if Brock Purdy can't step his game up and become somebody that means something, then the Niners ain't going to win, bro. I don't care how good their defense is, how good McCaffrey is. None of that means a damn thing if Purdy ain't going to be able to make the plays late in the game. Because Mahomes will make those plays. And the Chiefs are going to get those calls. And you know that.
Nah, we don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know that.
And you don't know if it's going to be close either, Starty.
We don't know that.
Yeah.
We don't know that.
Yeah. Dude, I can't believe you said I'm trying to pick a fight.
You were.
Nah.
Yeah,
I'm just naturally loud and excited at what we do. When I get loud, don't mean I'm fighting.
Well, I just
and I can hear people saying, pick a fight. Yeah, like I wasn't picking a fight.
Like all year long, we say that the 49ers have been on a mission. They're on a mission. They're on a mission. But then now the Super Bowl comes and we're not going to,
they're still on a mission.
To me, I think Trent Williams is probably very motivated to win a Super Bowl this late in his career.
Right.
And I think that, I'm not saying the guy's right. He said, I think the 49ers are more motivated to win. Why? Well, because they have players of this team that got beat by the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They've got a team full of guys who are trying to break through. And you took it to, what do you think, Patrick Mahomes is going to be lazy? And it's like, no, it's not. It's going to be lazy.
Well, I was taking it as less motivated.
It's possible the 49ers could be more motivated than the Chiefs tomorrow or Sunday.
Yeah, and I guess my bigger point, to me, Steiny, if that's the case, when we watch sports and we watch these prize fights or the Warriors on their 4 championships, like that ain't gonna win you the game. And maybe you weren't saying that, maybe because we'll never be able to gauge who was motivated, right?
Well, let me tell you,
assume championship pedigree is going to show. And the Niners take it from them, but not because
let me tell you what's
they were more
happen.
mentally invested.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Yeah. All right? Here's what's going to happen. 49ers are going to win the game. 24-20.
Yeah.
See ya. It's going to be close. Whatever. Something's going to happen. And you know what? You know what the analysis will be reduced to?
Give it to me.
Niners wanted it more. Oh, Niners wanted that game more. Okay, well, that must mean they were more motivated. If they wanted, so I'm not dismissing the motivation thing. I'm not. I don't know how. For all we know, Christian McCaffrey may fumble twice on Sunday, and we'll be saying, lights were too big for McCaffrey. Played his whole career in Carolina. Played one playoff game in Carolina, then came to the Niners. They went to the NFC Championship. Who knows what's going to happen?
I love that one. Let me just respond to that. But wouldn't that be more clear-cut than we don't know why he fumbled, but we could understand, man, if he dropped the ball twice, those were mistakes. And as opposed to what metric do we look to determine if somebody was more motivated than the other? It's about making plays.
Maybe the lights are too bright for some of the guys on Sunday. And we don't know who they're going to be too bright for. Let's go to Rick in Fremont. Let's go to Rick in Fremont. What's up, Rick? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Thanks for taking my call. Love listening to you guys. First time caller. I have a slightly different take on the whole motivation angle. I think you're both right. I think the word I would use, however, is urgency as opposed to motivation. I think both teams are going to be motivated to win the Super Bowl. It's a Super Bowl. But which team is going to feel the desperation, or which team's going to play with more urgency? And I think that would be the Niners because, as you have all said, pressure can transform rocks into diamonds. And I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to play with more hustle. They're going to play with more urgency. Then probably the Chiefs would bring to this game having won 2 Super Bowls. But that's my take on that. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Rick.
I liked it. Now, I did not like your word, but I like that word, Stoney, urgency. But it's about execution.
What word didn't you like that I used?
Again, is how I comprehended the picture I thought you were painting was because Patrick Mahomes or any other top-tier athlete has a couple championships under their belt, that we'll never be able to gauge how motivated they are. But the reason they would lose is because another team was more motivated. And I just don't think with the human eye, there's no way to detect that. Like they got to go out here and play. And execute.
Well, let's talk about
like
Steph.
Patrick Mahomes, real quick.
Let's talk about Steph Curry's
let me
fourth
get this
NBA title where he won the MVP. You're not going to say that Steph might have been a little extra motivated against Boston in 2022 or the Warriors in general? Like, I'm just saying. And now they were the championship. Like, I think most people would say the 49ers the Warriors were more motivated to win a title in 2022 than the Celtics because, I don't know, they knew that it would be their last time? Or they had been doubted all season? I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. Again, and we'll never know. If Mahomes throws 3 picks and have a bad game, are you going to come in here? And I'm not saying you're wrong. It's your prerogative. And say, the only reason he threw 3 picks, Goo, is he had been to the mountaintop.
I want to see the pick. You know what?
That's all.
I got to see the picks.
That's my whole thing.
I got to see the picks.
That's my. And have
but
we
if
ever
he's under
watched a
duress,
championship game in any sport to where we felt like one team wanted it? And I'm not saying there's that where one team wanted it more than the other.
Yes, I think we talk about it. I think
but
we talk
not
about
in the
sports.
Super Bowl. I don't believe. Like some teams
talk
get
about
obliterated just because other teams, like the Niners, kicked Denver's ass years ago, and Jerry Rice had 100 touchdowns. I'm not saying Denver and Elway lost that because they were less motivated.
We always talk about that. Oh, that team wanted it more.
Now I've heard that.
Hey, we got Ross Tucker. On the other side. Also, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. That segment also brought to you by Robert Half.
You got to go, my brother.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz down, the Guru Johnson with you, and let's head right out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. On the line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. What's up, Ross? How you doing, man?
I am doing fantastic. I'm talking to you guys. I'm right in the middle of Radio Row right now here in Vegas, and I just did a few in person, and now I'm talking to you guys on the phone. I'm actually like 8 feet away from Cam Newton right now.
Oh.
And I'm looking at him, and I think people would be absolutely shocked if they just saw how big that guy was. I remember when he was at Auburn, I saw him at the Super Bowl when he was going to be a rookie between the Packers and the Steelers, and he walked into the room where I was at with my wife. And, I mean, first of all, really good-looking dude, but secondly, like, I mean, I thought he was a tight end. I thought he was like a big tight end. You know what I mean? Like, I thought he was like 6'5", 260 tight end. And I'm like, oh, crap, that's Cam. Like, I mean, it's just, he's one of those guys There aren't that many of them, but he's one of those guys that just kind of, takes your breath away when you see him because you're surprised a little bit just how big he is.
Yeah, and we'll be down there tomorrow, Ross, in case you want to come by and say hello.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I'll be here tomorrow. I would love to say hello. I'll be here tomorrow, and then I'm taking the red eye back tomorrow night because my daughters have a
recital.
Dance.
They got a recital. It's always a recital.
We got to catch you before you leave, Ross.
Daddy-daughter dance at their new school.
Wow.
So I'm taking the red eye back tomorrow night.
Cumberland Valley?
Sunday, what's that?
Cumberland Valley?
No. I love Guru. Don't you love? Yeah, I wish I loved anything as much as Steiny does, trying to make Pennsylvania references in the Bay Area that nobody cares about at all. I mean, if I were you, if I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school that nobody in your audience has ever heard of.
Hey, Ross, we had Ed. Let me just tell Ross real quick, Stein. We had the great Ed McCaffrey on yesterday, who was a baller in Pennsylvania. And I'm going to have Evan, this was something that came out of his mouth during the interview, Ross. Take a listen.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
He's proud of PA, man. Steiny is proud of his hometown.
So you probably know Ed McCaffrey went to Allentown Central Catholic. And
hey, you guys want to hear something? Let me jump in real quick. Literally was talking with Ed when my phone rang.
Oh, wow.
Literally was right here at Radio Row.
I remember that guy.
We used to do a show on satellite radio, was talking with Ed when my phone rang, and it was you guys.
Wow.
I said, Ed, sorry, I got to take this. It's actually San Francisco. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Funny. Yes, and he was a very good high school basketball player. Allentown Central Catholic. I think the people in Marin are big Allentown Central Catholic fans. Big.
Yeah, we had fun with Ed McCaffrey. Hey, let me ask you about and I get it. You've never played in a Super Bowl, but how as an analyst and somebody who's been around the game and played with guys who've been, how do you account for going into a game, a guy's first ever Super Bowl appearance? How do you even weigh that into any of your analysis, or can you?
I think I weigh it based on what they've done in other big games. I mean, I'm assuming you're referring primarily to Purdy.
Sure, or even Jake Moody, for that matter, Yeah,
well, he's a different category, that guy. I mean, I still, that was a third-round pick, right?
Yeah.
That, hurts my heart that John Lynch took a kicker in the third round. John Lynch was like a bad you-know-what, nailing people over the middle of the field, safety, and he took a kicker in the third round. I want to say to him, John, the position is just so transient, and it's so mental. You cannot take a guy in the third round. And he hasn't been good, right? I mean, that's one of the big stories. He's been a disappointment. Is that fair?
A little bit, I think. A little bit. He's been a little shaky, I think 49er fans would tell you.
I mean, I don't think that they feel, let's put it this way, they don't have the kicking edge in the game over Harrison Butker.
Right.
That's for sure. So I think my perception of that would be I'd be worried about Moody, because I feel like he has not been great. Which playoff game did he miss the kick? Was it the Green Bay game?
Yeah, he missed one against Green Bay. He came back and made one in that game, too.
Yep, but for Purdy, he did it in the last drive against the Packers when they needed him to. He did it in the second half against the Lions when they needed him to. So I would feel pretty good about Purdy in his first Super Bowl.
Ross, help me out. I'm so conflicted, man. When I look at the totality of the Niners offense compared to the Chiefs in regard to pieces and what's around it, it's the Niners for me, and Brock's a great story. But I look at Kansas City. They got out of Baltimore. Guys are catching the ball. But Patrick Mahomes is, I'm going to call him the modern-day Tom Brady or Jordan. Who do you have more confidence in? What defense on stopping the opposing offense? The Chiefs' D against this Niner O, or the Niner D against Kansas City's O?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? I talked about this. We might have talked about it last week. I am still really surprised that the Niners are favored in the game. And in fairness, we talked about this on the Even Money betting podcast. You know, those lines are based upon power ratings over the course of the entire season. And they do a good job, or they try to do a good job, of not overly rating any one game, right? Like, they try not to overreact to what we've seen the last couple games. And I get that, and I respect that. But, man, I mean, the Niners have been fortunate to win those two games. The Chiefs have clearly, I thought, been the better team in all three. I have a tough time having the Niners favored. I mean, I think maybe you guys disagree, but I feel like if these two teams play against each other 10 times right now, I think the Chiefs would win 7 of them, maybe 8. I think the Chiefs' defense is better. I think the Chiefs' offense is playing better. I think the Chiefs are a better team. Now, all of that being said, anything can happen in a one-game scenario. We know that. Look, we saw the Packers take it to the Cowboys. We saw the Packers taking it to the obviously to the Niners for a while in that game and had a million chances to win it. So the Niners just have to play their best game. Hopefully they have a better plan than do the Chiefs, and they got to find a way to be able to make the plays at the end to win the game if it's a close game. But even that, like, are you really taking Kyle and Purdy over Mahomes and Reed late in a close game right now? Which reminds me, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw my tweet at Ross Tucker NFL. You'll appreciate this one, Steiny. I realized Kyle Shanahan is at the Andy Reid in Philadelphia phase of his career.
Yep.
That's where he's at. You know, where he's been to 4 conference championship games. Now this will be his second Super Bowl as opposed to just one for Andy Reid, but that's where he's at, where they're like a contender every year, conference championship game every year, but hasn't been able to get the whole thing done yet.
Well, yeah, no doubt about it. We're joined by Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. That, you know, look, we had Brian Baldinger on yesterday, and he talks about how, you know, you think about different things during the course of a week leading up to the Super Bowl, and that's one of the things that just kind of hit me today. I took 3 important players on each team, I said Mahomes, Butker, Andy Reid, and then I said Purdy, Moody, and Shanahan. I just said, if the 49ers are to get this done, and I'm not saying they can't, they're going to have, Brock Purdy's in his second year. He's going to have to, they're going to have to beat Patrick Mahomes, and they're going to have a rookie kicker as opposed to Butker, and Andy Reid's done it, and Shanahan hasn't. And when you just take a zoom out like that, yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think it's, but I wouldn't say. I think this game's a toss-up, is what I'm getting at. I don't see the Chiefs winning 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5, but that's the only place we kind of differ.
So you think it's a toss-up?
I do.
On what? I mean, have you watched the Niners play the last couple games?
I kind of think
the Chiefs play in Buffalo, in Baltimore.
I kind of think this is one of those great basketball player versus a great team, and I think the team's gonna end up winning the game, kind of.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Well, we'll see. I do think most of my prop bets on the Even Money Betting podcast have been, related to the Niners over. Like, I like McCaffrey over 33.5 receiving yards. I just think he'll get the ball quite a bit in the passing game. I also am a big fan of Brock Purdy over 11.5 rushing yards as well.
That's it?
He'll have a pretty good chance to do that.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have at least one run for like 15 yards, don't you think?
No, we're laughing at the line. That's rather, it seems low. He might get that in the first quarter.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ross, let me ask you.
Both of those, I think, are crazy.
Ross, we were just Steiny brought up a point, man, to start the show, and it was you played the game, and he was just talking about motivation and the fact that maybe the Chiefs, I don't want to speak for him, but the fact that they've been here and they've been in this game and they got 2 rings, and the Niners are, you just talked about it, Kyle with the pressure. He's at the Andy Reid stage, and Cam Newtons of the world talking about Brock. Do you think it all, in a game like this, one team could come in and another team want it maybe more than them, and that could help them or benefit them? Or do you think, nah, it's just about what you're doing between the lines?
Yeah, I'm not big on the motivation. I'm not big on the motivation in the Super Bowl, man. I mean, I have a problem with that part of it. I think you can make it. You can debate, who has more experience and the value that has. But I don't think you can debate the motivation thing. I mean, both teams are trying to win the Super Bowl,
and you can never really decide who was. Things are going to happen. Who was more motivated? You know what I mean? There's no metric to. Oh, that's why he messed up or fumbled you.
Exactly correct. But also, everybody's got to break through at some point, and maybe it'll be time for the Niners to break through. I will say this: I'll be thrilled for Kyle Shanahan. I'll be thrilled for Juszczyk and McCaffrey and Purdy and all those guys if they win. I like when new guys get to win it, and those guys are all awesome. I'll be thrilled with them because I also I love when people eviscerate stupid narratives. So I'm rooting for Purdy in that regard. That's for sure.
Ross, let me quick ask you something about Patrick Mahomes, because it feels like people don't think he had a great year, and I guess maybe numbers wise he might not have. But this guy's been to 6 straight AFC championships. This is his 4th Super Bowl in 6 years. Over the course of that period of time, is he playing the best football of his career? Is he doing more with less than he's ever had? Where is Patrick Mahomes in terms of his career arc?
It's so funny. I was just saying, I feel like he's doing the reverse Brady on some level, where he went from Brady started out, just kind of leaning on the defense and not making mistakes.
Right.
And then became super productive. Whereas Mahomes started out putting up huge numbers and he was fantastic and all those things. And now Mahomes is at the stage of his career where he's trying to lean on the defense a little bit and make sure that he's not the one that blows the game for them, which is really funny to see sort of the transition for him. He's at the early part of the Brady career.
Ross, a lot of action at Radio Row. What are we in for?
Oh, man, I've been out here fist bumping so many people as they've been walking around. It's so funny. Literally, while I've been talking to you guys, I fist bumped Cam Hayward, Raheem Mostert. It's so funny. They're all coming up to me or I'm going up to them while we're there. It's pretty funny. Now I'm about to get wings as soon as you guys hang up.
Oh, nice.
Look at you.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Ross, thank you as always.
See you
really
tomorrow,
appreciate it.
hopefully,
And hopefully I bump into you, get a chance to introduce myself tomorrow.
Sounds great. That'd be amazing. See you guys.
All right, that's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider. Ross Tucker, Insider Calls, brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. Get off me, Niner fans. Now. Get off me. He said the Chiefs would win 7 or 8 out of 10.
Yeah, he's getting killed
Nobody
for that.
said that.
Hey, I'll tell you
it's
what.
It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. Take it to the bank.
I think I know you better than some people. Patrick Mahomes said this yesterday, and I totally disagree. He said he's the villain. I said, dude, you are the acute Steph Curry story. People hated New England because they cheated. Spygate. That's where a lot of that villain stuff to me came from. But Patrick Mahomes is no villain. He's the guy, curly hair. He got Steph Curry to him, Steiny.
Well, exactly. And this is where, again, I tend to zoom out and not have tunnel vision.
What can you hate about Mahomes? Well,
there are a lot of people around the country that don't like Steph Curry because he's great and they think he's too much of a showboat and they think he's the golden child. So many in Cleveland, I believe, they believe that Curry's
I
a
get
villain.
that. But yeah.
So I think there's I think there's a lot of similarities there. I think many people, who did the Chiefs beat last year? I bet they think he's a villain in Philly. He's going to be a villain in San Francisco if they win the game.
I can't
Patrick
wait,
Mahomes. Hey, by the way, it's a trade deadline in like a day.
Dude. Yeah. Big game for the Warriors tonight.
Well, it's a game.
They're all big. They're all big, brother.
Well, they're less big when you have 82 of them.
Well, you're
like there's a big game Sunday. The one tonight's not a big game with the Warriors.
I get you. I won't compare it to the Super Bowl, but when you're 22 and 25, Steiny, you need this.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get. It would be nice to get.
We'll be in the damn air.
So let me get this straight. You're sky high about going to Vegas, but now you're complaining about the flight.
Why couldn't be a 7 o'clock tip? You know, somehow I'll get it on the phone for us. I'll pay for it.
I'm not even worried about missing the Warriors game. There's a bigger game. There's a bigger game on this afternoon. You know who's playing today. Necty.
Oh, no, I thought you gave up on them. We got receipts where
I got feelers out. I'm talking to he needs a coach.
Right.
He got to get Rick Barnes out of there in Tennessee.
Boy, don't let him hear that.
I like the Asian kid at Nebraska. Nice player there.
Okay.
Come on, Spinone. You know that kid. I want to say he's a lefty. Really good player out of Nebraska. And then Colorado's got some players. Evan went like that.
I'm going to need you because I got flight trauma. You and Evan got to get me through this one. Maybe get me something to drink because of what happened. Yeah, on my last flight.
Wait, what?
On my last flight where it almost, stuff happened.
What about it?
Get me a drink or two on the way.
No. I'm done with that. Listen, I'm there to work.
I'm talking about on the flight.
Yeah, I don't want you drinking on the flight, Goo. I'd rather if you wouldn't.
What about what I just went through going to North Carolina?
Listen, again.
Oh, you forgot.
You're a grown man.
All right.
You can do what you want.
Evan will take care of me.
You can do what you want. Evan can do what he wants. I'd prefer you wouldn't drink. I prefer you wouldn't drink on this trip.
Right. Well, I'm nervous.
That's fine. You can handle it in other ways. You want a sleeping pill? I'll give you some of my stuff for my hip.
No, I'll sleep when we land. What do you got?
I got everything.
Tranquilizer.
Let me tell you what I haven't been using is that. Hey, we do have to have a talk about something. I have it written down.
We got a couple minutes.
You need to call. Your next time he calls in. Rational Mike from San Jose.
Our guy.
Yeah.
I hope you haven't spoken here without me. I'm going.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. So why don't you go see if Mike will get you to see if Mike will give you another partner.
Fine. God, I wish I could just move some furniture sometimes. I mean, really.
Why don't you know, because it's I got to tell you, and I'm a little disappointed in you, quite frankly.
Because the whole golf thing.
Yeah, the whole golf thing.
I was invited. I'm going.
I know, but that's
so you were putting on a front when you took me under your wing.
No, I wasn't.
Berkeley,
I thought you were going to use. No, honestly, I thought you were going to use that as a stepping stone, and you haven't.
It turned winter.
No, and that's it
was winter, bud.
You haven't taken it seriously enough for me. So Guru and I went out and golfed at the Berkeley Country Club, and he'd never golfed before, and I helped him, and we had a great time. Man. We had a wonderful time, and there's just a lot of stuff about golf you need to learn, and I learned it through playing and learning and reading and learning about the etiquette and the rules, and basically from that moment on, that was about 6 months ago, you've not chosen to work on any aspect of your golf game at all. So you haven't really put the time in. So while it was somewhat enjoyable to play with you at Berkeley, it was very stressful also because we weren't playing very fast and there were people on our backs. And I didn't, and I was looking for a lot of your balls and stuff, which I'm more than happy to do. I'm more than happy to do that. But I'm disappointed that you haven't taken more of an initiative with the game of golf.
All right. And I'm going to respond to that. That is a big crock of, you know what, only because if it was coming from the right place, you would have said it before we even knew we had a date here. What this is about is the course is so nice.
Right.
I'm too young in your mind to like enjoy it. Like you don't think I'm worthy.
That's part of it.
No,
that is part of it.
Yeah.
See, and
so now you do that George Washington speech about, Goo, I wanted you to work on your game. Because a real friend would have been like, Goo, you've been working on your game? But now that Mike lost a bet, You don't want me in Half Moon Bay. But
I don't want you in Half Moon Bay.
Me and Dibbs and Evan are going.
But here's the thing, and this is where I don't want it to be personal.
It already is.
I don't want it to be personal. This is about my father, who passed about a month ago. And Guru, one of the things that he was such a stickler for some things. When I told him I was interested in golf, he wouldn't let me play right away.
Gotcha.
He made me read the rule book. He made me follow him and learn the rules and the etiquette and all the all the ins and outs of it. And so he was such a jerk about it. Unfortunately, a lot of that has rubbed off on me, and
I forgive you.
I just don't think you've.
I'm gonna do the reverse Magic Johnson.
Think you've taken it.
I'll be there.
I don't think you've taken it seriously enough.
Mike, I'm coming, baby.
For me,
yeah.
So, Mike, have fun with Guru. Yeah. It'll be 7.5 hour round at Half Moon Bay. You'll get your money's worth. I did think, because you were talking about hitting balls and you were going to get lessons and you were talking about
how many times have I told you I've been to Mission Hills in the Yune?
But you never followed through. No, but you haven't.
Yeah. You don't mean what you. I know what you're doing. I caught you.
I've just been disappointed. I thought
if you really cared, you would have gave me the pop speech months ago.
But this is like when we talk.
So it ain't authentic.
No, it is authentic. No. It's like, you know how when we give motivational speeches, you go gung ho, and
when I do, not we.
And I say, we need it. So after the Berkeley trip, I said, all right, Goo, that was a good start. I want you to keep getting after it. I would like you to take some lessons, and you can
you wanted me out there in the rain. I get it.
Okay. Hey, by the way, we got something real cool going on. We got a new merch store. That's right. It's a new merch store. It's up and running, and it's just in time for the big game. Head to breakingt.com/957 to grab your red and gold gear now. That's breakingt.com/957 for all your 95.7 The Game merchandise. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
You got a little cop to you.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
We are
I love you. I love you.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Except when he comes in predisposed to try to get under my skin. Hey, you want to be featured on our Red and Gold hotline? Hey, give it a ring right now. Leave a message and let us know how excited you are about your team being in the big game. Maybe you just heard that interview with Ross Tucker, who said he thinks if the Chiefs and Niners played 10 times, the Chiefs would win, 7? Maybe 8? Your Bay Area sports show host, Matt Steinmetz, pushed back on that in a big way and said, hey, Ross, I got it more of a coin flip, 50-50. That's what I do. I stick up for the Bay Area. Here's the number, 628-400-9880. 628-400-9880. Call that line and let us know how excited you are about the big game. It's brought to you by Somsation Wine, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've ever yet to discover at Somsation.com. That's SOMM, Sation, SATION.com.
They love these.
That was phenomenal.
Yeah. One little glitch there, but I can put Somstation.
Yeah.
Somstation.
Can I say something? I'm looking at sport. I'll say it.
Of course you will.
I'm looking at the TV Sports Center. Any man that wears pants, we should not be able to see your ankles. The trousers need to know.
That's the look, old man.
What? What look?
That's the young look, old man. In other words, that's what the kids are wearing. You're too old to pull it off, so don't hate
I don't want to. Hey, how about this?
Let me tell you something.
Fellow old man, I don't want to pull it off.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I don't want to see no ankles.
Let me tell you what's attractive. Let me tell you what is a good look.
We are all ears.
If you'll see these guys downtown. They're these guys downtown. They're business guys. They make a lot of money. But they wear clothes, and they're kind of tight-fitting clothes. They make them look a little bit thin.
Yeah.
And everything's kind of that's sharp. Oh, that's a sharp look. I can't pull it out and pull it off.
Yeah.
I can't pull it off, and you're even further from pulling it off. But let's not hate on those youngsters that can. That's ageist.
I got that type of suit in my suitcase. The thin suit to make you look, slim.
No, but you still got the burly chest when you wear that. Unlike the young, like the 30-year-old.
I'm getting mad.
You know, the 30-year-old.
What was Evans? I'm out.
They're called what am I thinking of?
So Evans, really Beard, or Spadoni, they could get in it.
Evan.
Well, Spadoni could. As this dude's a jerk.
Evans build. I don't know about Spadone.
Yeah.
Spadone's got 2 kids. Lay off.
Yeah, was it Patrick Mahomes who said, I do have a six-pack under this dad bod? That's a good line.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
That is Kermit the Frog. He's just him, Mike Tyson. Who else has got just a weird voice? Him, Mike Tyson. Give me one more, Stoney. Mount
Bosa.
That's 3.
Nick Bosa.
We need one more.
Let's see, who else?
One more.
Dave Stewart.
That's not a bad call.
Priest. For the win. Hey.
Priest.
That is great stuff. Authentic.
That's from the 619. Respectfully, I don't bring my friend who's learning to golf to any course that costs over $100.
Well, you're not paying for it. Mike's paying. I'm there. You just sit out. You're on the IR anyway, Jack.
No, I'm not.
I'm available.
Look at it. That hurt.
I'm not back to work, but then not back to doing what I want to do.
Back to work at athletic events are different.
I'm out.
Yeah, you're out. Sit down, Jack.
Why do you want to golf there at Half Moon Bay?
No, honestly.
Is it on your bucket list?
It is, and the scenery. No, seriously, my guys have told me
it's an ocean.
A pretty ocean.
Dude, go out to Lake Chalet or the Chalet. Just go to Ocean Beach. Same ocean.
Lake Chabot, you mean?
No, I meant I couldn't think of it. Where the old Sutro Baths used to be. What's that place called? Cliff House. Got the Cliff House. Go. Here's what you do. Instead of golfing with me that day, drive. You know how I used to drive to Treasure Island? And
I was there today.
Right. So I'll go to Half Moon Bay to golf. You just go out to the Cliff House, look out and go, all right. Back home.
I got my clubs in the bag Willard gave me.
You don't have clubs.
Listen, the boss, I walk in, you guys are talking
sick
about
of him,
whatever.
too.
And he goes, is there something with you? Because I said, man, you guys wouldn't believe what I had to deal with. Shasky sees a wet umbrella. He goes, is it raining? Look at the umbrella. And Stoney, I'm getting old. I had to go number one and had to pull over in the rainstorm at Treasure Island. Normally I can make it in.
About a fireman's helper.
And had to get the umbrella out and act like I was going fishing because I had to walk that far out to handle my business. Dude, getting old sucks, man. That's all I'm saying. I'll be dancing in a couple of days, though. We'll be partying in the circa.
Yeah, please turn back the clock as of 4 p.m. tonight.
I just did the splits at the Greek party.
No, I'm saying we need the young dude in Vegas.
No doubt. I'm dancing. Dancing Daryl coming out. Yeah. And I'll show y'all the splits. Yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, you know how, like, a lot of times Nahegian will be talking about show topics, and he'll, every once in a while, he breaks out these oldies but goodies all the time. Like once a year, he goes, hey, maybe why don't you ask a question, see, what'll the headline be on Monday? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, okay, Niners, stomp. Gee. I was thinking if he does that for Vegas, let me tell you what the headline's going to be for you.
Too.
It's going to be Billy Shakespeare, Much Ado About Nothing. That's what I got this trip
you can't rain
for
on
Vegas.
This parade, Stoney.
No, I'm not going to rain on it. It's just
I'm ready.
I got nothing happening.
This will be my headline.
We're Warriors. Let's go, Evan. Stoney.
Who's most likely to miss a show?
Now, see, I'm not
da,
me.
da, da, da.
You gotta run.
We got five. We got five of us. Who's most likely to miss a show? Steinmetz,
Low can miss
Low
the show.
Neal,
And there's no penalty.
Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson, or Tim Jordan.
I'm a vet. It's Low.
You were late the last time in Vegas.
No,
You made
never.
it,
Not at the show.
No, remember you were.
No, say it out loud.
Yeah, you forgot your credential or something.
That's the Low.
I don't remember.
That's
I am making that up.
That is thank you for admitting your line.
Dee's in San Francisco. Hey,
The
Dee, what's
city.
going on?
Hey, glad hearing you guys on my lunchtime here at the hospital. Hey, I put Mahomes' voice up next to Millhouse from Simpsons. You got to put that drop.
I mean,
in.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And Bosa's the water boy. Bosa's the water boy. Water boy got to get in there, man. Hey, you guys take care. Hey, have a hell of a Super Bowl and Daisy dip it up.
Hey, give us a prediction.
Oh, you know, Niners 38-17, baby.
Oh, boy, there you go. Take the over.
What did he call it? What did he say?
38-17.
That's one off the Super Bowl from back when Montana did it to Marino. It was 38-16, I believe. I believe the Niners beat the Dolphins 38-16. And I think that was quarterback Dan Marino for the Dolphins. And so if you're saying 38-17, that's 1 point off that Super Bowl.
Who's
Am
Brock
I right?
Purdy, Marino, or
Am
Montana?
I right or am I wrong?
I like that. He asked you a question, buddy.
What is it?
Who's Brock Purdy, Marino, or Montana?
Let's hear it.
He's Montana in that scenario.
Not Mahomes?
No, because Marino's great. Mahomes is great, but they put it on Marino. The team put it on Dan. Mm-hmm.
I do not have a weak bladder.
See, that's
local
one of the things I've realized is that is one of the shortcomings that we have is because I know my history, because I remember my history, because I can reference my history.
Why you threaten? Nobody's. He just asked you a question.
But right, and so I'm just saying. So I can say, you know what, this Super Bowl might be 49ers, kind of like they did to Miami back in the day, 38-16. Unfortunately, I work with a coach. What does that mean? When was that? Well, it was about 22. Oh, who cares? Doesn't
You work
matter.
with a who?
Okay, yeah, just guys that don't know.
Oh. Hey, Lucas.
Just guys that don't know. What do you remember about that Super Bowl?
It was at the Stanford Stadium. I watched it. Dan Marino's only visit and the Mark brothers, Clayton and Duper.
Yeah, who beat the Niners that year? They lost one game. Who beat them?
That's just
Niners went 18-1 that year. Who'd they beat? Who'd they lose to? Mm-hmm.
Can I get the music? That's when I do my best work.
Well, you'll just run down all 32 teams.
You know what, Stoney? I'm going to go the Rams in their division, the Rams.
No.
Who was it?
Actually, I'm wrong.
What am I? This is why you appreciate Shasky.
I think the Dolphins beat them in the regular season.
Oh, my God. No, you don't know for real? Come on, Steiny.
The teams that beat the Chiefs?
No,
the Niners that year.
Oh,
They went 18-1.
Jeez.
So I might be right. Good God. We ate the roast.
See? This is like that accident I saw. And then a year later, I had every detail wrong.
Larry
the
David
Niners,
can make a
the
show
year
out
the
of
Niners
that.
went 18-1.
I'm saying the Rams.
I think they lost in the regular season, now that I think about it, to the Dolphins.
Well, stay tuned.
But they beat somebody in the...
I said the Rams.
I think they...
Oh, the YouTuber.
I want to say Marina had a great game, and they lost in the regular season. Hey, where are you, 49er fans? Where are you?
It was not the Rams.
No, the Rams, no factor. It's the Bears or the Dolphins are the two teams we're
I'm going to
talking
go New
about.
York Giants.
No, not the Giants. You know what's funny is all you know at all 49er fans. Oh, Steiny, you don't know that? Yeah, I noticed you're quiet on this one. You're quiet on this
YouTube
one.
chat is lightweight quiet.
Yeah, the YouTube chat's got... All right,
Evan has an answer.
They were 18-1.
We're talking about the 1984 49ers, correct?
Right. They lost one game. And that was to the...
I'm done. I'm out.
Did they beat...
I want
No,
that
they
answer.
beat Joe Marino. They beat Dan Marino in the Super Bowl. Please.
I think we have a caller that might have an answer.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Caller.
Jose and Hayward. What's up? They didn't lose to the Steelers.
The Niners lost to the Steelers.
No, you're wrong.
Look at my guy.
What was the score was 20-17,
No.
and I remember because I watched it, and it broke my heart because we would have went undefeated.
Wow.
You would have lost later. Probably.
No, we wouldn't have. We would have. We had the best team. That was the best team, 85 team.
Thanks for the call.
Oh, that is great,
Hold
man.
on one sec.
The Steelers. Now the people on YouTube trying to type Steeler. Too late. Too late to submit it. We got the answer.
Is our internet down again? What am I thinking of?
I thought you knew.
Let's see. 49.
I thought you knew.
There we go. 15-1.
We got it, son.
50. No, I don't have it. I don't have it. I think you guys schedule and results. 49ers.
Oh, boy.
They lost to the Steelers in the regular season.
We've established
20-17.
We've established that.
That was the year that I was right. 38-16. They beat the Dolphins. Yeah. And then I said, if you're saying the 49ers are going to win 37-16, that's one on. So I was right. Thank you. Dave in Sunnyvale. Hey, Dave. How you doing, Dave? I'll tell you what, it's not easy to know it's not easy to know the history of Philadelphia, New York, Washington, D.C., the Bay Area, Houston, Miami. I got to know all the histories of all the teams, not just regionally. What's up, Dave? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to say what's up to the king of the chicken coop, Gooster.
Oh, what's up, baby? I don't know if I like the chicken coop, but what's up, baby?
Exactly. So I heard Steve Young talking the other day, and I think it was on the Larry Krueger show on his YouTube, and he was like, so what would you give, if you had a chance to give a message to the 49ers before the Super Bowl, what would it be? And he said, look, I want everybody to understand that you don't just win a Super Bowl. You don't go in there and win it. You have to take it from the other team. And the way I pictured it was like, if there is a fumble, the two people on the bottom of the dog pile, that's the whole Super Bowl game. Those two guys are fighting over the football. Everybody's getting bloody down there. And if we had a team that was built for that, I think we can take the Kansas City Chiefs because we have more players that have that dog in them than the Chiefs do. And I'm predicting 24-17. That's my opinion. That's what I got. Next host.
Well, there you go.
There you go. And now, as a talk show host, will you agree with that? Let it slide? The 49ers have more dogs than the Chiefs.
I believe that.
Okay.
But the biggest dog and the best dog and the show dog is Patrick Mahomes. So he might be the equivalent, Steiny, of 2 or 3 dogs. I don't know. But I know he's he's the best in the game right now at what he does. So we'll see if the Niners can contain him. And then also on the flip side, how the young man, Brock Purdy, how this story goes.
Let's go to Steve. Steve's in San Francisco. What's up, Steve? How you doing?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I want to just chime in a little bit on that Pittsburgh loss in '84.
Yeah, 20-17.
That was the year I got out of service, and so we were into every single game because I just came back.
Right.
And I watched every game that year. But the Pittsburgh game, there was a penalty that helped decide that game, and it was another one of those penalties that they used against them in '83 in Washington.
Oh, man, Ronnie Lott.
Right. And so just same thing, and they ended up winning the game. But we won the Super Bowl that year, the year before we got Jerry Rice. And so I think the best team was the team that beat Denver in the Super Bowl 55-10. But all those Niners teams were great. I was lucky to have seen them all.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. Yeah, see, if I were a talk show host, this is something I would say from the 408, but, I don't want to get into a fight. The 408 says, well, hold on a sec. How can the 49ers have more dogs if their coaches are talking about more of an effort this week?
Well, let's be honest. That came out of left field because
saying.
Yeah, no, that was shocking.
But the Niners have more dogs.
Well, I don't. My point is that's never been on display all year for the Niners, and for that to be on display to the point to where your GM has to speak on it, your coach, and I mean they owned it. But I was shocked as all outdoors. Like, I ain't the Niners I know on defense.
Oh yeah, it was the 49ers we knew. Fred Warner, after the 3-game losing streak, said we were reading our press clippings. We were thinking we were better than we were.
I can't wait for Friday for our predictions, man, because I'm really going through it right now. Every day it changes, man. And, I'm the fair one, objective one of the show, so I'm not just going to try to win over Niner fans. Niners 39, Chiefs 3. I don't do that. I'm in the lab, Steiny.
Okay.
I'm watching that Green Bay game, Detroit. I won't be able to watch in Vegas.
You kind of just made my point from when I came back off the hip surgery, and it's just something I'm noticing more and more, and it's going to drive me out of the business eventually, probably sooner rather than later. But you notice, and you kind of did it, and this is who we are as a society, and it's what we are becoming. And I've noticed this is a change in you, like as Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Oh, dude, tell.
When I first started with you, you'd be like, Stein, I can't wait for the game. Okay, I'll meet you halfway there, Guru. But now it's all about, Steiny, I can't wait till I give my prediction. See what I'm saying?
No, dude, you
see what I'm saying? Do you want to build a show off your prediction, or do you want to build a show off your game?
I'm not that guy. What I'm saying is that when we do the prediction,
I remember when you used to like the games,
not just talking about them. We're closer to game time, baby. That's what I want my partner to know about me.
I haven't given my prediction a thought. I'm still thinking about the game. To me, it's about the game, not about. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Well, they
go together.
Well, prediction's more about you, and the game's more about them.
Boy.
Like the guys who actually play it. Well, you can give your prediction now if you're so excited.
No, it's Friday.
If you were my brother, seriously,
Mikey.
I'd be like, hey, Mom, Dad, I know it's December 22nd. Just let him open his presents.
Oh, nah.
He's driving me crazy.
I'm in the lab still.
I can't wait till Christmas. Just open them.
Yeah, nah. You don't want to mess it up. Friday show going to be fire.
So this one's not?
This is one of my favorite shows. You said you want to pick a fight.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
Guru said, I said Patrick Mahomes is lazy. That is one thing you do. It's one of your mechanisms to get me. And I get it.
Black people are loud, Steiny, and I'm loud.
No.
So I tend to get loud.
Oh, hey.
It comes.
I gotta go. Gotta go. Could I have been fired for
Hey,
saying
Ralph
that?
Wiley, read that. Why Black People Tend to Shout, a great book by the great Ralph Wiley. It's phenomenal.
Could
Rest
I have
in
gotten
peace.
fired for saying that?
You
Hey, Goo,
might have.
you know what? Let me
Well,
tell you
said something earlier. That was
Let me
kinda
tell you something
close.
about black people, Goo. Yeah, I'm not going to finish that
I got that
sentence.
card. My point is, now when you look at me, I'm demonstrative by nature, and my mom had a problem with this. She would think my brother and I would be arguing. We were just loud. So I'm going to work on that for you because you took that as I was looking
You
for a
said
fight.
I said Patrick Mahomes was lazy, and there was nothing even.
It's all a blur right now.
Well,
I'm thinking about Vegas.
That's
right now.
on me.
But you couldn't have said that, black people are loud. You spit hot water.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
But come to think of it, say it.
What?
We got Evan.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
I won't. All right. Let me get my bearings here, ladies and gentlemen, on 95.7 The Game. One of the things that I found over the course of the last few days is the Reeds are taking on a life of their own. They're very big. We got a minute. Warriors. What do you think?
I got some disturbing news about Draymond, who is questionable with knee contusion or some. They need him to win this game tonight.
Well, then they're going to lose because he's not playing.
That's not official.
I thought you said he wasn't.
No, I said he was questionable.
Did you come to the Did you just come to the table with half information?
No, I was listening to our
What's the
brothers.
latest?
I'm doing a show with you. He's questionable, and I heard that from Bonte and Shasky. I'm a roaster. Yeah. So he needs to play, but
Who?
if he's hurt, Draymond.
Yeah, they need his 3-point shooting in the fourth quarter.
You are something else.
We can talk a little Warriors. I mean, the trading tomorrow at this time, the trading deadline is gone, right? It's at noon.
Did you happen to read Marcus Thompson's great article on Klay Thompson? It was.
Why? What made it so great? I didn't read it.
Just insight to where he's at, what he's going through. TNT had some great stuff last night.
Can you share with us what you liked in particular about it?
I will.
I gave Marcus Thompson a start in this business, right? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and I'll tell you what, a lot of people don't like what you just said about black people. It is a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, that segment was brought to you by Farmer's Dog.
I want to pick a fight. The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang, not again. You're going to the Super Bowl.
Call it.
If I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
As Stephen A. Smith would say, but you're not.
He meant that too.
But you're not, Ross. Remember when Stephen A. Smith, I said, but I could just say this, and he goes, but you didn't.
Oh, well, I'm going to give you a 2 on you, Stephen A.
Don't be disrespectful.
We're having a good show. I don't know what the numbers are. I just know everybody's engaged. Spadoni, Evans in the zone, you taking your little cheap shots, me with my one-liners. But I do got to tell you, Steiny, it feels like a great show. We're like 2 kids about to embark on a field trip, you, Evan, and I. It's undeniable. But at 4 o'clock today, Willard and Dibbs, I'm being real here.
Okay.
They're having Bob Weir on, W-E-I-R.
Okay. I'm sorry?
He didn't look like an athlete.
Can you say it again?
Bob Weir.
Okay, Bob Weir.
Okay.
Sure.
And he had on an outfit that I was like, I don't remember him coaching or playing. So I'm just asking you, who are you familiar with Bob Weir? Obviously you are.
Are you from the Bay Area?
Yes, I am. Born and raised.
Have you ever taken one sliver of interest in music in your life?
Come on.
Have you ever?
It's my favorite pastime.
Have you ever once in your life looked beyond a game? Have you ever tried culture? Maybe the theater, maybe music, maybe reading,
the Nutcracker,
maybe
and
those
Michael
kind
Jackson.
of pursuits.
Mm-hmm. I have. Who is he?
What's your question?
Who is he?
He was a member of the Grateful Dead. They're a musical group.
I thought you were about to say a sports team.
Many people.
I lose points on
and
that.
I am one of them. Believe that the parallels between a band and a team are staggeringly similar.
It's incredible. I would say it's closer than that.
But I just said it.
Yeah, but you stole who. Bottom line is, I didn't know who he was, and I'm ashamed. But now I know.
Especially in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Especially in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Bill Walton loves the Grateful Dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, he's a longtime 49er fan.
Wow, that's big. I thought you were about to say a member of San Jose State coach, and I didn't know where you were going, but it was a band. There you go, Goo.
Yeah. The Grateful Dead, their
best album?
They've got 792 albums.
I'll leave it alone.
782 are live.
Wow.
You've heard of Deadheads, I take it?
Yeah, I get it from
they
Bill
follow
Walton.
them around the country. Gotcha.
Jerry Garcia.
He was the lead singer.
See, I didn't. God! Yeah, as far as I went.
I'm looking at the text line. I haven't heard one person correct anything that I've said yet, which is unusual because usually I'll get something wrong.
Well, Kane Slimebender, Steiny lecturing Guru on culture, 8 question marks. I don't know what that means.
It means it makes sense.
No, they don't agree with it.
Here's something that was not. I was thinking about all these things that were not around when we were growing up.
Oh, boy.
Let me tell you what was not a term. They didn't use the terminology, and they didn't throw it. Let me tell you what. Dan Marino never threw it purposely. They never threw the back shoulder fade when we were growing up. They didn't. They did not. They didn't throw the back shoulder fade like they throw it now. Sorry. Now, if you're going to go get me a piece of film and say Marino underthrew Duper and Duper had to come back, fine, you're going to get me. But they did not throw the back shoulder fade like they throw it now.
Maybe Marino's most famous pass, the fake spike, was a back shoulder fade.
That's one. They didn't. Again, what part of they didn't throw it nearly as much as they do now? Don't you understand?
Well, I didn't. Now you say nearly as much.
They don't.
You said
they didn't
I
throw
took
it a lot.
what you were saying as
they
it
didn't throw it a
wasn't
lot. They didn't throw that. They didn't throw it a lot. In fact, you know what? I'll tell you what. When I see Montana tonight at the party with Joe Thomas and Atwater and Barry Sanders, you know what? If Joe says it, will you believe it? Okay, that's all.
Yeah, I'm not. But you said you worded it different.
Hey, Steiny, what's up? Hey, Joe, what's going on, man? We never threw the back shoulder fade. That was called underthrowing a guy, Steiny. I know. I just work with these guys. They think they know it all.
Uncle Looney, Evan having a hell of a year. I love it. Because he said one of his most famous passes was a back shoulder fade.
I won the Super Bowl for him.
I'm going to give you a 2.
They also just didn't throw the ball as much when you were growing up.
I didn't want to break it to him.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, I love him. I did a show with him.
Hey, when are you leaving for the airport today?
Evans ride with me.
Oh, okay.
Batman and Robin. Right after.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
No,
I'm taking my helicopter. That's what me and Norm.
Well, I'm not leaving until 2:30.
Are you going home?
I got a car service.
Okay, got.
I ended up getting car service.
I got the caddy.
No, this is an Escalade.
Dude, yeah.
What?
The three of us could have bonded and just rode together, but you go get a car.
Well, that's
You're
the
hip.
other.
I hear you.
Well, that's
but
the
you
other
got room
thing.
in the caddy.
That's the other thing. I know it's Southwest.
It's the music.
I know it's Southwest, but I'm going to be strictly enforcing as a passenger the A, B, C, and D group because your boy.
I checked in already last night.
I'm like A2 because of
I'm
my
in
hip.
C.
Yeah. Well, in fact, I got a wheelchair meeting me.
Oh boy, you're good.
I don't think you're going to be able to get into some of the places because of my hip. Because I got a bunch of.
We have plans, Steiny, that don't include you just in case. Nobody will be hurt.
If you were a real team player, Steiny, you would have got the handicap card so that we could go wherever we wanted on the strip at any time.
Now,
You know what I should have done this week? I should have taken the week off and just gone to Disneyland all week. That's what I should have done.
I can't picture you there.
Well, that's the thing, in a wheelchair. That's a racket. You know that, right?
No.
Yes, but it is.
Are you?
Yes. So people actually go to Disneyland.
Oh, my.
There are people out there. And again, this is from your school. I'm surprised you don't love it. Winning at all costs.
Hustling.
Winning at all costs. As long as you get away with it, it's worth it. Yeah, no, people who are completely healthy, a family, let's say, will go, and they'll get a wheelchair for their kid who's completely healthy, and they'll cut to the front of the line.
Mm-hmm.
But don't he?
Hey, if you ain't cheating,
it's
you ain't trying,
lightweight,
right?
brilliant,
Yeah.
but damn, have some shit. When you're involved in kids, I'm out.
But hey, if you get to the front of the
That
line,
is just-
that means you won.
But if
and
you
that means it's
involved
all
in children,
justified.
I'm out, man.
Children are the best people to do it.
That is just, is it that serious? Boy, could you imagine?
Yes. They're there all the time.
Oh, my God. That should be more than a fine, bro. A misdemeanor using the kids.
It's
Disney's, Mickey Mouse's house.
But what's the difference? Why do you frown upon that? But you're also the
because there's no competition.
What
in
about
that. When it's
if
8
you're
to
not
6 and I say 6 to 4? That's different. That's a competitive edge. Not to get to the.
So I'm in line and I'm an hour. It's going to take me an hour to get on the
yes.
What's that called? The Matterhorn. And here comes not Guru. Here comes a kid faking it in a wheelchair.
Oh, boy.
He gets to walk up.
No, that's
Get to the front of the line and get on the ride. I wait an hour. It sounds like I'm a sucker.
Yeah. Cheating's a choice. You don't make the kid. You don't force them to make. That's like doing a crime with a kid. Let them decide and grow up.
Unless Curry does it or Michael Jordan or Kobe, then it's just
What
brilliant.
about Brock Purdy?
Wow.
He would never do that.
What about Kyle Shanahan?
He would.
Patrick Mahomes?
No, he would not do that.
And Andy Reid?
Hold on a second. No, I'm taking Shanahan back. Shanahan wouldn't do it. None of those four guys would do it. Tell you who would do it, Bosa. I could see Bosa doing it. Him and his brother.
Joey.
Bosa coming in with Joey in the wheelchair because he's hurt all the time anyway. I could see Nick using it.
You think Bosa's going to get to Mahomes on Sunday?
I do not think he is going to. How about that?
Well, he got 2 last game against Detroit. He needed those.
Yeah.
So
still leaves him at 0 in a Super Bowl.
I mean, he could be walking away if he balls out. The best player on the field is going to walk away with the MVP. That won't be forgotten. But if Bosa can they got to put pressure on Mahomes, Donnie. That's the one thing. Like, I seen young Jordan Love come in here and do what he, did some stuff. Had a lead on the Niners. And then we saw Jared Goff, varsity against JV, the first half. They ran him down, but you don't want to play those games with Kansas City and Mahomes, man.
See, I think that's an easy thing to say. Isn't Mahomes the kind of quarterback that if you get pressure on him, then he makes plays with his feet, can extend him, and that's how he can beat you.
No doubt.
But
he can be beat. Is
like what about what the Niners did to Jalen Hurts? They caged him.
Yeah.
Can you do that with Mahomes? Like, we don't talk about that anymore. Like they were afraid that Hurts was going to run for 75 yards, so they didn't allow him to run for 75 yards by not over pursuing. So I don't know. I don't know how much you want to, like, I don't know what the rush is going to look like.
And nobody ad-libs better than Patrick Mahomes, Stoney. So he can beat you with his legs, his arm, and his mind. What's between the ears? So, I mean, what we've seen from the Niners, and Ross was just down on the Niners, and I ain't mad at him. Like, he's not letting their performances go these last 2 weeks against Detroit and Green Bay. I get that. And I don't get the line about it starts from week one. I understand it, but I'm like, I'm all about recency bias. But again, Friday's
what would that tell you?
That the Niner defense needs to fix themselves, and they're talking about hustle plays. And I told Evan this, one of my great lines, didn't get a lot of run. I'm not calling them Chase Young. I'm calling them Mr. Young because he wasn't chasing nobody last game. He was just lollygagging like he was taking a stroll in the park. That got called out, and it's got to change, Stoney.
Jeez. Chase Young. I always feel that if a player is capable of balling out, then he will. You can't just turn it on for one game because it's a big game. 4-5-6-5-0. Yeah, got to rely on your routine. You got to rely on your routine. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
You think Kyle changes his thought process if he wins the coin toss?
No. Do you? What have the Chiefs been doing? Do we know off the top of our heads?
That I don't.
Have they been winning or losing the toss? And
I'm sure Andy has a procedure that he likes to do just like Kyle, but I always think about it, Stoney, that ball after half when everything subsides and Usher does his performance when you come back on that field to get the ball to me is everything.
We got Usher on at halftime?
Yeah. Mia was trying to go.
I was just going to say I saw him in concert, but I didn't.
Who? What?
It was somebody who's just like him.
Yeah, we all look alike.
No. This guy, just.
You better be careful.
I get Usher and this guy's exactly like him. His name's Maxwell.
When'd you see him?
I saw Maxwell back in the day. Yeah, Maxwell and Usher basically same performer, right?
Nah.
Hey, same genre.
I'll give you that. Okay. But Usher more of a dancer, showman. Yeah. Maxwell's tight. Where did you see him real quick?
A buddy of mine took me.
Where?
I was at the Paramount Theater in Oakland. Let me tell you something.
Your hip points just went, no pun intended.
I got to tell you,
But wow, your streaker just went through the roof.
I tell you what, I was a little uncomfortable with something, though, at the Maxwell concert.
Weed?
No. Oh. Boy, the ratio. There were a lot of women there. Like,
that's
overwhelming.
What happens, right?
Like,
hey.
I mean, there's a lot of. It was a good show. Good show back in the day. We're in no man's land. We're halfway between the Bay Area and Guru's. I feel like you've kind of not checked out, but I remember there was a Seinfeld. And
because I've never checked.
Kramer wanted to retire, and the big joke was, well, he never worked in the first place. And everyone's like, he's going to fly. And it's like, he's going to L.A. He was going to move to L.A. And Kramer said, really? You really? You're going to go to L.A.? And he goes, oh, Jerry, in my mind, I'm already there. I feel like with Vegas right now.
You're sharing your thoughts and putting it on me like you do every day. You had some curved sound you were going to play about. I
know. Now I wanted to push it to 12:30.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can do it now.
Omaha. You got to tell me. You got to talk to your boy.
Well, let's go to the producer.
Evan.
Yes. What would you do in our spot right now? I teased a little bit of the Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson stuff, but it's Super Bowl week, so we got talking about the Super Bowl. Now it's, as Chad Dewing would say, it's 12:17. By the way, we're 4 days, 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 40 seconds away from kickoff, and that's courtesy of the San Francisco Sheriff's office countdown to kickoff clock.
His answer is
go ahead, Evan.
Who do you think the Niners? Who needs to be their best player in order to win on Sunday?
I like that.
See, I think they've got a number of guys.
He didn't ask that. This one has to be this is your answer.
McCaffrey.
Damn, that's mine, Stoney.
Okay, then I'll take Purdy because
Not the quarterback?
McCaffrey must be the wrong answer.
No, I think if McCaffrey is stellar, then they got the ball, they got the time of possession, and you keep it out of Mahomes' hand. And I'll take it all day, Stoney, on the ground as opposed to risking it in the air, regardless of who your quarterback is. But this team, for much of this season, if not all, was all about Christian McCaffrey. I know the NFL got it wrong. They frown on running backs, but he was worthy of being an MVP candidate. I'm not saying Brock Purdy can't go out here Sunday and have a big game, but I believe they are going to try to establish the run. And if Christian McCaffrey can get Stoney, 26 carries for maybe $120 or even $134.
Well, that'd be different.
I just
than
think
what he normally
that's
does.
the recipe and formula.
He's played in 6 postseason games, Christian McCaffrey. 1 game over 100 yards. Does that scare you? He's had like 97 and 3 others.
Yeah, but
nevertheless, you pick 100.
Well, you're looking for that Marcus Allen against in the Super Bowl against the Redskins, where he was just had a $180 or $170. You know, everybody wants that big game, but the fact that we truly said McCaffrey, that says it all, Snotty. Like the run is imperative, man.
Let me tell you who's going to lose the game. The team that drops an interception, the team where a guy's got a play in front of him that can be a pick six, but he gets ahead of himself. That's what's going to come down. The team that gets a ball off a face mask and turns it into a touchdown.
Now, that is the one thing Ross mentioned about this matchup, Stoney. The Niners have gotten a lot of luck, would you say, in the 2 games to advance?
They've gotten fortunate.
And would you say, you know what, Goo, that don't mean diddly squat come Sunday?
It doesn't. It doesn't, to me, mean anything, the fact that they were fortunate.
I'm a little nervous that if they get down, now we're asking the Niners, just team, forget individual, to come back 3 weeks in a row, 3 playoff games in a row, Stoney. That's a tall ask.
Exactly.
So that's why I think it's everybody said it so far, that it's imperative that they get off just to a good start, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know what's funny is I don't look at, like, I look at Patrick Mahomes, I'm like, he's a great quarterback. Okay, if he has time, he can kind of pick you apart. If he's under duress, he can make some plays here or there. Like, Brock Purdy, to me, like, he's going to play. The way he plays is more dependent to me on the 11 other guys. Like, to me, it wasn't like during their 3-game losing streak and against the Ravens, it's like no quarterback that I've watched play for the 49ers since Kyle Shanahan's been here would have done any better than Brock Purdy in those situations. Like, he was under pressure. He threw some interceptions.
But Baltimore came in and said on tape, Stoney, their defensive players, they can make that happen. And you had a Green Bay player, Freeman. You had a Green Bay player.
Well, if Kansas City can do that, they're going to win the game. If Kansas City can make Purdy run around like he did in their 3 losses and their loss to Baltimore, they're going to lose the 49ers. But that's where I'll be like, you know, it'll be like, Brock Purdy threw for 250 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks, and he got sacked 5 times. Well, you know what? I'm not blaming Purdy for that loss because 5 sacks to me are on the offensive line, especially if it's Brock Purdy, a guy that we can see can evade the rush. Like if you give him time, he's going to make the throws and he's going to do well enough to win the game. If you constantly have him on the move and under pressure, like, I don't know how many quarterbacks could win when that's the case.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. One thing I've seen from Brock Purdy in the pocket, Stoney, is the D linemen have, even the Ravens game, they've been batting that ball in the air. And you know, if that's what they do and that's interception, I'm not saying you're not saying this, Stoney. That's still an interception. You know, a lot of times, a couple of those were fluke, but if they see something on tape and they put those big hands up, step back, you know, that could be an issue. So we'll see how it plays out. But I was thinking about our show Monday, and I was talking about pressure, and I thought it was on Kyle. But the more I think about this as far as what it would mean to the individual, as far as if Brock could get this and punch this ticket and be a Super Bowl winning quarterback, that is, to me, greater than Kyle not getting this first Super Bowl, Stoney, because he's not going anywhere. Either is Brock. But I just can't. If Brock Purdy gets this done and he's got number one in year one of him being a full-time starter, sky's the limit, man.
Yeah, and this is where, I totally
disagree.
Well, I don't disagree necessarily, but I think convention, who's the pressure? Who's got the most pressure going into the game?
I would say Kyle and Brock more.
Okay, then I think the Niners are going to win because I think that's a good thing. I don't look at and again, it was the one I can remember. Yeah. The one and we do this all the time is okay. So last year, I'll never forget this. The Warriors were down 3-1 to the Lakers. We're going back to L.A. for game.
No. We came here for game 5, and the Warriors won that game.
Okay.
All right.
And everyone's like, uh-oh. If we go, you don't want to lose game 5 to you want to put away the Lakers, and then the Warriors made it 3-2, and everyone's like, uh-oh.
Right.
Now all the pressure's on the Lakers. Game 6, all the pressure's on the Lakers.
You're correct.
Lakers 120, Golden State 52. It doesn't matter. Yeah, the pressure's on the Lakers, and guess what? They played like there was more pressure on them. They played with, so if you say, I think the pressure's on Purdy, I think that's an advantage. Yeah. I think that's an advantage.
To that point, Stan, I can give you also examples to where that team down 2-3 going into that game 6 won and then came back and won the series.
No, not as much as the other way around.
Yeah. I was thinking the Mario Ellie Rockets on Phoenix, Charles
When
Barkley.
a team's up 3-2, they're going to win. They win that series 75% of the time, I think. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, Circa's going to be throwing a party that's going to start tomorrow at 5 p.m. down in Vegas. If you're in Vegas tomorrow night, we want to know what you're thinking. We want to see you. Free entry and a free drink show if you want. So go to circa.com and go to the Stadium Swim tab, huddle up and then click huddle up. So we want to see you tomorrow at Circa. Guru will be there for sure. Evan will be there for sure. We'll see. I'm a game time.
Stoney, what's the secret
sauce? I'm a game
sauce?
time decision. I'm getting to. Okay. This is what I mean. I got to organize here. But it is time for the secret sauce of the game, and it's brought to you by our friends at Proposition Chicken.
Yeah, it's all, part of the rhythm of every season. You get to this week and you just don't know exactly what's going to happen. The fact is usually nothing happens. I would say definitely more than half of the time in my 10 years here, nothing's happened. But the possibility of it is there. The players feel it. Their families feel it. So you don't really know what's going to happen, and you just have to keep moving forward. And but I'll be talking to Mike every day the next couple of days, and we'll see how it all plays out. But I don't anticipate anything happening.
All right, that's Warriors coach Steve Kerr, and that's the secret sauce of the game presented by Proposition Chicken. Their chicken goes 3 ways: fried, flipped, and fake. Order now at proposition.com. Also, don't forget, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com. When we come back, I want to get into that Steve Kerr sound. It's the trading deadline in less than 24 hours. Are the Warriors going to do something? Gu and I are getting into it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Merrill-West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
If you a 49er fan.
owned and the home of old-fashioned service for all your home comfort needs since 1962. Check them out at valleyheating.com, valleyheating.com.
Everything's coming up Millhouse.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me ask you a question.
Right here, baby.
What are the FAA rules, or FCC, or FCA, whatever the airplane thing is, what do they advise in terms of getting to the airport before your flight?
Oh, 2 or 3 hours.
How many hours?
About 2 or 3.
How many minutes?
Oh, about 2 or 3.
Okay.
Why'd you ask that?
I'm just wondering.
We're out of here at 1:56.
Okay.
Flight at 4. We got time.
Okay, we're going to Oakland.
Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Where are you parked? I'm in the garage right across.
I'm like 6 blocks away, so that's going to take me 15 or 20 to get to.
You want to ride?
No, I don't want to ride. No, I don't want to ride.
Do you want to ride in the backseat of a caddy?
Is that Usher?
Do or die. No, it's do or die.
Oh.
Yeah, out of Chicago.
The Golden State Warriors, they play tonight and tomorrow. They play Philly. Today, they play Indianapolis tomorrow. And as I'm telling you that, let me remind you that the Warriors are on this East Coast trip, and it does continue tonight in Philly. It's also Super Bowl week. So Willard and Dibbs, they're not going to be taking any days off. Warriors Live and Warrior Games will both be on the radio, 95.7, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's today and tomorrow this week. So Willard and Dibbs on the Twitch and YouTube, and Warrior Basketball on 95.7 The Game. The trade deadline is less than 24 hours away. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs.
Good interview.
Hey, how desperate are you to make a deal, or are you, Steve?
Well, be careful what you read. I mean, it's I can tell you there's been no desperation on our part whatsoever. Mike is doing his job. You know, he's staying in touch with everybody from around the league. So, you know, there's plenty of conversations, but there's zero desperation, I can tell you that.
How does that make you feel, Goo? No desperation.
And they asked him, too, because there was a couple articles out there saying that the Warriors were one of, I think it was a couple other teams that were desperate. Steiny, I just feel like they're going to go to battle with what they have and see where that takes them. I don't see anything out there that, just from my view, that would change the course of this season for the Golden State Warriors as far as superseding getting Gary Payton II back, Chris Paul, and Moody. Then you talk about minute allocation or distribution. Okay, that could Kerr told Willard and Dibbs, I get, that can be a good thing. I just don't expect anything. Not that I don't want it, Sonny, but I just there's nobody that comes to mind to where you could tell, hey, Goo, they got a chance. I saw something, Klay Thompson to Chicago for DeRozan and the money work, DeRozan and Caruso.
What about Wiggins to either Dallas or Milwaukee?
What would you get in return?
Supposedly maybe a guy like Grant Williams from Dallas or Bobby Portis from Milwaukee.
No, that's intriguing. I know Grant Williams, we were talking to Evan yesterday, he ain't having the best season in Dallas, but I'll take Bobby Portis on my team any day, Stoney.
Ahead of Andrew Wiggins?
Whew. You know what? The way Kuminga's playing right now, I might talk about that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Here's Evan brought this up. This is very interesting to me. I want to take you through this. It's a little timeline about the last month or so. Okay. On January 7th, 1 month ago, this to me is pretty fascinating. On January 7th, a month ago, the Warriors were at home and they lost to the Toronto Raptors. I was at that game. Remember? They got booed.
It was nasty.
The Warriors got booed off the floor.
I was in North Carolina.
Okay. Their next home game was January 10th.
Pelicans.
They got booed off the floor.
Gotcha.
Booed off the floor. At that point, there was a report that came out after the Pelicans game that everybody on the Warrior roster is available and on the table except Steph Curry.
Okay.
So you get booed off your court
twice
in a row, and there's a report that everyone's available. Since that point, you're 5-5. You're 5-5. 10 games ago, this is what Steve Kerr said.
Well, be careful what you read. I mean, it's I can tell you there's been no desperation on our part whatsoever. Mike is doing his job. You know, he's staying in touch with everybody from around the league. So, you know, there's plenty of conversations, but there's zero desperation, I can tell you that.
That was yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So
there was a report saying the Warriors are one of two desperate teams to make a move.
Okay, so what do you believe? Do you believe everybody was available on the roster after they got booed off the floor a month ago, but now there is no desperation? And Wiggins hopefully plays tonight against Philly, and Draymond's got a contusion. He's going to probably be a game-time decision. We'll see.
I believe
like what happened?
Yeah.
So 5-5. They're 5-5 since then.
Yeah, gotcha, Stoney. I just believe.
Where are we?
Yeah,
888-957-9570.
I'm stepping all over.
No, go ahead.
I just believe the latter. I believe that may have been true, but now they're like, you know what? Kuminga's taking off. So let's be honest. During that time, we didn't know if Kuminga was going to be a part. It would have been a hard decision, but now he's just untouchable to me, Steiny. And Wiggins, I heard these words come out of Coach Kerr's mouth to Willard and Dibbs that he's been playing better of late. And I'm under the impression they're going to not run it back, finish the rest of the season as is, get some guys back, some reinforcements, and see what's going on. And this is the crazy part about the Golden State Warriors. Since Draymond's come back, Stoney, I see something that I tangibly cannot explain to you or any basketball fan that's going to help them if they can get to the playoffs. Like, I see Draymond making the game easier on Steph that I argued you about all the time. I felt like Wiggins and Kuminga were able to coexist because of what Dre was doing. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but I see something to where I'm like, well, damn, by April, I don't know who might want to see this team with a Steph Curry, and a Jonathan Kuminga playing the way he is, and Podziemski chipping in, and I just.
But this is where so you're one day.
Sounds crazy.
You're one day before the trade deadline. So you think
something's happening.
They're going to play it out.
Yeah.
No, you think nothing's happening.
Oh no, I would say go ahead. Yeah.
So they're not going to make a move. Right. Okay.
But I feel the team's playing better.
Okay.
But
so
the results are not backing me up.
Okay. So let's say you're Mike Dunleavy and you're like, you know what? You feel the same way you do. I don't like what's out there. We are starting to play better. Okay. So, Mike, you're Mike Dunleavy. Yeah. I'll meet you halfway. So when you say you're starting to feel better, maybe come April we get – what's the best-case scenario then with this team?
What you did last year, losing the second round, or obviously you would want to go further to the conference finals, but is
that possible? Can you get to the conference finals this year?
Right now, I'd be that's a stretch, but I'm saying the conference semis.
Because I'm not like
that's where I'm at right now.
Here's all I'm saying. Like I get it, we can play it out. Yeah. But the Golden State Warriors last year, they won 44 games, and they made it to the second round.
Yep, lost at 6.
I don't think they're going to get that far this year. But maybe there's no deal that makes them better. Okay. So I'm Mike Dunleavy, and I'm saying, well, there's really nothing to do. Because I don't like any of the deals right now. We got some injuries. We must come to, we got to wait for guys to get healthy, and then we play out the rest of the season. Even if that's your strategy.
What if you say bye to Clay?
Even if that's your strategy. No, if that's your strategy, then I'm going to say, okay, what's your plan if that's what you do and you don't make the playoffs? Then what's your plan if that's what you do and you do make the playoffs and you get to the Western Conference Finals? Like, you don't just, I'm sorry, Mike Dunleavy, but you don't just get to think one move ahead. What I'm asking you is, if you don't like any of the deals out there and you've got to, the only thing left to do is have this team come together, play together, and see what we can do over the last 35 games of the year. Okay, that's what we'll do. So what are you prepared to do if it works, if it doesn't work, or if it's somewhere in the middle? Like, you can't just do one and say, well, we'll worry about what happens once we do it or don't do it. Because what I'm saying is, if Mike Dunleavy says we really don't have much to do here except let everybody try to come together. Okay, let's say everybody comes together. Yeah. And you go,
you're hours away from a day from that.
Right, but let's say you don't make a move. And then the Warriors start to win a little bit. And next thing you know, they go 43-39. And then they do win a round. And then they play the Lakers again, and maybe they upset the Lakers. And they find themselves in the Western Conference Finals. Well, then what do you do?
Well, at that point,
but you have to. A GM thinks of everything. They don't just say, "Well, let's do this," and in 6 months we'll see how it worked out.
But right now, today, Stoney, if that were the scenario and you got that far, well, hell, a lot has changed since this conversation. The fact that the Warriors got that far, that would be further than last year, and I guess the siren wouldn't be blinking red as bright if
you're going to re-sign Clay. Then?
No, that's where it all starts. That's up to Mike. And right now, I'm pro Klay Thompson in the sense that, Steiny, I hate to say this, I feel like him somewhere else will do his career better. That's just me. But if he catches fire, and Kerr is telling you, Steiny, if he does, it's almost a tryout every game for Klay. And I know he probably doesn't like that. My thing is, if you get that far to the Western Conference Finals, it's all about what are we talking about? Two things. Bye-bye to Chris Paul, possibly, because you ain't and then bye-bye to Klay Thompson, because this is your time by tomorrow at 3 p.m. to make a trade if you feel strongly about, you know what, that was just the dog and pony show, us making it to the second round. There was really nothing there. So I don't know.
My question is, if I'm taking these two things at face value, a month ago, everybody was available for the Warriors except Steph Curry, according to a report. And yesterday I'm hearing the Warriors are absolutely, positively not desperate. And if anything, they're less likely to make a move than make a move. So do we not believe each of those things, or did something change?
I'll tell you this. You're asking me.
And if something changed, I guess my question is what? You went 5-5? All right.
Or they're feeling like me, and you're going to call me crazy, Stoney, because actions speak louder than words. I've never heard Coach Kern, he's not going to tell Willard and Dibbs everything, but I never once heard him say, yeah, everybody's everybody's available but Klay.
No, but Shams Charania reported
it. Gotcha. But my thing is, what I just explained to you about this Warrior team, and I guess the word I'm looking for is potential, Stoney, and I can't give you better than 5-5. That's telling me Mike, Joe, and Coach Kerr believe if they keep at it, they could be a problem. If they obviously you get past the play-in, that's what they're going with. Yeah. And after that, I all I can think about, Stoney, is Chris Paul won't be here, and maybe Klay Thompson. Because what card do you really have in your deck if you're Mike Dunleavy after this season? You think people are going to be, hey, we're looking at Andrew Wiggins more so now than we did at the deadline, which was just a few months ago.
Exactly. And that's kind of where I've been for a while. It's like I'm not really interested in watching Wiggins play the second half of the season this year and have him play 1 out of every 3 games fairly well, and for 50% of Warrior fans to try to convince those who know better that he's the same player he was. And that's the other thing with Klay. I mean, I don't know who you're describing anymore as a player when you talk about, well, Klay can catch fire. No, he hasn't. That's not who he is anymore. Like, Klay is actively hurting the Golden State Warriors. He's hurting them.
Okay.
Like when I look at
let's be fair.
On most nights, he's hurt. Like if Klay Thompson, you can't win with him right now. You cannot win with Klay Thompson playing the way he's playing.
No, and he probably would tell you that. But when you compare him to old Klay, it's always going to be an L.
That's right. But you're comparing him to old Klay because you still, not you, but people still think of this team as championship possibilities. Well, if you're viewing it as a championship, that's when you got to get laughed at. Because I get Klay Thompson was a champion, but guess what? Good players don't win titles. You got to be great players. Marcus Thompson, that story that you referenced in The Athletic, he said, he was talking about Klay Thompson, and Marcus Thompson said, a plus player, meaning Klay Thompson, a plus player exists in there, meaning Klay Thompson, the way he's playing right now, he's not playing well, but Marcus Thompson wrote, a plus player exists in there. Do you believe that? Do you believe a plus player exists with Klay Thompson anymore?
I don't. My last name is not Simpson, and I'm not being a homer.
Okay, then what does it look like?
Him changing is him accepting the role of maybe you're not even starting, and more importantly, what did you say, Donnie? It's all about finishing. So that's that. But there's a video circulating last night that I saw actual in real time, and we really hadn't talked about it. I think it was a game on December 13th home. Klay was out the game. He didn't finish, Donnie, and he was on one on the sideline. Curry came up to him. So that's my only issue with Klay is, yeah, we know you're hurt and you're not what you're used to, and you're fighting and your pride watching Guy Santos and other guys finish that you know you could run circles around when you were the man. My point is you have to deal with that somewhere else. And you got to think about the team and what it looks like from afar. So, one, to Marcus Thompson's point, if Klay is really going to accept a whole 180 on how he can help this team,
but see, this is the thing.
I don't think he can. Right.
So it does. So a plus player does not exist.
Well,
for Klay Thompson,
if he accepted this role change,
but you're acknowledging he can't. That's what I mean. We got to take it.
I'll tell you this, Donnie. He did the other night. He did in Brooklyn. So that's a start.
Do you think Klay Thompson...
he doesn't control that now.
Can Klay Thompson accept 11 minutes a half off the bench and being a sixth man?
What if I told you he has no choice? Well, because now the coach did it. Well, it's all about how you handle it now. You could talk to the Slaters all you want, but they control it. I think before they were on eggshells about, we don't really want to do this to Steiny.
I don't think that player. I don't think he can do it.
Well, yeah, when he's not fully bought in.
Well, but the point is I'm not giving up on it forever. But right now he is so far away from turning into the kind of player who could get back to being a plus player.
Right.
It's going to take more than a week. It's going to take a year. It's going to take him getting another contract and coming to terms with it. Like, I don't believe.
I hate seeing him sulk, man, and I know he's not doing it on purpose, but I hear you, partner. So what do you think? Like, how can, just real quick here, because I know it's about
this season.
The
Warriors have made big mistakes.
Do you think I'm off my rocker if I said, again, I'm no clinical doctor, if what I see from Klay Thompson when he hits 4 out of 6 threes or 6 out of 8, my point is, do you think somewhere else would help him be that plus player that Marcus speaks of?
Like, this is one of those things where I'll give you the old Andy Reid when I don't care. As a Warrior fan, I don't care if Klay goes somewhere. I just care about him here. Right now for the Warriors.
That's interesting because
I could care less.
But my point is, there's so much emotion involved here with what he's been here. Somewhere else.
That's why you
Klay,
can't
shoot all day. We don't care if you shoot 34%. We ain't got no shooting. You know what I mean?
But he's not a good shooter anymore.
Well, Steiny, compared to his
Guru, look at his numbers.
I looked at it last night.
The
field went down to 39%, but from threes, it what? 41% from the field, 45%, and 39% from three.
No, it ain't like 41 and 37, which are by far the lowest numbers of his career, and it's not even close.
Right, but other guys would give your right arm to shoot 37%.
But that's my point. Then, fine, you know what? Re-sign Klay to 2 or 3 more years, and let's give up on the championship ruse. Because these aren't championship players anymore. I'm not saying they're useless, but the reason the Warriors won 4 titles was because Klay, Steph, Draymond, they were championship players. They're not playing at championship level anymore. There's only one guy, and that's Steph. Like, Steph still helps you. Draymond, to me, he helps you sometimes.
He's helping
sometimes he doesn't, and he gets lost a lot of times. So he's a neutral. Klay is a negative. He is a negative player right now. That's all I'm saying. And so, does a positive player exist? I don't think anytime soon. Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Doing well.
Leg there, sir.
Thank you.
He said,
so I actually think there is a plus player in there, but let's look at it in this context. I mean, I think 43 and 39 is the best that you can imagine. I think that is unlikely, but a possibility.
All right.
I don't think that they ever had a chance of doing anything other than losing in the Western Conference Finals. That would be an amazing achievement at this point.
Right.
As far as Clay goes, who I love, first of all, about the trade deadline, they're not doing anything. There's nothing out there. So they ride it out with these guys.
Right.
The guy that Klay Thompson needs to sit down and have a long chat with is Sean Livingston. If Klay could be that guy to be the mentor to the youngsters, and I'm not sure that he can because I'm not him, be the seventh man and coming off the bench and playing 18 minutes and giving them a little bit of spark, teaching these kids how to play, taking $30 million for 2 years, something reasonable, and then see what happens at the end of the year. What we saw last night or the other night, that's the future. The kids, they're not going anywhere with this outfit. They need to get through this year. You get rid of Paul, you sign Klay to what is, we all would agree, is a deal that is commensurate with his actual value to the team. And then he becomes a guy like Livingston, who had an even worse injury than he does. That's the only way I see it. They're not going to trade him because nobody wants Clay Million at $40 million. He is not getting any. That part of his career is over, and I think we kind of saw the other day. He knows it too. I hope that he can do that, be the elder statesman, and then when they get to the offseason, if they get through a round, I don't even know if they're going to make the play-in.
Right.
If they get through a round, that'd be magnificent. You let Paul go, you get rid of Wiggins, you start with the kids, you get out from under the salary cap, you try to find some new players, and then you move on. And I hope that Clay can stick around, play out his career here in a dignified manner, and do so like Sean Livingston did.
Thanks for the call. We're running up against it. But,
and you know what?
Real good
go
call
ahead.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. Here's how close we are. 4 days, 2 hours, 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Sean Livingston's ability to do that turnaround fadeaway kept him in the league a long time, Stoney. That's not Clay. And I'm not mad at the call. He had great points. I'm thinking of Ray Allen. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to defend Clay. He's never played with less space than he's doing now. All he has to create and take anything off of him is Stephen Curry, Stoney. So I do wonder if he was around some guys that create more than just one dude named Steph Curry, he would get more. I saw the other night in Brooklyn, he wanted to fire and let go, and the guys were closer than they ever been. No excuse, but you are a product of your environment, and I'm just thinking.
Steph's not a great creator?
No, he is. He's only one. He needs more now at this juncture of his career, Clay.
Let me tell you who would get Clay fewer shots than Steph. Your boy, Rick Brunson. Hey, the Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip, and it continues tonight in Philly. It's also Super Bowl week, so Willard and Dibbs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio, 95.7 The Game, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's today and tomorrow, this week, right here on 95.7 The Game. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway.
Head into Safeway.
3 career farts in my 12 years on air.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's what they say, Steiny.
I don't like the word.
All right, poot
I
it.
don't like the word.
Yeah, poot it. But they say
like
being a
any
man, Grandy got to come change my diaper. My bad. But Steiny, they say when you're a man, you tell the truth and you just let
What's
people.
your excuse?
Oh, that's you didn't knock me out. Oh my God. Wow. Grandy, help me get up off the mat.
I'm looking forward to going to Vegas.
Wow, that was pretty good. It's raining out there.
Well, it's blue skies here.
In Vegas.
Allman Brothers.
Yeah. I hope we don't have any problem on the plane. I'm still.
By the way,
I didn't like how you didn't have my back about that.
No, I didn't.
Don't talk about that.
By the way, Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead joining Willard and Dibbs at 4 o'clock. Is that what it is? 4? Bob Weir, Grateful Dead.
No doubt.
And,
the great Bob Weir. I'll tell him.
Who?
Willard and Dibbs.
Give me a song. Give me one Grateful Dead song. Go.
I can.
FP Santangelo in for Dibbs today. So
oh, wow, FP.
Santangelo.
Yeah, we got a watch club going. Me and FP, he's a big watch guy. Shinola.
Like watch parties?
No,
or?
watch wristwatch.
What do you know about Shinola out of Detroit?
That I got it on my wrist.
Oh, yeah.
Shinola.
Oh, did you? They have a knockoff store you must have gotten it from right.
No,
the place right at the High Horse.
No, I don't go. This is legit.
Yeah, those are knockoffs.
This is automatic, Steiny. I know what I paid for.
No, those are knockoffs.
Yeah,
the one in the alley. It's in that nice little alley.
That's not where I got I ordered from Shinola.
Is it Shinola or Shinola?
No, you got me thinking. I say shit.
Absolutely incredible.
Evan ready to get out of here. You've been wearing them out, man. Oh, boy.
That's called telling tales out of school. But that's fine. The one thing I was going to, I keep hearing, and maybe it's just not pessimist. I'm not a pessimist, but I have a tendency.
Oh, well, you are.
I have a tendency to question. So, I've been watching a lot of Warrior games, and one of the things that Fitz has been saying over the past couple of weeks is, at some point we're going to get Whole. We're going to get Moody back. We're going to get Gary Payton the second back and Chris Paul back. So what? Like, seriously, so what?
It's more of we'd rather look at that as...
Than Podziemski?
No, hold on.
No, let me
That's
just...
reinforcement, Steiny, than going to get something that really ain't going to help us.
Okay, so...
Because that player are not available. I get it.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, everybody... Do you think that, like, Chris Paul... Whose minutes are you going to take?
Oh, no.
He's going to take Podziemski's minutes. Right. Podziemski's not going to play as much.
But I will
So is
say
Chris
this.
Paul going to play significantly better than Podziemski has been playing?
I got something for you.
Like,
Tell
there's
me
no
what you think.
upside I don't get.
There's no doubt. But I would, just like Steve Kerr told Willard and Dibbs yesterday, Steiny, as much as we think that's a problem, that's a good problem to have.
That's
Where
not.
I'm going, I'm a Brandon fan. And I told you, I think guys, good teams pick on him defensively. So if he's going to close as you get further down the road in a playoff game, maybe you need a Chris Paul over a Brandon Podziemski. Not that he can't help you.
Here's
or
what
I'm saying
think.
he can't play D. I'm a fan.
Here's what
I'm
think.
just saying maybe
I think that's awful. I think it's awful. See, and I think this is exactly where a 22 and 25 team gets, like, delusional. Okay, so Gary Payton II, whenever he comes back, he taking somebody's minutes. What if it's 6 minutes of Kuminga? You really want that?
No, that can never happen.
Well, it's going to. Like, Chris Paul is going to take Podziemski's minutes. And what I feel like is because their second best player right now is about as good as their ninth best player, because there's no delineation between their second best player and their ninth best player. It's Steph Curry and everybody else.
Well, I would put
that when Chris Paul comes in for somebody, it's not going to make a difference.
And that's where
there's
I'm going.
no level difference.
And that's where I'm going, partner. I'm letting it all out now. If they're 22 and 25, and I'm not saying you're throwing a hissy fit, why do you care if he's taking Podziemski's minutes?
Because I'll tell you exactly why. Because I want to see one or the other. You want to go with Chris Paul? Go with Chris Paul. All right, you want to go with Podziemski? Go with Podziemski. But don't give me this. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to play Moses Moody 12 to 15 minutes
I hear that.
every other game.
I hear that.
And then sometimes he won't play if Gary Payton makes 2 corner jumpers.
Well, that's what Clay's
and then,
doing right now.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, what about Podziemski? Well, Podziemski's been playing 28 minutes a game, but now he's only going to play 11. But Chris Paul's going to play, but we're not going to be a title contender. That's where I think this thing is off the track.
I appreciate the honesty.
In a big way.
And I'll say this about that. If you're right, Stoney, that's exactly what happened to Jonathan Kuminga's ass last year.
It's not a great problem to have.
When Wiggins came back and all the minutes went down, that you can't tell. No excuses. You go out and play and make the most of whatever they ask you to do. But there's no doubt, man. So
I'd move Chris Paul yesterday if I could.
All right, so
and just play Podziemski.
But let me ask you this: so the state of the Warriors falls on who?
Dunleavy,
no doubt about it.
Yeah,
no, and I love Mike. We've talked; he's been good to us.
And Lacob,
but
Lacob too.
You know what?
To me, Lacob more than Dunleavy.
We could be prejudging, Stoney. We got a day left. We got a day and some change for the like. My buddy Squirt just texted me. He would make that deal for Wiggins, for Portis, and who was the other? He would do that in a heartbeat. Like, I like Bobby Portis, but you're smiling.
I'm smiling because, you know, I think Bobby Portis could get to the Warriors and not be very good. I mean, here's the thing. Like, and you might say, well, what are you getting at? Like things can be true. You can change. Andrew Wiggins, like, if you're telling me that you need Andrew Wiggins to be Andrew Wiggins of 2 years ago, right?
I know that's a talk. Go ahead.
So if you trade him for Bobby Portis, then you have no chance. Then, like, because Andrew Wiggins 2 years ago was better than Bobby Portis has ever been in his entire career.
Right. But I'm
as
telling
good as
you,
Portis
I
has
think
been as a
Jonathan
sixth man.
Kuminga's emergence has made Andrew Wiggins expendable to where you could go, all right, what you used to do, we got that covered with Kuminga. Now we can get something we didn't have even when we had Wiggins, and that could be some bruiser, a guy that could hit the three-pointer every now and again, Bobby Portis. So I wouldn't be flabbergasted if that were to happen, Statty. I'm just telling you the emergence of Jonathan Kuminga to me has made Andrew Wiggins almost like not expendable because I wanted to work, but they kind of cancel each other out, man. And if you could get something different, we'll see. But Stoney, and I know, listen to everybody that's talking. Steve Kerr, nothing's happening.
I don't know that nothing's happening. I mean, I guess I'd have to bet that nothing would happen just because. I mean,
but I go to sleep at night, and I'd
love. Hey, tell me what happens in your fantasy
Evan don't
land.
know this is the conversation on the way to the Oakland
when you
airport.
Close your eyes, how do you envision the Warriors winning a title this year and next?
I'm gonna, and Evan don't know this, Donnie. I'm telling you, I feel like something is going. Like they're playing. They're not winning the games, but I see something that could, if with more water and fertilizer by April. I don't.
What do you have in April?
A team you don't want to see.
Nah, that's not good enough. Well, that's not good enough. You need to be more specific with a team you don't want to see. Like a team you don't want to see. They finished 7th. They want to play in. Then they lost in 7 games in the first round. They gave Denver 6 games in the first round. Like, is that good enough?
I mean, from this point, because that would be a win. If the Warriors made the playoffs after the play-in and won a series. With everything that's popped off, that would be a W.
See, and I'm of the, and maybe this is,
to me,
this is how we view things. So it's like, okay, we won it 2 years ago. It's 2 years ago. Yeah. Last year we were a 44-win team, and we made it to the second round.
Yep.
Where we had a tough 7-game series in the first.
Like dog stuff.
And we were handled in the second. Like, I would have to be realistic about everything.
All right.
Okay, now we're 22 and 25. All right, I'm Mike Dunleavy, and I don't like anything we see out there. Okay, so then I go, Joe, we got nothing out here that we think's going to make us better. Okay, so fine. Guess what? Let's keep playing. That's
from
all.
a Mike standpoint, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't like that. You put this out there.
Put what out there?
Chris Paul. You thought he was going to like.
You know
I don't
what?
like.
You know what?
I'm not
sorry.
saying you're saying
Joe,
Mike is off the hook.
No,
but
Joe,
I'm like, damn.
I blame Joe.
I get you don't like it, but you went and bought these groceries. Now you saying the
That's why it's Joe Lacob. That's why Joe Lacob is above my. To me, Joe Lacob has never been.
I appreciate that.
He's always been clear. It's his team, and the bottom line is this: we don't know why Draymond was extended. We don't know who that was. We don't know how much of it was Bob, if any. We don't know how much of it was Joe, if any. We don't know how much was Steph, Dunleavy.
Well, we know they had a dinner.
So all I know is when you go from Bob Myers to Mike Dunleavy, guess what? I look at it as the last year of Myers or two and the first year of Dunleavy too, it's Joe Lacob.
Wow. All right.
It's Joe Lacob. So when I say, hey, Steiny, who gets response? Well, I guess you got to give it to Dunleavy, but you know what? No, we all know Joe Lacob gave the contract extension to Draymond Green. Like he had to.
Man.
So that's him. That's him. So if I'm Mike Dunleavy and I'm talking to Joe and we look at each other and we both say, you know what, neither of us think there's a deal out there that's going to make us better short-term, long-term. Okay. Now what do? Well, we play out the rest of the year. Clearly. Right. Okay. Clearly, we have to talk about what we think. Hey, Mike, Joe, what do you think's going to happen if you play out the rest of the year? Steiny, what do you think's going to happen? You know, I think you're going to be about a 500 team. I think if things click, you'll be 44 wins. But I can't see us winning more than a round. Okay. Then you have to be prepared. Okay, then what are you going to do then? If we don't make a move and we end up that team, Steiny, you're right. We go 42 and 40. Now what do we do?
You got two eggs in your basket.
Who?
One is Chris Paul saying night-night to that, and then the other is Klay Thompson. And I'm telling you this, if this doesn't improve his play, I think Klay is playing his way out of Joe Lacob saying, you know what, here's two for, what was it, 48 or whatnot. So those are the two eggs you have in your basket.
So if you lose them, how are you getting better?
I don't know.
You can't sign anybody.
Okay.
Like you don't have that money.
I understand that. Oh, but what is that getting you now? 22 and 25.
So are you
both of those guys.
But are you never going to think about it? Like I'd be thinking, like, they should have thought about what they were thinking about doing with Chris Paul the day he was acquired.
But it sounds like they overthought about what they had, Steiny, and I think Joe Lacob never thought in a million years at this juncture of the season they would be 22 and 25. We saw.
Well, then I'll say it. Then I'll say it again, and I'd say it to his face. Then he's an idiot, because any rational person who's watched the NBA for decades and decades and decades and decades could have looked at this Warrior team and said, hey, Steiny, you think it's within the realm of possibility they could be 500 team, maybe a little worse, 45?
They called you crazy.
Yes, of course it's within the realm of possibility. Why, Steiny? Well, first of all, they're old. Secondly, their best players are getting worse. Third, you're asking Steph Curry to play at a superhuman level, and while he's been better than we've all thought, he's not the player he was 4 years ago, so we have a little less wiggle.
But give me the Kuminga leap, though, Steiny, because that's the best thing that happened on the season. I don't think, I didn't think he could jump to whatever you want to say he is now, 28 and 10. Right. Like, that is a positive. So
has he done it? See, like, this is the thing.
I'm not saying he's Jordan.
But this is.
He ain't on that problem list.
This is what pisses me off. Jonathan Kuminga has been in the league 2.5 years.
Gotcha.
And conventional wisdom is it's taken him so long. Why did Kerr not play him? How come Kerr can't see it? Kerr can't develop. And I am saying Jonathan Kuminga, after 2.5 years in the NBA for having no experience, has actually developed better than anyone should have expected. To my way of thinking, having watched the NBA as long as I've watched, and seeing Jonathan Kuminga, who didn't even know how to play basketball. He didn't even know how to play basketball. He didn't play organized basketball. And for Jonathan Kuminga to get drafted by a team like the Warriors, who are a championship team, I would say, you know what? Kuminga and the Warriors they've been unbelievable in Kuminga's development. 2.5 years. He has actually made unbelievable strides in 2.5 years. And now, you know what? Now he's starting to put up numbers. Guess what? The next step for Kuminga is now can you start putting up these kind of numbers more in the context of winning, of team basketball. We know you can get your numbers. You can get 25 and 10. But you know what? When you've been getting 25 and 10, it's not your fault, but we were 7 and 9 in those. Can you start getting 25 and 10, doing some more so we go 9 and 7? Maybe we can go 10 and 6. Like that's so Kuminga has gone from not getting an opportunity to now he's played 15 games and people want him to be like a number one on a championship team. That's going to take a lot of time.
Okay. I hear you talking. I'm going to just say this, and I don't care. I know for a fact we didn't know if Jonathan Kuminga was going to be traded at earlier this season. My thing to you is, if this thing is as bad as you think it is, it's bigger than one guy. And if you are looking at across the table and telling me you don't think Jonathan Kuminga could be a 1 or a 2 on a good team, then all you got to get your pot of gold is to see what you could get for Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's what we're talking about. If you want to not shock the world, if you want to get some different good groceries in here, Steiny, it's going to take him, and you got to bet.
How long? Let me ask you this. Ask me if Kuminga can be a 1 or 2.
Can Kuminga be a 1 or a 2 on a good team?
I think he might be able to be
this is already a change from you.
He might be able to be a 2 on a pretty good team.
Okay, so he's off limits.
But not for another 3 to 5 years.
Okay, I got you.
Like he's got so much. Well,
so
that's
what if you can parlay him into 2 guys that are seasoned? You know, obviously they have to put something with. Would you entertain that?
I would.
That describes Jonathan Kuminga is not untouchable.
But who's that player?
That's the $1 million
Who would
question.
you trade Jonathan Kuminga for right now? See, that's the other thing why this thing's off the track. It's like, you know what? Kuminga, maybe he could be the second best player on a really good team. Well, guess what? Steph won't be the first bet. Wow. Like, he can't get there in time for Steph Curry. So the timing got all effed up when the Warriors took 3 projects. I'm going to say it. When they took 3 projects in the middle of a dynasty. Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, who only had 1 year.
Well, the Niners did it and hit
3
gold.
projects.
Yeah, the Niners took, no,
they didn't.
Well, they took 2, to be honest.
Right.
Trey Lance was a project. You know what I mean?
Who's the Warriors' Brock Purdy?
No, that's it.
Thank you.
And that's why the Niners, you know how they've gotten so lucky, Matt. The Niners.
I can say they drafted well.
Damn.
Let's go to Austin.
Can we really, real quick, can we really say that if Trey Lance didn't work out? Because you'll never get those draft picks back, but you got a quarterback. So,
well, would you rather he not have?
No, I'd give you all
the difference between having Purdy and not might be the difference between getting fired.
Let's see what Austin got.
Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin?
What's up, baby?
Hey, fellas. Man, love the back and forth. Gurus, as always, is Mr. Optimistic. Steiny, I don't always agree with you, but today, man, I got to say,
wow,
you're right on with Klay Thompson. You nailed it. This notion that Klay is going to change, I think, is ridiculous. What made Klay who he is the fact that he didn't. He is stubborn. So you're not going to get Klay to change. I think the reality is that the Warriors are going to have to be honest with Klay and try to move him to some place where maybe he can come off the bench and be a 6th man. But he's not going to ever go to the point of accepting a lesser role on a team that he starred on. I mean, think about that.
Well, that's a great point.
No doubt, Austin.
That's unprecedented.
Yeah.
What's that?
No doubt.
Yeah,
that's perfect. Go ahead.
Well, I'm agreeing with Steiny. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to sell that to a guy that was a star on the team. I think it's much easier for him to go somewhere else and accept a lesser role off the bench. So that's my thing. Hey, and Guru, one last thing, man. Enjoy yourself in Vegas. And also, I want to thank you for sending the Commanders 2 coaches that are going to help us knock you guys off.
I don't know about that. I don't know. All right. I hear you.
Yeah, Austin, interesting point about Klay Thompson.
We all agree on Klay. Like, I just said that before Austin called, Steiny. Well, it's just hard for him to take the different version of himself on a team that he built.
Right, and this is where I would say, what about Tim Duncan? Why could Tim Duncan do it?
No, it's
why could Manu Ginobili do it?
Right, but he's not Tim Duncan. His name is Klay Thompson.
That's right.
And he's showing
Tim
the
Duncan was
world
twice the
that
player.
He's having a problem with that adjustment. What
I'm saying, right. So that is a character flaw. Like when we say, well,
to what degree? Why would you want him back right now if this doesn't get better? And I'm not throwing shade.
I don't want him back. But the point is, there have been great players who are willing to do what Klay right now is not willing to do. So hold it against him. Hold it against him. That's a flaw.
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I feel bad for the dude, man. Like, this has nothing to do with Guy Santos.
No, it has to do with
it was just
beat Tim Duncan and Ginobili.
Yeah,
don't beat Carmelo Anthony.
Okay, well, then I hear you.
Well, fine. That's and you know what? And I'm not even done with Klay. Yeah. Like I actually don't rule it
play
out.
On my team.
How many minutes a game?
If I were the Lakers, he would play 30 minutes a game. Give me some other teams that need Shiv, the Sixers, that need Shiv there. I watch NBA every day. Klay Thompson, if he got with the right cast of characters,
now Klay Thompson is not shooting well because he's not getting the shots or whatever.
I'm saying he's not getting the spacing, Steiny, that he used to get here. If you put him somewhere else, I bet you would get a better version of himself. I'm not telling you he's an all-star, but he's not washed. Mentally, this thing is fried. And I'm hoping if he went somewhere else, just like Austin said, it's human nature to think, you know what, I just couldn't take this different role here. That's all. And maybe I'm wrong.
Well, so criticize him for that. Why wouldn't you criticize him for that? But seriously.
Yeah, he's a killer, Steiny. He's
why
an
wouldn't
athlete.
you criticize Klay for not aging?
Because I'm not a pro athlete. I can't. I couldn't.
Well, guess what?
These dudes
him
are
not
killers.
being Duncan and him not being Ginobili, guess what? That's hurting us.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay, and how about this? You know what? Stop talking to me about the BS Warriors culture when clearly the San Antonio Spurs, who had a dynasty, their players could give in to the young play. Warriors must not have that kind of culture.
I'll tell you what
Clay's
about the
holding
culture,
on like
Steiny, real quick. I'll give Kerr credit. He's pulled the cord on this. He's no more eggshells, Klay. If you ain't playing, you're sitting. That's established.
No, I disagree with that. Ooh. I think Klay Thompson will still have the first crack.
Oh, no,
every
he deserves
single.
That. Come on, Steiny.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I didn't say that. He's getting that.
You did. I mean,
he's getting the first crack. He's starting.
Okay, well, then he gets the first crack.
Yeah, and if you got a good game going.
The next step would be, hey, Klay, now you've had a half a year where you're not playing well. The next close game we get into, I don't care how you played. Podziemski's been better this season. Like, that's the next step, but they would never do that. Yeah. Like, they're not even close to that.
And I know we're up against it, but in this first step, Steiny, I think it's hurting him because he's shooting every shot knowing it's almost like a tryout. I'm trying out to see if I'm going to be at the game in the end.
What's that?
I'm trying out in the first half to see if I'm going to be in the finishing lineup. That ain't helping them. My God, I would be pressing left and right more than cleaners.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Goo with you on 95.7 The Game. Hey, we've got a new merch store, and it is up and running just in time for the big game. Head to breakingt.com/957 to grab your red and gold gear right now. That's breakingt.com/957 for all your 95.7 The Game merchandise. Also, what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zen.
home comfort needs since 1962. Check them out at valleyheating.com, valleyheating.com.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game.
Who cares about six-packs?
Another day, another
I'm out.
dollar. Trading deadline. First of all, let me do the important clock. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. 4 days, 1 hour, 55 minutes, 55 seconds.
Let's go.
Till the big game. Till the big game.
Let's go, baby.
Guru, as of right now, do you know where you're watching the game?
I may be in Nevada.
So you don't?
No.
Okay.
Which is exciting because my tryout with the Bay Area Panthers just got canceled. You heard Lucas come in.
Okay, that never really was a real
you don't
tryout.
got to worry about losing me.
Kind of like I'm not a real host. That wasn't a real
I get mad at you.
tryout.
It was traditional. He said traditional, not real. You are a real host.
So, I like to cut to the chase. So you said you don't know where you're watching it?
Yeah.
So can I assume you've been invited to no Super Bowl parties?
Right.
Okay. That's all I want.
Oh, hold on now.
So zero.
Oh, in the Bay, it's six.
Zero.
I've been invited to 6 parties.
Well, no, you said zero.
Well, no, I'm trying to go to the game or somewhere with Lo Neal. We've been talking.
Right.
And I'm trying to do that. So I got 6 invites here, baby, throughout the Bay. Richmond.
Relaford doesn't count.
No, Relaford will be in
Hey, who do you got? Rutherford, 49er Frankie.
Don't forget
the
Kane.
Lab invited me.
Reds. Yeah.
Don't be
Don't
sensitive.
judge me. I gotta play. I'm
I
hoping
don't
to
have
go to
anywhere
the
go.
game.
I don't have anywhere to go.
We're gonna shoot some dice tonight.
No. Nah. My hip's acting up a little bit.
Boy.
I just want you to respect the hip. Yeah. That's all.
We'll give you some medicine, some fluid in you.
No, you won't. I'll tell you what.
Some num juice.
Let me tell you something about the num juice. Your boy has been
sipping
very little.
Oh.
Very little since my surgery.
That's a good thing. Your liver's happy.
Well, let's go. Who's good? Pat, Antonio. Who's gonna make the biggest and most excuses for the Warriors? Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat in Foster City.
Hey guys, it's good to hear both of you guys together.
Oh, thanks,
Matt,
man.
I'm glad that your hip surgery went well.
Thank
you. It's great. You guys are like the Batman and Robin or the Starsky and Hutch. So it's good when you're both together. So it's great.
Appreciate it.
But
Curry and Looney.
Yeah. I could have said Laverne and Shirley. I could have gone a lot of directions with that, but seriously, I was listening to Jamal Crawford last night on TNT. He was talking about the Warriors and specifically about Klay Thompson. And one of the things that he was mentioning, I hadn't really thought much about it and not been a player at any level. I can't really relate so much, but he was saying that, the difference between Klay this year and past years is that players are closing out to him just a little bit more than they ever had, and that can make a huge difference in a shooter like Klay. And I started thinking about that, and I started thinking, well, as much credit as we give Curry, I started thinking maybe he deserves even more credit because Curry's percentage of shooting has been off just a little bit, and I'm wondering, are teams sagging off him just a little bit, and is that impacting, Wiggins shooting and Klay Thompson shooting and kind of the shooting percentage across the board? Is that part of what's going on? Because it just seems like Klay, 9 months ago, Klay was like kind of back to being Klay before the playoffs, right? Does a guy go that much downhill that fast just based on age in 9 months? So I was curious what you guys thought about that.
This real quick, I'm going to go first, Donnie. When you're out there with, and there's no shade at anybody, Quinones, Santos, let's just say Looney or Draymond, as far as what you just said, that Brooklyn game was the first time I've ever seen Klay try to load and fire and couldn't because the guys had got there. And I'm not saying that's not age or attrition, Steiny. What I'm saying is,
of course,
the four
it is.
guys that's a product of the other guys that are on the court that are basic. I can sag off, and it's crowded.
Well, then, if you believe that, I got some land east of Union City for you. Because according to you, Klay's fine.
He's not fine. Klay can still shoot. Steiny.
Had 2 major surgeries.
No doubt.
He's 3. He'll never be the same.
And I'm with you.
Why is this so hard to understand? Okay, are they closing out a little better? Well, maybe, but maybe it's because he's a little older. Well, is Steph getting a little older so they can help more? Like, yes. That's what happens when you get older. Your shooting percentage goes from 43 from three-point range to 41, and now he's at 37.
Yeah, and now he's not
and it's gonna
finishing
continue
the game,
to
so this is rapid.
Right, but everybody's like,
faster than we all
But he'll
thought.
have 24 tonight, and everyone will say he's back. And he's never
gonna be,
been, but
it's about production, Stoney. We're not
right.
Yeah, so we're not asking him to. It feels like some people are and maybe he's comparing himself to old Klay, and that's the problem. But you got to check yourself in regard, if Klay's listening, it's just not good for anybody on the Warriors when you pout or you're mad and you do it publicly.
Okay.
That's just not.
Now let me play devil's advocate. That's who he is. And that's why it always bothers me when it bothered me the other day. Why are we talking about how Klay might handle getting taken? Because it's Klay. And we've watched him for 12 years, and we know mentally he's a little more fragile than Steph and Draymond. Those are facts.
I got nothing for that. I agree. What about this? They let Dre be Dre with all his imperfections. So what's the big deal?
They made a mistake. They made a big mistake with Draymond, I think. But I know people don't like to say that. But I think, it's everybody loves Clay when Durant comes and he says, I'm not sacrificing S. He's the same player. Now nobody likes him because they think he's selfish. He's the same guy, everybody.
Different results.
Let's go to nobody.
And we're not Beavis and Butthead. Hated that show.
Chris A., nothing wrong with what Clay said about Clay was great.
It ain't about what
Clay
he said.
knows.
It's about his play.
I'm just sick of sugarcoating how bad he's been.
I'm not.
And you have been. He's stunk this year, Goo. He's hurt them. Like, it's okay to say that. It's okay. His numbers are staggeringly awful.
I feel like you're putting the internet on my shoulders. Last year, he was hurting them before he got hot. When Curry got hurt, him and Poole caught fire December, January. My point is he's been hurting them. But, maybe this tough love should have taken place sooner. I just know the dude can still help you in the right situation.
And you know what? We don't know that anymore. That's easy to say, but we don't know it
I just
anymore.
seen it a couple months ago, Stan.
When?
When he would give you 28 and 35. A couple months.
Last year?
No, this year.
Oh, please. Guru.
I'm losing.
He's never been a worse shooter. He's never been a worse defender.
Right.
And you know what? Dare I say, maybe his attitude's never been this much of a
give you all
problem.
that. But my point is some people would give their right arm for his worst.
Who?
Draymond. No, go.
Who's
a lot of people?
Who's Klay Thompson playing better than right now? Who starts on another NBA team?
The paper's empty.
888 exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's countdown to kickoff. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff. 4 hours. 4 days, 1 hour, 47 minutes, and 53 seconds. Also, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, that segment is brought to you by Safeway.
Surf and Turf at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off New York strip steak and wild.
If I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I guess what bothers me right now is these second-rate college programs that schedule their football and basketball games at 7 o'clock on a Saturday night, thinking they're good enough to like dominate a Saturday night.
Who do you have in mind?
Second-rate program. Like Stanford.
Oh, the Cardinals.
Stanford always plays 7 o'clock Saturday night football games. Go back to 1 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
That's reserved for Alabama, Michigan, and the big boys. I just found out I might go see Stanford play men's basketball this weekend. They're playing USC. 7 o'clock.
Oh, Warriors
That
playing
should
Phoenix.
be a 3 o'clock p.m. game.
But
who do you think's making that call?
The ADs.
No.
Yeah, it's the ADs.
Tell us, Willard. Pac-12
It's a television network.
You know what? Be a big enough school to say we're not ready for prime time.
Well, you can't.
No,
you can't.
I'll tell you who could have is Leland, the athletic director at Stanford back in the day.
When you
Jimmy
sign,
Leland?
When you sign those, Jimmy Leland, the manager,
The Leland
Bennett,
my
smoking in the corner. No, when you sign those conference-wide television contracts, there are certain slots that they have.
Yeah,
that's it. They
Gotta
don't
be
have
strong
the
enough.
slot that you want.
Yeah, got to be strong enough to put the TV networks in their place.
Willard, before we get to, I want to give you and Dibs, who's not here, FPN for him. Great job with Kerr yesterday, and I'm gonna take a 180 because we were talking. I don't know what my prediction is, but I know the Chiefs have been, just to me, just a little more impressive in their games in the playoffs than the Niners, and the Niner defense is scaring me. And we talked about it. How are the Niners favored? What is going on? Because everything I thought I knew about gambling, guys, this line doesn't reflect it.
There's a great article in the Chronicle by Mike Silver today that has a nugget in it that scares the hell out of me. Scares the hell out of me.
You got to share.
Well, so there's two things that I think about with spreads. There's the old, like, okay, we're just trying to get equal number of money on both sides, so it's the public perception. Or the other thing that sometimes I do, when a spread does look out of whack, how is Mahomes getting points? It's like, lean into it. Somebody knows something, lean into it. That would suggest take the Niners. Silver dropped something that I hadn't thought about, which is that the books might be trying to push money to the Chiefs' side because there were so many preseason bets on the 49ers to win the Super Bowl.
I got my dad's ticket in my pocket.
If the Niners win the Super Bowl, then that's going to be a big payout.
You get hit.
So now they want to push the money in the other direction to even it out.
Damn.
Wow. FP, that makes sense to me. If it's really that serious.
That made me go, oh, so maybe they don't actually think I'm 49.
My mom's got a ticket too.
Oh, wow.
She gets $1,200.
Who doesn't? Everybody thought they were going to win before the year. Yeah.
FP. Oh, he told me not to say it. But anyway.
We just jinxed it.
Stoddy, that you buying that?
I'm buying that this, to me, this Super Bowl has similarities to the old Celtics Chicago Bulls in the mid-'80s. I think the 49ers have the better team, like the Celtics had the better team, but the Bulls had Jordan, and Jordan was great, and that's Mahomes, but I think the 49ers are going to win because they're a better team.
Jordan had no chips when he met them, though. Mm-hmm. This dude is on top, right? Mahomes.
You know what bugs me, though? The 49ers, let's go into that statement. The 49ers are the better team.
I think so.
Okay, that's based on two things that I don't know if they exist. It's based on, A, the names on the roster.
Go ahead.
And B, the team that we watched play at certain points this year, which is a team we haven't seen in over a month.
And their man, oh man.
Their DVOA on defense since Christmas is below average. Below average. So in other words, this is a poor defense from the moment they left that game against Arizona.
Where they gave up 232 on the ground.
Where they gave up plenty on the ground. But since then, just the average line on the DVOA NFL chart The Niners are below it in every game since then.
That's scary.
Ravens, Commanders, who cares about Rams? That was a weird game. And both playoff
You know
games.
what that tells me real quick is maybe 2 weeks ain't they can't fix it FP in 2 weeks.
Who?
The Niners defense.
Well,
If this
are
is
the Chiefs playing their best football of the season?
Yes.
Okay. Are the 49ers?
No.
See, to me, that's the way I look at it. And does it matter? To me, the 49ers
Maybe
are the best,
not.
the best team in the NFL over the course of the season.
Yeah.
To me, was the Niners. Okay, maybe Baltimore, but in the NFC.
Yeah, the Niners.
It wasn't the Chiefs.
No.
Right.
And they're catching fire.
The Niners have allowed 159 yards rushing in both average and 5.6 yards a carry.
Below average defense.
And had 7 points on offense in both playoff games.
Steiny, to your point, the Bulls had Madonna too. So there you go.
Good. Rodman.
Yeah.
See, that's good.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that FP brings, and I try to bring it too, that people have forgotten about over time.
Well,
but there's parallels in history.
FP knows this about me, Willard. I made a big error, man. I love Phil Collins. I'm going music. I love Tupac. I love all music. And I saw Bill Weir, W-E-I-R, and I asked Steiny on the air, I said, he must be a coach. And then I looked at his outfit, and I said, you know what? It's probably an owner or something. I said on air, who is he? Because I only know Jerry Garcia.
Steiny,
and I didn't know
Bob.
he was
Bob Weir.
Bob Weir. Talk to him, Steiny.
Bill Weir used to work for NBC. He's a
Shout out
broadcaster.
Bill. Well, Bob, I only knew Jerry Garcia. FP, I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm hurt.
Yeah, no,
man.
that's fair. That's fair.
But I was thrown for a loop. I could have helped him, except Goose said, hey, Steiny, who's Bobby Wire?
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, I don't, because he's on with Willard and Dibs. I'm like, Bobby Wire. Bobby Wire.
Yeah,
Willard, I'm hurt.
I gotta think there's a certain section of our audience. We probably should have done this at 4:20, not at 4. But there's a certain section of our audience that's like, Bob Weir on a live stream was not on the radio. So if Bob cusses, and we'll tell him, Lucas, tell Bob he can cuss. He can swear, he can say whatever the hell he wants. He can tell stories. Deadheads cruising around the parking lot.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was. I'm hurt a little bit.
That's happening today. That's
all right, Chance, we got to get a video.
Oh, yeah, we got a plane to catch.
Why do one of you look more excited than the other?
Oh,
that's
is
what
that
I
just
want to
in
know.
general?
I try to keep an even keel. He's
Vegas,
we got
baby.
illegal.
Vegas.
I've been doing it
he's
all
the
show.
guy who'll come back moping with his tail.
And we got to do the legal.
The highs and the lows. I'll do the legal. It's not for another
We'll
4
see you
minutes.
Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
Love you,
Be
FP.
safe. Be safe. Actually, don't. Don't be safe.
Oh, man.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. Looky here. It's FP Santangelo in the house. Dibs is cool. Everything's fine. Got some stuff going on. And that means that my good man, FP Santangelo, is going to jump in. And what a day to jump in. You should have seen his face, y'all, when he walked in and we're like, so here's what we're doing. It's a big day. We are now 4 days away. 4 days away? 5 days away? Yeah, 4 days away from the Super Bowl. And oh, by the way, the last 2/3 of the show, no commercials, and do whatever the hell you want.
Just drink lots of coffee and talk forever.
Yeah.
It's cool. I mean, I'm very thankful to be here today because, you know, when
Dude,
you do this,
you're here.
when you do this on an everyday basis and you're used to doing that, you have a lot of opinions. You're sitting here watching all the Super Bowl prep. You're super excited about the Niners being there and going for number 6. And you want to express those opinions. So I'm fired up to be here today, and I'm super excited for Sunday. Let's go, baby.
Here we go. It's going to be one. It's going to be one hell of a day. You know what? It's not even on here. And you'd think it'd be sort of memorized, but I always clam up. on it. So you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ in HD1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Did I get it? Did I mess that up or was it? Okay. I did it.
That was outstanding.
I did it. Gosh, I thought I didn't have it memorized.
Dude, the disclaimer on the Major League broadcast, it's such a tongue twister. This is copyrighted broadcast. Yeah.
This copyrighted broadcast, which was a book by Hank Greenwald once upon a time.
Dude,
he called his book that.
Really?
Did you know that?
No. But
Hank Greenwald.
You have to read the disclaimer every game.
Every game.
And it's a tongue twister. And you got to go slow, and you got to make sure you nail it.
We'll go slow. That's how we roll. But FP Santangelo's here. You're here. And listen, you know me. I'm the last person on earth to be negative Nelly. But there are some uncomfortable things, I think, going on as we approach the Super Bowl.
Like what?
Death blows? No, not at all. Weird week. And I guess this is how I'll describe it. So individually, none of these things is crazy. The field at UNLV.
How do you put grass on top of turf?
You just throw it down.
You just throw it down on top of turf.
That's what it sounds like.
That just sounds like you're playing on a sponge. Like what? I don't even know what that is.
And I think that's what they're doing.
Okay.
And they're practicing today on sponges.
Dude, that could that Achilles, calves, knees, that's not good. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Not good. Kyle Shanahan potentially had some pops before a press conference. And I have zero issue with that, but it's different. That's different. Kyle Shanahan had multiple 1 to 1 minute, 1.5 minute answers, which is rare for him, where he had no ums. He
had no ums. I didn't hear it.
The word. He never used the word stuff. He likes to use the word stuff.
Yeah.
You read about it.
Yeah,
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
There it is. I got two of them. So first of all, and this is the next thing I'll get to. Remember when Jed York came out and about a week ago, and he's like, so Kyle came to me after practice one day and goes, hey, owner, we need to talk. I think our third string quarterback's our best quarterback. So he shared that whole story. Well, Kyle gets to Vegas, and at media night, they ask him about that story. Listen to the answer. Here it is.
It's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say. Because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best. But you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, I was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best. But that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day. And it was the exact same way in the games.
I mean, a couple of old fashions maybe, right? And I had no issue with that. But man, he was fluid as a different Kyle Shanahan.
You got to be careful if you have a few beers before or a few drinks before you do anything live, right? For 2 reasons. You could slip and something could come out bad, or the main reason I've never done it is you could be really good for a change, and then you set a dangerous precedent that I got to have a few pops before going, and then a few pops turns into a few more. Next thing you know, you're Harry Carey and you're slurring through a broadcast. But hey, if you worked all season long to get to Las Vegas, and maybe you have a team meeting where you say, hey, we're going to enjoy this for 2 days. You guys go do your thing for 2 days. Everybody stay out of the news. Make that your number one priority. Stay out of the news. But we're in Vegas. It's the Super Bowl. It's the first Super Bowl ever in Las Vegas. Go have fun. And guess what? I'm going to have fun too. And I think that's awesome. Hey, have a couple pops.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It sounds dangerous as hell.
It is dangerous.
I would not tell a football team, all right, here's the deal. We're in Vegas. Go have fun, but just do a good job of it. And we'll see you in 48 hours.
Yeah. Go, just stay out of jail.
What?
Oh. I did it once in my whole career. And I drank before I went on the air.
Oh, okay.
And it was in Milwaukee. It was in Milwaukee. and we were playing the Brewers, and I was the broadcaster, and we did a story on Jordan Zimmerman, and his whole family was out tailgating. I'm talking like 20 people. And they're making these Bloody Marys that have shrimp and salami and everything. And if you know Brewers, every 81 home games, it's
Milwaukee.
like a foot in Milwaukee.
No. The whole state of Wisconsin.
The whole parking lot is a tailgate. They got their RVs.
Right.
They get there for 4 o'clock for a 7 o'clock game, and it's like a Packers game.
It's cheese. It's alcohol, and it's whatever you want.
So
quite frankly,
one of the Nationals pitchers was from a small town outside of Milwaukee, and the family was there, and we had a cameraman, and we were interviewing everybody. And he's texting from the clubhouse, you have to try the Bloody Marys. They're the best ever. I'm like, no, bro, I don't ever drink before I go on the air. So peer pressure got me, and I had a Bloody Mary or two.
Okay.
Before I went on.
And how'd it go?
It was amazing. I had a great broadcast, maybe my only great broadcast ever. And then I thought, oh, God, I could never do that again.
Like, I don't actually know that Kyle had alcohol, but he probably did because he never stuttered, even in the slightest.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, he got lucky once. That was 1 minute. He got lucky. He got on a roll, and he unleashed a clean speech. And then they asked him another question, and the man went and did it again.
Well, it's such a weird conversation to hear the whole world talk about this, but like, in my opinion, there's no such thing as a great quarterback if you can't be a game manager. Like, so I don't get how being a system quarterback and a game manager is a negative. Like, the job of a quarterback is to manage the game, and it is to run the system. The system's what you work on all week. That's what the O-line works on. That's what your 5 eligibles work on. That's everything. And the quarterback, if you want to be great, you better be able to run that system, and you better be able to manage the game. But if you want to stay in that position, understand that no system is going to be perfect. There's going to be times where you have no answers. And if you want to stay there, you better make some plays. And that's how you become a consistent quarterback. You're a game manager, you run the system right, and you can make plays. And if you don't have those 3 things, it's a matter of time. 1 game, 2 game, 2 years, it's a matter of time. But Brock does all 3 of those things, so I don't get what we're talking about.
I don't get what we're talking about.
Yeah, a great prop bet would be in the Shanahan press conference.
Yeah.
Over under.
Yeah.
There was
the under.
zero.
Zero.
It's the first time I ever heard that.
Zero.
I'm sure you guys have been talking about it. That's outstanding.
It's just a weird week. So you got Saad, you got Shanny, and Jed York won't shut up. So he started this whole thing a week ago. That was at the facility before the 49ers leave. I don't know how many of you saw this. He goes on the Kay Adams show today, live in Vegas. Now, that's not hey, we caught up with Jed because he was walking by. That's somebody put in a request with the 49ers, and Jed said yes and showed up at a big set with cameras and couches and Kay and did an interview and started talking about things like what Deebo Samuel said at halftime in the locker room when the Niners are down 24-7. Apparently, it was something along the lines of, hey, Kyle, get me the bleeping ball. And so all of that's fine, but it's different. Like, compare it to the Chiefs. What have you heard this week about the Chiefs?
Nothing.
Well,
I mean, not to compare everything to baseball, but I always do. The Chiefs are just playing another game.
Yep.
The Niners are playing the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
And you feel like maybe Jed's taking a victory lap. So to me, when you start to pull the curtain back a little bit and tell some cool stories, and stories about what happened in the locker room, or maybe what happened with Kyle and Brock Purdy early on, and that Kyle thought Brock Purdy was his guy. Those are great stories once you've had the parade on Market Street. Because now we start to pull the curtain back and tell why and what happened in the NFC Championship game, and Deebo was pissed at halftime, and he said, get me the ball. And Kyle knew Brock was his guy when he was a third-string guy, and he was telling the owner that, which is a tough conversation, by the way, when you spent $33 million or whatever and 3 picks on Trey Lance. That never goes over well with ownership, but Kyle's really authentic and honest, and that's what he does. But, yeah, I don't have a problem with this. If an owner's going to give the Chiefs bulletin board material, like, bro, be quiet. Jed, stop. he's kind of pulling the curtain back, and it seems like he's taking a victory lap a little bit early for me. Like, you just won the NFC Championship. Wait till you win the Super Bowl and then tell me all the cute, funny stories. Write a book. I don't care.
Right.
But, like, win the game that you're supposed to win. Win the game that 90% of Niner fans will think your season's a failure if you don't. And win that game first. And then tell me all the cool stuff that went on.
And maybe you can't because maybe nobody cares. Like, maybe nobody's going to come find you after the Super Bowl. Or people are going to go find the owner like they will on the field. But then what happens after that? Everybody's gone. Everybody's a ghost when it's over.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know, maybe that's the thought process. I'm with you. I'm not bringing any of this up because I'm mad at any of it. I'm just noticing. I'm noticing, and some of it's a little bit uncomfortable. You're right. The Kansas City Chiefs feel like they are doing what they do for the second Sunday in February. The 49ers feel like they're on a damn tour, and everything is about them. The fans that are showing up in Vegas are about the Niners. Everyone's sick of the Chiefs. I get it. But by the same token, the face of the league is here. They are the defending champs. Their tight end is dating the most famous human being on planet Earth right now. And they are library quiet.
And the quarterback's the best quarterback in the game.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. It's face of the league. And then here come the Niners, and they're like, so one of our defensive ends didn't try last week. Our quarterback's really cute, and he got drafted in a fun way. Our coach has had a couple drinks. Our owner is on line one, and our fans are everywhere. Woo!
Dude, I got a newsflash for you.
Chase Young, what is going on?
Chase Young hasn't been trying for a long time. I focus on him all the time. He just stands up and watches plays go by.
Yeah.
He just doesn't play hard. And then the guy on the other side's motor's always running.
I want to believe that the 49ers are going to win this game, and I'm not going to tell you that I don't feel that way. What I do think, though, is this. I think those of us who think the 49ers are going to win the game are ignoring who the 49ers have been for the last month or so. And maybe that is rational because before that, they were the best team in football. But it's as if we think they're going to win because we're expecting the version of the 49ers that we want to show up, as opposed to the group that has been showing up. So I just don't know if we're basing all of this on irrational thought. The 49ers can be the best team. They have been the best team. On paper, they've got the best roster. But it's been, what's today? February 7th? Been a month and a half since we've seen them. Been a month and a half since we've seen the 49ers that we should actually have confidence in.
So do you think the 2 weeks of prep will help them to get back to that team? I mean, what do you think? Like, when you think about this game, you have one team playing the best they've played all season long in the Chiefs.
Totally.
I mean, they're rolling. I don't know how Travis Kelce keeps getting open. Like, that's the guy you got to stop, period, and let somebody else beat you. End of story. Travis Kelce can't beat you. And then when you have the Niners kind of, they have the come from behind thing going right now. And when you get that feeling that you're in every game no matter what happens and you don't have to panic and you've been through some adversity, that bodes well too. So I guess it's how you're looking at this game. You guys heard me when I was on air last time. I was really worried about the Lions. I thought the Lions were to give them the best game of the year. There was a little part of me that thought the Lions were going to win that game. But my fandom took over, and I thought the Niners would win by 3. I got lucky. But I thought that game was over at halftime. I'm sure you guys have had plenty of time to talk about it. I haven't. But I think a lot of Niners fans that I was texting, all my buddies were like, we're getting our ass kicked right now.
Totally.
It's not just the score. They were dominating. But to have that, whatever it is, whatever Brock flipped that switch on the last drive, and the way Brock has come back, and that's the one box that he hadn't checked, and now you have that in your resume, in your arsenal. That's an ultimate confidence level to know that if I don't get a hit my first 2 times up, and I look stupid and I strike out, but I come up in the 9th inning with the bases loaded, I have that confidence to be able to put the ball and play hard somewhere.
Yeah.
And I think now Brock Purdy and the 49ers have that confidence in the 4th quarter that they can come through and figure it out. No matter what happens in the game, throw it at us. But I told you this off the air. You give me Patrick Mahomes at any points, I'm taking that all day long. You give me arguably one of the best quarterbacks ever, and a guy that's been there and done that. His confidence is off the charts. They're playing their best football of the year, and you give me him and 2 points. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I know everything. That if you give me a half a point with Patrick Mahomes that I'm betting, I'll take it.
Well, there's also something to be said. And by the way, busy day here, and we're excited to work our way through it. So let me take a moment to kind of set that table. First of all, Michelle Beadle is going to join us in 15 minutes.
Nice.
That's going to be a whole ton of fun. We've got Cleared to Play later on this hour. We'll get the latest on the injuries. Alec Ingold is going to join us just after 3 o'clock. Alec Ingold is the fullback for the Miami Dolphins. Played for Mike McDaniel, active player. They played the Chiefs in the playoffs. They played the 49ers last year in the regular season, Brock Purdy's first game. Alec will join us. Then at 3:30, we kick over to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game and the super secret Willard and Dibs Super Bowl party, which today is going to be Willard and FP, which is going to be on YouTube, Twitch, and the Odyssey app. And then we go 2.5 hours, commercial-free, hanging out, talking Niners, interacting directly with you on our chat boards for sure. And oh, by the way, Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead will join us at 4 o'clock and hang out in the party a little bit.
Dude, I'll drink a beer with anybody. I'm not a drug guy at all, but I think with him coming on, maybe we're on YouTube. Let's take a few gummies.
Let's see what kind of broadcasters we become
with gummies.
With a couple of Manhattans.
Or gummies.
Or gummies.
Just see what happens.
Can I admit something to you?
Yeah, do it.
This is in 2024.
He really wants to take some gummies.
I know. He really wants to take some gummies.
I haven't taken them in a while. Really in a long, long time.
Is this going to make me the biggest dork ever? Which I'm totally willing to be.
That's all right.
I've never had one.
I've dabbled once or twice.
Ever had one.
And I just don't like the feeling.
You don't like the feeling?
No, I like to
What does it feel like?
I turn into a zombie.
Okay.
And I like to go fast.
You like to go fast?
I'd rather go fast. I'd rather have 5 cups of coffee.
Okay, we can do that too. Yeah. There's a bunch of coffee houses.
No, I'm not a gummy guy.
Lucas loves to go on coffee runs. There's a coffee machine in the kitchen.
I was watching Pat McAfee today, and he was talking about.
He always looks like he's had 5 cups.
He couldn't open his eyes today, and he was talking about dropping gummies before the show, and I'm like, dude, let's go. All right.
Broadcasting gets different. This is when you know that you've been in the business for a while. Like, I mean, the conversation we just had. If that had happened 7 years ago, there would be a program director on our laps already. They're on our laps.
Wait, talking about gummies?
Oh, my God. You can't,
it's legal.
I know.
Just go down the street, right across the street.
It's also legal to cuss, but we're not going to do it.
Yeah. You can say anything you want once.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so gummies at 4 with Bob.
Gummies at 4.
All right. And that's the deal. That's what we're going to do today. So we're just going to hang out. But I've been thinking about this, and we were talking about it before the show also in the other room. I think it's a fair thing to bring up. I've said a couple of times in the last couple of weeks, this is the second Sunday in February. This is what Patrick Mahomes does. Second Sunday in February. Puts his uniform on and he goes and plays a game. Brock Purdy, on the other hand, the second Sunday in February has always been either him as a high school or college football player watching the Super Bowl, or, as it was last year, hanging out with a sling around his arm and probably consulting with doctors. And now he shows up. What's the number? Is it like 75 million? Is that how many people watch the Super Bowl just on the broadcast alone? What is about to happen this Sunday is going to be among the most watched pieces of content in the history of our country, partially because of the label that we have put around his neck. Mr. Irrelevant, Disney film in the making. Do we get to make the movie at the end of this Sunday or not? And oh, by the way, the only thing in your way is potentially the greatest quarterback of all time, certainly the greatest that we have today, the city of Vegas, for the first time ever, the largest fan base in the NFL, which will show up to this game in full, the pressure, the eyeballs, the intrigue. You cannot turn the dial higher. And we've all convinced ourselves that this 23-year-old kid is just going to be fine. Fine. By the way, he has looked very wobbly the last 2 times we've seen him in the playoffs.
Dude, it's a real thing. By the way, not to correct you, 113.6 million is what they're projecting to watch the game.
So I undersold
that was last year, and I
hardcore.
think with this year with the Taylor Swift audience, it might reach 200.
It's going to be, yeah.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even, does that measure like social media and what happens after the fact? And I'm underselling it big time. Yes, this will be, in terms of what we know about American content, this will be one of the most consumed things that has ever happened in the history of our country. And we're just like, you got this, Brock. Like,
so here's the thing. Like,
really?
If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I need to turn it into another football game for Brock Purdy quick. Because when you're in big games, you have to have success early to make it just another game.
Yes.
And if you have failures early, all of a sudden you start thinking that hamster wheel in your brain just starts going, oh my God, like I'm on the Super Bowl and there's 200 million people watching.
Christmas
Taylor
night.
Swift's in a box
Christmas
seat. She
night,
flew all the way from Japan. Like you start to think of weird things and your mind starts going. So in my experiences in big games, successes early relax you and make it normal. And the sooner Brock Purdy can be playing a football game, just another football game, cliche, right? And not the Super Bowl is how he'll have success. Patrick Mahomes is playing another football game.
Right.
He's just playing another game because he's been there, done as a business trip. I know this function over here, screw that. I got to do a press conference over here. I've done that. And you know, we're here, we're on a mission. We've done this before. Where maybe some of the Niners guys are looking around saying we're going to enjoy this for a couple of days. Some of them have said as much. But the quicker that Brock Purdy at 24 years old in his first ever Super Bowl can make it another football game, meaning having successes early, the first drive, the first couple of passes, not have the white Michael Jackson glove on, not doing weird things that he hasn't done all season long, but just low-risk stuff. Move the ball, get your confidence, and all of a sudden it becomes another game. When you talk to players, Mark, they say it's a very corporate atmosphere.
It really is.
This won't be. This is going to be red butts.
That's
in the
actually
seats.
a good point.
There's going to be red butts in the seats. This should be a home game for the Niners.
Somebody did. I went on a station like 3 or 4 days ago, and they asked me, when your favorite team is in the Super Bowl, which it is, when your favorite team is in the Super Bowl, would you rather be there, or would you rather be on your couch? And I was like, this answer might grab you, but like I think I'd rather be on my couch. This is going to sound snooty, but I've been to Super Bowls before, and they're not really what you think.
No.
Now, I've never been to a Super Bowl where the Niners have been playing in it.
I have.
So maybe you can tell me a thing or two about that. But being at the Super Bowl is a very odd experience. There are no other sporting events like this. The breaks are insanely long. The environment is corporate, so noise is coming from certain sections of the stadium only when a good thing happens for a specific team. There's no home environment, and everybody, almost everybody there has given up somewhere between $5,000 and bajillion dollars in order to be sitting there. And that's not, I'm going to pull my shirt off and put the letter B on my stomach and shake my moneymaker. That's not that fan. And so the whole thing just feels disconnected sometimes when you're there. The story I love to share is that I was in the media seats when Justin Timberlake grabbed the thing off of Janet Jackson's chest. I was the last one to know. I didn't even know. I had to get text messages later where they're like, did you see that? And I'm like, did I see what? Because what I saw was something that looked like the size of a dime about a mile away down on the field with pyrotechnics and all of this going on. It's just kind of like whatever.
I think it was the size of a dime on TV too, if I'm not mistaken.
Very good. That's very good.
Yeah.
Maybe a quarter. Sorry, Lucas. The live stream's starting in an hour.
3:30. Wait.
It's starting. Anyway, yeah, it's different. It's different. So I don't know. I mean, when you're there and the Niners are in it, was it fun?
I mean, it was fun just to check that box.
Right.
I've never been to a Super Bowl. That's the only one I've ever been to, and it was in Miami. And I have a lot of friends that I went to school down there, so I had a connection. And had Niners fly down from DC, check it out, and it was just neat to see what the Super Bowl is all about. But it is very corporate. It's not like a raucous college crowd or like going to Levi's for a playoff game where the Niner fans were as loud as ever in the NFC Championship. Maybe it'll be like that this year, though.
Maybe.
And I'm a little opposite of you, Mark. I like to be somewhere in the middle. Like I don't have to go to the Super Bowl. I had an opportunity to go this year, and I decided no. I have buddies renting an RV, driving to LA.
What does that mean? I had an opportunity to go. Does that mean a free ticket?
No. That means I was going to wait till the last second and try to get one for $5,000, and I can't afford that right now. So I said no.
All right.
So yeah, but they're going to be rumbling down I-5 to LA in an RV, and then going from LA to Vegas and do that trip.
Sounds fun.
I don't know if I have that in me. So somewhere between sitting on the couch, I need to get some atmosphere for the game. I do. So I have to be out with the people somewhere.
I hear you.
And I'm excited that if the Niners do pull this off, and I think it's going to be a who knows? I'm not going to say it. Who knows? I want to be a man of the streets here in the city. I live in the city. I want to celebrate. I'm not going to burn stuff, but like I want to feel the atmosphere if they pull this off in the city. Whereas if you're in Vegas, yeah, there's going to be a lot of Niner fans. They'll be cool. But like if you're in the city, we're in San Francisco. Coit Tower is red and gold. Like all the buildings are lit up.
I can already tell 49er fans, if you're going to the game, when the game ends, win or lose, you want to know what you're going to do? You're going to stand. And you're going to stand there for a really long time. I've been to Allegiant Stadium one time, Niners-Raiders last year, New Year's Day. Tons of fun, but here's one thing I can tell you. That stadium's beautiful. They did an incredible job. The only thing that stunk was getting out of there because there's really no parking lot. There's no driving. There's no people heading to their cars where you can get into your car, and the slow departure from the parking lot is kind of okay because you're in your car and you're listening to the radio. Well, me and my lovely Christy come out of that thing, and everybody just wants to walk to Las Vegas Boulevard, which is right over the freeway bridge, and it is the biggest example of gridlock, human individual gridlock. People are trying to get Ubers. You can't, and you just have to. So, like, that whole, like, let's spill out onto the streets and go crazy, I'm almost worried for it because it's just going to be drunk people, fans of both teams, shoulder to shoulder, looking at each other like, how long is it going to take to get over to the Luxor or whatever?
So you're not going to like soak in the vibe if they win in the city. Like just go down to maybe the marina or something to see everybody out on the streets having a good time.
No.
Hashtag no J.
There's still discussion going on about exactly how we're going to bring this in, but it's not going to be with a lot of people. I already know that. It's not going to be with a lot of people. It's a Warriors Wednesday. Can you tell? Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today, and we're sponsored by Safeway. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570, plus Beetle and Decker, weekdays, noon to 3 Eastern on Sirius XM's Mad Dog Sports Radio channel. Y'all know Michelle Beetle. She's going to join us next. FP's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Safeway is your Valentine's Day hookup with great deals. Find 12 dozen roses.
Too. Check them out at valleyheating.com. That's valleyheating.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So I like this right here. This is my kind of party. This is what I'm getting at. We like it when people we like or are fans of are coming on. It's not like this specific thing that we're getting into. Like, now we'll go to the line with the Chiefs beat writer to talk about the linebackers. No. Like, just somebody who's cool, who can talk about it all, who we watch. And that, of course, on the Boxer and Gerson guest line at this particular moment is the great Michelle Beadle. Beadle and Decker, weekdays noon to 3 Eastern on SiriusXM's Mad Dog Sports Radio channel. That said, Michelle, our producers have brought up that in 2018, a little bit less than 6 years ago, you retired from watching football.
I did.
So now what?
No, I you know what? About what are we? Oh, we're already in 24, aren't we? I almost forgot where we are. I thought we were 22 for a hot second. Probably 2021. I sort of crept back in, and I think mainly it was because friends kept asking me to do fantasy football, and I finally was just like, God damn, I guess I'm doing fantasy football again. And then once you're in, you're in. There's no way back out. And I realize in my older age now, I have to be able to take the gray areas of things that I think aren't right and kind of live in that versus my very extreme black and white that I was doing life through. So, here we are. Nothing's perfect. There are crappy people and everything. And, if I start, having my own little self-boycotts of everything that has a bad person in it, I'm going to sit in a corner and do nothing.
There's none of those places left that are nothing but good people. Exactly. So, all right. So then welcome back to football.
Thank you.
Yeah. And with that, we're sitting here in the Bay Area, right. But we're also still trying to figure out, maybe the question of the week: how is the best player in football an underdog? Your thoughts?
I keep having to ask people that, this week, and every time I say it out loud, I feel like I'm saying something incorrect, and yet here we are. He's just an enigma of a person. He's like what Steph Curry once was, and hopefully they all get back and they figure it out with Warriors. But you just can't bet against him. You shouldn't want to. And yet, here we are. Look, it's the first time in recent memory that we can look at a Chiefs team and actually say to ourselves, yeah, they didn't look great. They lost a lot of games. And that's not something we got used to saying. So that's the thing. The Niners on paper, people keep telling everyone they're better. But, yeah, that Patrick Mahomes situation is something to be dealt with. And unfortunately, too, it looks like Travis Kelce woke up at the worst possible time for any opponent that's out there.
Yeah, Michelle, I've been telling everybody, no, you got to take Patrick Mahomes in 2 points. In the way they're playing the best football of the year. But on the other side is a guy that's just getting crushed nationally all the time in Brock Purdy. And I don't get it, Michelle, because usually we love the underdog story. We love a guy that was the last pick in the draft. He's a little bit undersized. He was a third-string guy, and here he comes. He's in the MVP discussion at one time this year. I think a lot of people forget almost a year ago he was laying on a table with his elbow wide open, and they were operating on it. And here he is in the Super Bowl. And I don't know if you guys are probably talking about it on your show, but I don't know if it's just trying to get clicks or people are going for the hot takes, but I just can't understand why everyone's trying to put a label on this guy and why there's so much criticism.
My favorite, I think the clicks thing is pretty valid. There's, this business. There are a few very loud talking heads, but that's kind of what they market in. They're good at it. They figured it out. It's a weird system. I don't know sometimes if they truly believe the things they're saying. I don't know how you could truly believe that this kid's not good. You could say whatever you want. You can call him a game manager. You can call him a system player. You can say all of those things. You still have to go out there and execute. And he's done that on a high level. And no matter what you think has contributed to that, the numbers he's put up are better than almost everyone. And some places better than everyone. So I'm confused by it because, like you said, this is the kind of story that Hollywood dreams of. And yet, we've already gotten to the tearing him down part before we even built him all the way up. And that's not usually the formula we use. So for me, it's the storyline that I'm looking forward to the most. I don't have a horse in the race. I would love for him to come out and just really shut some people up. Also because he's done it while keeping sort of that smiley, frozen face that also kind of scares me a little bit. I'm like, what is this? Is he crazy? I don't know. So to me, it's such a good story. And look, the Niners, they want revenge. And I think a lot of us as sports fans, dynasties get boring. And I don't know if the Chiefs are necessarily a dynasty yet, but stopping them here would definitely be a step in the right direction if you don't want to have another dynasty on our hands.
Oh, man. Michelle Beadle is with us here on Willard and Dibs. FP is in for Dibs. That's a funny comment. If you're, for everyone listening, if you're old enough to remember the restaurant chain Bob's Big Boy.
Oh.
Yes.
Brock looks like Bob who maybe works out. He's not fat like that. But that sort of eerie smile that looks like it never goes away. I hadn't thought of that until you just said it.
Oh, it is. That's partly why too. Him winning, I'd like to see what the emotion looks like because I'm here for it. The kid's got thick skin. Most of us don't have skin that thick. It's impressive.
Michelle, what do you think about this? We were batting this around a little bit a few minutes ago, and I don't know if this has an effect on the game or not. The 49ers feel like the new blood. There's Brock Purdy. There's the big fan base. Can Kyle Shanahan get over the hump? There's personalities like George Kittle, and there's Las Vegas as the backdrop. So it feels like there's a tension everywhere. Kyle might have had some drinks the other night. We got sod on the practice. We got all these stories. The Chiefs, meanwhile, if you went out there and went, what was the biggest thing you heard from the Chiefs this week? They are library quiet. What's your read on that tone behind the two teams?
It feels very much like this is business as usual. It's like the Warriors. I mean, the Warriors, they were relaxed in all those years they were in finals, but they just got to the point where the regular season is just part of the deal, but they expect to be here at the end, and so it's business for them. Yeah, I think the biggest thing was Patrick Mahomes being asked to do a Kermit the Frog impression, and then the obligatory Taylor Swift questions for Kelsey. I feel like that was kind of it, and nothing's happened since. So it's daunting, I think, if you're a Niners fan of the Niners. I get it. Look, I would want to be having fun the 2 days that I'm allowed to, and then business and everyone quiets down. But the Shanahan thing, that just made me laugh when y'all said that.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he had some. I'm good with it.
He's in Vegas.
I think he had some drinks.
Yeah.
You know what? In fairness, all the flights coming into Vegas this week have been turbulent. He might just be a nervous flyer like myself, and it's still in his system. Who knows?
Or maybe both. Maybe he had drinks on the flight to get over the turbulence. Also okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Totally okay.
Yeah. So you brought up Taylor Swift, especially as a female in broadcasting. I'd love to know just your perspective on the way a lot of people are reacting to this whole thing.
Oh my goodness! I'm not necessarily a fan of the music. It's not really my thing. She seems like a lovely human being who puts a lot of money to really good causes in her life. Who can knock any of that? It's crazy to me. Does everyone want to see it? No. But does it affect my life at all? No. It's just for these glimpses and these seconds. And, they don't show anyone else's girlfriends and wives. Yet, no kidding. No offense to everyone else's girlfriends and wives. They're not global icons who made $1 billion last year. It's kind of a big deal. Sorry.
Yeah, they used to show Giselle.
Thank you.
Right? I'm like, if the person's famous, then they're going to show them.
We live in a celebrity culture. Are we kidding ourselves? Of course they're going to show her. And, there's a part of me that as a girl who, when you date, you have a boyfriend, what have you, I'm not a big on being the center of attention type thing. Sometimes I feel kind of bad for her. I'm like, let's just let her go to a game and enjoy it. Like, that's, she knows that that's his moment, and she has thousands of her moments, and it's not her fault they keep showing her. What do they want to do? Hide? She's not going to hide. So it's just a very weird phenomenon. Look, and they'll break up one day, and we can all just shut up, and this would have been a piece of our history. Good Lord. Just let it go.
So cynical. They're going to break up? I didn't know that.
We're all going to break up. Nothing's forever, you guys. Come on.
I couldn't agree with you more, Michelle. Wait, are you a halftime show person? Are you excited about the Super Bowl halftime show with Usher?
I am. I'm getting out of here Friday so I can be home in San Antonio on Saturday and just sort of have like a few people over so you can still hear the commercials. And I love the halftime show. Even when they're kind of boring, it's still such a part of our national conversation. Like, if we don't like it, then we can talk about how much we don't like it the next day. But I think Usher's got enough great songs that I will be entertained. And that's kind of it. He's sort of, we roller skate around the living room and enjoy the halftime show and try not to drink too much so you remember it. That's my big key.
That's good advice. It's Michelle Beadle with us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Michelle, before you go, we know that you do the FanDuel thing with Shams as well. So with the trade deadline being like 22 hours away or something like that, come on, give us the goods. Are the Warriors making a move or not?
Man, it's crazy because we just taped our show a little bit ago. And by the way, fun fact about him, he is still in Chicago in his home because he refuses to fly during trade deadline week on the off chance that the Wi-Fi is bad. So he doesn't even get out here till like Friday night, which is pointless, but still. And he listed off a list of 14 different names that are all expected to be moved, and nothing's happened with 22 hours. So I'm DeJounte Murray, DeMar DeRozan. Those are big names that we're waiting for. I hope something happens because trade deadline can be exciting, but sometimes the most exciting part is 10 minutes before the deadline hits.
Was Andrew Wiggins one of the names?
I mean, it's on the list, but yet no takers yet.
Yeah. All right, Michelle. That was a whole lot of fun. Thank you but who do you think's winning the game? You said you want the Brock Purdy to. Who's going to win?
I have this bad feeling the Chiefs are going to win, but I'm pulling in my heart for Brock Purdy and company.
We'll take it. You sound like most of our listeners, so we'll take it. Michelle, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there it is. Michelle Beadle joining us here on 95.7.
So all the calls this week, are Niner fans worried about the Chiefs? What's
feels
the
like
prevailing attitude right now?
Well, I think that it's almost like if you like to watch Fox News or CNN, like maybe you just gravitate to what you're actually feeling. So it feels to me like, yes, there are a lot of people out there who are like, okay, we're favored and we're really good and we kind of have answers at every position. But Mahomes, I think that's the prevailing thought. Now, there are plenty of people, we live in the Bay Area, the Niners could be playing a combination of the 85 Bears and the Niners from the next year and Ray Lewis's Ravens, and they'd be like, we're going to win by 3 touchdowns. So there are plenty of those people too. But yeah, most people I talk to have a pretty respectful nervousness around facing Patrick Mahomes. He's already done it to us once.
Yeah, I'll just say this. My quick synopsis of the game or prediction is if the Niners can't flirt around with imperfection and playing poorly early. Not on this stage, not against this team.
Yeah.
They can't stick their toe in the fire again and go, oh, we'll pull this out in the third or fourth quarter. They got to get off to a good start. That's the whole game for me. We could sit here and break down Chase Young and the run defense and how they give up 156 yards per game and 5.6 yards a carry in the postseason, in the playoffs. But like it all comes down to if Brock Purdy can make this just another football game in the first quarter. Because I've been applauding him for having the mental toughness to be able to turn a bad game into a good game on the biggest stage.
No doubt.
We talked about that last time.
Doubt.
We did a show together and how the mental toughness that takes, the calmness, the confidence to be able to, when everybody's watching you and you're the only game on TV and you're stinking up the joint, to take a deep breath, flush it, and find a way to turn it around. That's something I never learned how to do, ever. Like if you're having a bad game, it's a bad game. And to have that mental toughness to reset, to press the biggest reset button ever, I don't know if you can do that on this stage with 200 million people watching you, man. And for a championship, for the ring, for the parade. And I think as an athlete, what you have to do in these situations, Mark, is you have to be so very present. You have to trust the process. These are all like cliche terms, but if you let your mind wander on if I have a good game or if I complete this pass, we win the Super Bowl, we have a parade. You have to have your blinders onto that. You have to be so in the moment about this play right now.
Yeah,
this play right now
is crossing the middle.
Yes,
is he there?
This play.
Is he not there?
Not.
That's it.
The results, because like a lot of times you can't control that. What you can control is being in the present. All the greatest athletes in the history of sports are right in the present. And all the exterior distractions, whether who's at the game, what happens if we win, I'm on the biggest stage. Those are all exterior things. You can't control exterior. What you can control as an athlete is the interior. Like, what can I do right now to be successful on this play, on this pitch, on this trip down the court, whatever it is? What can I do right now to help my team win a game?
One of my favorite things about talking to people like you who have played professional sports is it gives us the opportunity, and I love to remind everybody this, it gives us the opportunity to, instead of just saying this statement, actually hear it. And that is that you forget that these people put on these pads and these helmets and they're warriors, and we're trained to be like, you have to be built for this because you do it for a living. So you can't just cower. Like you have to be built for this. But it's like there is no way to not be a human being. And I know some great NFL players who vomited before every game. I mean, November 6th, Sunday afternoon, 1 o'clock, we're a 7.5-point favorite against Yuck. Vomited before the game and did so every week for over 10 years. So, like, I love and hate that will look at Brock like what you just described and be like, well, yeah, that's what you got to do. Do you have any idea how hard that is? That's one of the things I struggle with in this matchup is the idea that after 2 bad first halves already under his belt in the playoffs, you're going to send him to, as Beetle just said, there is no stage in the history of sports that's been bigger than this. There's no scenario. You're the last pick in the draft against the face of the league. None of it has ever been bigger than this. And we're just like, yeah, he's built for that. How do we know? How? How is that not going to be a thing in the first quarter of this game?
I mean, it is. And you could get all the advice from whoever. Yeah. You could get tons of advice. Joe can come over and say, hey, this is what it's going to be like, blah, blah, blah. Well, that was however many years ago, right? You have to go out there and experience it yourself. I used to call it looking the beast in the eye. You have to look the beast right in the eye and say, I got this, screw you, let's go, let's do this. Because the thoughts start to flood your mind. They just start to take over. And the team and the players in this game that are going to be the most successful are the ones that are the most present, the most confident. But like big-time players have to step up in big-time games. So, like, for me, superstars have to be superstars on the biggest stage. Yeah. That's how you win a title. That's how you win a championship. It's not going to be some guy that we never heard of. Maybe one play, but I'm talking about if the Niners win this, all their stars have to be stars. If the Chiefs win this, all their stars have to be stars, and they have to have great game. I mean, it sounds very simplistic, but sometimes the stars, the big guys, go away in the big games.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got Doc. Let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Time for Cleared to Play. We'll take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, it's an easy first question, but it's one I hate asking because usually we ask you about injuries that have already happened, not the ones that haven't happened yet. But, man, we got to hear your thoughts on Sodgate that's happening out there in Vegas. 49ers practicing right now and again tomorrow on a shoddy surface. What kind of danger are they looking at?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a consideration in terms of injury risk. So more than anything else, I think is when you change from what your normal training surface is, and then you go to a game and you're playing on a completely different surface. Your body can't adapt. You could theoretically be, using your muscles in different ways, and you can't train at the same speed. So that sets you up at a little bit of a disadvantage. Secondarily, you can on sod, even though you're not going to get your ACL injuries, those big kind of foot ligament injuries, you're more likely to get those twists, those slips, those little kind of pulls of muscles that could potentially then impact you in a game as opposed to playing on a nice stable surface. So I think it definitely is an issue. And if you do see, particularly in the first quarter or two, it seems like the 49ers aren't necessarily adapting very well. It could potentially play a role in the fact that they're playing on a different surface. It's like training for a marathon, but then running on sand the week before you go out and run. It's not going to set you up well to perform well, especially if you're depending on timing and speed.
So how the hell in the biggest game of the year do you just throw sod on turf? Like, I don't understand this process at all. It's like just throwing sod on the beach and say, yeah, you guys are practicing on the beach. Will it affect Kittle's toe at all when he's cutting on this stuff? What do you think?
I think it absolutely could, potentially. I mean, I think the fact is that whenever you're playing on a surface that isn't very stable, you're going to stress the toe more. So if this was just a quote-unquote sprain or a little bit of a muscle issue, you're suddenly using that foot in a very different way, and it could potentially cause a little bit of inflammation. So absolutely, I think this is a consideration going into the game.
Doc Pandya with us, Joe Thuney on the offensive line for the Chiefs. Here's the way I'll ask it, because I'm no expert on his injury. But when you're dealing with something like he's dealing with, and it's been said that it's a slim chance that he'll play, when you're dealing with humans who are north of 300 pounds, is that like automatic that they heal slower?
Yeah, they do. I mean, because, the muscles, basically when you think about a muscle injury, because he has this pec injury, you're a bigger person, you have more surface area that needs to heal, and you're also going to be stressing that area a lot more than, say, a wide receiver. So when there's a slim chance at that size, number one, you have to worry about what's the risk of him tearing his pec completely and then needing surgery. And then number two, how effective can he be? Because if you've got a pec injury and you basically have to push and pull, you can't be effective at the guard position if that's the case. So the slim chance to me means he's probably not going to play. Yeah.
Let's get over to Warriors. CP3 is putting up shots in warm-ups. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, so he's about 4 weeks from the time of his finger fracture surgery, and that's usually with hand fractures where he can start doing stuff like throwing, shooting. You're really waiting these last 2 weeks to make sure that you can take contact. So he seems right in line for someone who's had a hand fracture. I think the key thing are those basic strength issues in terms of, can he grip the ball effectively in a game setting? Can he take contact and then shoot? Those are the things that are going to take the next week or two. But this is a very positive sign that he's healing. And potentially, if he is going to get traded, it shows to other teams that, no, he's actually out there doing basketball stuff and is on track.
You're a doctor, so I would imagine patients come in and BS you all the time. Is that true?
Very true, yes.
Okay, so I'm imagining you've got a good BS meter. And so,
wait, what do they BS you about?
Yeah, right. They lie to you, right? No, I don't smoke. I don't drink.
My knee's not hurt. Yeah. My knee doesn't hurt me at all. I was fine, and it's like swollen. I'm like, I can play. I'm like, no, buddy, come on. So yeah, there's a lot of BS about how they're doing, and also how healthy they are.
Right. Yeah, and so with your BS meter, does Andrew Wiggins actually have a hurt foot, or they just not want to hurt him because they're about to trade him?
From an outside view, knowing that foot sprains in NBA players are usually pretty serious and they take a long time to kind of get back from, and there's a lot of implications. I think that potentially this is a little bit of protection of Andrew Wiggins, not knowing anything about his medicals. That's all I'm saying.
Doc calls BS. I had a feeling. I did. Hey, Doc, thank you.
Absolutely. Anytime, guys.
All right. Dr. Nirav Pandya, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Yeah, you go, hey, do you drink? Well, I mean, yeah, a couple drinks a month, maybe?
A couple drinks a week. That's it.
I mean, true. I'm not much either, but like, if the doctor asks.
I quit drinking.
You did?
Yeah, 2 a.m. last night.
And you'll do it again tonight. San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 4 days, 33 minutes, and 10 seconds away from the big game, and we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. He's an active player for the Dolphins on Mike McDaniel's squad. Alec Ingold. We'll ask him about playing the Chiefs in the playoffs, playing the Niners last year, playing in that Shanahan system. All of that next. FP is in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so Michelle Beta was fun. Doc Pandia, informative. Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold is coming up shortly. And then in 26 minutes, here we go, FP, the live stream. Are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, we could say whatever we want, right? But you still have to be careful. You still have to be careful.
I mean, we had this conversation, Dibs and I did the other day. I'm like, yeah, you could swear, but don't.
Yeah.
like, I mean, in theory, you're allowed to, but that still seems like a bad idea. But no, we'll loosen it up. We'll tell some stories. We'll have some fun. And Bob Weir, the Grateful Dead's going to join us in an hour.
Let's go.
And hang out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that'll be fantastic. And I can tell that Alec Ingold is calling right now. So we'll have him in just a minute, and I can't wait to dive into a bunch of questions. He plays for the man that you now say is your favorite coach, Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, I can't wait. Well, I mean, besides Kyle, I'm a big Kyle guy.
Me too.
I love Kyle. I think he's one of the best coaches in the NFL, and I'll obviously Mike a disciple. But watching Hard Knocks and watching Alec on Hard Knocks, he's one of my favorite guys this year. So I'm excited to talk to him.
No, Mike McDaniel went from, I don't know who that is, to who's the funny-looking guy with the weird sense of humor, to that's going to be a head coach, to that's my dog.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of, right?
Yeah.
That feels like the last 2 years of Mike McDaniel.
100%.
Right?
100%. I'm
okay.
with you.
All right. Boxer and Gerson guest line. Alec Ingold, the fullback for the Miami Dolphins, joins us live on Willard and Dibs. FP Santangelo is in for Dibs. Alex, thanks for your time today. What's going on?
My man. So excited to be on the call with you guys. How we doing?
No, we're thrilled to have you, and we want to know all about that whack nut job, Mike McDaniel. What's it like playing for that dude?
The genius himself.
Yeah,
it's pretty freaking awesome, man. Especially to be a fullback in that system. I mean, the amount of things that he can put on your plate. To all of his, scientific. He's in the lab cooking stuff up, but then to articulate it to everybody in the room. Oh, man, it's a blessing to go through some of those position meetings, team meetings, offensive meetings. Dude, you learn so much about football. It's so fun.
See, just watching you guys on Hard Knock, Alec, and you were one of my favorite guys this year. I mean, just your story, your personality really gravitated towards you. But, like, talking about Mike McDaniels, like, it seems authentic. And do you think that you guys have had to have success for that, the way he coaches to work? Or is he just a super authentic guy? He seems like he cares about you guys. And at the highest level, a lot of times you feel like a piece of meat, right? I'm just a number, whatever. They can cut me, they can release me. But some of the better coaches I ever played for really cared about you. Dusty Baker comes to mind. He seems like he's from that mold where he really cares about each and every one of you guys.
Yeah, that's a great question, too, because the authenticity starts, right? That's a cornerstone of how he teaches, who he is as a human being, the vulnerability that he has as a coach. That really started everything, and I think we've had success because of that. I don't think you need the success first for that to shine through, which is really special. It's a different type of way to approach things, and I think we've really bought in throughout the couple of years.
Alec Ingold is with us here on 95.7 The Game, fullback, Miami Dolphins. Now, Pro Bowl fullback,
Pro Bowl.
Yeah,
congratulations.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound good?
It sounds good, and it's hilarious that like the intro can just keep adding one little notch to the belt. That's really why we do it.
Who knows where we'll be by the end of this interview? It'll be incredible. But Alec, you played the Chiefs a few weeks ago. They're not all that, right?
I wouldn't say that, Coach. I would.
Yeah, neither did I.
Over there, man.
Yeah. What do you think?
It's unbelievable how difficult they make everything happen for you. Offensively, defensively, they make it tough. You got Chris Jones, and he's like the number one guy on that defense, right? But it's all of the people that you can't list off the top of your head that do their job. The Drew Tranquils, the Willie Gay, the Leo Chanel, all their linebackers, their front, they play together. They're a tough task for anyone, and that's why they're in the Super Bowl again, man.
And then they stopped your running game, and obviously there's a lot of talent there. Do you think, like, being around the playoffs in the postseason, we're talking about maybe it's just another game for the Chiefs, even though it's the Super Bowl, and maybe the Niners get caught up in it. But in your experience, did you feel that playing against them, that, well, these guys have been there and done that, and we're a little overamped maybe for a playoff game?
I think the environment was crazy. -30 may have played a role into it.
Yeah, just that. No big deal.
Yeah, that whole thing. No, but my big takeaway was the AFC Championship game. When you saw them win, you didn't see guys crying, hugging, jumping for joy. It looked like they expected to be there. They shook hands, and then they went up to the podium like it's just another day at work. And I think that's what's so special about that culture. They win. It's in the bricks. And that's what we're trying to build down in Miami, is building that into the bricks.
So how does that affect a game like this coming up Sunday? Because we're trying to work through that. It's not like the 49ers are some new entity to late season football, but Brock Purdy certainly is. And so the most experienced Super Bowl quarterback against Mr. Irrelevant who's never been there. How does that affect this game?
I mean, you got the talent on the 49ers side of the ball, but when I saw that Patrick Mahomes has a Super Bowl routine, I was like, okay, this guy's a little different. This cat's a little different right now. So, no, I think it's going to be a great challenge. And I think the 49ers are the most talented, and they've come from behind the last couple of weeks. So they have the culture there. They have the mental toughness and fortitude. So I think that's why it's going to be a heavyweight match.
Oh,
do you think they can screw around and come from behind again, Alec, or do you think it's important for the Niners not to do that on the biggest stage against maybe the hottest team and the best team in the NFL?
I would say so if they haven't done it before, but they put it on tape, man. They've done it. And I think that's really what's going to carry through to whoever has the ball last. It's going to be back and forth. It's going to be an exciting game. And it's going to be fun to see all of that talent, all of the great coaching. I mean, that's what you want out of a Super Bowl.
Hey, Alec, unless you were injured, and I don't think you were, you were the guys who were out here when Brock Purdy first stepped on an NFL field when Jimmy Garoppolo went down against the Dolphins last year. What do you remember from watching Purdy come out and play?
I remember Jimmy G going down, and it was a tight game at that point, and it's like, okay, everyone's taking a breath, the backup's coming in, unknown. Let's go win this thing on the road. We had a great record going into that game, and then Purdy was like, the moment was not too big for him immediately. He was running the offense. They were running the same calls, the same system, and that's so hard for a quarterback coming in to the middle of the game. You might not have the right or the perfect plays set up for you to run it, right? But for him to go out, execute, get it to the playmakers, they didn't miss a beat. They were crushing it, and it was a tough game for the Dolphins. We had a long flight home.
Well, what makes a good quarterback to you? I mean, you're in the league. You play. Like Tua, does he command the huddle? Is it confidence? Is it, making the big plays? Because we're hearing all these labels with Brock. He's a game manager. People are loving to hate on him right now. But in your estimation, not the obvious, but if you go deeper than the obvious besides the stats, in your mind, you've been in those huddles. You are in those huddles. What makes a great quarterback?
I think watching him in the NFC Championship game, with a bloody nose, with a torn up leggings, running down with his shoulders, just ripping off 27 unanswered points in the NFC Championship game. I think that has to go and prove that you have faith no matter what the game is giving you. That guy gives you a chance to win. And it's those little things, man. It's just like you said, walking into the huddle, the halftime adjustments, it just never seems so too big for Brock Purdy. And I think that's what is going to be proved again in the Super Bowl. He's going to show up and he's going to execute, man.
Alec Ingold is our guest, fullback, Miami Dolphins. Alec, give it to us. Your favorite Mike McDaniel moment since he showed up?
My favorite Mike McDaniel moment is probably when he called his shot. And I think this was documented on Hard Knocks.
Oh, yeah.
When he's like, you know what? This is going to be a one-play drive. Get ready. We have the defense. Jalen Waddle, 60 yards against the Jets. I think that was the coolest thing ever. We literally go to the sideline. Our running back coach pulls up the Microsoft Surface, and he's like, boys, Mike called this on the headset. It's going to be a one-play drive. And it was like, holy cow. this guy's calling his shots. We can go out and execute. That gives you confidence as a ball player to play for that man.
Yeah, he saw he was in the right play against the right defense. My favorite one, dude, was during the national anthem when he was standing behind Dan Marino. He's like, "We're coming for your records, Dan." Or it was before the national anthem. I was like, "Oh, this is great," because I know Marino's around a lot. I mean, and so they know each other. It was all a good fun. But I love the fact that he's just screaming at Dan Marino. Like, that went viral. I got to ask you, Alec, just having you on the show right now, do you think about life after football? I know you're in the moment right now and you're a Pro Bowl fullback, but like you could do, I mean, I think the modern day athlete thinks about what's next a lot. Like, you could do this, what we're doing for a living. It's pretty obvious just talking to you for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I love talking football, just being about it, eat, breathe, sleep football. So I think that's a big thing about it. I also love the mental health aspect, the mindset of showing up into a huddle. So if that's coaching one day in the mindset of the game, if it's on radio, man, I think that's all going to be a lot of fun once this ride ends.
Hey, Alec, have you seen this Paramount Plus Tua Super Bowl commercial?
Yeah, so we're on the buses heading to a Pro Bowl practice. And you know how normally a commercial might show up on social media?
Right.
You get the first 15 seconds, you scroll past it. I watched the entire 6-minute video with the volume all the way up because it was that great. It was perfect. It was so funny.
It's so funny, but how about when Sir Patrick Stewart looks at him and goes, not built for the moment, eh? I mean, like, I wondered how that resonated with your locker room, but I also loved that Tua was like, yeah, I approve that. We can have some fun with this.
It was the perfect balance of like self-deprecation from Tua. Like, he played around with it, but it was a jab. It was like, all right, Sir Patrick, come on, man.
So good. So, hey, I got to ask you a serious question before we let you go. The 49ers win if, and the Chiefs win if. I mean, you study film. You know these guys. You know these guys. You forgot more football than we'll ever know.
Christian McCaffrey touches the ball 25 times. I think the 49ers win. He's too good, man. The running game is outstanding. And I think the Chiefs win if they don't turn the ball over. If they can run the ball well, if the offensive line can stay ahead of the chains, I think those are the two big things. And as a fullback, man, I would love a lot of running happening in the Super Bowl.
It seems like it's set up for that. I mean, you went against that Chiefs defense and just told us why they're so good, but you think the Niners can run the ball?
I think they can if they stick with it. And the amount of weapons that they have and the flexibility that Christian McCaffrey gives you, it doesn't have to be 25 carries. It can be 15 carries and 10 more catches, right? And seeing him out of the backfield a number of different ways, I think he'll be the X factor for me.
You're in what is being called the Shanahan system. Does that mean, because it sounds to me like you're kind of pulling for the Niners. Are you pulling for the Niners?
I mean, I got my guy Kyle Juszczyk over there.
Yeah.
The more fullbacks that we can have winning Super Bowls, the better.
Yeah, because how many of them are there in the NFL?
I'd say there's about 20.
Okay.
And we have a couple on our roster, and there's a number across the league. But it's cool to see the fullback position alive and well with Juice, with the Ravens, with Patrick Ricard. A lot of guys are playing a lot of different types of fullback, which I love.
Does your wife Alexa make jerseys and stuff out of jerseys? Does that go along with the fullback thing?
No, she's a big fan of Christian Juszczyk. I got to get her number, see if we can get something dialed up for next year.
Her number has been ringing off the hook.
Yeah.
We've been trying, Alec. It is ringing off the damn hook.
It's unbelievable, and it's so cool to see his wife in the spotlight and absolutely crushing it. Yeah. I mean, that's what football is all about, man.
Alec Ingold, by the way, before you go, speaking of all the fullback love, fill in this blank. The greatest fullback of all time is?
Larry Zonka, and I sat behind him on the flight out to Vegas, and I was starstruck. Every time I see him, he is the man.
We are going to clip that and send that to our coworker, Lorenzo Neal, and then I don't know what's going to happen after that, Alec.
He might do a little stamp of, validation, but if I could build my perfect fullback, Larry Zonka's toughness, Lorenzo Neal's blocking, Mike Allstott's running, and Kyle Juszczyk's receiving. That's the Mount Rushmore fullback right there.
Dude, Zonka had that little youth thing off the top of his helmet that came down. Was it a nose protector? Nobody wears those anymore.
Should I bring that back for like a
dude.
Game, just as like a nod?
If you go neck roll and that would be baller, dude.
That'd be so sick. Mike McGlinchey's trying to keep it alive and well, and we need it in the fullback position.
Alec, we will have Kristen Juszczyk make you a stamped Alec Ingold long jacket and send it to you if you can help us get McDaniel on the air Friday. Can you do it?
That's a deal. I'm shaking your hand virtually right now.
Okay. I don't even know if I can hold up my end of the bargain, but I am damn willing to try.
Me neither, but hey, we're both here. We're both fighting for it.
Alec, tons of fun, man. Thanks for coming on.
I love it. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Have a good one.
All right, there he is. Alec Ingold, who will be on an NFL broadcast near you in about 8 years.
That was an A+ interview.
Dude.
Outstanding personality.
Oh, my God.
And like, you could just you say yes to an interview as an athlete and just throw your jock out there and give the monotone answers, but he was into it.
Well,
I mean, he wanted to be on. You could tell there's a difference between athletes that have to come on because there's some sort of arrangement they call the show, and there's a guy that literally wanted to be on the air with us.
No, he's smart. He's only 27 years old, but you also never know when a football career is going to end. And if you do want to broadcast after your career, the smart ones start while they're still playing, when everybody still wants to talk to you, and set the table for that. Alex in. He's gonna be a good one.
What about Rick? Rickens wasn't a fullback, was he? I mean, he had the fullback size,
right,
but he was more of a tailback at fullback.
They used him in a way that, running backs don't do that anymore. You would not have a halfback at that size. But, it was like he was doing fullback things. But, no, he was getting all the carries. He was a halfback.
Rathman.
Tom Rathman's another great name.
I mean, the fullback is back in the NFL. But there was a time when there was no fullbacks.
Well, and for some offenses, there still isn't.
Yes.
And this is, although I would say that is the fullback back. I don't know if I'd say it that way. I would say, though, it's in vogue because let's look around the league. And this is one of the reasons I am such a Shanna fan, if you will. I'm a Shanna fan because his tree, and quite frankly, you could say it another way, because he is his dad's son. And by the way, his dad is off of the Bill Walsh tree. So maybe this is just the continuation of the Bill Walsh tree, although that's a lot of years. Look around the league, and I would argue that what's sort of coming from the Kyle Shanahan tree is probably a larger group than Belichick or Reed. I mean, look around, and I know some of these are defensive guys now, but Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans and Sean McVay and LaFleur and now Mike McDaniel in Miami, this is quite a group of young coaches. None of them have had their 45th birthday yet, not even Kyle. That's quite a group of coaches that are coming from this system.
Young plays now for coaches
for sure.
at any level, any sport. The modern day athlete is different. The old scream at them, don't talk to them, ignore them, pull their face mask, break a clipboard, that doesn't fly with today's athlete. What flies is like Mike McDaniel is relatability, and caring about people, actually caring about people. And you think, well, FP, that doesn't happen. You become a piece of meat and you feel like a piece of meat, no matter what. At the highest level, they can cut you, they can get rid of you, you can get hurt. It's next up mentality. And if you actually run into a coach that's authentic and honest, I can count on one hand, Mark, the people that were honest with me in 14 years in professional baseball, because you get to a point where you lose your own authenticity and you end up telling people what they want to hear because it's confrontational to tell people the truth. And if people, it just doesn't happen a whole lot. So the authentic ones like Dusty Baker that asks about your family, ask about your kids, tells you when you're going to play, tells you when you're not going to play, tells you things you don't want to hear, tells you things you do want to hear. And it's just kind of a love attitude. And I think the younger coaches like Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan realize this, that you get more out of your players by being direct, honest, authentic. If you're phony and fake, and we can think of some coaches recently that are phony and fake.
I now work for the Marlins.
That doesn't play very well. It maybe not phony or fake. Maybe those words are a little bit strong. Those adjectives might be strong, but just not authentic and not always truthful, and maybe have their own agenda and don't have your best interests at heart, meaning they're not putting you in situations to succeed. They want it to be about them. And the great coaches, in my mind, in today's world, they want to make it about you.
The phrase that I've heard from multiple 49er players and those within the 49er community about Kyle Shanahan that I hear all the time, straight shooter. Straight shooter. And what I take that to mean is something that you just said about coaches that will tell you things that you don't want to hear. They'll tell you things that you do want to hear. Those were always my favorite coaches. I only played through the high school level, but my favorite coaches were the ones that would scream at you for running the wrong way on the play. But then, man, when you anticipated the ball and stole the ball and went the other way for a layup, my God, they would make a big deal about what you did right also. And my perception of Kyle Shanahan is that he's absolutely willing to look guys in the eye and be like, hey, Brandon Ayuk, have a seat, dude. Have a seat. We're not doing this. You're not doing it the right way. And he will be honest with you, but there's also a lot of respect of pointing out the things that you do well, and therefore you're getting, as you put it, an authentic human being. It's the best thing you can be.
Dude, but don't downplay the fact that you only played in high school, because there's high school coaches out there that are influencing people for the rest of their lives.
No doubt.
So you don't have to have had played at the professional level or even the collegiate level. My dad was a high school coach, and there's still kids that come over to the house to this day that he influenced in a positive way. So that coach you're talking about, you're still talking about him.
Yeah.
So don't ever downplay that you only played in high school. That's a big thing.
Well, thank you.
That is a big thing.
It may make me feel like an athlete over here. So, did a lot of bench warming, but I was on the team. Anyway, tell Alec Ingold that we did this. We didn't do it while he was on the air, but tell him that we did this. First 3 seasons he was with the Raiders. Just finished his second season with the Dolphins. He's a nominee for the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, along with Eric Armstead, who is every year. So that's amazing. And he has also begun hosting a weekly show called Players Point on the SiriusXM NFL radio channel, which I bet some of our listeners now want to go check out because he's awesome. That was really fun to listen to.
Dude, he got choked up on Hard Knocks when they brought him in and told him about the Walter Payton nominee thing. It was really cool. It was a big deal. They brought him in, told him on camera. He just talk about authenticity. One of my favorite guys on that show. I knew nothing about the Miami Dolphins. I didn't know a whole lot about Mike McDaniel. Didn't know a whole lot about Tua. I know the football thing, and I don't know how you feel about Hard Knocks, but I just gravitate towards stuff like that. I think baseball should have a Hard Knocks.
Oh, yes,
people just don't know baseball players like they know football players or basketball players.
All right, Warrior basketball looms in Philly. East Coast road trip today and tomorrow. So we're going to continue our show here on the free Odyssey app and our Twitch and YouTube channels once Warriors coverage starts on 95.7 The Game, which is only moments away. 3:30 today and 3 o'clock tomorrow. And you'll want to make sure you're listening or watching, because throughout that time, today and tomorrow, we're going to tell you how you can win a trip to Vegas to see Billy Joel later this year. We'll fly you out there. We'll get you tickets. We'll get you all squared away. So just make sure you're with us when we continue the show. The super secret, Willard and Dibbs with FP today. Super Bowl party is about to continue on the Odyssey app and Twitch and YouTube while the Warriors play. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 4 days, 3 minutes, 2 seconds away from the big game. And remember, Warriors Live with Mark Grandy is coming up next on 95.7 The Game, because it's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family owned, and the home of old-fashioned service for all your home comfort needs since 1962. Check them out at valleyheating.com. We continue next. Again, Willard and FP on the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. We will be super dialed into your comments, responsive, commercial-free, hanging out for the next 2.5 hours, and Bob Weir of the Dead is joining us in 33 minutes. We're sponsored by Flag and Anthem. This is Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The biggest day in football.
To some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt!
Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, YouTube, can you hear us? All right. I think Lucas has got us turned up. Are we good? Are we good?
I have the pregame show in my ear.
Yeah. Somebody go play with FB's buttons. I got me. Help him out. I'm good. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, YouTube says we're good. Get FP all set up there. You good?
I'm eating Funyuns.
Eat some Funyuns, dude. Eat some Funyuns. No, come on, Matt.
All right.
Come on. He can have some
not
Funyuns.
To turn my mic off. I thought this was looser now.
He's helping Odyssey. He bought those from the. Yeah, he paid
I'm bringing money to the station. You told me that.
He's paying more to you than you are to him today, I bet.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Get some Funyuns and let's have a party. What's going on, everybody? Hi, live streamers. So YouTube, Twitch, and the Odyssey app. This is our secret Super Bowl party right alongside Warrior basketball, which is over on 95.7 The Game. And I'll just say that, look, first of all, Bobby Weir. Bobby Weir is of the Grateful Dead. What are you hearing?
Nothing.
Okay.
I was not supposed to turn my mic off. I was just told that, and I did.
Yes, if you turn your mic off,
I'm back to the
then now you're going to go to the Warrior game, and then someone's got to come back in there and diddle with your little fiddle over there, and then we'll get you back on. But anyway, it's all good. It's fine. But Bobby Weir, and I want to thank Dennis. Dennis, I know you're out there listening, who is a huge Deadhead, and he just told me, and FP, you'll want to know this, Bob Weir likes to be called Bobby. So we'll go with Bobby. Bobby Weir of the Grateful Dead, who is a massive, massive Bay Area sports fan. Obviously, the Niners are in the wheelhouse. He's going to join us in about 23 minutes, and so that's a ton of fun. I can't wait for that. And we'll talk out 49ers. We'll go through a lot of this stuff going on, and we're keeping our eye on the old social media channels because the trade deadline for the Warriors is only hours away, and there are also Giants rumors out there as well, but we're not holding our breath. So Susan Slusser did say nationally yesterday she thinks the roster will look very different in a week or two. But anyway, throw all that aside. It's a Super Bowl party, the Niners and the Chiefs, and the number one thing we were throwing out there today, Mike Silver wrote a great article on this, and so let's explore it a little bit. Why are the Niners favored? Why are the Niners favored in this game?
Explain it though. You told it great when we were starting the show.
Mike had a nugget in the article that scared me because it suggests that the odds makers don't actually think that the 49ers are 2 points better or that they're going to win the game, but that they're trying to even out the payouts because obviously they make money on the juice. So what they want are even payouts. So if you get more people betting on the Chiefs than the Niners, which, by the way, we can confirm is the case. Johnny Avello of DraftKings joined us 2 days ago and said there's a lot more money on the Chiefs. Isn't it interesting, though, line's not moving. So if there's a lot more money on the Chiefs and the line's not moving, ask yourself why. And Silver unearths in his article that he has spoken to those in Vegas who believe that there are so many preseason 49er Super Bowl tickets, which are obviously great odds if you get it before the season, that if the Niners win, Vegas is going to have to pay all of that out. So they want to get more money on the Chiefs side to even the playing field, which is where Vegas makes its money. And when you hear that, maybe there is a less organic reason for why the 49ers are favored in this game. Not the reason we're looking for.
You guys have probably talked about it, but they started the season with plus 700 odds to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The one thing I would push back a little bit on, Mark, is I would feel like all the other money was on the Chiefs to repeat. It's not like the Chiefs are some underdog story getting to the Super Bowl. They're reigning champs.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a lot of preseason bets on the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl as well. I said this, and I'm going to repeat myself a lot. Give me Patrick Mahomes at any points, and I'm taking him. And I think that's what you're seeing now with the betting line is like that guy's a champion. He's a winner. He's proven. They're the Chiefs or the defending champions. He got points in the AFC Championship game. Like, jump on that. I had the Chiefs winning that game. I was the only one that had the Chiefs winning that game. All my friends are like, "Oh, the Ravens are going to win by 30. They're going to blow them out." Man, there's championship DNA there. There's championship resume, and when you look at how the Ravens played in that game, they didn't play like they had been there and done that before. They played like they were playing in a playoff game to go to the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs were just playing another game.
Okay, let's throw this around a little bit. This is fun, I think. The Chiefs are terrifying, right? Playing them is terrifying. Don't you, like, in your mind, you're sitting there going right now, you're picturing it.
Yeah.
And you're like, Mahomes drops back to pass, and you're just like, how the hell are we going to stop him?
It's just
how the hell are they going to stop him?
It's when it breaks down that I get nervous.
I know.
When he starts moving around and feeling the rush, and he can see the rush, we can feel the rush without seeing it, and he starts to extend plays and get outside the pocket, and then they're all running around, and it's Sandlot. That's when they're at their best.
The Chiefs this year, with that unstoppable quarterback, scored 371 points. Okay? 49ers scored 491. 120 points more than the Chiefs this year. So who's got the scary offense?
Well, I mean, Mahomes will throw you the ball too. You have 14 interceptions this year. You can have a big day if you're the Niners picking him off because when he does extend plays, he throws, he takes chances. What about this? I think the tight end matchup is the one we're talking about quarterbacks all the time, but these are the two of the best tight ends in football.
Oh, they're the two best.
Kelsey might be the best one ever when it's all said and done.
I think that they can each claim being the best in football depending on the perspective you're using. Travis Kelce, and I've actually really been helped with this by doing the show that I do on Sunday nights on Fox because my co-host is Kyle Rudolph, a tight end, and a very good one, a Pro Bowl level tight end who just retired last year. And one of the things that he's explained to me, because don't you always look at Kelce and go, okay, especially this year, if you're defending the Chiefs, why wouldn't you be like, we're just guarding Kelce?
Mug him.
We are guarding Kelce with everybody.
Yeah.
Yet he still gets open.
Oh, he just finds the pockets and the holes in the zone, right?
So Rudolph goes, I don't know if there's ever been anyone I've watched in the history of football who is better at beating the zone And the phrase he keeps using as to why he's so good at it is understanding leverage. Travis Kelce, he says, understands leverage better than anyone he's ever watched play football or go out and receive. So those subtle little things about body motion and momentum and which direction a defender is heading and the chemistry he's got with Mahomes to then find the spot in the zone where he can sit and get open and create, even though you're solely focused on him, is elite. Now, if you want to talk about how a tight end is well-rounded and affects all parts of the game, the pass game, the run game, the huddle, the everything, well, then Kittle's your guy. Kittle is a much more well-rounded tight end than Travis Kelce. Kelce's probably the most devastating receiver that the position has ever known. That's the way I would describe the two. And yeah, I think they're the two best.
Yeah, the leverage thing. And when you have the chemistry that Mahomes and Kelce have, I don't know if Purdy and Kittle have that. They have good chemistry. Don't get me wrong. Maybe they're an 8 out of a 10 with their chemistry. In the Chiefs combination is a 10 out of 10. But like if there's an open space, Mahomes just throws it there, and he knows that Kelce's going to go there because they have such great chemistry. They know each other so well. They played with each other so well. That last touchdown pass that he caught, I think it was the last one he caught against the Ravens, where the ball was in the air. To your point about leverage, when he just kind of spun around, he was right in the corner by the pylon, and the ball was already in the air, but he had the inside leverage, or the outside leverage, I should say. I'm thinking about the replay angle. The outside leverage, he just kind of leaned over, and the ball was right there.
Yeah.
And Mahomes threw it exactly where it had to be, away from the defender. This is going to sound weird on air. I was more worried about the Lions, and you guys heard me.
No doubt.
I think I was driving Niner fans crazy all week with like the Lions are
you
for
were
real.
right.
The Lions are for real.
The Lions,
this is a good football team. They're physical.
The Lions have been the second best team in the NFC all year. People just didn't want to notice or acknowledge.
If their coach took the points, they'd be playing on Sunday.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If he took the points, but then I'm sure you guys talked about it ad nauseum about that's the way he coaches. I don't believe in that philosophy. I don't believe that you just say, well, this is the way I do it and I'm always going to do it. I think adaptability and reading the room and the situation and how big it is huge as a coach. Like that's part of coaching. Like if I'm just going to always go for it on fourth down and I'm playing a game on the biggest stage to go to the Super Bowl, you have to make adjustments. Bruce Bochy managed in the postseason way differently than he did in the regular season. And that's why they won 3 World Series. Every game was game 7. If you didn't have it, bring in the next guy. I don't care. We're doing this differently because it's a bigger stage and a shorter series than normal, and the stakes are high. And I think with Dan Campbell, if he takes the points in any of those fourth downs, that they're playing on Sunday.
Probably.
So when we're talking, the reason I'm saying that is not to be negative, Nelly. The reason I'm saying that is we've gone over this already on the show. The Niners are not playing their best football. They're not. They played well enough, and they had enough intestinal fortitude. I guess I can say nuts because we're on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
To get to the last game, to get to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And there's something, even Alec Ingold was saying, like, there's something to that, right? They've been battle tested. They've won on their worst days against 2 teams. They didn't play good against Green Bay, but they came back and won. They didn't play good against Detroit. They came back and won. So as an athlete, when you win on your worst day, that gives you a whole new level of confidence that I'm not going to panic like the sky is falling if things don't go well, if I throw an interception or we're down by 14. It's not the end of the world. We've been there and done that. But that said, I'm always a resume guy, man. I'm always a resume guy. And like you said, there's something fishy about the Niners being favorites and Patrick Mahomes getting 2 points. But then again, if so many people are betting on Mahomes and all the money's going on the Chiefs, which it seems like it is right now I start to lean back the other way, right?
It's one game. That's the thing. Like here, a question that I will forever have, and maybe you can even answer it. It's not as simple as talking about momentum, but you're talking about, you did it again, didn't you? You hit your little button.
That's all right. I'll just listen to you. I don't care. What do I need headphones right now? I have a habit. I turn off the mic
I know.
if I have to cough or something.
Same with me. And I had to learn the other day on the live stream the hard way, the same way you are right now. Don't touch the button.
I'm an on-off mic guy.
Yeah. No, I could actually, If you talk for the next time you talk, I'll come over there and fix it for you.
I'm
I know
trying
how
to press
fix
this
it.
button. What's this button do?
Which button?
I saw Lucas press this button. Programming one.
No. So see the little silver knob?
Yeah. Then
press that down.
Yeah.
And then spin it to
up.
program 3.
Program 3.
And then hit it again.
I got it. I got it.
Okay.
I got it. I did it.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Can you put your headsets back in?
Let me see.
Put your buds back in. Put your
look
little
it. There
buds
you go.
back in.
There
Did
you
it
go.
work?
Yeah.
See?
I got the big headset like that. Are those the Sony soundproof ones?
I don't know.
I have those. too.
These are whatever the station gave
I like
me.
these because, we're on TV.
Are we
I
good?
don't want to mess up the hair.
No, your hair.
You
Well,
can't mess up the hair
you've
on
got
TV.
really good hair.
Thanks. Well, so do you.
It's all right.
Yeah, this
It's
silver
all right.
fox over there.
No, thank you.
Lucas, get out of here. I got this, man.
My girlfriend.
I got this.
My girlfriend called me that after birthday dinner the other night. I didn't know what to do with it.
Silver fox?
Silver fox. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Good thing.
It is?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm fighting it. I still do the Just for Radio guys.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. About once a month.
I don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't do it. I let it flow.
Just
man.
for broadcasters.
Let it flow.
Touch of gray.
You talked about authenticity, man. This is me.
I'm having trouble letting
This
go,
is
man.
me.
I heard Steve Young talking about this a couple of years ago. He was having trouble letting go. He's still dyeing his hair. I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble just getting old in general.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, maybe I'll do it.
No, just don't be one of those people where it looks like, oh my God, he really dyes his hair.
Like a Sharpie exploded on your head.
Yeah, you walk in and I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't.
Come on.
I wouldn't.
I don't care.
How old are you?
I'm 104.
Well, how old are you?
57.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I see. The Just for Men works, baby.
You're doing good.
Yeah. That I can't eat Funyuns during the break all the time.
Yeah, not all the time,
Other
but you
than
can today because it's Super Bowl week. Anyway, what the hell were we talking about?
Then there's a big game on 3 hours and 20. Wait,
3 days.
3 days,
23
23
hours.
hours. Boy, that's too
20
many
minutes.
numbers,
I
bro.
know, I know.
That's right there why I can't be.
No,
a play-by-play.
Dibs did that all day the other day. Wherever you look at the first number and you think that's hours, but that's days. 3 days, 23 hours, 39 minutes, and 52 seconds. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock is live right here in the studios of 95.7.
You just witnessed why I can't be a play-by-play guy in the radio
Right.
and baseball.
Well,
Numbers frighten and confuse me.
Yeah.
You got to say this guy's the score, the count.
Can never say it enough.
You never say it enough.
You can't say it enough. That's what they teach you if you want to be a play-by-play person.
You better get the score right.
Yeah, right.
And I didn't a lot.
You're like, one of the teams has got some runs and the other one's got less.
Yeah. I probably should have just leaned into how bad I sucked, and I'd probably still be play-by-play.
You're doing some games, though, this year?
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I
the
can't
radio
wait
side.
to listen to you.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
gonna
wait
be
to. Yeah, that'll be good.
So who do you have on Sunday? I know you're worried. We're both kind of worried, and I guess worried's not the right word. We are very respectful of the Niners' opponents, but have you made a call yet? And are you going to make a call?
Well, I mean, it's sort of like a faux call. Like, I'm not going to pick against the Niners. Let me ask you this. This is a perfect time to bring this up. You tell me if you would have done it the same way I did it, because I just sent it in. So my brother-in-law does a playoff pool. It's a fun pool. There are, 13 games? Is that right? Are there 13 total playoff games? Is it right? Yeah, 13?
I don't know. It's the numbers, dude. Stop asking.
13.
All right.
Let's go with that. There are 13 playoff games total. So the way you do the pool is you've got numbers 1 through 13. And you can pick whatever game you want in whatever slot you want at any time, but obviously you can only use each number once.
Okay.
So you got to get strategic at the beginning. Do you want to go big on a game like, for instance, Buffalo played Pittsburgh, and everyone's like, boop, put it at 13 because Buffalo's going to crush Pittsburgh, and they did. If you got games where you want to pick an upset or whatever, you drop it down below. So I did really well right out of the gate. I kind of grabbed control of the pool by picking Houston to beat Cleveland.
Was that your 12?
No, but I had Houston to beat Cleveland. Most people had Cleveland. And I had Dallas much lower than most. I had Dallas down at like 6 or 7. I wasn't terribly confident that they were going to win the game. So I come out and I'm immediately ahead. And now you play keep away a little bit. And the only 2 games that I've missed since then, Buffalo against Kansas City and Baltimore against Kansas City. I picked against the Chiefs twice, but very low. So I remain in theory what you would call first place. There is 1 slot left. If I get it right, I win. But if I get it wrong, I'm not going to win.
Are we doing a reveal here?
Well, so you tell me what you would have done as a 49er fan. I could go all in on Niners, and then if the Niners win, my favorite team wins the Super Bowl, and I win a good chunk of cash. Not amazing, but like good chunk of cash. Pay some bills with that sucker.
Nice.
Okay? Or would you hedge and go, something good's going to happen either way. Either my favorite team wins the Super Bowl or I win a bunch of cash.
You got to go Niners. You know why? It's going to make your viewing experience more intense. You want them to win already. I mean, we all do. We're from San Francisco. That's our team. We're fans. But if you want to ratchet, the other way is the chicken ass way to do it.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I...
You pull all your chips in the middle.
I did.
Let's go.
I did.
Okay.
I picked the Niners.
Yeah, let's go.
I picked the Niners. And actually, can I add another reason? It's a little, and I'm not much of a believer in karma or whatever, but there's an energy that I think you wouldn't be able to avoid in the back of your mind, which is, let's say Patrick Mahomes has got the ball. The Chiefs are down by 2, and he's got the ball at his own 40-yard line with a minute to go. And you're like, dude, he's going to get Butker into that field goal range. And I don't want the thought, I don't even want the thought in the back of my mind. Well, if he makes it, I win bleepity bleep dollars. I don't even want that thought in my mind. So press the gray button.
I got it.
Switch it to program 3 and press it again.
I'm never going to work here again. This is my last show ever.
You're not very coachable, are you?
Huh?
Man, did you go into the batting cage and ignore their suggestions the same way you're ignoring ours right now?
Dude, my kids spell dad ADD. That's how they spell it. And they have spelled it that for a long time.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. So, yeah, I picked the Niners.
Good.
Of course I picked the Niners. By the way, and then I actually did whatever. I threw this in on top of it where there was like a little bit of an energetic karma play. My brother-in-law who runs it emails me back. He's like, okay, I got you down for Niners. You need to pick the total points for the game because that's the tiebreaker.
Ooh.
Now, the thing is tiebreaker is not going to affect me. If I win the game, I win the pool. You can't tie me.
All right.
And if I lose, I'm going to lose because there are enough people close to me who know I'm picking the Niners who are going to pick the Chiefs and they're going to pass me. So it's that simple. Tiebreaker's not going to play. But he's like, but you need to put one in. So what number do you think I put in?
72.
Incorrect.
Total points, right?
Karma play. Trying to
40,
energetically...
49?
Thank you.
There's another number that my 12-year-old brain is thinking. I don't want to say it.
That's too many points, FP. It's too many points. Yeah.
There's a mute button here. Does that work?
I don't know. You tell me. Did you hit it?
I don't know. I got to cough.
You know what the other thing is? Dude, just cough.
You can just cough on this?
Just cough. I got a sandwich here. We may have to go on bathroom breaks. I can tell you right now, I got to go get my computer plug here in just a minute. Dude, it's okay.
This is like a telethon without a disease.
Yeah, just hang out.
Yeah.
Just hang out. You say whatever you want.
Can I do a GoFundMe page on this since I'm unemployed? Can we just do that for a while? A little GoFundMe FP thing so I can pay rent this month?
Hey, go fund yourself. All right?
Boys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Lucas.
Is this God?
Something like that. Just a reminder, you're going to have Bobby Weir in a couple minutes.
in 3 minutes.
Go ahead and promote that if you wouldn't mind.
Bobby Weir in 3 minutes. Anything else, Lucas?
Grateful Dead.
Grateful Dead, big Niner fan.
Boxer and Gerson guest line when we get him, please.
Well, now you just said it.
Thanks.
Lucas, what's the thing I'm supposed to ask about with the TAM?
The Tamalpais Chiefs. My dad told me a story. He used to play football with Bobby Weir. TAM High School, Mill Valley.
Bobby Weir's got some sort of a flag football sponsorship, and what do they call them, Lucas? That
the football league or the team?
Well, no, the league is next level. Right. I know the league.
My son is in it. Chiefs.
The Tamalpais Chiefs, but that logo, they've got the T-shirts on Amazon, and the logo's got like a Grateful Dead vibe to it.
Yeah, skeleton riding a skeleton horse with Mount Tam in the background. Very cool.
How about that? So we'll ask Bobby Weir about that. So he's coming up here in just a few minutes. Lucas, you let us know when he's ready on the Boxer and Gerson guest line.
You got it.
Okay, thank you very much. Lucas was super excited about Alec Ingold. And he asked me this morning, he's like, am I the only one excited about Alec Ingold? And I'm like, no. But I said it like that, like, no.
I was excited because I'm a Hard Knocks guy.
Exactly. And I saw some of it, but not as much as you. But anyway, hey, Lucas, good job, dude. He was awesome.
Amazing.
He was fantastic.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Great booking.
Yeah. All right. So here's the thing though about the whole like, should the Niners be favored? And they're not, like you said, they're not playing well, or they're not playing up to what they could. Does it matter when we're talking about one game? You tell me. You were an athlete. Does the last game carry over to this game?
No, I don't think there's such a thing as momentum when there's a 2-week break.
Okay.
I don't. I think confidence level, I think relaxation, focus, execution are more important in the Super Bowl. If you're playing every week, momentum's a big deal. And the vibe and the momentum within the course of the game. But when there's a 2-week break, I was listening to some people that forgot more about football than I'll never know talk that they don't believe there's momentum with the Super Bowl that because of the layoff and because of the stage.
It's different. Yeah, it's
the
just
stage.
different.
Yeah. So you can have all the momentum you want, but if you throw a pick six in the first quarter, like everything's changing immediately.
Well, that's one of the things I'm worried about, though. I have to acknowledge this.
Say it. You're worried about Brock. You think the stage is too big for him.
I don't think the stage is too big for him, but I'm worried about a warming up period. Like, if you look at Brock Purdy's issues throughout the year, if that's even something we can say, it's usually at the start.
Yeah.
It's usually like, I've got to figure out what they're throwing at me, and Steve Spagnuolo is going to throw some stuff at him. Even in some of the wins, the good games. Remember the New York Giants home opener Thursday night? Took Brock a minute, almost threw a pick on the opening drive. George Kittle broke it up. Giants were blitzing at an historic rate, well over 80% of the time. Took Brock a minute to figure it out. Then when he did, everything calmed down. Niners moved the ball up and down the field, and they won. But there was almost that disastrous mistake at the beginning. Packers game, Lions game. Packers thing was an almost pick six, but it got dropped. Lions did get an interception, set them up to go up 21-7. These mistakes are happening in the first half when defensive coordinators are throwing their pitch at Brock. And so I don't know if I want to call it jitters. I just know that whatever he's going to be dealing with, someone who's seen a lot less and never been in this environment versus a quarterback who's seen it all and goes to the Super Bowl every year, that's an advantage. That's an advantage you can feel.
Yeah, and when you get down to the technical side of it, and obviously I don't know anything about playing quarterback at the highest level, but early on in the game, it doesn't seem like Brock has a feel for the football. And I'm not talking about the rain game against the Packers. I'm talking when everything's right. He throws some fluttery passes at times. He throws some knuckleballs at times. And then all of a sudden he'll lock in and just zip one down the middle, and it's got a little something on it. And I don't know. I would love to know the True Hollywood story here about how his arm surgery progressed throughout the season. Did it feel good in camp? And they had like a pitch count on him, and then the season came, and the season is relentless. It's every week. And now you have arm fatigue because there were certain games where it just wasn't coming out for me, wasn't spinning it. And then even against the Lions in the first half, there were just some bad passes. Now, I'm not talking about where they ended up. I'm talking about spirals and tight spirals and spinning it in velocity. And then all of a sudden he locked in. So is there like a feel issue in the hand based on your messing with the elbow? Is there a strength or a fatigue issue throughout the course of a season? He's never played 19 games before.
Right.
He's with a surgically repaired elbow that everyone in the world thinks he got a haircut and it's not that big a deal. Like, it's a big deal. Anytime you have an invasive surgery, I had team doctors tell me that, oh, you're just getting a scope, dude. You'll be good in 3 to 6 weeks. And that scope took over a year to heal, where my knees were barking, and I bled through the bandages afterwards, and I had double scopes on both knees from playing the turf in Montreal. So I don't know if it's a feel thing. I would love the Eat True Hollywood story. I want to know, and I don't think we ever will, is like, how has his arm been physically this year?
Well, Peter King dropped a little nugget in Football Morning in America this week that Brock Purdy was clearly, as he put it, not 100% for week 1. Now, you wouldn't know it. Niners busted out 5-0, threw up 30 points on the Steelers in that opening game. He threw some great passes. Remember the one to Ayuk in the corner of the end zone. He had a fantastic game. They won 30-7. Brock looked great, calmed everybody's fears. But he wasn't healthy yet. He was not anywhere near full health yet. And he gutted through it. I think he's fine now, but you're not wrong at all to want to know the story behind the story, because there definitely is one. There definitely more than meets the eye in this whole thing. Kyle Shanahan told him that he was talking to Tom Brady last offseason because they just had no idea whether he was going to be ready to play or not. The whole thing's incredible.
It might be one of the greatest stories, in my lifetime if he wins a Super Bowl.
If he wins.
Yeah, and getting back to this, I know I'm beating a dead horse. Or I don't think you can say that anymore, but I guess on YouTube we can.
Yeah.
Is the hatred for him. And I do think, I watched Stephen A. today, and the font below was, Stephen A. Smith thinks Brock Purdy is a game manager. And so ESPN teasing you with, like, game manager thing, because they know it's going to get clicks. They know it's going to get a rise out of people. And like Kyle said, after a couple of drinks, like, what is a game manager? It's somebody that knows the offense, gets you in the right play, makes the right decisions, reads the defenses, and makes a play every once in a while when they have to make a play. So I do think I do get upset because I'm a big Brock Purdy fan. His story resonates with me.
Same.
It just does. In having to fight the odds my whole life, and prove people wrong. And when you get your day in the sun, you got to shine. And you don't have any wiggle room as a guy that's not a prospect or a guy that doesn't have all the money invested in you. Trey Lance could have had 5 bad games, but they have a lot of money invested in him and a lot of draft picks, and he was a first-round pick. So he gets room to fail. A guy like Brock Purdy had no room to fail. Like, when you get that chance, you got to come right in, you got to deal, or else you're gone. So his story resonates with me, and I don't understand why people feel the need to pick at this kid. Like, what has he done wrong? He's not cocky.
No.
Is it a religious thing because he's a Bible thumper? Like, I don't know why people find the need to, like, really break him down. Why do we got to give him a label? Why do we got to compare him to Joe Montana? Why do we got to compare him to anybody? Just let him be Brock Purdy. Brock freaking Purdy is good enough for me on any day. But the comparisons and the labels and the criticism, I'm just over it, man. Like, and that all ended for me, or the noise ended for me on the last drive against the Lions.
Oh, it ended for me way before that. But here's what I would say, and I don't want to sound like a school teacher here, but this is what I would suggest, because I went through this also. Like, it annoys me because it's completely and totally inaccurate. Like, sometimes it's not that people aren't entitled to their opinion.
Right.
You're entitled to your opinion, but portions of your opinion are provably false. Like when people go dink and dunk, and you're like, he's in the top 5 in air yards in the whole league. I mean, right now, these 2 quarterbacks this weekend, do you want to know who throws the ball further down the field?
Brock.
Not even close.
He led the league in yards per attempt.
It is not even close. It is way ahead of Mahomes. And you all think Mahomes is the best because, by the way, he is. But that's what has bothered me through the whole thing is the comments that get made that are provably false. Now, calling him a game manager is not provably false. You just have to define what the hell is that? What does that even mean to you? What is it you're trying to say? But I've arrived at a spot where I actually think all of this stuff is a tremendous compliment. It's a tremendous compliment.
Why?
Brock Purdy is good for business. So it is the most played out thing that you could offer on a debate show in the NFL right now. The most played out, nauseating, boring take.
Low-hanging fruit.
Brock Purdy's a game manager. Yeah. It's been said a bajillion times. So why are you still saying it? Because the guy is polarizing. The guy is somebody you can't take your eyes off, and you can't take your ears off of his story. And so I know that you may be like, why is a guy like this polarizing?
I was just going to ask you that.
Why is he polarizing? Because he's something we've never seen before. And when you haven't seen something before, I think the human response is to try to explain it. And I just think that's what people are doing. You can't explain Mr. Irrelevant, didn't see him coming, tiny little looking dude, not a lot of arm strength, and in that arm, it's hanging off the side of his body. And he comes out here and looks like this. And, you know, people will comp it to like a Tom Brady or a Kurt Warner, but Kurt Warner, who wasn't drafted at all, by the way, so it's like an even bigger underdog story in one respect. But Kurt Warner's like he's big dude. Like Kurt Warner walks on and you're like, okay, all right, big man. I see that. So there's something about Brock, his look and his story, that makes people want to explain it and therefore label it and define it. And there's enough disagreement in that space that it just won't stop. Like, I can't believe this is still one of the lead stories on debate shows in February.
Even after the NFC Championship game, I thought that was all put to bed. Like, right. that was it. He proved everybody wrong.
I've been trying to tell Dibs he can win this Sunday. It's not going away.
Really?
I promise you it's not going away.
Why? I think it will. No?
Doesn't work that way.
Well, here's the thing, too, Mark. Like, it depends what lens you're looking through.
Yep.
Because there's times in a game, and we've all seen it, where he looks like Mr. Irrelevant, 262. And there's times in a game where he looks like a stud MVP NFL quarterback. So if you're looking to find fault with a guy, if you're looking to find fault, you're going to find it. If you're looking to see Brock Purdy as a game manager, you can make a case. If you're looking to see Brock Purdy as a freaking winner, and that's all that matters at the highest level, it doesn't matter your stats, it doesn't matter anything. Do you win? As a quarterback, do you win? Are you a winning player? And he is. So, yeah, are there passes where I'd like text my son, like, did you see that?
Yeah.
That was a change up at about 82 and it fluttered. Like, he has no idea where the ball is going right now. He has no feel. And then we'll do the same thing, like, did you see that pass right down the middle of the Ayuk? Well, was the 1-2, was it Jennings across the middle, and it might have been against the Packers where there was three defending? Was it Ayuk?
Oh, no, that was Jennings.
And
the three defenders.
And everyone said this was a great pass.
Oh, God,
that was a Hail Mary, dude.
I hated it.
That was a Hail Mary that had nothing on it.
I hated the pass when he let it go.
Yeah, I did too. And everyone's like, that's the best pass. He threaded the needle. He got it over one defender and dropped it in between two. There was three guys there. It was a perfect pass. My son and I both looked at each other and were like, dude, that was a Hail Mary, and he got lucky.
Well, I mean, I saw two former NFL quarterbacks break that play down the next day. Mark Sanchez says, you threw the ball into a defensive meeting. What the hell are you doing?
Right.
Orlovsky comes out and goes, best throw of the playoffs.
Yes, I saw that.
Best throw of the entire playoffs. And I'm sort of almost like, this could sound stupid, but in a way I'm kind of with both of them. I thought it was a terrible decision. He was about to get whacked by a defender, and he closed his eyes and threw it to a spot, and it easily could have been intercepted. So that's a terrible decision. ... But
it worked.
You nailed it. You nailed it. You nailed it to a spot, and Jennings made the catch, and you guys won the game. So how can you not give him some credit?
Yeah, and if you're looking to criticize, I mean, we can all see things with his game where he just doesn't look like Josh Allen.
Sure. I don't think he ever will. He's also a young player still.
24 years old.
Does he even have the 24th birthday?
I wonder what we were talking about this before on the air, and since we have to talk for 3 straight hours or at least 2 more hours, I wonder if when he was laying on the table, and this is a scary. He is
24, by the way. In December, he turned 24.
Anybody that's ever had surgery, but like when you're having surgery on your moneymaker and you're laying on the table and your arm is basically your life. His brain too, like his processing is unbelievable. But if the arm ain't there, he ain't going to be a quarterback in the NFL. I wonder if he was laying on the table and they're counting you down your anesthesia, if he had like any fears that he was ever going to be the guy again, if he was ever going to play again. And while he was going under to get his elbow opened up, and whatever they did, the brace or whatever, the internal brace, I forget the technical name of it, I'm not a doctor, that he would think 11 months later to the day that he would be in the Super Bowl. That was March 10th. He had the surgery last year. March 10th, 2023. And now here it is February 10th, basically, February 11th when they play the game, and he's playing in the Super Bowl. Because as an athlete, when you get operated on, you're never sure, no matter what they tell you, if you're going to be the same guy when you come out.
For sure.
And there's only so many times they can go into your body and fix something. In my experiences, it never made it better. It just made it livable. I had 3 knee surgeries.
Well, except for he's having Tommy John surgery. You played baseball.
Ish.
But you're like, did you know some pitchers who had Tommy John and came back and had 3 more miles an hour on their fastball?
Yes.
Right?
A lot of them.
A lot of them.
Because they work core muscles in their
Keaton Wynn
legs.
is one of those guys, by the way.
Yeah.
He told Larry Krueger that last year.
Well, you work different muscles in your rehab that you've never used before, and it ends up adding velocity. Yeah. But I think when you talk about that related to a quarterback, like the control's the last thing that comes back from Tommy John. Velocity's up, but being able to command the pitch is the last thing that comes back. And I think the first hurdle to get over is, can I let it loose?
Yeah.
And then with my knees, it's like, can I cut? Can I go full speed? I'm so scared to do this again. You don't want to go through it. I don't think a lot of people realize how intense the rehab is from any sort of surgery, not to get back to work or not to be able to play in a rec league, but be able to play at the highest level against the most healthiest, conditioned, talented athletes on the planet. Mm-hmm. It's a whole different level. So it's not so much the going under the knife thing. It's the work you put in to get back. And then the fear is, the mental hurdle is to get over and push through and know that whatever you had operated on is healthy and you can let it rip, whether it's your legs, whether it's your arm, no matter what it is.
You're talking about, I think it's one of the most fascinating words in life, which is doubt.
Yeah.
So you saw that thing that Nick Bosa did last week after they beat the Lions. It's sort of like somebody's filming something, somebody's doing some content or whatever, but they made it look like, oh, this camera just kind of showed up over Nick's left shoulder, and we caught a conversation between Nick Bosa and Brock Purdy. And Nick is like, did you think you'd be this good? And Brock, of course, is just completely unable to answer these questions in the way that you sort of want him to. Like, it's like the world wanted him to swashbuckle in and be like, yeah, I knew. And he's just like, dude, it's us. It's us. This is a we thing. Like, we made it. We're in the Super Bowl. But the most fascinating part of the conversation for me was when Nick extended his question. And he's like, no, for real. Did you think you'd be this good? Because you're 7th-round draft pick. He's like, I was the number 2 pick in the draft.
And I've doubted myself.
And I've struggled with doubting myself at times. And we watch these players. You look at a personality like Debo, and you're like, man, right? He and Trent Williams just dance onto the field, and they'll go on your show the next day and tell you all about how they completely torched some DB and that he's trash and all this stuff. And I wonder what's actually going on the inside. Does Debo Samuel ever doubt himself? I could argue that he who screams loudest about his confidence is actually the one who is the most insecure. I think that happens a lot. So what was Brock going through on that operating table? What was he going through when he snapped the first ball in Pittsburgh? What was he going through when it was raining in Cleveland? What was he going through in Jacksonville when they came off a bye and a 3-game losing streak and everybody was starting to talk about Sam Darnold? What was he going through in Philadelphia when the Eagles scored the first 2 points of the, two scores of the game in the first quarter there? What was he going through on Christmas night when Baltimore started to make a mockery of the whole situation? What was he going through standing there watching the Lions go up 24-7 and he's thrown a high red zone interception? All of that experience, and now here comes the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. And I feel like some people expect that, Brock's just not like that. He just doesn't doubt himself. Bull.
Some of the best athletes I ever played with, teammates, guys that you would say, what? Doubted themselves.
Yeah.
Jason Giambi used to come sit next to me on the bench and be like, I feel a little off today. Watch my swing. I'm like, gee, you look great. He's like, no, dude. He goes, something's off. Like, can you watch me? Can you watch me? Just watch my swing. Lock in right here.
Yeah.
And he'd come back and he'd sit next to me and be like, how'd I look? How'd I look? This is an MVP of the American League.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds. Same thing. Like, check me out right now, man. I feel a little bit off, like blah, blah, blah. And I think that the better the player, the more scrutiny there is.
No doubt.
And there comes insecurity with that.
And maybe perfectionists, right?
And the one thing I would say about Brock, and this is just reading between the lines, you saw the Kittle conversation on the sidelines, right?
Mm-hmm. I loved that.
I love that more than, I'm getting goosebumps about that. That's a good teammate, number one.
Yes.
Number two, if I'm reading between the lines and I look at what Bosa said and I look at what Kittle said, Brock Purdy has a lot of doubt and maybe confidence issues. Like, there's no Kittle coming up to him in the middle of the game saying, "You're our guy. You're our guy."
Well, I feel like that
Did he need to say that?
Yeah, well, Kittle noticed it in the moment. So Kittle had and for those of you who don't know what FP is referring to, and by the way, welcome in. This is our live stream, YouTube, Twitch, and the Odyssey app, our super secret 49ers Super Bowl party here on not 95.7 The Game, but all of our other platforms. FP's in for dibs, and we're hanging out commercial free until a little bit later on in the evening. We'll go close to 6 o'clock. Warriors in Philly getting started here shortly. That's over on 95.7 The Game. But what you're referring to was Kittle, for whatever reason, and I thought that this was his own insecurity quirk, which was his way of dealing with we're down 24-7, was to walk around to everybody who would listen and go, I can't wait till the second half when I'm going to be able to say, not going to lie, they had us in the first half, and then on to the next guy and on to the next guy. And everybody had different reactions. Some people laughed. Some people kind of gave the fist bump like, yeah, man, we got this, we got this. He goes over to Brock and he says it. Hey, man, I can't wait to the end of the game where we can say, not going to lie, you had us in the first half. And he looks at Brock, and Brock is stone-faced and looks like he just swallowed a boulder.
Yes.
And George read it, and he clicked out of joke mode and went, hey, remember, keep having fun. You're our guy. And that's what I loved about it, was that George, being his wacky self, noticed something on the fly like, oh, my joke didn't land because my man's over here swallowing gravel right now. So let's change it up. And did it help? I don't know. Couldn't have hurt. It is a great teammate.
It's a great teammate. Did that make you worry about Brock now on a bigger stage? Because he looked like deer in the headlights right there.
I mean, I always look, it's the Super Bowl. I'm always worried about everything. But yeah, like Brock admitted that after the fourth pick against Baltimore, that it was on his brain. Like, I don't want to throw a fifth. You can't play that way. You can't. You can't play that way. You've got to let it rip. That's the phrase Kyle Shanahan used to use with Trey Lance. I'm trying to get him to let it rip. Dude, you got to let it rip. Brock does not hesitate to let it rip, but if he falls into a spot where he's going to start to hesitate to let it rip, he's done. He's absolutely done. I don't hold that against him, though. Like, how could he not be like that? Listen to everything that we just detailed and documented. How at age 24, as a seventh-round pick, with a major surgery already tucked under, and the way that the world talks based on your every move, how can you not have doubt? How can you not freak out in between every play?
You know what you're supposed to do when you have that?
What?
Acknowledge it.
Yeah, welcome it in.
Welcome it in, acknowledge it, and move forward. Any sort of doubt that creeps in your head, any sort of negative comment, don't force it out, force it in, acknowledge it, and then let it go. Because it takes more energy to like fight the doubt than to be like, yeah, I'm nervous right here. This guy's got good stuff. He's throwing 100. There's runners on second and third. Okay. Then you go reality check. What's the worst thing that could happen right now if I strike out? Everyone's still going to love me. I'm still going to be alive. I have my health. It's just going to be I failed in a situation. That's all it is. And so the reality check of it is it makes the situation less big than it initially seems by admitting it.
You told me earlier today, we were all talking about our most nervous moments, and you brought up your first major league at bat.
Yeah.
How'd you deal with it?
I stepped out of the box and took a deep breath. I think breathing is the best way to deal with any sort of anxiety, any sort of moment. And I was big on breathing and visualization back then and goal setting and writing things down. But I thought about it. I told everybody on bus rides in the minor leagues my whole career that I'm swinging at the first pitch and I'm going deep. If I ever get to the big leagues, the first pitch I see, I don't care if it's over my head, I don't care if it's in the dirt, I'm swinging as hard as I can. So before I got in the batter's box, I said, well, it's put up or shut up time, bro. You've been talking about this for 7 years in the minor leagues about swinging hard in case you hit it. So I did. I got first pitch and I hit a bomb and it went foul. It hooked foul.
Yeah.
I hit it and I made great contact, line drive, and I go, I did it. And then it hooked foul. It's hitting right-handed. And then before the part I'm leaving out, my back leg was shaking. Like it was like shaking.
Yeah.
I dug in the batter's box and it was like literally like I was having a seizure. And I felt like everybody in the stadium could see it. Nobody noticed it on the bench. I grounded out to third base. But yeah, it's something that you wait your whole life for, and it's there, and it's kind of a blackout, surreal moment. And then the best thing is just to realize it's another game. But yeah, the mental part of the game, the breathing, the relaxation, the goal setting, the visualization, all of that helps you to. I just like reality checks and anything. What's the worst thing that happened here?
Well, I love your comment about, they coach you to welcome it in. I tell people this in broadcasting classes. Not so much just welcome it in. I always say this, like, okay, you're going to sit down. A lot of times I'm teaching people who've never talked into a microphone before, and it's like this isn't going to be heard anywhere but here. But man, they're nervous. And I go, do you know what a gift nervousness is? Because that automatically means that you are about to do something that you really care about. And caring about things is literally our lifeblood. People who struggle with mental health have suicidal thoughts. One of the big things, and I've learned this, one of the big things that like therapists are looking for if they talk to someone who's struggling mentally is, do they have interests? Do they care about things? Do they have things that make them want to get out of bed and go do stuff? If they don't, that's tough. That's when you're in a bad spot. So nervousness is a beautiful thing. It is such a beautiful thing. It means you've arrived and you get a chance to do something that you really want to do. And you want to do it well. And you care about it. And I'm like, that's awesome. Now, it is a hell of an assignment to think like that in those biggest moments. That's the challenge for Brock Purdy on Sunday. But doesn't that apply to Brock? Like, holy hell, I'm so nervous. But like, turn that thought immediately into, I'm starting quarterback in the Super Bowl. What?
When were you the most nervous?
When was I the most nervous? Professionally or just anything?
Anytime in your life. I mean, we all think about the first day of school. You're the new kid at school. I have to do a speech in front of the class. A lot of people get freaked out about public speaking. Like, what in your whole life, the very most nervous you've ever been?
Whew. There's
saying I do. I was pretty nervous standing at the altar.
Should have said I don't. I really should.
I was ripping shots with all my teammates.
I should have been more nervous than I was.
We were ripping shots backstage at a church, and that's what I knew. I shouldn't be having to rip shots before I say I do.
Well, it's for me, nerves don't come from, I mean, look at what we do for a living. The most nervous I get is not, I've got to speak in front of people.
There's a proposing on the YouTube line right now. That's kind of nerve-wracking.
Proposing.
Will you marry me? You better know the answer before you do that, by the way.
Right.
That can't be a yes or no question.
Well, don't do it at a ball game.
Yeah, don't ever do it at a ball. On the kiss cam, please. No.
Yeah.
No.
That's not good. And it's so like well, it's just so like concocted, like I hate it when the guy is like, we're on kiss cam and I'm gonna kiss, and then he kind of looks over his shoulder at the cameraman like, now should I do it now?
Yeah.
And then he get down on a knee and she's like, oh my God, and you're just like, this is not good. I would love a documentary that follows those people home. How did it go next week? Did you get there? Did you get to wedding day?
Did you get to wedding day?
Did you get to kids? Are you happy now? What's the percentage? Because, by the way, any marriage is not a great percentage,
50,
right?
50, baby.
What's the percentage of ballpark proposals?
Oh, we need a stat for that. We need an analytic for ballpark proposals.
Gosh, the most nervous I've ever been. There's so many moments kind of bouncing around in my head. I will tell you, and it speaks to how much it meant to me. But as far as professionally, my first show back home here in the Bay Area, and I have no problem saying it, it was over at KMBR, and when I flipped that mic on, I'm almost going to get emotional. When I hit that button, that was like 35 to 40 years of energy, hope, dreaming, all poured into that moment. To grow up here, listening to that station, loving these teams, and thinking all the time, wow, wouldn't it be cool if, to then come back here and flip that mic on solo and just talk to these people who are me. Like, I felt such a responsibility. I know the history of sports radio in this town. I know everybody who's ever flipped those mics on. I've listened to all of them. To flip that on was easily, from a professional standpoint, the craziest emotional moment of my career.
Have you ever told that story on the air? That's pretty good, dude.
Not quite in that form.
That was really good.
Not quite in that form.
That was outstanding.
Hey, boys, can I interrupt and add a guest to the program?
Oh, yeah, I guess we can have a guest.
Yeah, we don't have Bobby Weir, but we have something even better. We're a fullback-heavy show today. Let's add another.
I know who this is.
There you go.
But before we talk to him, can I ask, what the hell happened to Bobby Weir, man? What happened? He just ghosted you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
This one's on our program director.
Let's be real. We're being real here.
Yeah.
I'm over here getting emotional.
We called him a bunch.
Yeah,
we were having a moment.
I think his phone's off, actually.
We're having a moment. We're just having a moment.
He's getting emotional about the Niners, too.
I got friends who, I mean, you're of a certain age if you're like a deadhead. So, I got friends who have been around the block once or twice who are texting me who are devastated that Bobby Weir ghosted you, Lucas.
Devastated?
Yeah, absolutely.
Devastated.
That's a 3. Well. Anyway, it doesn't matter because we got somebody who knows football way better. Is he with us?
He's good. Bring him in.
Low Neal, the greatest fullback of all time, unless you ask Alec Ingold, the fullback of the Dolphins, who a short time ago said it's Larry Zonka, but you're on his Mount Rushmore. How do you feel about that?
You know what? I'll take it. Ingold put me on Mount Rushmore with him. I can handle that. But Larry Zonka was a phenomenal running back / fullback. He did it. I mean, he reminds me of Mike Allstott. How both Larry Zonka and Allstott, they were more than fullbacks. They were tailbacks, playing the fullback position. So, yeah, man, I appreciate that. But, man, how about them Niners? What are you thinking?
Well, what are you thinking? Are you in Vegas right now?
Viva Las Vegas. I've been here since, Monday and having a great time, seeing a lot of the guys from Blast from the past and just reminiscing, and just going down memory lane and thinking about the Super Bowl that one that got away from us. But just being here, man, the atmosphere, the stage has been set. Monday night was absolutely incredible to watch these teams come out. The stadium was absolutely rocking like there was going to be a game, standing room only. And it was just amazing to see the players come out, the media, fans. They just, man, it was covered a sea of red. Niner fans, Chiefs fans. So I think that night, Monday, just set it off for a great week. Even though the weather hasn't been great, the sun finally peeked his head out today, but it's awesome.
How are the tables treating you?
You know what? I'm up. I've been on the blackjack table. Don't play anything else but blackjack.
Okay.
So I'm up a couple dimes. So I'm not losing. So I'm just treading water.
That's good.
I know I got to be here for a while. So I'm not going to go in too hard, not too heavy. I got my limits. I got my little limits that I have set and have my time frame set because there's a lot of people I got to catch up with. I got to make sure that I stay on top of this Niners and Chiefs game because, man, it's going to be a dandy on Sunday.
Lorenzo, FP here, man. What kind of blackjack player are you? Are you a third base guy? You got to have the last say. And I know, like, versus a 10, when you have like a 4, 5, or a 6, are you a guy that hits all the time? Because the new analytics, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, you're supposed to stay. And the theory
Wait,
is,
there's new analytics in blackjack?
Yeah, the theory is if you don't hit, you're still in the game. But I go down swinging every time versus a face card. If it's right.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you know what? And that's a feel. I think I'm the type of blackjack table. I can play first base. I can play third base. You put me on there, and I can fill the table. Let me tell you right now, guys, they don't call me the fullback or any, I lead the way. And if you want me to bat, and I don't have to be on the guy in the front, but I know how to play some blackjack. And this is my strategy. At the times the cards are hot, boom, I'll even sit out a hand and let the table eat. Or if the dealer's hot, you got to switch it up. Play 2 hands if you need to. I mix it up. Very rarely I'm going to hit on against the 2. Depends on what's going on ain't there. But I doubled on 8s, doubled on, soft 17s. I'm a guy that I take some chances. I take some risks. But I'm a guy, I feel the game, and that's what makes me legendary.
The great Lo Neal live in Vegas is joining us on our super secret live stream, 49ers Super Bowl party, Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch. Lo, you can help us with something. I'll build toward the question I actually want to ask, but let's start with this. Did you used to get nervous before games?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to get nervous before a game. You get ready to go out there and go battle. Go out there and work. Anyone says they don't get nervous, yeah, you get some emotions going. You can't play football without emotions. So, of course, I'm not saying it's a difference between emotions and scared or fear. You have the emotions. You get a little nerves, but that's anything. I don't care if I'm playing marbles, playing basketball, hopscotch. It doesn't matter. I'm always going to get those nerves up because it's just the reaction of being an entertainer, an athlete.
How did you handle them? Like, what was your process?
Oh, you know what? You just know. You just take the deep breaths, of course. You understand what you're going to do. You played this game since you're 7, 8 years old. I've been playing football. So it wasn't like I was going to go out there and not play well. It's just about taking the deep breaths. It's understanding my assignment, that I'm prepared for the game. You're like, look, you got those nerves or the jitters, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go out there and play my game and play the way that I want to play, and I'm going to dominate. And after the first hit, those jitters are gone. But I'm going to tell you, Super Bowl, it was crazy because all day, that game's not till night. You're trying to keep your energy, your emotionally, you're just emotionally drained if you're not careful because you're thinking about the game. You're overthinking every play. You're saying it's the Super Bowl. It doesn't get any bigger. The stage can't get any bigger. It's the granddaddy of them all. So all day you're just thinking about, you're in that moment. My assignment, head placement, footsteps, everything going over the place. And it's like sometimes, guys, you just got to let it go and say, how do I control my emotions, my breathing, my mental? Because it can be very, very stressful, especially this stage, and that's the Super Bowl.
So, Lo, how do you see this thing playing out? I mean, the Niners win if what happens?
Niners win if the defense shows up. Guys, they can't play as bad as they've been playing the last 2 weeks and then think they can show up in the second half. You look at Pacheco, this is the best back they're going to play. I think when you look at Kansas City, the way they run the ball and how physical Pacheco is, and then the way that Kansas City's defense is playing. So I don't think everyone says, hey, Mahomes carried this team to the Super Bowl. I beg to differ. Their defense carried the Kansas City Chiefs to the Super Bowl. And the 49ers has been known for his defense. But the last couple of weeks, guys, we got to face it. It's been shaky. So if the Niners are going to win this, their defense is going to have to play a lot better.
Lo, you're not wrong. There's an actual analytics stat here, like the DVOA on the defense, their overall output, starting with the Ravens game on Christmas, 5 consecutive games. If you want to throw the Rams one out, fine, because the Niners didn't play all their starters. But 5 consecutive games, including the 2 playoff games, the defense as a whole rated below average. So what happened? What happened with this group?
I tell you what, I think one is they've just been getting out coached on some parts of the defense. But 2 is just the players. The number one thing is players. The players are not holding their technique. When you look at a team, look what the last 3 weeks, what teams have done. They have gotten to the perimeter, have gotten to the outside. You have to have better play by your ends, and you know the end that we're talking about. You brought this guy in from the Commanders, and you think Chase Young needs to be playing at a higher level. Guys need to communicate better. When they run sweep or a toss, corners, linebackers need to say crack, crack, crack. For now you can fight over the top or get up the field. They're not making the running back bevel, making the running back run lateral. So now the safety has to come screaming down and play force. So when you're playing out and playing on your toes and playing backpedaling, your defense is not good. The teeth and the meat of this defense is inside. Turn everything back into where all your help is. When you let teams get to the perimeter, it's usually a nightmare. So that's what's been going on. They've been getting reach. They haven't played good in the secondary against the run. They have to shore up a lot of things because teams are starting to exploit them.
Lo, when you talk about a guy playing with his motors always running, and say maybe there's a guy whose motor isn't always running, is that something you can coach into somebody, or is that something you either have or you don't have? Meaning you're just going whistle to whistle, sideline to sideline every single play.
Yeah, it's something that it's hard to say you can coach guys to play better. Look at take Hutchinson for instance. Detroit Lions motor. He's not necessarily great, but he just doesn't stop. You look at defense Crosby, he just goes second, third move. You look at Bosa, just goes. Some of the guys just don't have that. They play in spurts and their motor just don't go. So no, it's hard to coach that into guys, and I don't think you can. You can have them get better and play in more spurts and get more out of them. But no, I don't think you can coach guys consistently to play with a high motor. Doesn't happen.
Lo Neal joining us live in Vegas, right here, Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, FP in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs, 49ers Super Bowl party while the Warriors play basketball in Philly. Hey, Lo, you want to hear this? You want to hear what Alec Ingold said about you?
Absolutely. Let me hear it.
All right. Alec Ingold was asked who is the best fullback in the history of the National Football League. Fill in this blank. The greatest fullback of all time is?
Larry Zonka, and I sat behind him on the flight out to Vegas, and I was starstruck. Every time I see him, he is the man.
We are going to clip that and send that to our coworker, Lorenzo Neal, and then I don't know what's going to happen after that, Alec.
He might do a little stamp of, validation, but if I could build my perfect fullback, Larry Zonka's toughness, Lorenzo Neal's blocking, Mike Allstott's running, and Kyle Juszczyk's receiving. That's the Mount Rushmore fullback right there.
Okay. All right. There it is, Lo. What do you think?
You know what? He bingo. I kind of like how the way he went and built his perfect fullback. And I got the one that I think is close, and I don't disagree. I think that people got to take a look at Larry Centers. Larry Centers and Kyle Juszczyk, they remind me a lot of what they do in the backfield. Larry Centers caught 100 passes. I think you remember that 1 year, 100 passes in 1 year. Larry Centers was a phenomenal receiver out of the backfield as well. So him and Juice, either one of those, that's my perfect fullback as well.
Hey, who you running into in Vegas, or who's still on the list? And what's this Sean Merriman thing? You and him going back and forth.
Oh, absolutely. Me and Sean, he's going to join the show. I'm going to be on every day from here on out, from 10 to 2 with the boys, with Goo and Steiny. So we're going to have some fun. We're going to have, Sean Merriman on. We're going to have different guys. I think Bruce is going to come. Bruce is going to join us. Neil Smith from, played for Kansas City. We're going to have a bunch of celebs, a bunch of big-time guys. I saw Charlie Bass. I saw Charlie over there radio roles. So there's all kind of guys you run into and bump into. I'm just excited, man, to get some of these guys on and just be able to talk shop and talk football and what their prediction is of this upcoming Super Bowl.
What's your prediction?
I think it's going to be close, guys. I don't think it's going to be this high-scoring game that a lot of people think. I think that the under 50. I don't see these teams getting. I think that both teams' defense is going to have to tighten up. It's not that Kansas City just lights it up. They have Kelsey, the chain mover. They just grind and they just try to fight. So I don't see this as being a two-team scoring, getting 50. So it's going to be an under, and I think the Niners find a way. I think Purdy is going to write this perfect story. Here's a guy who has unbelievable spiritual guidance, belief his belief system is unbelievable, unprecedented. And think about this Cinderella story. The quarterbacks that he won first-round picks, think about all the first-round picks that this guy has beaten this year, especially when it comes to the quarterback. And now he is going to be going against the quarterback they say arguably is going to rival with the GOAT, Tom Brady or however it's Tom Brady or whoever you might think is the GOAT quarterback. This guy, Mahomes, is going to be rivaling that. That's what everyone's saying. How perfect would that be for Mr. Relevant to take him down to win the Super Bowl?
It sounds like a good scenario to me. It's kind of why we were asking you about nerves earlier in the conversation, Lo. It's one thing I do want to know about Brock. You say he's got that belief system, but when you are a 7th rounder, 24 years old, only your 27th game, and you are the story like this, and you're going up against a guy who plays in the second Sunday of February every year, like, isn't that a Chiefs advantage coming out of the gate?
Oh, I think it would be with 1,000% because Kansas City plays with attitude. They think they belong here. I think that Purdy plays with a purpose. When you listen to Brock Purdy, guys, what does he say? He says it's not about him. This guy doesn't care about his name in the lights. This guy doesn't care about any of that stuff. He just wants to serve. And when you have a mindset like that, he knows it's not about him. And I think the leadership on this 49er team, the Warners and the different Debos and the guys that you have on this team, they bring him that calm. They're going to say, buddy, you go play quarterback. Let us worry about being tough. Let us worry about being neat. We just want you to cut it loose. I just want him to cut it loose. And I think, yes, will he have some nerves? No question. But I think the way that his belief system is and how he's built, I think this young man is going to surprise a lot of people. This will not be a slow start. Purdy will play, and he will play well. I believe in Purdy, guys. He has shown the world that he belongs on this stage.
When did, in your experience, the Super Bowl become another game? Like, obviously, it's the Super Bowl. Did you ever, in the course of the game, did it become another football game, or was it always, I'm nervous, this is the Super Bowl, oh my God, we're playing for it all? How does Brock Purdy do that, and how did you do that?
Yeah, I think before the game, like this week, the nerves are, you got those nerves and anticipation. You're not afraid of anything. He's played in these games. There can't be any more players. You can play with 11. They're not this Super Bowl. They don't get to play with 13, 14, or 15. They're going to play the same type of defenses. It's nothing that he hasn't seen pretty much that's not going to be there. So, yes, going into the game, everybody, Bosa, Debo, everyone. Trent hasn't played in this. Trent's been in the league for a long time. His dream has finally come true. That's a guy that's going to have the emotions and all those things going too. But after the first hit, guys, after Purdy takes a couple snaps and he goes out there and he starts having success, you're not thinking about Super Bowl. You're thinking about going and winning. You're thinking about taking care of the ball. You're thinking about going through my assignment. You're not thinking, I'm in the Super Bowl. I throw this ball. This is going to be a Super Bowl. No, you're not thinking about that, guys. After the first snap, first couple plays, you're now just playing football because it doesn't change. The game does not change.
Lo, have a great time in Vegas, man. And again, we'll mention what you already mentioned in that you will be with Steiny and Goo live for their entire show the next 2 days out there at Radio Row from 10 to 2 on 95.7 The Game. We look forward to that, man.
No worries. Cheers, guys. You guys are the best.
Okay. Lo Neal, the third best fullback in the history of the league, says the Niners are going to pull it out. I agree with him that it's going to be lower score than people think.
I treat a 2 like a face card, do you?
Treat a 2 like a face card.
You got to treat a 2. The dealer has a 2. It's like a face card.
No, I don't treat a 2 like a face card unless I also have 12 or 13.
Okay.
I'm not hitting on 15 if they've got a 2 showing.
Is there anything worse than having just somebody that's absolutely clueless and playing blackjack for their first time at the table, just screwing the whole table up?
Especially if they're at third base. Although, do you know what's a psychological game here?
Yeah.
That person has every bit the same chance to help you.
Come on.
Than they do to hurt you.
Come on.
Well, think about it. Here's the simple one.
When the dealer has a 6 showing and they're hitting on a 14.
Right.
And they're playing third base.
Right. And they may take
and you want to punch them.
And they may take a 5. And then the dealer throws over a face card and busts.
Just play the right way.
I'm with you.
Just play the right way.
It's just uncomfortable.
I got to leave.
It's like somebody's naked. It's just like, oh, you're naked. I can't sit here. You're naked and you have a hairy back. It's gross.
And then there's nothing better if you have like 4 buddies and you take over the table together and you're high-fiving and like
that's the best.
Talking crap to the dealer in a fun way. Like, this is nothing better than that. And then just like tipping the server so that the cocktails are flowing.
Keep them coming.
Yeah,
actually
like
put alcohol in them.
$20 every time
crazy.
she comes.
Yeah.
Put some alcohol in it. Keep them coming. And then you just. Here's my theory. I just play for the push. I'm not trying to like win the hotel. They build those big buildings because they win.
You can't in blackjack.
I just want to stay like even.
Yeah.
And have drinks and have the experience.
And maybe win.
And if you get $100, my thing is I take the $100 chips.
Put it in the pocket.
Put it in the vault.
Put it in the pocket.
And then you're still playing. You're playing with house money.
Absolutely.
And then you get home. I've had this happen where you get like 1300s in your pocket. And you're like, oh, yeah. I had a nice night tonight.
Yeah, I'm drunk. I forgot that was there.
That's good. I'm going to go cash those babies in.
If you really want to like go on a run, though, I'm with you. That's not blackjack. That's craps.
Yeah.
Craps is where if you hit the hot table at the right time and you're putting the right bets out,
you get them.
You can win a lot of dough.
You can get them.
Quick story. Vegas, last playoffs for the 49ers. My girl takes me out to Vegas as a birthday gift to watch the 49ers play the Rams in the NFC title game.
All right.
Obviously, the game's not in Vegas, but we watched at a watch party in Vegas. And she got an uncle who's a whale at one of the hotels out there.
So you had the limo pick you up, stayed in a suite?
No, we didn't do any of that, but the room was comped.
The room was sick?
But here's what's so great. I feel so embarrassed sharing this question or sharing this story.
Yeah, we're
it's
on
so
YouTube.
embarrassing.
We're on YouTube.
No, it's embarrassing because it's like we're kids. So when you get comped a whale room, the casino is expecting you to throw coin. And we're like, I ain't got that kind of coin. I'm not coming in here and betting $500 a hand. I don't have that kind of dough. So her dad is like, he floats us a bunch of money. He's just like, just gamble it. Just here's a bunch of money. Go play big because the hotel needs to know that you're playing. Make sure you show your card and all that stuff. So now you get to gamble for just 2 seconds of your life like you've got a lot of dough because you're like, this isn't even my money, and if I lose it, I lose it. Let's go for it.
Dude, I'm getting anxiety hearing this.
So we go to a craps table.
It's making me nervous.
Let's go to a craps table. And we do the thing that's annoying at a craps table, which is, okay, couple rolls, and the chips start getting bigger, and you're like, all right, you hit a number. And then, all right, like redo. Here's the come out roll. Okay, everybody put all your chips on the table. Pow, 7 right away. Whew. It's like getting punched in the gut. Like tons of chips.
And you have no friends.
Right.
At that point.
So it's win-win-win, lose big. Win-win-win, lose big. The net was down a little bit. I don't know. No big deal, but you out $100 or something like that. And she looks at me and she goes, I'm going to go play some video poker for, like a nickel. And I'm like, should I do one more? Should I do one more roll? She's like, do whatever you want. I'm like, I'm going to do one more. You go play poker. I'm going to do one more. Like an hour and 20 minutes later, she comes back. She's like, what the hell is going on? I'm like, look at all this money. We went on an epic roll, and I'm like trying to get her attention the whole time. She's like down the hall sitting at a poker table with her back to me. I'm like, get back over here.
Dude. Same seats.
No,
she can't come
same
back.
Seats, but she's Lady Luck. But anyway, my roll is hard 8, 44.
Right.
That's my roll. My God, they hit that thing like 5 times. And if you've even got like $10 out there, it's just like, there's $150. I mean, just that stack just gets pushed over to you. There is nothing better in Vegas than a hot craps table.
Were you guys high-fiving and
oh my God, people you've never met before.
Yeah, you have best friends.
And then the roller looks like Brock Purdy.
Did you tip him?
I did.
Yeah, you got to.
I did. The roller looked like Brock Purdy, though, and here's what I mean by that. Everyone's having a blast except for the roller. The roller feels pressure because it's like the roller is serious.
The pit boss is watching and he's losing? Or he's winning?
The guy who's rolling.
He's winning.
But what's funny to me is he acts like he's doing something. You're just hot. You're not, it's not like you're throwing those dice like, I'm going to throw 4 and a 3 because of this angle. Like,
he was taking it too seriously?
You're just hot, dude.
Yeah.
Like, don't be serious.
There's no talent
You're
to this.
just hot, right? You're just lucky.
You're not going to get drafted in the first round of craps after this. There's no scouts watching you.
You did nothing. You hucked a dice across a table. You did nothing. Stop being serious. But you don't want to talk to him. I'm not talking to him. Keep everything just the same. So great. It's the best.
Did you want to hear like a lame story? There was an opening.
I love stories.
Opening at MGM Casino back east. And it's a black tie event. It's like you're on the Titanic. It's like an unbelievable casino they built.
I love
in
that
DC.
picture.
So yeah, we're all black tie, and there's like some highfalutin people that I met through, and one of the guys gave me like $5,000 in chips. He said, "Here, go have fun tonight." I put it in my pocket and didn't gamble one game. I just put
That's
it,
incredible.
I just said that's free $5,000.
Yeah, you're like, I won. How'd you do at the tables? I won $5,000.
I pushed. I broke even tonight. I didn't play one hand.
You know what I would have done though?
Drank.
I would have done something like, dude, just pocket 4,500 and be like,
play.
let's go play for a little.
I thought
while.
about it. So it didn't just happen that quick. I got distracted. There was things, and I was shaking hands and kissing babies and doing that whole thing and working the room. And then
what was her name?
No, it was just
okay. Sorry,
I did not have a date to that. I did not have a date to the Titanic.
I got distracted.
Yeah, and I got distracted. You know, you're half politician when you're a broadcaster.
For sure.
So you're shaking hands and working the room, and then it was kind of getting later, and I'm like, do I even want to play? And there's all these chips in my pocket. And I went and cashed out and went home. Such a wuss.
No, I love it. I love it. Did he give it to you in like small denominations?
They gave me a bunch of chips. They had chips everywhere, and they were like, I think there's like 500, 500, 100, 500. I had a pocket full of chips.
Dude.
Yeah. It's kind of lame, dude. Like, looking back, I should have just let it. I parlayed that into $20,000.
Right. You also could have lost it.
Yeah.
Which would have been stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was privy to, have you ever been to the back rooms? Like, so I've been in a back room at the MGM, meaning they have the high stakes.
The high limit?
They have the high limit on the floor.
Yep.
And then they have
there's another
crazy next level.
What the hell's happening in there?
$5,000 a hand blackjack.
What were you doing in there?
Just knew some people, and that guy gave me chips. Yeah.
Oh, he gave you chips,
and I did real well, but just playing with somebody else's money. Gave me like $1,000 to start out, or $2,000 to start out.
Okay, how'd it go?
It was good. I had a nice night. Thanked him very much. But did
you give him back what he gave you to start?
That's the guy that told me you're supposed to stay on 15 and 16 or 14 versus
no, you're not.
5 or 6.
That's a mental game.
I'd like to hit, dude. I'd like to go down swinging.
Yeah.
I'm going down swinging.
No,
I'm not taking a call third
the
strike.
odds are in your favor to hit. The whole like you stay in the game thing.
Google it. It's new. It's a new analytic.
There's
and this guy was
math?
betting 5 and 6
Wait a
and
minute.
$7K a hand.
Hold on.
And he was the one that told me, like, yeah, I used to hit it all the time.
Analytics.
Yeah, please. We got time.
Of blackjack.
About hitting versus a break card or whatever, a 4, 5, or 6. Or a 3, 4, 5,
You're talking
6.
about with a face card showing.
Yeah, with the face. No, I'm talking about what the dealer has.
Yeah,
that face card showing, and you have a 3, 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah. Hit.
Or you have 13 or 14 or 15 or 16.
Yeah. Let me see.
I'm hitting 12 all day.
The statistics of blackjack and optimal strategy.
This is great. I mean, the Super Bowl's in Vegas. I feel like gambling is a big part of it.
Totally.
And gambling and sports go hand in hand.
Well, this is too long.
Yeah.
This is
I'm just putting should I hit on 16 versus a face card.
I can't even figure this
We can have
chart
dead
out.
air, dude. This is YouTube.
I can't even figure this chart out. This whole thing, the optimal strategy.
It says it's better to hit here.
Yeah. Of course you got to hit.
I just feel like more of a, I don't know.
Dude, you got to get a hand.
I don't want to say more of a man, but I just feel like I'm playing.
You got to get a hand. You got to get a hand. Yeah, absolutely. You got to get a hand. All right. Hey, our conversation with Peter King, we're going to run that for you coming up in about 5 minutes.
Let's do something else instead.
Why?
I got a special guest for you.
Well, what'd you do, Lucas?
We've been looking forward to catching up with him. We finally got him on the line. He went for a little beachside stroll. He's the creator of the Tamalpais Chiefs. And hold on, I gotta press some buttons, make sure he can hear you as I do this. So here he is. Go ahead, Willard.
Is this Bobby Weir?
Yeah, speaking.
Oh, my gosh. What an honor. Hi. How are you?
Just fine, I guess.
Just fine, you guess?
You know, every day is a new day. I have no way of gauging how well I'm doing or how poorly.
How are you going to be doing on Sunday is a question we want to ask.
Yeah, that's the question I'm sort of torturing myself with as well. I mean, if the Niners show up and play like they can play, then I don't think anybody can beat them.
I'm with you, but what has happened to them the last 5 or 6 weeks? What do you see?
Well, sometimes they show up half asleep, and it takes them a while. That said, the returns have been pretty good. I mean, they've done well enough so far. They just haven't done exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the Super Bowl, but at the same time, it doesn't always feel perfect. We're talking with the great Bobby Weir of the Grateful Dead, who is also a great Bay Area sports fan as we get ready for the Super Bowl. Mark Willard, FP Santangelo with you, Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch. Hope you're enjoying it with our live stream here. Bobby, before we do get deeper into the 49ers, you heard Lucas come on and say the creator of the Tamalpais Chiefs, which I guess his dad was involved with years ago. My son now plays next level football at Tamalpais High School every weekend. How did that all come together?
You know, it was a bunch of guys who most of us played ball in school, and you know, once it's in your blood, that's that, and so we. You know, after a couple decades of, you know, pickup games here or there, a bunch of friends of mine and I got together and put a league together.
Bobby, what position did you play?
You know, I played a lot of positions. I played in the defensive backfield. I played on the defensive line. I played quarterback. I played receiver. In 6 or 7 man flag football, that's about all.
Utility player, man after my own heart.
Everybody's everything. Exactly right. All right, so what does Bobby Weir do for the Super Bowl? Yeah. This is something that we've talked a lot about. Like, as the games get bigger, do you want more people around? Do you want fewer people around? What are you doing Sunday?
Well, Saturday night I'm going to get on my bus with a couple friends and in my squeeze, and we're going to go down and I guess we're going to wake up at the. I think we've got bus parking at the. I'm not sure, but I think we've got bus parking at the stadium, and I think we're just going to go in and watch the game and then come back.
No, you're driving all the way to Vegas on Saturday?
Well, you know, I'm going to sleep on the bus, so, you know, it's no big deal. It's a lot easier than flying.
And you got tickets, or are you just going to wing it when you get down there and find some?
I think we got tickets.
Sweet. Sweet. That sounds so awesome.
You got to be one of the only people on planet Earth that just uttered, I think we've got tickets. You have to understand, Bobby, how amazing that is.
Well, you know, I haven't been keeping, you know, close tabs on it, but I'm pretty sure we've got tickets.
Okay. That's incredible. All right, then let's go backward. How did you take in the NFC Championship game against the Lions?
I went down there and caught that as well, and it was quite a ride.
No doubt.
I guess y'all were watching that as well.
Well, and one thing that was fun after that game is we talked to a lot of people about sort of what are their halftime superstitions. What did they do to change the energy? What did you do at halftime?
You know, I basically what I did at halftime was I went into full despair, but I think they did something completely different, and I don't know what the difference was, but they came, you know, they woke up.
Bobby, you're a Bay Area sports guy, right? I mean, if you had to rank your teams, I mean, you probably like the Giants, I'm assuming, and the Warriors and the Niners. Like, how would you rank them right now?
Well, the Niners are doing about as well as anybody can right now. They have one more game to go, and if they do well in that game, that's about as well as anybody can do. As far as the Giants are concerned, we'll just see. There's a long season in front of them, and the Giants have always been a sort of a homegrown team. It used to be they had a pretty dismal farm system, but now they got a pretty good one. So we're going to see what they can pull up. And in the Warriors, they they were real tough to beat for a few years now, and probably going to have to rebuild at some point.
Bobby, we've been talking. Excuse me.
Those guys that they've been trotting out there for the last longest time, they've gotten kind of long in the tooth.
That's a great point. Yep. Bobby, we've been talking about nerves a lot today, and Brock Purdy on a big stage and how you have to control your nerves. Can you think of did you still get nervous every time you go on stage? And can you think of one performance maybe that you had where you were more nervous than any other?
There have been too many of them, but I'm sort of blessed and cursed with stage fright. So every night when I walk on stage, it's something of a I don't know what a victory of some sort to just to get out on the stage and get working. But but on the other hand, that stage fright kind of energizes me. So you got to take the bad with the good. And as far as the Niners are concerned, and not just Brock, but all of them, they got to figure out how to relax, I think, and at the same time not relax too much. That's kind of incumbent on any athlete, and here's hoping they can do that.
Absolutely. We're talking to the great Bobby Weir of Grateful Dead and a huge Bay Area sports fan on the Boxer and Gerson guest line here on our live stream, YouTube, Twitch, the Odyssey app. Bobby, I mean, this may feel like something, odd to think about, but that's an interesting revelation that you just shared, that the stage is frightening to you. This is as big of a stage as an athlete can ever perform on. So, like, if you got a minute or two with Brock Purdy, what would you share with him about that?
Let me think for a minute.
Take all the time you need.
Well, I think I'd probably just tell him what I think everybody's telling him. Just go play your game. Just have fun. That's the whole deal. They don't call it playing for nothing. It's supposed to be fun.
Well, and what did you do? What was your process to handle what felt scary?
I just hung on to my hat for the first few minutes and let everything settle in. I think that's probably what they're going to have to do too.
I love it. Bobby Weir with us here talking Bay Area sports. Bobby, just looking at the sort of the playoff run as a whole for the 49ers. I know, as you said, I think you detailed this really well, which is that they don't look their best, but it's certainly been good enough. Have you ever experienced that? Like when you perform at a really high level and you've got what looks like all the pieces that you need, did you ever feel like, man, we're just kind of we're in a rut, or we're not performing at our best, and what causes that?
That's something that goes through your head periodically, almost, well, I'll say regularly. And you do get into ruts and stuff like that, and then you have to wake up from them, and that's part of the drill, I guess. And I don't see where it's much different for athletes or for a team, especially than it is for a band.
Bobby, who do you enjoy watching the most right now out of all Bay Area athletes? Who stands out to you?
I gotta say CMC. I mean, I can't imagine how he regularly turns a stop at the line of scrimmage to 6 or 7 yards. Regularly. I mean, more often than not. And I don't know how the hell he does it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else does either.
No, we don't.
I've heard that question asked a lot, and nobody can seem to figure out what it is that he does. He's got. I watched him warming up at down at the ballpark last Sunday, and his glutes are enormous, and so I have a feeling that has something to do with it, but it's more than that. It's just that whatever drives him a little harder than anybody else is into getting.
Bobby Weir with a great enormous glutes reference, which is fantastic for our show. Bobby, as soon as we found out that you're going to go to the game, I did want to ask you this. Which musician do you think they will show on TV more, you or Taylor Swift?
They're going to show Taylor a lot more than me. I mean, come on, she's about as big a star as anybody gets. But that said, I imagine I'll probably end up on camera a fair bit as well.
There, a little bit here and there, right? What do you think? First of all, what do you think of the rise of Taylor, and then sort of her entrance into the NFL circle with a bunch of new fans?
Well, how well do those new fans that she's bringing in? I mean, football's a complicated game. It's 11 on 11. I don't know of any other games, or popular games that have that many people playing. And everybody has a specific assignment, and then the guys on defense have their orders to mess that up, and it's enormously complicated. And I don't know how well the folks who are just now tuning in, I don't know how well they're following it. So I don't know, I don't know how well they're capturing the drama that all that complication amounts to.
Have you ever met her before, by the way? Just like how much into music circles are you still poking around?
Well, I'm playing all the time. I tour more than I stay home. Because kind of what I'm here to do. That said, I've met Taylor a time or two, and I'm not as enormous a fan of hers as say my wife or my kids are. They're both girls, and I think she's kind of a girl thing. But that said, I put records on in the morning and warm up my hands and stuff like that, playing along with her, because she writes everything in guitar keys.
Wow.
That's
so wait a minute.
That's amazing.
This is an incredible visual you're creating.
Yes.
So when you wake up to warm up your hands, you use Taylor Swift's music?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, not all the time. Sometimes they use Miles Davis or whatever's on top of the stack. But yeah, Taylor's great for warming up on guitar because, like I say, she writes all her songs in guitar keys, and that works out real well.
Yeah. Any particular songs that you like to use?
Nope. I just put it on the side and then flip it.
Oh, it's so good.
You just have your smart speaker just play Taylor Swift, huh?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, so I didn't realize you were still touring that much. What's coming up for you?
Well, in a couple of months, in May, I think, actually, we're going into this place in Las Vegas called the Sphere.
Wow.
And
come on.
And we're going to be there for a little while. And that's going to be an enormous challenge because the visuals that place provides and what we're trying to program in and learn how to work with, they make storytelling from on stage. They take it to the level of opera, which I had currently, or until now, I thought that was untouchable. That opera was untouchable for storytelling, but no, you can. I think you can get there. I think you can get there in the Sphere as well.
In the backdrop, and do you have a say in all that and what they're going to show behind you, in front of you, on top of you? I mean, that place is the technology is insane.
Yeah, it's gonna require a concerted effort from the guys in the band and the production crew and everybody. Everybody's going to have to put in a little concentration and concerted effort to get this working right.
Bobby, before we let you go, can we get a prediction from you on Sunday? How do you see this thing playing out?
It could go either the Niners can let Mahomes have his way, or they can. I read somewhere where they really, in order to be what the Niners really need to be, is they have to be bullies, and if they bring the bully with them, I don't think they're going to get beat.
I love it. If they bring the bully with them. That sounds like a song title.
This is good.
Yeah. Are you bringing the bully with you on your bus?
We'll see.
Yeah. Bobby, what a thrill to talk to you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for hopping on. Safe travels, both to the game and with your touring that's coming up.
All right, well, thanks. Safety's my middle name.
There it is.
Good stuff, man.
That was great. Bobby Weir, who warms up in the morning sometimes to Taylor Swift.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean,
but also not as big of a fan as his wife and daughters.
I'm giddy over here. That's a legend we just talked to. That just isn't some musician we had on the show.
Oh, man. That's fantastic. Bobby Weir of the Grateful Dead.
How else would Bobby Weir go to the Super Bowl but on a bus?
On a bus. I think one of my favorite things that anyone has ever said to me in an interview in my entire life, we're going to Vegas. I think we've got tickets.
Yeah, that's the life he lives, dude. Nothing's planned.
Somebody's taking care of it for him.
Yeah, and he just doesn't worry about there's no stress.
I think we've got parking, and I think we've got...
there's no stress in his life ever. So I wish I was more like that. I need to be more like that.
I know.
I don't know. I might.
That's the goal. Every old person I've ever talked to is just like, dude.
I feel like he's been that way forever, though.
Totally.
Right?
Don't stress. However,
stage fright. Who knew, right? I was shocked because I was like, how do you get nervous still when you go on stage? He's like, I suffer from stage fright. That's incredible.
That's so wild.
That's not just a guy that plays concerts once in a while. He's done it his whole life. They're more. They do that more than they record.
Still doing it.
And still doing it.
76 years old, Bobby Weir. 76 years old. Stage fright.
And then you just get
through
it.
Some of the greats. No, but like, wasn't Michael Jackson was terrified of people.
Right.
He's terrified of people. He didn't want to, you know what I mean?
There's so many jokes. I'm staying away from those.
Well, what?
There's so many jokes right now that are flowing through my head, and I'm just not comfortable enough here at my new station to let those fly like I used to before.
Well, live stream,
So
man.
I just
Let it rip. If you're going to do it, now's the time.
He's comfortable around kids. But it's just, so he is comfortable around
I knew where your
some-
head was at.
He's comfortable. I should say.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's live stream. You guys the fact that he gets nervous still. And Mark, I always said the day that I'm in the lineup and I don't get nervous is the day I should retire.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't get nervous for radio or TV anymore.
I don't really get
sometimes like a big
I don't really
show.
get nervous unless you count like there's an anxious feeling sometimes as we get ready for a show just about like, okay, what are we doing? It's almost like writer's block. Like, I don't have a whole lot of, you know this from now doing some shows with me. There's not a whole lot of, first of all, nothing is scripted. We don't have a rundown. I like to start a show with an idea.
Yeah.
And a concept.
Same.
I want to have something to say, and then we'll go from there, and we'll have a conversation. And sometimes brand new stuff comes up, and sometimes it doesn't work perfectly, and you need to kind of pivot on the fly and all that. But there are times, an hour before the show where I'm just like, I feel a little naked right now. Like I'm not feeling a point, and I'm not someone who wants to do a show just be like, well, we'll talk about the Niners. Well, what? What do you want to say?
You got to be passionate about the topic.
What do you want to tell people about
this? You get writer's block. I used to. Like, I have nothing to do.
Yeah,
Zero.
There are days, and sometimes they come at the weirdest times. Like, it's supposed to be the busy season, or you got this big thing going on. The Niners were interesting this year. There were moments in the season where they were so good that we would have weeks where it's like, what the hell do you want to say? Are they good or are they super good? I mean, like, what do you want to say? And that's supposed to be the easy stuff. You know what I mean? July is supposed to be hard. When Tuesday and the Pirates are in town. What are we talking about? You know what I mean? But
my biggest pet peeve, Mark, is the one thing I don't like about sports talk radio, and there's 99 million things I do like, is that sometimes you're sitting there and you're thinking, if my team loses, I'm going to have a better show tomorrow.
Yeah,
because you're going to get
point.
more passion from the fan base.
But it's fleeting also.
I hate that part.
Well,
I don't root against my teams ever. I never root against the Niners, Giants, or Warriors.
Right.
But then all of a sudden they'll be getting their butt kicked, and you're at home and you're pissed, and the fans are going to be pissed, and all of a sudden it hits you that I'm going to have a better show tomorrow because they're losing.
Well,
and I hate that.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, especially with the example we have right now in the 49ers, it's actually, this is even better. You could win, you could lose, and you could almost lose and win. So in other words, if they had lost, would we have had a huge week after the Packers? Yeah. And then what? Yeah. Then it's over.
Then it's Warriors.
So now, like, this has been perfect in some ways where the Niners have created some angst, but also stayed alive. So we're still talking about it. Like, they still have another game on the schedule. They're going to go all the way to the end. So I'm with you on that, but it just brings to mind what I was telling a lot of people who were at our little get-together for the Packer game. We had a bunch of friends over, and we're sitting there watching the game, and I must have looked white as a ghost because people were looking at me going, dude, you okay? And part of it was like, all right, I'm kind of the representative biggest Niner fan of all the Niner fans here. But I kept explaining to them, I'm like, there are two people watching this game in this body. I'm a Niner fan, but I'm an adult. I can recover if my favorite team loses. Like, I'm gonna get up tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But there's the whole umbrella thought of the next 2 to 3 months of our professional lives riding on this game as well. And I kind of thought that was going to be a disaster if they had lost to the Packers. You're right. We would have had some jamming angry shows for about 3 days.
And that's it.
But then what? So I'm like, they gotta win this game.
You on your show could ride the Niners for a good month if they win on Sunday. Maybe more. into the
Well,
off
no,
season
see, I
with
think-
the parade? You
I
think it
think
just
that's-
stops after the parade?
No, I think that's kind of true now either way. That's
Either
the
way?
importance of getting to the Super Bowl, is now you've got this reference. One of two things are going to happen. Kyle Shanahan is either going to be trying to battle off a label of, like Buffalo Bills-esque Super Bowl loser.
Marv Levy.
And if the defense looks terrible, is there a Steve Wilkes conversation this offseason? Or you're the champs. You're the champs. Brock Purdy won the Super Bowl. And we will be on the countdown to 12 months until contract extension talks. And there's so, the beauty of them arriving in this football game is now, I think they're interesting. If I just look at it from a professional standpoint, I think they're interesting no matter what happens on Sunday.
Wow. That's a good way to look at it. I mean, you're going to have a lot to talk about whether Brock Purdy has a great game as the MVP. Mahomes is favored. Purdy is second.
Correct.
In the odds to win the MVP because quarterbacks mostly win it. I think Debo's going off at 20-1. That would be my sneaky pick.
That's a good one.
Sneaky pick. And McCaffrey's 15.
Yeah, and even though the Niners are favored, our buddy Johnny Avello explained that to us in that, yes, the Niners are favored, but there is a higher likelihood of the Niners winning and a non-QB getting the MVP than the Chiefs winning and a non-QB
it's
getting the MVP.
It's Mahomes if the Chiefs win easily.
Almost for sure.
For sure. Unless
somebody
Kelsey,
or someone has 2 picks.
Or Kelsey goes for 15 and 3 touchdowns.
But if he does, then Mahomes went for 3 touchdowns.
That's true. Good point.
While we're talking Niners and Chiefs, why don't we let you in on our conversation with Peter King from yesterday. Fantastic because he went deep into the Niners. He did a ride-along with Kyle Shanahan on his way to work while the team was still in Santa Clara. So you should go check out his Football Morning in America column. But we talked to him about a lot of it. And I began the conversation by asking about one line that stood out to me from his column in which he detailed that ride-along and said, you can tell that Kyle is excited to have the last pick in the draft on his side in this game against Mahomes. So I then asked Peter, what was it that you saw that made you feel that way?
First of all, he loves Pet. He thinks he's fantastic. Who couldn't? Who wouldn't think that? But one of the things about Brock Purdy that we talked about is just a simple fact. He brought it up that, he said it's comical how many people are down on Purdy and don't think he's that good and think that they're winning in spite of Brock Purdy. And he made this point that if Joe Montana played now, how do you think people would view him? He doesn't run around like Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. So they would view him like, oh, how good can this guy be? He doesn't have the greatest arm, and all this stuff. And then he made the point that, it's comical. And the reason why he thinks that all these people just minimize what he does, the reason is that, he was picked low in the draft. He's not Mr. Tools. He's not the 5-tool superstar. And look, even though he did run for 52 yards in a 15-minute span last week in the championship game, he's not as good a runner, obviously, as Mahomes is. But I just got this sense that we got what we need, and he's happy to have this guy as a quarterback. And look, one of the things, obviously, we talked about is the whole Brady thing. But his point, and I mean, you probably read it, and I'm sure it's been clipped out of my story and run in the media there in San Francisco, is that, listen, he wasn't positive that Purdy and Trey Lance, although I think he really meant Purdy a lot more than Lance, he wasn't sure whether he's going to be healthy at the start of the season. And so this was Tom Brady, even though if you sign Brady, Brady's playing, they signed him basically because Brock Purdy, or they tried to sign him basically because Purdy had surgery, major surgery, exactly 6 months from the first game of the season. So anyway, those are a few things that were interesting in the ride.
No, fantastic stuff. And the idea of a revisit with Tom Brady, I think, caught many of us by surprise. And now here we are some 4 or 5 months later, and Kyle Shanahan's there with Brock Purdy. And where do you think the confidence level is, not only with Brock Purdy, but for Kyle Shanahan in general with this team the second go-round after the heartbreak that happened 4 years ago?
Well, I know that there's an awful lot of people who believe that, oh, Kyle's got to win this game. He's going to get branded with the, can't win the big one if he doesn't win this game. And, I mean, obviously, anytime you're in a Super Bowl, you want to win. And if you don't win, it's crushing disappointment and all that. But I don't think Kyle Shanahan looks at any game where the quarterback on the other side is Patrick Mahomes and says, if we lose, we're a bunch of losers. I just don't feel that he believes that. Now, clearly, I'm reminded, this is my 40th Super Bowl. The first one I ever covered was in 1985 at Stanford in Palo Alto, January of 85. And that was the Montana Marino Super Bowl. And obviously Joe won the game, outplayed Marino. And after the game, everybody was saying, hey, Dan, don't worry about it. You're going to get back here. You'll be back. He never got back. So that's why every time you get in this game, you can't leave anything undone. You can't leave any stone unturned. And that's why I just believe that, the 49ers are going to be ready to play their best game. And, the other team is going to have a lot to do with whether they actually are able to play that best game.
We're talking with Peter King. Insider Calls are brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Another great nugget in there, Peter, is Kyle's telling you about when he was the guy holding the wire behind his dad in the Super Bowl many years ago, and this is coming on the heels of the NFC having won 13 Super Bowls in a row. And so Kyle's like, well, the AFC always loses. So he says to his dad the day before the game, Dad, do you really think you have a chance to win this game, Broncos versus Packers? And Mike Shanahan is like, are you kidding me? We're definitely going to win this game. And they do. And, Peter, I've learned this through the years, too. Coaches sometimes, they sort of have a feeling, right? They're doing the game planning, and it's like, I think we got – so I'd love for you to speculate. You sat with Kyle. Did you notice anything? Does Kyle think they're going to win this one?
Well, I'm going to defer that question, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because I rode to work with Shanahan last Tuesday. So he told me he hadn't even finished watching the Kansas City-Baltimore tape yet. And he had so many things going on.
Right.
Obviously, when you win the Super Bowl, you got all these logistics to worry about. But I will be shocked if right now, if I made that ride with Kyle, if he didn't figure we have the recipe to win this game, because that's who Kyle Shanahan is. He's just like his dad.
And thinking about that recipe, what do you think it is, Peter, in terms of facing Kansas City? Is it as simple as keeping Mahomes off the field, or is there something more that the Shanahan offense can do against the Kansas City defense that's much improved from 4 years ago?
I know what I would be thinking, okay? You want to give Patrick Mahomes the fewest number of possessions that you can. And in order to do that, what you saw late thought that Josh Allen did very well, they just didn't finish it late in their game against Kansas City, is milk the clock very effectively, because they didn't want Kansas City to be able to get the ball back if they scored. So anyway, the deal is, I believe that they will want to, essentially, they will want to milk the clock as much as possible and limit the number of possessions. And I think in order to do that, the thing they're going to have to do, the thing that I believe is really important in this game, is limiting Isaiah Pacheco. He has been an absolute piece of gold in these playoffs. And in my opinion, Mahomes is going to do his thing. He's going to make some plays. Kelsey and they're going to get good things done. But the problem is, as I see, if they have a diverse offense that day, I think that it's going to be hard for San Francisco to win unless they limit the number of possessions that they allow Mahomes.
Peter, you know how many eyes are on this 49ers defensive line, and especially in these playoffs, it has felt at times like they are underperforming, all the way to the point where we're having conversations about their effort level with Chase Young and others. Did you talk to Kyle about that at all? Because to me, Super Bowl week should not be the week where a player has to be reminded about effort.
No, I didn't. I didn't talk to him, but you can tell from what the Niners have said, he's been talked to, and he knows that that's not going to be tolerated. So I don't think you're going to see that in the Super Bowl, personally.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibs, as he is every single week. Peter, what did you make of this entire conversation about the practice facility and the sod at UNLV? To what level do the 49ers have a gripe?
I don't know enough about it to comment intelligently. I just know that the Niners were ticked off by it, and they were looking at at how Kansas City was handling things. And Kansas City has a luxurious facility. And for a while, I think they said we need to double up in that facility, which I just don't think the Chiefs were ever going to agree to, in part because it was going to affect their schedule. Now, everybody wants to sing Kumbaya and think, oh, Kansas City was, bad to not let that happen. But if you put the shoe on the other foot, I doubt if San Francisco had the great facility, I doubt they would want to share it with Kansas City. But again, look, I don't think that's going to be a big factor in the game.
Peter, let's go back to the ride along with Kyle Shanahan, and here's something else that I didn't know, and I found this really interesting, and I wonder if it's a perception changer. This idea that the Niners got lucky with Brock Purdy because he's sitting there at the very end in the 7th round. Kyle sharing with you that he had a 4th-round grade on Brock Purdy and essentially had his eye on him the entire week. For you, does that sort of change the whole narrative around the Niners lucking into him based on the fact that Kyle kind of had his eyes on him early?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I think the more accurate way to put it, honestly, would be that Kyle may have had a 4th-round grade on him, but because they traded the house for Trey Lance the previous year, they just couldn't, they had so many other needs that they ignored by making that huge trade for Lance. They just couldn't pick him in the 4th. And he didn't think they could him at all. But then as they got going and they saw how incredible it was that Purdy was still there, as you get into the 250s, and then obviously John York, the chair of the 49ers, York the elder, at one point just said to him, hey, because they were arguing about who they should pick. And York basically said, hey, who's the best player on the board? And Kyle said, no doubt it's Purdy. He goes, what are we arguing about? What are we saying here? And so I think that honestly got to be something that it had the potential of being something that was divisive. And I think John York diffused that divisiveness.
Peter King with us here on Willard and Dibs. Peter, I'm going to leave all the names on the board and just ask it open-ended. Of all individuals, who has the most to gain by winning this game Sunday?
Brock Purdy. Imagine you're in your second year in the NFL. You're the 262nd pick in the draft, and you come in and you have a head-to-head matchup with far and away, easily, no doubt, the best quarterback in the game, with a brilliant tactician in Andy Reid. And you do enough against a brilliant defensive tactician and a good, really good defense run by Steve Spagnuolo, and you win that game. I mean, Brock Purdy is never buying a meal again for the rest of his life in any community in the northern coast of California.
My partner is glass half full, Peter, and I'm the glass half empty guy. So
Yep.
in counterpoint to his question, who has the most to lose in this game?
See, I'm one who doesn't believe it's Kyle Shanahan.
Oh.
I just don't. And I'll tell you why. Dan Quinn is the guy in the first game when you say, how do you blow a 28-3 lead? And I get it. Shanahan they got 2 first downs in the last 28 minutes of the game. So that's bad. But he's not the one who allowed a team to score 31 unanswered points, in the last, 19 minutes of the game, whatever it was, I forget. But so I don't think it's Shanahan. I honestly think that the person who would have the most to lose would be a guy we don't really know right now, because I don't think on the surface, if it isn't Shanahan, that you can pick a guy right now. I mean, what if Purdy throws 4 interceptions? What if he kind of revisits his performance, when they played Baltimore? Well, that would be quite a bit for him to lose. And then you're going to have all the people who analyze this game basically saying, okay, bubble burst, they got to get a new quarterback. Which, by the way, I can tell you this right now, they will not do. No matter what happens in this game. This is Brock Purdy's job.
Peter, have a great trip, and thank you so much for hopping on as always.
All the best, guys. Thank you.
Our conversation with Peter King yesterday and a number of things as we welcome you back into our live stream on the Odyssey app and YouTube and Twitch. Glad you're with us. Our super secret 49er Super Bowl party. FP's in for Dibs today. Warriors are approaching halftime in Philly and up by 1 right now. Keep you up to date on that for sure. And again, that's playing over on 95.7 The Game. If you want to check in on that, 40 seconds to go until the break there. What do you think about this? There are 2 things. Number one, I agree with him completely what he's saying there at the end, which is to suggest we're overrating a little bit the idea of the pressure that's on Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan, at least when the game's over. I'm not going to argue. I mean, my God, it's the Super Bowl. There's pressure coming out the wazoo for everybody who plays in this game. The whole world is going to be watching. But as far as the whole, what people say on the back end, I mean, I know Kyle Shanahan has had 1.5 trips to the Super Bowl before, if you want to call it that. He's only been the head coach 1 time. And so, you could talk about it if they have a lead in the fourth quarter and they lose it again. There are some scenarios out there. But I think these 2 guys, who are both still young in their respective games, have proven everything that they need to prove this year. And only one of those people, one of those naysayers, is going to say something about these two guys when this game is over. There's no shame in losing to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, for crying out loud.
Can you imagine being so good as a franchise that if you don't win this game, a lot of people are going to think you're a failure? Can you imagine being that good?
I mean,
like, that's something you lean into as a player in an organization. Like,
yeah.
We're so damn good that if we don't have a parade, our fans are going to be pissed off. We are so good. We've set the bar so high that if we don't win a Super Bowl championship and have a ring on our finger by next year, our season is a failure. I think that's awesome.
It's great.
I want to lean into that so hard if I'm a player. Like, let's go, giddy up, bring it on. Because there's two ways. I mean, I've read sports psychology books, Mark, and pressure is a word. Like, who decided, like, pressure? Pressure is just a word. Like, it's just a word. It's something that you put on yourself. There's literally no such thing as pressure. Like, there's no such thing. We use that word a lot to describe nerves or anxiety, but when you're an athlete, there's no such thing as pressure. That's a word. So you go out and what you do is you just execute, man. You make it your routine as normal as possible. You keep everything the same as possible, the same you've been doing it all year. And you try to block out the exterior, control what you can control. You know, there is nerves. There's always going to be nerves and anxiety and all that, and how you cope with that, to me. But the pressure is somebody else's thing. There's no pressure on Kyle Shanahan. There's no pressure on Brock Purdy. There's expectations.
Right.
And the expectations are maybe a little ridiculous, but like as an athlete, I would have loved to have the opportunity to play on a team that if we didn't win the World Series, the season was considered a failure.
No, I'm with you. Let me ask you this, though. Let me see if I can find an exception, because I agree with you. Pressure on Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy? No, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine and employed and rich and have every opportunity to try again next year if this doesn't go well on Sunday. Are there some exceptions? What if we are talking about an athletic movement where your career is kind of on the line? Go back to like Q school days in golf, where you're lining up a 4-foot putt, and you know if that goes in, I've got my PGA Tour card, and
you can't think like that.
And I'm going to go make.
You can't think like that.
I'm going to go make 6. I know you.
You're missing that putt 85% of the time if you think about the results before the process.
Totally fair, but would you not agree that that's a pressure putt? Like, my financial well-being is riding on what I'm about to do athletically. That's not the case for anybody in this game. Does it exist anywhere? Or is it just that outside noise and what we allow in?
I mean, it's probably a case-by-case basis, right? By athlete to athlete and how they handle it. But no, I mean, I never felt pressure to stay in the big leagues or get to the big leagues. It was just I wanted to follow that dream, man. I wanted to realize the dream. I had a sign over my door that said realize the dream, and every time I walked out of my room, I hit it.
You did.
And it was more about not money or financially taking care of my family or anything other than that was what I wanted to do from when I was 6 years old. So like sometimes you step away from a putt because those thoughts start flooding in your head. But like how do you process that quickly? And how do you get back to like just make a nice stroke here, hit the ball squarely, get some nice top spin, and maybe even see or hear the ball hitting the bottom of the cup? Like visualize that. And then that takes away all the exterior. Easier said than done.
Totally.
But to me, pressure is a single mom with 3 kids. That's
sure.
Pressure.
For sure.
Like pressure, like you're fighting off something that's life-threatening. Like pressure is, having to support a family. Like I just don't think sports is the fun business. These guys are going to be fine either way. They're going to fly home on a really big jet with a lot of cool buses. They're going to go to their really cool house with a lot of cars and their beautiful wives and their beautiful kids. And they're going to play football again next year, God willing, if they make it out of this healthy. But like the pressure, there's no pressure on any of these guys in this game. No. They want to win. There's probably anticipation. There might be nerves and anxiety. There are expectations, but they're your expectations. They're mine expectations. Mm-hmm. Theirs are probably, I used to say I'm harder on myself than anybody could be harder on me on Twitter.
As are all of them.
Social media. Like say whatever. I don't care. I'm my own worst critic. And at times I've been and still am too hard on myself. So like, but there's no pressure in this game. Go play. Go have fun. Let it rip.
Sorry, FP. Can I throw something at you?
Hi, Lucas.
No, you can't.
Hey, everybody. Voice of God here again. And in fact, this is the voice of a God. Bobby Weir, friend of the program.
Yeah.
He shot me a text, and he wanted me to give this to you. Can I read it?
Please.
Sure.
Here is the words of Bobby Weir. I can't do a Bobby Weir accent, so just imagine that.
It's a little boachy.
Yeah.
And then Bobby, anyway, go ahead.
Of course, I thought of all the stuff I should have said during the interview after we hung up. But if those guys want to make a point for me, I would say that a lot, or at least on offense, comes down to whether or not Debo is in good shape and hitting on all cylinders. The Niners have a lot of weapons, but if he's on his game, there's just too much to keep track of. That's when the score gets up to the high 30s or 40s. In terms of the defense, I'm thinking what will set the tone is whether or not officials will use their whistles when people hold Bosa. Classic Bobby Weir.
Wow, that's a great breakdown.
An amazing 49er fan type response, but even better, you've now got a lengthy text on your phone from Bobby Weir. That's the best part of what you just told us.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Get back to me when Taylor Swift is texting you.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Whatever.
That all you got?
That's all you got. That's the legend on his phone. That's good.
Bobby Weir.
Bobby Weir.
Guy's doing a residency.
Let me know when
Sphere.
Johnny Weir texts you.
Yeah.
That would be
or Bill Weir.
outstanding.
Yeah, all those guys. That's pretty cool, Lucas.
That is cool.
Good for you.
So what do you make of his take? It's all on Debo.
I don't think his take is crazy. I think that, I mean, he shows his stripes when he starts talking about the referees and holding Bosa. I get that there's the history there, and I know that this is the same ref from the game 4 years ago, but I'm not going to point any thoughts toward officials until they earn that, until they do something that, that gets our attention. So I don't know that just because the Chiefs held Bosa once and because he said in a press conference they hold a lot does not mean that they are going to be holding this weekend. Your hope is, as a 49er fan, is if they don't hold, Bosa gets home. Got to get home. So
go to your home,
yeah.
Nick. Go to your home.
Are you too good for your home?
Go to your home.
That's what you want to say to Chase Young. But, I mean, look, there's all kinds of concerns there.
We need to give Chase Young something to get him a little fired up.
I mean,
did they get drug tested after the Super Bowl? Because I think we should be taking whatever we need to take to actually play hard.
The aforementioned gummies. You want to give him some gummies?
No, because then he'll just be like, look at all the pretty lights, man.
Yeah, rushing the passer.
I can't believe Bob Weir has stage fright. Bobby Weir has stage fright.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, the Chase Young thing. I'll tell you what, it does. It bothers me. And it's not even just Chase. I mean, I don't know.
How about live up to your first name once in a while?
No joke.
Chase somebody.
How on earth?
Sorry, I cut you.
No, you're good. Interrupt whenever.
I'm getting sloppy
yeah,
at the end.
I know. We've been on. What have we been talking without a break for, 2 hours and 20 minutes?
It stepped on you.
Anyway. No, I look at this and I go, all right, the Niner coaches are being asked about effort, and their answer is, well, that's unacceptable, right? Steve Wilkes called it embarrassing.
In a playoff game, yes.
It is, and it is. And then he's like, but we talked to him. That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
So now it's fixed because you talked to him? I told you what it's like right now raising teenagers. I talk to them every day. You think it's fixed the next day because I talked to them?
Yeah, well,
hey, buddy, get off your phone. Well, that's the end of that. I talked to him. So I'm sure it'll happen now. I'm supposed to expect that a guy that couldn't get his motor going down in the NFC Championship game on the most expensive defensive line in history, I'm supposed to expect that a good talking to means he's now going to perform this Sunday?
Do you know what a red flag it is?
Dude, as big of a one as exists.
That you just played in the NFC Championship game and your coach has to talk to you? Like, that's like Steph Curry doing a speech on the bus before Game 7. If you have to give a speech to your teammates on a bus before you go to Game 7, a Game 7, then your team's dysfunctional. If you have to talk to a player after an NFC Championship game where you're playing to go to the Super Bowl about not playing hard, And if he doesn't play hard on the biggest stage when he's the only game on TV, and you have to have a talk with him so that in the Super Bowl,
FP,
this guy's, come on, dude. Sorry.
In a free agent year.
If I had that body.
In a free agent
If I had that body, I would not be sitting here talking to you. I would have my own island, and I would invite you. I would send a jet to get you, and then you could bring your kids, your girl, everybody to the island on
Sounds
me.
great.
Stay at we have a villa.
You have TVs there?
TVs.
When we watch the Super Bowl?
I have a 20,000 square foot compound.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking
If I had that body. And I'd have an island. It'd be in the Bahamas, and you guys could come visit me anytime you want.
I'm in. I'm very, very in.
He's blessed by the gods with that physique.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But you can't.
It's crazy.
That's why I asked Lowe that question. Can you teach somebody to have the motor run? Can you teach somebody to play sideline to sideline, whistle to whistle? And he said no.
No.
You got to have that.
Yeah, of
that's
course
something
you gotta have that.
that's in there.
I think that's true no matter what you do in life. You know
I
what I
agree.
mean? You talk about pressure. Yes, the best, no matter what you do, they do sort of put that on themselves, although I don't think that pressure is the right word there either. You know what I mean? Like I'm one of those people. I don't have any trouble with aspirations and motivations and getting going in life. I'm working 4 jobs. Like I don't have any trouble with my motor, but I don't think of it as pressure. I think of it as a better word is pride. Like, Chase, do you have any pride in your work?
Right.
We're watching.
Everybody's watching.
This is on film.
Yeah.
We can see you. What are you doing?
I've been seeing this for weeks, though. I'm the kind of guy that watches a game and locks in on players and not the ball. And I was texting my son. It's all he does is just kind of wander around. He doesn't chase he didn't chase the running back on the other side. He just kind of stands straight up and dances. Are we good? What do we got?
Yeah, and he wanted me to read something.
Read it.
Yeah.
We got to kill.
I was listening. No. We're good. We can rock out of here with that whenever. Okay. So the Warriors are up by 3 at half. They're about to get started, and we'll kick you over to 95.7 The Game and all of our platforms for the second half of the Warrior game, and we will be back with you tomorrow to continue the countdown coverage to Super Bowl 58. And again, it's going to be a live stream day as the Warriors are in Indiana tomorrow, so we actually only have 1 hour on 95.7 The Game before we then do a 3-hour commercial-free, uninterrupted Super Bowl countdown party on the Odyssey app and Twitch and YouTube. Also want to mention this to you. Billy Joel and Sting, 2 of the most iconic recording artists in history not named Bobby Weir, are live at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas Saturday, November 9th, later this year. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com, but we want to send you and a guest to the show. So that's right, one lucky winner is going to get a pair of tickets to the show, also a 2-night hotel stay, plus round-trip airfare for 2. How do you win? Listen closely. Listen to Willard and Dibbs Friday around 3:30, okay? The last show before the Super Bowl, Friday at 3:30, and we will give you a keyword that you need to text in order to win. So just make sure you're with us. That's all you got to remember right now. Be with us 3:30 on Friday to get the keyword, and then we'll give you all the other details, get you all set up for a shot to go to Vegas on us and see Billy Joel and Sting.
Let's go.
Right?
I'll be listening.
How about that?
I'm going to call in.
He might be here.
I want to win.
I don't know how this is all going to go. Thanks, buddy.
That's fun.
It was a lot of fun.
I always have fun with you.
It was great having you in here.
Fantastic.
All right. Niners by 80. Am I right? We'll figure it out tomorrow, or we won't, and then we'll try again on Friday. But the second half of the Warrior game, as they lead by 3 in Philly, is coming up on all of these platforms. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Cha-ching! Cash me out once. Teams are warming up right now. Warriors to the basket to our right for half number 2. Didn't get to mention that on that bench, Nick Nurse, he not only has Rico Hines there, but former Sacramento Kings off the bench extraordinaire guard Bobby Jackson. Brian Gates, who's been around the league a long time there. A couple other guys, Doug West Philadelphia ties collegiately, and Kobe Carl, who had a cup of coffee with the Warriors, the son of George Carl, down that bench. So a lot of familiar names there working for Nick Nurse. who has used a number of different style defenses against the Warriors in the past, including a box and one. And we probably will see some.